Chapter 1. Please cooperate with the investigation. The turning point of civilization. Come, stretch out your hand. Let's poke a hole in the river of time. 1983. This is the turning point of human civilization. It has been 13 years since the commencement of the Earth Telescope project. The Kola Peninsula. Thousands of researchers are busy with fervor. With ample funding support, the drilling depth of the Kola super deep borehole has reached a terrifying 12,000 meters. This provides precious data for humanity to glimpse geological history and study the planet beneath our feet. It was a day like any other, with the cold wind howling. Time did not change because it was a turning point for human civilization, rather. It felt as mundane as an old hammer paired with an old garlic. In a collaborative project, microbiologist Lu Dongsheng was analyzing a rock sample from below 12,000 meters. The project had previously experienced the excitement of discovering the golden layer at 9,000 meters, and everyone was full of confidence for the upcoming exploration. He was responsible for analyzing the possible organic components and microorganisms within the rock. To be honest, Lu Dongsheng did not believe that any organic matter could survive in such a high-temperature, high-pressure environment at 12,000 meters, let alone microorganisms. As for the possibility of geological changes bringing surface biological remains to this depth, it was extremely low, completely negligible. Lou, come quick. Oh my God, what is this? In the laboratory, Boris, who was conducting structural and ordered analyses, suddenly shouted that half an hour later, the microbiology laboratory was heavily guarded, and the latest batch of excavated rock pieces was all transported here. Half a day later, Andropov arrived at the Kola Peninsula. Half a month later, the previously rapidly advancing drilling slowed down. Except for experts in biology, physics, and chemistry, other researchers gradually withdrew. The Kola superdeep borehole gradually faded from public view, although it was not widely known at that time. 8 years later, the Soviet Union collapsed, and 55-year-old Lu Dongsheng returned to China, taking a position at the Chinese Academy of Sciences in geological work. 3 years later, Russia announced the cessation of the Earth Telescope project. Strangely, compared to the progress at the beginning of the project, the drilling depth had only advanced by 262 meters in the 10 years since 1983. Of course, the mysterious rumors about having dug to hell, unearthed monsters, and heard screams from hell had not yet spread at this time. In 2006, Lu Dongsheng passed away, leaving behind a handwritten farewell and sealing some experimental materials. A century later, a genius scientist opened a century-old sealed memory. Time flowed quietly and steadily forward, and the hole poked down was long gone. But the wave, it has come. The following is the main text. In the past, people always thought that technology could do anything if something couldn't be realized. It must be due to our insufficient understanding rather than its inherent limitations. Wang Wengang extinguished his cigarette, but his entire face hidden in swirling smoke, his eyes half closed. Wang Wengang said this to Gu Jie, but his gaze was not focused on Gu Jie. It seemed he had penetrated through the mist before him, through Gu Jie's body, through the walls, the ground, disappearing into an unknown abyss. Years later, when faced with the curse of all humanity, Gu Jie realized what Wang Wengang had said on that distant night. Isn't it? Gu Jie skillfully lit another cigarette for him, a hint of confusion on his face. His brother-in-law never discussed such vague topics with him, nor did he talk about work matters. Besides confidentiality agreements, the two's work was completely unrelated. Wang Wengang had always been the ideal child, a genius with PhDs in physics, philosophy, information science, and geology. Even those prodigies from the orphanage could hardly match him. He currently worked in a classified department of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. As for Gu Jie, he was a diligent student, completing a master's degree in life sciences step by step, working in a laboratory in the capital. Could he be a victim of domestic violence? Gu Jie's mouth twitched slightly, and images of the decisive Wang Wengang on television flashed through his mind, contrasting sharply with the gentle side at home. It was as if he were two different people. What does it matter if it is or isn't? If it cannot be realized, for whatever reason, it simply cannot be realized. Wang Wengang took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly exhaled, his expression growing more indifferent. Before Gu Jie could ponder a series of questions, Wang Wengang continued. For example, the human mind. No, more accurately, it should be consciousness. You can guess, model, analyze, and predict, or add probability to study its possibilities, but you can never determine it, like how 1 plus 1 equals 2. Wang Wengang's gaze returned, finally landing on Gujie. Therefore, consciousness is ultimately a problem that science cannot solve. As if reaching a conclusion, a complex look flashed in Wang Wengang's eyes. He took a deep breath, and the smoke before him dissipated significantly. After extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, Wang Wengang stood up and looked back. The city outside was brightly lit and bustling. Even the night sky was reflected in various hazy colors by the city's neon lights. Downing the fruit wine in his cup, Gujie also stood up, carefully observing Wang Wengang before him. Today, his brother-in-law seemed a bit strange. Even if he were a victim of domestic violence, it wouldn't elevate to contemplating consciousness or something of that sort, right? Could it be that he encountered some difficulties in his research? Gujie didn't know what to say, and before he could organize his sparse words to enlighten his oddly behaving brother-in-law, he saw Wang Wengang pointing out the window, saying, "Everyone has their own independent consciousness that cannot be analyzed. The collective consciousness, social consciousness, and even the consciousness of an entire civilization." Wang Wengang suddenly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and fell silent. "Brother, are you studying sociology or collective consciousness recently?" Gujie asked tentatively. Wang Wengang shook his head and sat down again, not answering Gujie's question, but rather asked a seemingly unrelated question. "Xiaogu, what do you think is the essence of life?" Gujie sat down as well. Wang Wengang's question left him a bit baffled. Looking at the 2 bottles of high-proof fruit wine on the table, one belonging to his brother-in-law was already empty, a realization flashed through his mind. It seemed his brother-in-law was drunk. The essence of life is a topic with many opinions, always a subject of debate. Wang Wengang looked at Gujie, his gaze somewhat strange, gesturing for him to continue. Although different disciplines offer various explanations of the essence of life, I think they have made it overly complicated. Simply put, it is merely for the continuation and perpetuation of genetic information. Reproducing to continue, living to perpetuate. So life seeks mating and reproduction, or seeks longevity. Gujie rambled on. Although he wasn't drunk, the fruit wine had a strong after effect, and his head felt a bit dizzy once he started talking. He couldn't stop. At some point, Wang Wengang handed him another glass of wine, and Gujie downed it in one go, continuing to chat. Getting drunk and bragging was something he excelled at. Life is just a macro expression of genetic information. So the essence of life is also genetic information, which is information carried by an orderly material structure. Ha! A flicker of light appeared before him as Gujie lit a cigarette, completely unaware of Wang Wengang's serious expression. The existence of life is to transmit or preserve the ordered information carried by matter. Blah, blah, blah. Gujie was getting into the groove when Wang Wengang suddenly interrupted him. "Then what is consciousness?" Gujie was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he just bragging? Now, his brother-in-law was elevating it to a philosophical level. Isn't consciousness a high aggregation of information? Of course, there are also theories that consciousness is some sort of dark energy or dark matter or quantum entanglement. Wang Wengang poured Gujie another glass of wine and asked, "What do you think? Maybe it's a kind of high-dimensional projection. Just like when we go to the metaverse, for the individuals in the metaverse, isn't consciousness just the players existing outside of it? The essence of their lives is just encoded fragments." Gujie was drunk. The memory of waking up the next day ended here. The smart butler woke Gujie up at 7 o'clock, a time that had been set long ago. "Xiao Yuan, turn on the morning news. By the way, how did I get back last night?" Gujie instructed the smart butler while washing up. "Master Gu, you arrived home at 0:43 last night. It was Master Wang who brought you back in 2148. Artificial intelligence was quite mature, paired with the virtual reality interaction technology developed based on AI. It had basically achieved universal accessibility. Televisions, mobile phones, projectors, etc. had long moved from ordinary households to museums decades ago. Images suddenly flashed before Gujie's eyes, just as the morning news was about to begin. Welcome to the Morning News Report. Today is May 10th, 2148, the 22nd day of the 3rd lunar month, Friday. According to Xinhua News Agency, our country's Mars space station's material and equipment warehouse has successfully docked. Experts say that subsequent construction of the Mars base will no longer require transporting materials from Earth. That's fast. I wonder if the M178 potatoes developed in our lab can adapt to the environment of the Mars base. It should be fine. There haven't been any major issues during years of simulated production. But the taste of that thing is really terrible that if everything goes smoothly, I should be able to get a bonus in a few months. At that time, I'll see if I can get my wife transferred to the capital. The soy milk and fried dough sticks from the Smart Breakfast box really don't taste good. There's no smoky flavor. Even if I make it myself, it won't taste much better. My wife's cooking is still the best. According to Reuters, at 2 a.m. today, earthquakes occurred in multiple locations around the world, and nearly 100 volcanoes erupted simultaneously. The casualty situation is currently unknown. Experts say that simultaneous volcanic eruptions are a rare occurrence in a millennium, and the causes are still uncleared. Jia, who was brushing his teeth, was suddenly stunned, hardly believing his eyes. The virtual screen flashed scenes from major volcanoes around the world, with lava spewing and thick smoke rising, volcanic ash blocking out the sun. Tonga Volcano, Yellowstone Park, Merapi Volcano, Changbai Mountain, Mount Fuji, Tian Shan Mountain. One after another, both familiar and unfamiliar names were erupting. What's going on? The apocalyptic scenes on the screen left Jia speechless. Before he could regain his senses, he suddenly heard Xiao Yuan broadcasting. Master Gu, there are people outside. On the other side of the news interface, 3 uniformed staff members stood coldly at the door. 2 special police officers and a man in a suit. Mr. Jia, here are my credentials. We need your cooperation for an investigation. Please come with us. Chapter 2. Confidentiality Agreement. Moments later, the bomb-proof magnetic suspension vehicle glided silently through the underground parking lot. Jia had never imagined he would one day ride in a bomb-proof vehicle. The high specifications didn't match his identity at all. Could it be that the plans to get his wife a job transfer were exposed? Or is there a toxic side effect of the M178 developed by the project team that they're here to hold him accountable for? Faced with the 3 silent and cold-faced staff members, Jia couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Before long, the magnetic suspension vehicle entered a government building in the capital, with a plaque at the entrance prominently reading, National Planetary Defense Committee. Jia had heard of this institution before. As a scientific worker, he was quite familiar with the brief history of modern science. That it was said that this institution was established in the 2030s of the 21st century, initially responsible for promoting the integration of near-Earth small-body detection, early warning and defense in our country. The early reports they produced were basically related to small-body defense, such as research on intraplanetary hypervelocity launch technology above 10 kilometers and its application, exploration in planetary defense, and discussion on the mechanism and effect evaluation of nuclear explosions for asteroid defense, etc. However, as China's aerospace technology developed, the committee gradually shifted from defense to the mining and capture of asteroids, to the point where some jokingly suggested that the National Planetary Defense Committee should be renamed the National Planetary Mining Conference. Fragments of memory flashed in Jia's mind, and he couldn't understand what bringing him here was meant to accomplish. Were they planning to grow vegetables on some asteroid? To Jia's surprise, the 3 did not take him to the above-ground building, but instead went directly down a level into a hall marked with a number. The hall was filled with the roar of large equipment, and besides dozens of staff members dressed differently, there were many others who, like him, looked confused and bewildered. About 30 or 40 people of all ages sat in the back rows of chairs in the hall, and among them were even a few familiar faces seen frequently in the news. The 2 special police officers who brought him stopped at the door and did not enter. The man in the suit gestured for Jia to take a seat, then walked straight to an elderly man. Just as Jia settled down, the old man looked up at him with a serious expression. For some reason, the old man's gaze made Jia feel a chill in his heart, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure, just like described in literary works. Yi. A familiar voice came from beside him, and Jia turned to see a man approaching. Zhao Zhuoming. Jia was a bit surprised, but not shocked. Zhao Zhuoming was an expert from another chemical research institute, and some of the chemical materials purchased by the Life Sciences Laboratory were provided by his institute. So, they had become familiar over time. When humans find themselves in unfamiliar environments, they tend to unconsciously gravitate toward acquaintances or familiar things, stemming from an inherent sense of insecurity. Psychologically, this is said to arise from the need for security in personality. Zhao Zhuoming's appearance somewhat alleviated Jia's initial anxiety. Jia, what area is your team researching recently? As soon as Zhao Zhuoming sat down next to Jia, he asked in a low voice. Multigenic coupling. What's up? This was nothing that couldn't be said. So good, Jie answered briefly. Well, it's an old research project. You should still be focused on crops, right? Zhao Zhuoming nodded while looking inquisitive. But I've heard that this can be applied to human DNA editing to create superhumans. You're not doing that, are you? Gujie's brow instantly furrowed, feeling somewhat displeased. Human DNA editing? What nonsense is this guy talking about? That's globally prohibited. Although various technologies have matured, and the issue of off-target effects was completely resolved by the end of the last century, no one has ever dared to cross that line. Of course, the genetically edited twins born in Shanghai in the early 21st century, who were immune to HIV, don't count, as there have been no subsequent records or reports, and they disappeared into the annals of history. Don't worry, our lab doesn't have the equipment for animal embryo cultivation. We've always focused on crop resistance. What's wrong? Are you interested in human DNA editing, Professor Zhao? Zhao Zhuoming shook his head repeatedly. No, I arrived early and heard some gossip. It seems that the research projects brought over today are quite, how to put it, quite special, so I asked. Special? What kind of project are you leading, Professor Zhao? Special composite materials for aerospace projects. Zhao Zhuoming leaned in closer and lowered his voice. Did you see that? Over there are experts from the Planetary Physics Research Institute. I heard they're currently working on technology for geomagnetic applications. And that one, a big shot in information science, is said to be working on. Everyone, please be quiet. The old man who had been looking at Gujie suddenly spoke up, interrupting Zhao Zhuoming's words. The old man scanned the room, and seeing that everyone was looking at him, he said with a serious expression, I am Zheng Pan, the head of the Ministry of Defense. I have called you all here today to announce two things. The first is that, effective immediately, I invite all of you to join the National Planetary Defense Committee. Here is a confidentiality agreement, and as for the second matter, I will inform you all after you sign the confidentiality agreement. Those who do not wish to join may leave now, but must keep today's events strictly confidential. After the old man finished speaking, staff members had already brought the documents. Though it was called an invitation, the words left no room for refusal. Not to mention, Gujie himself had been brought here. Even though technologies like AI and human-machine interaction are advanced, and electronic contracts have been legally recognized for over 100 years, confidentiality agreements still maintain their most original form of traditional paper and signatures. Old Zheng, may I ask what happened? Someone stood up to ask the old man. From this address, it was clear that they were quite familiar with each other. Professor Zhai, let's discuss it after signing the confidentiality agreement. Zheng Pan did not know Gujie, but Professor Zhai often appeared in the news, and everyone present knew him. He was an academician of the National Academy of Sciences, a top physicist, and held a status in the academy that far exceeded that of a genius like the Big Brother. Thinking of this, Gujie was a bit puzzled. It seemed that everyone present was a big name in their respective fields, but where was the Big Brother? He completely forgot that he was hardly a big name himself, at most just a senior technician. As he took the confidentiality agreement, Gujie was stunned to see that it prominently stated confidentiality agreement for the Emergency Combat Command of the National Planetary Defense Committee. Combat? Gujie analyzed with his not-so-smart brain that the literal meaning was that they were going to war, right? But in a time of peace, who would they be fighting? The major powers were competing to plant their flags on various planets. Who would still care about the fragmented land on Earth? Could it be that they had discovered aliens? Gujie's eyes lit up as he quickly opened the document to read. Chapter 3 Disappearance 10 years ago. At the age of 18, Gujie finally met the qualifications to enter the fully fledged virtual world metaverse. After identity verification, he eagerly established his identity in the metaverse as a handsome, muscular man standing at 1 meter 80. Uncle Gu. He then couldn't wait to enter the holographic battle online game, 1999 War Chronicle. His first encounter with content related to 1999 War Chronicle was when he was a child, flipping through the Weibo of his great-grandfather from the post-00s generation. It is said that when his great-grandfather passed away, electronic tombstones were in vogue, with the gravestone displaying only a QR code and life records along with virtual assets stored in the cloud, accessible with a scan. His great-grandfather's Weibo reposted an article about the 1999 confidentiality agreement, which sparked Gujie's yearning. In a peaceful era, fighting against invaders with swords and horses was almost every little boy's dream. A quick online search revealed that after the underlying architecture of the metaverse, virtual reality interaction, and fully rendered physical engine matured, the Earth Defense War, fabricated by netizens from the 80s and 90s of the 21st century, had been brought into the virtual world and transformed into a popular interstellar battle game, 1999 War Chronicle. Thus, playing 1999 War Chronicle had long been Gu Jie's dream. Since Gu Jie turned 18, he had been playing for 10 years, and even now, he still occasionally jumps into play, becoming a seasoned Star Wars fan. Therefore, when he opened the confidentiality agreement before him, Gu Jie was very excited. But the next moment, he was completely stunned. The first sentence of the confidentiality agreement read, "The confidentiality period of this agreement is 100 years, tentative, pertaining to the confidentiality treaty of the temporary command of the emergency counterattack against Earth." What? Counterattack against Earth? Does this mean we are aliens? As he continued to read, he found no concrete information, just some confidentiality clauses filling up a page. A pen was clipped to the document, and an ink pad was placed nearby. After signing and sealing, the agreement had already been taken away by soldiers. Undoubtedly, there was no one in attendance who opted out. And after signing the agreement, everyone looked solemn and puzzled, staring at Zheng Pan. "Here is a document for everyone to read. In 1 hour, we will hold the first meeting on the counterattack against Earth." As he spoke, Zheng Pan waved his hand, and a light curtain flashed before everyone present, automatically opening a document. Clearly, this hall was equipped with virtual reality interaction devices. Just as Gu Jie was about to browse through it, he heard Zheng Pan call his name. "Others can look first. Gu Jie, come here." The old man's tone was unyielding, and as soon as he finished speaking, he turned and entered a side room in the hall. At the same time, the suited man who had brought Gu Jie stood beside him. "Mr. Gu, please." The tone was equally undeniable. Gu Jie, feeling confused, stood up and followed the suited man toward the room under the gaze of others. Upon entering, Gu Jie was astonished. The room was not large, and the entire space exhibited a special silver-gray reflective color, made of a special nano-coating, which was both expensive and effective, serving as a perfect material for creating an electromagnetic shielding space, far superior to a Faraday cage. Staying here, even if you had a military satellite phone, you wouldn't get any signal. Moreover, due to the special nature of the coating, all electromagnetic devices inside the space would also fail. Gu Jie didn't expect that the high-level treatment of being picked up by an armored vehicle would be refreshed so quickly. Meeting in a fully shielded space? This was a privilege that even provincial leaders might not have. There must be a misunderstanding. The research on gene coupling technology was still relying on decades-old foundations, without any groundbreaking breakthroughs. The casual and crude coupling depicted in online novels was simply impossible to achieve. Why such a high-standard reception for him? Could it really be an interstellar war? Did the leaders notice his outstanding performance in 1999 War Chronicle and want him to pilot the new generation of starships? Gu Jie's thoughts raced, and after a moment of shock, he expressionlessly followed the suited man's guidance and sat down. It was a 1-meter square wooden table with plastic and steel chairs. Zheng Pan sat opposite, flipping through a pile of paper documents, with no one else present. There were 3 others sitting with him, 2 men and 1 woman, whom Gu Jie did not recognize. "Leader," Gu Jie started to speak, but was interrupted by the old man. Gu Jie, male, 28 years old, a seasoned player in the metaverse, graduated with a master's degree in life sciences from the University of Science and Technology of China, currently employed at the Capital Green Biolab, leading a project on genetically modified crop resistance editing. Spouse, Wang Yi, sister of Wang Wengang, 22 years old, intern nurse at Northwest Plasma Hospital. No mistakes, right? Zheng Pan's tone was calm as he stared at Gu Jie. Gu Jie nodded, and before he could ask, Zheng Pan continued. "Last night, at 8:02 p.m., academician Wang Wengang contacted you for dinner. At 8:04, you went to the bathroom, washed up, changed clothes, and left at 8:20. You took a driverless magnetic levitation vehicle at 8:25, arrived at the peace gathering point at 8:40, waited 10 minutes, and entered the 18th floor of the peace gathering point, Peach Blossom Grove, to dine with Wang Wengang." As Zheng Pan narrated, Gu Jie's eyes widened more and more. although the issue of privacy leakage had been severe since the early last century. The later smart legislation restricted the underlying logic of smart programs, without authorization from the user themselves. No other individual had the right to access any information obtained from smart devices, including but not limited to images, text, and voice. But what was this situation? Did the manufacturer leave a backdoor? Otherwise, how could they know so clearly? Starting from 10:35 p.m., Your and Wang Wengang's smart wearables fell silent. Indoor surveillance equipment lost power, and everything only returned to normal at 12:05 a.m. after the meal ended. Zheng Pan put down the documents in his hand and took out a pen to make notes. Now, tell me, what did you discuss last night? Are you investigating my personal privacy? Gu Jie felt angry and somewhat anxious. After all, such a blatant inquiry into his privacy could not be a trivial matter. First, tell me what is going on. Besides, when did my smart wearable go silent while drinking with my brother-in-law? I had no idea. Wang Wengang's smart wearable issued a medical alert signal at 2 a.m. last night. 1 second later, the signal was cut off, and 10 minutes later, medical personnel arrived at the scene. But Wang Wengang had already disappeared. Zheng Pan stated expressionlessly. In other words, he's gone missing. Gu Jie was instantly stunned, unable to believe his ears. His brother-in-law had disappeared? Seemingly sensing Gu Jie's confusion, the old man continued. Wang Wengang possessed state secrets. This matter is significant. Please cooperate with the investigation. Gu Jie numbly nodded, clearly still in shock from his brother-in-law's sudden disappearance. Last night, Gu Jie tried hard to recall the conversation from the previous night, as the three people across from him repeatedly confirmed, down to every word. Unfortunately, after drinking, he simply couldn't remember anything. This is Ms. Gao, a hypnosis expert. We hope to help you recall through hypnosis. Zheng Pan continued. Gu Jie looked at the other party and nodded numbly. Chapter 4: The war has begun. Gu Jie felt his brain stop thinking, not even knowing how he got to his seat. Yes, just as Gu Jie thought, war was about to break out. But it was not the interstellar war he had imagined, nor was it anything to do with aliens. The enemy was right here on Earth, and Wang Wengang was the instigator of this war. There was no escaping the treatment of a Class A war criminal, of course, provided he could be found. At 2 a.m. today, 15 minutes after Wang Wengang went missing, earthquakes occurred in 186 regions worldwide, with magnitudes ranging from 4 to 6, and 132 volcanoes erupted. The geomagnetic field showed abnormal deviations, and the trend of geomagnetic deviation continued without signs of stopping. Furthermore, according to big data analysis, Wang Wengang frequently browsed various volcano monitoring live feeds in the hour before his disappearance, and these monitoring devices were actually disguised as our country's top-secret installations. All the key positions were destroyed after Wang Wengang vanished. All of this was revealed to him after being hypnotized, as Elder Zheng informed him. But the four people across from him said nothing about what he had said during hypnosis. However, their expressions seemed somewhat gentler. Yet, what Elder Zheng said left Gu Jie even more horrified and confused. Everyone must have seen the materials just now. So now, I officially announced the first meeting of the National Planetary Defense Committee's Temporary Command for Ground Emergency Self-Defense Counterattack, hereinafter referred to as the Counterattack Department, has begun. First item, establish the Counterattack Department. Everyone present is a member of the Counterattack Department, and I will be directly responsible for it. Second item, discuss combat strategies, striving for a comprehensive victory in the counterattack while minimizing resource consumption and not expanding the impact. Third item, Elder Zheng and the others, along with Gu Jie, came out and chaired the meeting. The attendees at this moment were completely different from before. After reviewing the materials, they all looked horrified. Of course, a few individuals had excited expressions, appearing eager to try. With just one document, they had clarified everything. Elder Zheng's words were synchronously transmitted to everyone's ears through smart devices. But Gu Jie stared blankly at the virtual screen in front of him, deaf to it all. Compared to the old man's narration, the information on the virtual screen was more detailed, with the general content as follows. In 1970, the former Soviet Union launched the Earth Telescope project and initiated super-deep drilling on the Kola Peninsula to study the Earth's interior. In 1983, after 13 years of exploration, The depth of the former Soviet Union's Earth telescope project reached a terrifying 12,000 meters, discovering silicon-based unicellular life forms underground. Over the next 10 years, the former Soviet Union continued drilling another 262 meters to obtain more life forms for research, but due to environmental factors, the silicon-based unicellular life forms collected were dead, oxidized by low temperatures. In 1994, Russia announced that it was forced to stop due to a lack of significant contributions from the research. In fact, between 1983 and 1994, our country's scientist Liu Dongsheng accidentally discovered a living silicon-based life form and brought it back after the collapse of the former Soviet Union. However, due to the research conditions at the time, there was no progress for a long time, and it was shelved in the laboratory along with the research materials. In 2125, geologist Wang Wengang learned about the existence of the experimental subject after entering the Joint Research Institute to review materials. After applying for continued research and receiving approval from higher authorities, Wang Wengang unsealed the experimental subject for study and found that it had been sealed for over a century and was still alive. Wang Wengang organized a team, referencing Liu Dongsheng's research materials, to simulate an underground environment to cultivate the silicon-based life form, enabling it to reproduce and undergo directed evolution through artificial intervention. Due to its uniqueness, this life form was completely different from carbon-based life. Its most significant characteristic was the absence of gender, with asexual reproduction, electromagnetic communication, and memory inheritance. The next generation perfectly inherited everything from the previous generation, including form, memory, and shape. It had a strong adaptability to the conditions of artificial selection intervention. This also allowed its evolutionary speed to exceed human imagination. After nearly 10 years of meticulous cultivation, the silicon-based organism finally produced intelligent individuals. The ecstatic scientists carefully nurtured this individual, naming it Stone, and taught it knowledge. Stone regarded Wang Wengang's team as parents, with a simple mind, following their instructions. Unfortunately, Stone was unable to reproduce from the beginning, using electromagnetic waves for communication. Wang Wengang's team established encrypted communication and applied to utilize Stone's uniqueness to study related disciplines such as geology, electromagnetics, and information science. With approval from higher authorities, Stone was released underground in 2135, at which time its knowledge was roughly equivalent to that of a high school graduate. Wang Wengang's team maintained communication with Stone using encrypted electromagnetic waves. As a result, our country's research levels in these major fields rose to the forefront of the world. In 2140, scientists unexpectedly discovered that the originally non-reproducing stone had successfully bred offspring in the underground environment and had already expanded its population, hereinafter referred to as silicon people, to a terrifying extent, establishing an authoritarian rule. At the same time, they controlled volcanic eruptions and magma flows to create earthquakes as a deterrent. For the first time, Stone proposed a request to exchange knowledge for information. After evaluation by a panel of experts, our country, in the interest of peaceful development, signed a mutually beneficial treaty with Stone, providing Stone with scientifically evaluated knowledge in exchange for geological information and cooperation in related scientific research, such as information and electromagnetics. Meanwhile, to address potential risks, our country secretly developed targeted plans and successfully deterred the silicon people in 2145. For 3 years, our country coexisted peacefully with the silicon people, mutually beneficial and cooperative. However, at 2 a.m. today, the deterrent facilities inexplicably failed. At the same time, our country received a diplomatic letter from the silicon people, demanding that we share all technology with them, assist the silicon people in excavating city number 3 to make it molten, and publicly recognize the independence of the silicon people to the world. This unreasonable request was rejected by our country, after which the silicon people announced their surface transformation plan. The main goals included the elimination of oxygen and global warming. At 2:15 a.m., they launched their attack. Earthquakes occurred in 186 regions worldwide, with magnitudes ranging from 4 to 6, and 132 volcanoes erupted. Most were concentrated within our borders, while the global geomagnetic field showed abnormal deviations. And the trend of geomagnetic deviation continued without signs of stopping. Our country solemnly announced the implementation of an extermination plan against the Silicon people. The war has begun. Gujia did not understand why the materials made no mention of Wang Wangong's disappearance and betrayal, but he was clear that the statements in the text, though plain, were filled with crisis at every turn. That is all the content of today's meeting. Next, let's discuss combat strategies. Chapter 5 Deterrence Plan Minister, given such a significant change, should we notify other countries or report it to the United Nations? A colleague from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs spoke first. Elder Zheng shook his head, his tone firm. No need for now. This is an internal matter of our country. Is there a possibility of repairing the damaged key facilities of the deterrent weapons? If so, we should urgently organize special forces for repairs. Someone spoke up, but before Elder Zheng could respond, a man beside him said, the action team set out last night for repairs, but hope is slim. The nodes of the deterrent weapons are still being damaged. We need detailed information on the Silicon beings and analyze the possibilities of targeted attacks from biochemical and physical perspectives. Professor Zhai's voice was loud and resonant. Silicon beings evolved from silicon-based life forms, spherical in shape, with a glass-like texture, hard and wear-resistant exterior, and limb-like organs that can retract into the sphere. Their shell has opening organs to communicate via electromagnetic waves. Memory can be transferred and stored, and their chemical properties are relatively stable. Their divergent thinking and imagination are not as good as humans. They are absolutely rational, and memory can be copied and inherited. I will send detailed information to everyone. While speaking, Elder Zheng tapped a few times on the virtual screen. Gujia was unsure whether it was because the information received in such a short time was too bizarre or due to the influence of Ms. Gao's hypnosis. But his mind was still unclear. At that moment, the voices reached his mind as if separated by a layer of mist, feeling distant and dreamlike. Everything was unclear and seemed unrelated to him. After looking down at the information about the Silicon beings for a moment, Gujia couldn't help but smile bitterly. The shortcomings of this entity were obvious. It was easily disrupted by electromagnetic fields, heat-resistant but not cold-resistant, and could easily be deceived. Of course, the heat resistance also had its limits, but the advantages were even more apparent. They were numerous, completely operating secretly underground, with special abilities to create earthquakes and cause volcanic eruptions, making them hard to defend against. With his simple mind, he couldn't think of any immediate solutions to the trouble. As for biological technology attacks, don't even think about it. The life structure of this thing is vastly different from carbon-based life forms. Since that's the case, I have a plan. Someone suddenly stood up, attracting everyone's attention. Since this organism stores energy in electromagnetic form and communicates through electromagnetic waves, we can use electromagnetic pulse weapons to eliminate it. The Silicon beings live underground. Electromagnetic pulses cannot penetrate. Someone retorted, we can fish. Lure the Silicon beings to gather in a certain place. Nonsense. Professor Zhai suddenly stood up, looking around with a serious expression. If the information is true, this is not only an internal issue for our country, but a crisis for all of humanity and even the entire ecological sphere of the Earth. Humanity has no choice but to flee the Earth. We have nuclear bombs, someone weakly said. Release them on the surface? Without the enemy, humanity can destroy itself. Release them underground? What's the difference between releasing nuclear bombs in the crust and Silicon beings creating earthquakes and volcanic eruptions? Moreover, would the enemy just watch you dig underground without moving? Just a small electromagnetic interference or seismic wave could turn your damn nuclear bomb into iron pellets. All our weapons will first kill ourselves before killing the enemy. I suggest we immediately notify the world to flee the Earth. As Professor Zhai finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. Even the previously busy staff in uniform stopped. Gujia was even more shocked by Professor Zhai's words. Although he felt he couldn't come up with any good ideas, human technology was so advanced that even if there were some troubles, there must be ways to defeat the Silicon beings. Moreover, the higher-ups were not fools. They must have reservations in exchanging scientific knowledge with the Silicon beings. as their technological level could not match that of humans. Additionally, the underground environment was special, making it much harder for silicon beings to develop compared to humans. For humanity, silicon beings were at most just a bit more troublesome. But hearing Professor Zhai say this, how could it be that we, with our technological strength far surpassing that of the silicon beings, are instead vulnerable before them? Then what after fleeing the Earth? Elder Zheng stared back at Professor Zhai and asked, "Do you know what it means for all volcanoes to erupt simultaneously across the globe? Volcanic ash will block out the sun, and the living beings on Earth will face possibly decades of darkness, polluted water sources, cold air, and lack of oxygen." Professor Zhai was at a loss for words, frowning and starting to think. An elderly man with graying hair stood up, his frail figure but eyes sharp as an eagle. To flee without fighting the enemy? That is a disgrace for soldiers, a disgrace for humanity. This was an expert in weapons from the military, Elder Nye. Based on the current information, since the silicon beings aim to transform the surface, it is clear that their goal is to invade the surface and live on it, not underground. Due to their special physiological structure, the likelihood of the silicon beings invading the surface before completing the transformation is small. From my analysis, one of the methods mentioned in the silicon beings announcement regarding oxygen consumption and the global warming plan is volcanic eruptions. Volcanic eruptions release a large amount of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, while the flowing magma burns forests, generating more greenhouse gases while releasing heat. But this is a slow process. They cannot and will not be able to erupt all the volcanoes globally simultaneously. Otherwise, they would have done so early this morning. And keeping humans alive would mean nothing to them. Moreover, decades of cold periods do not meet their needs. They may look for oil fields, natural gas, coal mines, etc. to ignite, but that cannot eliminate humanity in the short term. We still have time. I demand that the previous deterrence plan against the silicon beings be shared. Even if we cannot repair the relevant facilities in time, concentrating efforts to recreate them is not impossible. If it cannot be done on the surface, it can be made in space stations. No matter how big the difficulties, our military, from ancient times to the present, has only fallen bodies, not fearful souls. Elder Nye's words brightened everyone's eyes. This analysis made a lot of sense, and the successful deterrence against the silicon beings was right before them. Destroy and recreate. All eyes turned to Elder Zheng, who frowned slightly. After discussing with a few people beside him for a moment, he finally said, "In that case, I will announce the deterrence plan from years ago." As Elder Zheng narrated, the eyes of everyone present grew wider, looking as if they had seen a ghost. No one expected that the deterrence plan mentioned in the documents would be such a crazy act. Even more unexpected was that the so-called deterrence plan was not a top-secret technological breakthrough, but an unfathomable, terrifying idea. And this idea could be easily realized both theoretically and technically. Chapter 6. Unknown call Mr. Gujie. Where are we going now? Stepping out of the National Planetary Defense Committee compound, the suited man who brought Gujie here asked him, "Gaofeng, let's go home first." After the initial shock, Gujie had regained his composure. The suited man beside him was Gaofeng, personally arranged by Old Zheng. The other party's identity is a special security guard from the National Security, and Old Zheng said he holds a high military rank, which Gujie didn't really understand. "Considering your special circumstances, Gaofeng will be your personal bodyguard." That was Old Zheng's exact words. Gujie had no objections and didn't care. As the last person to have contact with Wang Wengang before his disappearance, Gujie felt this was quite normal. He was more concerned about Gao Feng's background as a graduate of a public orphanage. The so-called public orphanage is a system that raises children from infancy to 16 years old without parental involvement, funded by public resources. Gujie had discussed married life with his wife multiple times, wanting to maintain their life without compromises while also wanting a child. Wang Yi had always advocated for placing the child in a public orphanage. Although the public orphanage system has been in place for nearly half a century since its establishment at the end of the last century, it is still in the pilot phase and hasn't been widely implemented. Like most people, Gujie has always held a reserved attitude towards it. However, he had to admit that the establishment of public orphanages has alleviated the population problem to some extent. Starting from the mid-21st century, birth rates have been declining year by year, and more young people are unwilling to have children. Coupled with the increasingly serious issue of an aging population at that time, the application of social orphanages was born, along with several other measures to curb the population decline. Supporters of the child social orphanage system advocate that it allows people to have more time and energy to pursue more noble careers. That love becomes pure without being mixed with more interests. That class differentiation caused by inheritance rights disappears completely in the historical tide. That education becomes more standardized, industrialized, and focuses on cultivating outstanding talents, completely eliminating religious and feudal backward consciousness under the family system. But Gu Jie always felt that a childhood without parents is too tragic. Perhaps when he has time, he can learn more from Gao Feng. The thought flashed through Gu Jie's mind, and he shook his head with a bitter smile, wondering what he was thinking, as if there would even be a future. Mr. Gu Jie, please get in the car. Gu Jie was distracted for a moment, and Gao Feng had already summoned the previous anti-explosion magnetic suspension vehicle. The tires automatically retracted, and the suspension vehicle flew smoothly and silently just above the road surface. Although it didn't have the cool freedom of anti-gravity engine vehicles from sci-fi movies, it still felt very high-tech. Through the window, he saw people coming and going on the street under the bright sun, young couples relaxing under trees, elderly people strolling in the square, and huge 3D projection advertisements between towering buildings. A prosperous era, compared to everything he had just experienced. What he saw before him seemed more real, without deterrence plans or silicon invasions, just enjoying peace. But reason told Gu Jie that behind this prosperity lay a precarious crisis. How many people outside were oblivious, just like his former self, unknowingly wrapped in a seemingly flourishing peace that was only a fragile bubble? And how many compatriots had sacrificed their lives and poured their hearts into this continuation? Old Zheng's words echoed like a magic sound in his ears. And Gu Jie couldn't help but imagine how humanity's upper echelons had endured humiliation and heavy burdens in the face of the silicon threat. How they had laid out such a vast project in just 5 years, maintaining deterrence at a delicate balance. It must have been very difficult. But now, even this bubble has burst. The one who burst this bubble was none other than Wang Wengang, who personally arranged this crazy plan. 8 years ago, faced with the sudden threat of the silicon beings, Wang Wengang, as the creator of the silicon beings, submitted that crazy and terrifying deterrence plan. The dismantling plan. In fact, the theoretical basis of this plan had already been proposed 2 centuries ago. To create a self-replicating nanobot that constructs its body components in proportions that basically match the Earth's major elemental reserves. The nanobots execute only one task: to infinitely manufacture themselves. Once activated, they will forever execute the command. The Earth will completely disappear within 2 hours. Gu Jie didn't know how they solved the energy problem, nor did he understand how the nanobots would operate under the extreme conditions of weakened gravity and the disappearance of the atmosphere after Earth's mass decreases to below -200 degrees. But clearly they had solved it. 3 years ago, they successfully deployed these things all over the Earth, a total of 20,000 points globally, with 13 of them being the key points of this plan, hidden among the 20,000 points, unless the silicon beings could destroy all 13 points at the same time. The plan would be activated, and the Earth would be destroyed in 2 hours. To demonstrate their determination to perish with the silicon beings and to avoid the classic Saint scenario from the old movie 3 Body, which would lead to a failure of deterrence. The activation device is not on Earth, but in the Tiangong alien city, formerly the Tiangong, one space station 120 years ago. Humanity has developed space technology and has taken initial steps into space, allowing them to preserve the fire of civilization even if Earth disappears. Moreover, in the past 3 years, the country has vigorously developed aerospace technology, which has increased the deterrence power. And the silicon being's technological tree has some limitations, plus environmental and inherent restrictions. If deterrence is activated, the only outcome is annihilation. This is precisely why the dismantling plan succeeded in deterring the silicon beings. And now, all 13 points have been destroyed by Wang Wengang. At the same time, Gu Jie sat in the car, pondering for a long time and still couldn't figure out why his brother-in-law suddenly did this. Was there an anti-human tendency? It shouldn't be. His brother-in-law had always been the embodiment of wisdom, and his in-laws had sacrificed themselves for the aerospace cause. While his wife Wang Yu was basically raised by his brother-in-law, who was also a respected elder to Gujie. There was no reason for it. Mr. Gujie, we've arrived home. Gao Feng's words interrupted Gujie's thoughts. Order 2 takeouts, and we'll go to the planning team this afternoon, Gujie said calmly. In a short time, he had already learned to control himself. At the anti-war department meeting, no one spoke like in movies or through hearsay, with a bunch of nonsense that couldn't get to the point. Instead, they were calm and composed with clear thinking and decisive decisions. After the conference discussions regarding the surface transformation plan for the silicon beings, the anti-war department ultimately decided to execute multiple plans simultaneously. According to priority, 1. Offensive strike plan. Spare no effort for multifaceted technology, sharing, and develop targeted offensive weapons. 2. Escape plan. Fully construct Tiangong City, lunar bases, Martian cities, and explore the possibility of Mars transformation and immigrate as soon as possible. At the appropriate time, coordinate the offensive weapons to eliminate the silicon beings. 3. Redeterrence plan. Re-establish deterrence facilities or research new deterrence schemes. For the first time, Gujie realized the prowess of the country's top talents and think tanks. The task he received was to lead the life form group in the offensive strike plan. But why me? Sitting by the window and gazing out, Gujie's doubts grew more numerous. Goody unknown call. A virtual screen appeared beside him, and Xiao Yuan's voice came through. Connected. Gujie casually instructed. But the next second, he was stunned. Chapter 7 Emergencies. Gujie. By the time you see this message, I will no longer be here. The smart devices in the room were working, and like a dream crossing over, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Gujie. This was a 3D image based on virtual reality interaction technology, an old concept with no major breakthroughs, merely clearer than a century ago. The visitor was sunny and handsome, with a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. None other than the missing Wang Wengang. Gujie immediately got up, about to speak, but suddenly stopped, only managing to open his mouth before dejectedly sitting back down. It was just a video message, no possibility for dialogue. And Wang Wengang was using his own virtual image in the metaverse, clearly intentional. Did he not want people to know it was him? The projection glanced around, his smile even broader. What was meant to happen must have already happened. At this time, the one beside you should be someone trustworthy. According to their viewpoint. If I'm not mistaken, all plans are based on the premise that you still have time, right? He, naive. Holding on to foolish insights and being self-righteous is a perpetual flaw of humanity. Wang Wengang's smile became somewhat inscrutable. I leave this behind simply because I cannot bear too many of my fellow beings to sacrifice. This is the first and last time I remind you. At this point, Wang Wengang put away his smile, slightly furrowing his brow, and spoke slowly. Humanity, there is no time left. The virtual image vanished. Gujie sat dazed for a moment, hurriedly dialing Wang Wengang's personal terminal, but there was no response. Mr. Gujie, Wang Wengang's video message was recorded a month ago and stored in the cloud mailbox. Set to send at a specific time, Gao Feng said, putting down the takeout he was holding, his tone flat. The information group of the anti-war department has already investigated and confirmed that Wang Wengang is still missing. Zheng Lao asked me to tell you to make your own judgment and not let external factors influence your thinking. Gujie nodded. In fact, he had just made a subconscious gesture earlier. The level of detail that Zheng Lao controlled was frightening. How could there be any doubt about Wang Wengang's disappearance? Gao Feng, what do you think he means? Gujie asked, taking the chopsticks Gao Feng handed him, and began to eat while questioning. Gao Feng shook his head, but before he could respond, Gujie was already analyzing to himself. According to what he just said, it indicates that the disappearance was anticipated long ago, which is why he left the video message early. Moreover, he accurately knew the time of his disappearance. So, this was all premeditated, right? Gujie's gaze became somewhat unfocused, not concentrating on any particular entity. Everything was planned by him. He personally unlocked the shackles of the silicon beings. Now, he comes to remind me that humanity has no time left. Is it to show off his brilliant intellect, Or is he genuinely here to warn? Or is it simply to disrupt the deployment, buying time for his unknown schemes? Why? Why? Gujie leaned back on the sofa, eyes tightly closed, appearing as if he were asleep. Just half an hour ago, his wife Wang Yi and sister-in-law Su Tong had called one after another to inquire about Wang Wangong's disappearance. Due to confidentiality requirements, Gujie had to respond according to Zheng Lao's words. Although his sister-in-law's tone was anxious, she remained composed. After all, she was a mayor, hinting that she wanted to put some pressure on the police to find someone quickly. Wang Yi was different. She was crying uncontrollably, and Gujie couldn't soothe her at all. If he hadn't mentioned his sister-in-law, she would have probably quit her job as a nurse at the Northwest Plasma Hospital and rushed to the capital by now. There was too much on his mind. Although Gujie had his eyes closed, various thoughts kept swirling in his brain. In the fully shielded room, while being hypnotized, Zheng Lao and the others must have obtained information he was unaware of. Otherwise, why did others not arrange separate security, while he alone was assigned a high-level bodyguard? Was it merely to protect his safety, or to use him to lure out Wang Wengang? Unlikely. After the hypnosis ended, Zheng Lao's inexplicable gaze lingered in Gujie's mind. But why? Gujie gave up on thinking, opened his eyes, and saw Gao Feng standing motionless beside him. Every time Gujie opened his eyes to see Gao Feng, who stood like a towering figure, he always felt an inexplicable sense of security. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Gujie arrived on time at the office location of the Biological Entity Program Group of the Offensive Strategy Plan, the former place where Wang Wangong's team cultivated and contacted silicon beings. It was in the hills on the outskirts of the capital, with the entire office hidden beneath dense forests and earth. Had it not been for Gao Feng's skill driving, Gujie would never have discovered that the seemingly solid rock face actually had a nearly 4-lane-wide entrance. After a series of complex identity verifications, Gujie finally arrived at the office. He had already learned about the relevant information on the way. The Biological Entity Program Group had 4 core members: Team Leader Gujie, Material Science Professor Zhao Zwuming, and 2 others who were colleagues from Gujie's former unit, the Greenland Biological Laboratory. Indeed, these people were all chosen by Gujie. He didn't understand why the anti-war department would grant him such high authority, but it didn't affect him. Until he clarified all the life characteristics of the silicon beings, he had no targeted ideas, so he had to go with the flow. There were nearly 300 other members, half of whom were former core members of Wang Wangong's team, and the other half were arranged by the anti-war department, all under Gujie's command. Just as Gujie and the other 3 were holding a small meeting, deciding to thoroughly understand the data on silicon beings before making further plans to absorb Wang Wangong's team's research data as quickly as possible, and then look for weaknesses from the genetic perspective. If they could develop weapons targeting the silicon beings' genes similar to viruses, it might lead to their victory and allow them to eliminate all of them in one fell swoop. Gujie's suggestion was quite standard, and Zhao Zwuming and the other 2 nodded. However, Zhao Zwuming's gaze toward Gujie was filled with inquiry. Team Leader, I work in chemical engineering and materials. What did you bring me here for? Just as Gujie was about to speak, Gao Feng, who had been following closely, suddenly interjected. Team Leader Gu, news from the anti-war department. Gujie was momentarily stunned and followed Gao Feng's gaze to see the secure communication indicator light in the conference room flashing. Connect. The anti-war department announced that the special forces dispatched to various locations to repair the deterrence facilities had failed. All instruments were destroyed due to strong magnetic field interference, and repairs were unsuccessful. It was detected that silicon beings were active, and after triggering a volcanic eruption and earthquake early this morning, a large number of silicon beings gathered towards Area 3. Currently, the movement of the Yangtze plate is abnormal, with minor tremors occurring frequently. To be cautious, the anti-war department has dispatched troops to conduct exercises, and the super high-speed rail is ready to transfer civilians at any moment. All groups must speed up their progress. Any plans deemed feasible by the anti-war department must be executed immediately to avoid prolonged issues. Everyone, the safety of the people is in your hands. The man in the video stood at attention and saluted. Gujie and the other 3 stood up and returned the salute along with Gao Feng. The video was cut off, and Gu Jie replied to Zhao's woman, because your thoughts are. Before he could finish, a dull rumble suddenly echoed from all around. And then Gu Jie felt his legs go weak. Chapter 8 Prelude to Disaster and Earthquake. The first thought that flashed through Gu Jie's mind was immediately caught by a broad and sturdy arm. Gao Feng leaned against Gu Jie like an iron tower. The roaring continued. The ground shook, and the other three had already fallen to the ground, with Zhao's woman having crawled under the table. 10 minutes ago, City 3. Zhou Weiming stood at the back of a long queue, occasionally stretching his neck to look ahead. This was a donation station. Earlier that morning, there had been a slight tremor here, but as someone who had been through many disasters, he thought nothing of it. Being a native of City 3, situated on a seismic belt, he had grown accustomed to such experiences over the years. Later, he learned from the news that an earthquake had occurred somewhere in the northwest direction of the Hengduan Mountains, with the casualties currently unknown, prompting many to spontaneously organize donations for the disaster area. Although the central bank's virtual currency had matured long ago, allowing donations to be completed with just a few taps, most people still preferred the sense of ceremony that came with standing in line to donate, just like Zhou Weiming. Moreover, since today was a holiday and he didn't have to work, Zhou Weiming arrived quite early, only to find that there were even more people who had come before him. He had already been waiting in line for several hours, and it still wasn't his turn. Big brother, can I cut in line? Zhou Weiming was bored, scrolling through his personal terminal, where an interesting content creator was analyzing the public sentiment during the reunification of the motherland in the 21st century, when a timid voice suddenly came from beside him. Looking away, he noticed that a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, had appeared beside him, gazing at him with wide eyes. Seeing Zhou Weiming's gaze, the little girl seemed a bit nervous. Big brother, I want to cut in line. There are too many people behind me, and I have to go do my homework later. I ran out without my mom. Zhou Weiming's eyes fell on the pink piggy bank the girl was holding in her hands, which resembled one of the most popular NPCs in the metaverse, called Tuanzi. Little sister, is this your savings? The girl quickly nodded. Yes, I've been saving for several years. My dad said there was an earthquake, and the kids in the disaster area might not have food or water, so I want to buy them water and food. Her words attracted the attention of a few people nearby, who praised her for being so considerate. However, she didn't seem pleased by the compliments. Instead, she looked at Zhou Weiming with a pitiful expression. You're so good. No problem, go ahead of me. By the way, what is your name? The little girl instantly brightened up. Thank you, big brother. My name is Tuanzi. Zhou Weiming took a step back, and Tuanzi hurriedly moved to the front of the line, while a few people nearby smiled kindly. Tuanzi was a bit shy due to her young age, but the people nearby found her adorable and chatted with her from time to time, quickly becoming familiar. Just as Tuanzi reached the donation point, before she could even place her piggy bank on the counter, the ground suddenly felt like it was boiling, jumping violently upwards. In an instant, Zhou Weiming's entire world was turned upside down. The frail Tuanzi seemed to fly up like a light feather, and the pink piggy bank slipped from her hands, falling from the air as a deafening roar erupted, mixed with the screams of the crowd and the tearing of steel and concrete. Must be a magnitude 7 or 8. Zhou Weiming wasn't sure if it was his natural boldness or sheer terror that had numbed him. Even as he fell, his mind was still estimating the earthquake's intensity. The ground continued to shake, people were running everywhere, and debris was falling from above. Zhou Weiming hadn't even had time to feel the pain in his arm when his attention was drawn to a scream coming from above. Tuanzi. Seeing Tuanzi plummeting rapidly, Zhou Weiming instinctively rolled to the side. Thud! A light sound, almost insignificant amid the chaos, was the sound of Tuanzi hitting Zhou Weiming's chest. Wah! Tuanzi burst into tears. The ground felt like a mad nanny shaking a baby's crib, and Tuanzi rolled to the side, crying loudly. Zhou Weiming felt as if his chest was suddenly filled with sand, unable to catch his breath, his whole body stiffening and unable to move. Wah, big brother. Are you okay? Boo-hoo. Tuanzi's tender hands pushed Zhou Weiming, who finally seemed to come back to life. I'm fine, Ron. Zhou Weiming covered his chest, grabbed Tuanzi's hand, and dashed toward the square. The ground was shaking violently, making their frantic run worse than that of a drunken man. After only a few steps, a huge cracking sound came from behind. Tuanzi turned to look and saw the holographic equipment that had originally been hanging from the top of a building crashing down onto the ground, mixing with blood and debris. Tuanzi, hurry! Zhou Weiming did not look back, using all his strength to lift Tuanzi completely off the ground and hold her in his arms as he charged forward. The cracking sounds continued, the omnipresent roar grew closer, and Zhou Weiming felt as if he had received a blow to the head, feeling dizzy and nauseous. This was likely even more terrifying than a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake, and his thoughts flickered as he pushed himself to run harder. Although modern buildings, due to advancements in material science, were far stronger than the reinforced concrete structures of a century ago, Zhou Weiming believed that such violent tremors could not be withstood. A few more minutes of this, and collapse was inevitable. The square was wide, and the surrounding buildings were lower, making it the best place to take shelter from the quake. Suddenly, his feet felt weak, and Zhou Weiming fell to the ground while still holding Tuanzi, rolling along with the shaking ground. One moment rolling east, the next west. Soon he couldn't tell which way was which. Tuanzi had forgotten to cry. In the midst of the spinning chaos, she stared wide-eyed in fear at everything flipping rapidly in front of her. Fortunately, Zhou Weiming never let go of Tuanzi, only pressing his hand against the back of her head to protect her as the roar grew louder. After several seconds, the roar finally reached its peak. Zhou Weiming had just rolled to the side of a streetlight. Instinctively, he crossed his legs to stabilize himself, but before he could grab the streetlight to stand up, there was a loud crack, and the pavement nearby suddenly split open, a dark crack spewing foul-smelling black gas at an alarming rate. In an instant, Zhou Weiming watched helplessly as countless people tumbled and ran, their cries fading into the crack. If he hadn't happened to grab onto a utility pole, he and Tuanzi would surely have been swallowed by the fissure. At the same time, the surrounding buildings collapsed with a roar, dust erupted, and debris flew, while the tide of fleeing people was engulfed by the very structures that had once sheltered them from the cold and heat. How could this happen? Waves of heat washed over him as Zhou Weiming sat on the ground, dumbfounded, staring at everything before him. In just a few seconds, the once prosperous City 3 had turned into a wasteland. The tremors gradually weakened, but the black smoke and heat from the fissure only intensified. "Wah, big brother!" Tuanzi called out softly, and Zhou Weiming suddenly jolted awake, quickly getting up and carrying Tuanzi towards the square. Behind them, a streak of orange-red light began to grow brighter from within the crack. Chapter 9, half a rice cake. The tremors had stopped, and with Gujie's support, he finally stood up straight. Although he was curious about how Gao Feng managed to stabilize himself, he had more pressing matters at hand. A bad premonition quietly crept into his mind. Although he wasn't a geologist, Gujie had picked up some basic geological knowledge through observation. The tremors just now weren't particularly strong, but that depended on how far the epicenter was. If it was very far away, the place of the quake could be experiencing catastrophic changes. The tremors lasted for a full 7 to 8 minutes. This was almost unheard of in human history. Coupled with the capabilities of the Silicon people, Gujie could be sure that this was definitely not a natural occurrence. "Everyone, please remain calm and immediately check for any equipment damage." Gujie quickly activated the communication channel, his tone flat. The base, which had not been too chaotic, immediately returned to order. Zhao Zhuoming was still crouched under the table, his head tilted as if he had discovered a new continent while looking at Gujie, while the other two helped him to his feet. "Old Zhao, come out at 1T collapse." Before I came, I'd already learned that although the base is underground, the entire shell is made of specially combined materials, capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion. Earthquakes are no problem. Even if a mountain fell, it wouldn't collapse. It could float in lava for a while. Only then did Zhao Zhuoming cautiously crawl out with the help of the other two, patting his chest in relief. "It's good that nothing happened. Gujie, you've got guts. You're calm in a crisis, just like I was when I was young." Gujie's expression was serious. Although he usually had a playful and whimsical mindset, he wasn't in the mood to banter with Zhao Zhuoming at this moment. He turned around and directly instructed Gao Feng, "Connect me to the anti-war command center immediately. I want to know where the earthquake just occurred." Gao Feng said nothing and directly operated his smart wearable device, quickly dialing. before the signal could pass through the base S encryption. The video communication from the anti-war command center had already come through. Attention all departments. 8 minutes ago, multiple epicenters occurred in city number 3 and its surrounding areas, with a sustained earthquake of about 7.6 magnitude, confirmed to be an attack initiated by the Silicon people. Currently, the entire number 3 area is experiencing a power outage. Ground signals are interrupted, and the exercise troops have entered a state of war. Rescue departments, please organize rescue operations immediately. Other departments. In the video, the stern and resolute Zheng Lao paused slightly, showing a hint of fatigue for the first time, but it quickly disappeared. He sighed softly and said, "Everyone, the Silicon people have not given us any time. It has been proven that any decisions based on the enemy's mercy or carelessness are laughable. All departments will execute according to the original plan. The enemy does not leave us time. We will seize time for ourselves. Stand at attention. Salute." Zheng Lao's gaze was firm, as if he had 1,000 words to say. At that moment, everyone watching the video involuntarily stood tall and saluted. Everything was unspoken. We will give it our all. We will do our utmost. The video ended, and Gu Jia threw himself into the tense work. At first, there were no specific procedures. Amidst the chaos, everyone understood the urgency and importance of the situation. Even the usually talkative Zhao Zhuoming didn't say a word all afternoon. As night fell, city number 3 looked like the end of the world. Fires raged through the ruins, illuminating the dark night sky. The crack not far from the square had stopped growing, and Zhou Weiming could no longer see how far the other side of the crack was. The lava, covered in black spots, seemed like a giant beast with bloodshot eyes crawling out of the crack, slithering slowly on the ground. Occasionally, it would spit out huge black shadows that disappeared into the night. Zhou Weiming held Xiao Tuan, curled up in the square, surrounded by ruins. Besides a few leaning pine trees, most of the others were elderly men and women. The young people spent their weekends mostly in the virtual world of the metaverse, where they could travel to other worlds, dance with elves, fight dragons, traverse through time, debate with emperors and race dinosaurs. They could host parties in their personal rooms, inviting friends over for meals and games. They could create video films in script studios or produce virtual products. If it weren't for strict policy restrictions, the metaverse would probably be far more prosperous than reality. As for the elderly, they were remnants of the last century. Although they witnessed the growth of the metaverse, they weren't very enthusiastic and instead perfectly inherited the old dance that developed from the ancient movement 120 years ago. Therefore, most of those left in the square were old men and women. Although the earthquake had stopped, the fear of everyone in the square had not diminished. The distant rumbling had not ceased since the afternoon, accompanied by thunderous flashes, lasting a full 8 hours. "Big brother, I want Mom." Xiao Tuan raised her head. Her voice choked with tears. Zhou Weiming sighed and stroked Xiao Tuan's head. "It's okay. When the sun rises, you will see Mom." Xiao Tuan nodded vigorously, burying her head in Zhou Weiming's chest. "Young man, here, I have 2 rice cakes for my granddaughter to eat. She must be starving after such a long time." Zhou Weiming looked up at the old man, didn't he correct his words, and directly took the rice cakes. "Thank you, Xiao Tuan. Here are the rice cakes from Grandpa. Eat them quickly." Xiao Tuan looked up again, swallowed hard, and said firmly, "Thank you, Grandpa. I'm not hungry." "You eat, Grandpa." The old man smiled slightly. "Very good. Grandpa is not hungry either. You eat, Xiao Tuan." Xiao Tuan took the food bag, looked inside, reached out to grab one, and handed the food bag back to the old man. "1 rice cake is enough for me. Grandpa can eat this." The old man refused to accept. If Grandpa doesn't eat, then Xiao Tuan won't eat either. As she spoke, Xiao Tuan put the rice cake back in the bag with a stern face. The old man quickly took the food bag. All right, Grandpa will eat. Grandpa will eat." Only then did Xiao Tuan smile happily, wiping the smudges around her eyes, rubbing her hands on her clothes, and breaking the rice cake in half. "Big brother, let us each have half." Zhou Weiming shook his head and rubbed Xiao Tuan's nose. "No need. Big brother had a pot of fish for lunch. I'm not hungry now. You eat quickly, Xiao Tuan." Xiao Tuan didn't speak, just stared at Zhou Weiming with her big eyes, her chubby face full of stubbornness. Zhou Weiming smiled wryly and had no choice but to take half and put it in his mouth. Only then did Xiao Tuan happily take a bite. So delicious. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Big Brother. Mom said that food tastes better when shared. Zhou Weiming smiled. The rice cake in his mouth truly tasted sweet. The old man also happily took out a rice cake, broke it in half, and said, Xiao Tuan is right. Come, I'll share with you. Xiao Tuan was slightly taken aback, nodded, and was just about to take it when suddenly a whistling sound came, and the crowd erupted in huge screams. Before Zhou Weiming could look up to see what had happened, a massive shadow fell before him. The old man vanished in a tremendous roar, and half a rice cake flew high into the air. The ground suddenly jolted, and Zhou Weiming instinctively covered Xiao Tuan's head, rolling and scrambling to the side in a panic. Grandpa, Xiao Tuan shouted in his arms. What is happening to this world? What is happening? Zhou Weiming wanted to shout, but something blocked his throat, preventing him from making a sound. He could only run instinctively. It was as if he ran fast enough. The danger could not catch up. In the dim light, Zhou Weiming had not run far when another huge shadow crashed down beside him. This time, Zhou Weiming saw clearly that it was those black shadows flying out of the lava. The impact came, and Zhou Weiming fell to the ground again. The night suddenly became brighter. He turned to look and saw a series of black shadows spewing from the fissure filled with lava. Some were crashing toward the square, while others vanished into the darkness. People around him were continuously disappearing beneath the shadows, and Zhou Weiming's heart sank to the bottom. If only this were a dream. How wonderful would that be? In fact, Zhou Weiming's heart had long since died, the moment the earthquake stopped. The vast city was reduced to ruins. Tens of millions buried in an instant, molten lava and fire spreading, shadows swirling. Aside from those who were already in the square, less than 100 people nearby managed to escape to the square, and then not a single living person was seen again. Everyone tried every means possible, but for an entire afternoon, there was no contact with the outside world. Many ran to find their families after the earthquake stopped, but never returned. Some people organized to carry out rescue efforts, but not a single body in the ruins was intact. Beneath the rubble, those bodies that held their children and protected their infants ultimately could not preserve their hopes. The merciless steel jungle collapsed, eradicating everything. He didn't know what to do, but he was clear that the chance of survival was slim. When disaster struck, weren't the soldiers supposed to arrive at the rescue site immediately? But 8 hours had passed, and there was no sign of rescue. They probably wouldn't come. This was not a natural disaster. This was the apocalypse. For an entire afternoon, as time passed, Zhou Weiming's heart slowly extinguished. After giving up on saving people, everyone searched for food but found nothing. The areas around the square were filled with entertainment venues and some luxury goods, clothing, and cosmetics, but there was no place to find food. More shadows emerged, and more people fled, while those who remained hid in the small woods, waiting for rescue. Bang! Zhou Weiming dodged another shadow, but then saw another shadow fall from above, and resignedly closed his eyes. He was truly exhausted. If it weren't for the little one, he might have already been unable to move. His ribs had long since broken when he was holding the little one, but they hadn't shifted too much, and now the pain in his chest surged like a tide. Tuan Tuan, find a place to hide, Zhou Weiming shouted, half a bloody rice cake spewing out with his cry, pushing Tuan Tuan aside with all his strength. Big brother, the little one cried and crawled, only to see a huge black ball replace the big brother amidst the swirling dust of the night. Big brother, where did you hide? Woo-woo. A roar echoed in the void as a fighter jet flew low overhead. Report to the command center. This is BM-604. 14 enemy aircraft shot down. There are survivors in Wuho Square. Life detectors have found 137. An enemy launch site has been detected, still operational. Requesting support. BM-604 command center received. Rescue troops have been dispatched. Midnight. Underground of the National Planetary Defense Committee, the hall was pitch black. Gujia hadn't even had time to eat dinner before being called to a meeting at the anti-war department. Everyone was silent, just half an hour ago. The front line reported that the entire Area 3 had been flattened by a strong earthquake. The surrounding areas felt the tremor strongly, with a vast impact range, and nearby cities suffered varying degrees of damage. The frontline battle was not going smoothly, having rescued less than 10,000 people. Apart from the combat troops, the previous arrangements had basically not been useful. Although a large number of Silicon People's aircraft were shot down, the Silicon People themselves were never seen. Several captured aircraft revealed that they were intelligent machines. Moreover, just 10 minutes ago, all the black balls that had been shot down suddenly exploded, and Area 3 experienced another strong earthquake. The ground cracked open with countless fissures, and all vegetation and buildings disappeared. The entire Area 3 had turned into a sea of lava. Hills floated like islands on the lava. At the same time, a massive electromagnetic field covered the skies over Area 3, causing all aircraft to lose contact. Just now, the anti-war department received a notice from the Silicon People. Humans, we, the Silicon race, were born in the flames, enduring darkness and hardship. Today, we emerge from the earth to live under the sun, just like you. Humans are the children of the earth, and so are we, the Silicon race. The love of Mother Earth should not be enjoyed only by humans. We also have the right to exist in her embrace. Today we, the Silicon race, officially announce to all humanity that we will establish pathways in 600 locations worldwide. Anyone willing to cooperate with us is most welcome. Area 3 is the first pathway connecting us to the outside world. For the sake of peace, we have set up 200,000 nodes globally and established global electromagnetic shielding devices that can instantly shield the entire world, interrupting all electromagnetic activities in an instant. We do not aim to intimidate humanity, but rather to prevent some humans from acting impulsively and using nuclear weapons to destroy our shared homeland. To prove our sincerity, the shielding device will be activated in 30 seconds, blocking for 1 minute. We hope to work hand in hand with all nations of humanity for mutual development. Silicon leader, Stone. The announcement from Stone was sent in video form, and almost all intelligent terminals received this video. In the video, Stone's image resembled a glass ball, but was opaque, obscuring any facial features, with holes on both sides extending limb-like appendages. After the video ended, most ordinary citizens were left in a daze, unsure whether their intelligent terminals had been hacked or if it was just a gimmick advertisement from a gaming company. Countries that had originally pressured our nation, seeking reasons for military action in Area 3, urgently investigated. Before they could figure anything out, half the world suddenly fell into darkness. The entire world experienced a power outage, and all devices dependent on electromagnetic existence ceased to function. Maglev vehicles lost their magnetic field effect, losing control during high-speed gliding, leading to countless collisions, and all roads were paralyzed, with flames and cries replacing everything. In the underground hall of the National Planetary Defense Committee, the moment darkness descended, everyone fell silent. Fortunately, at the moment Stone's announcement ended, Elder Zheng activated the emergency device, broadcasting nationwide. Emergency notice: immediately cease all electromagnetic activities. Chapter 10, The Conspiracy of the Silicon People. Old Zheng did not know how many people would see the emergency notice he sent out, nor did he know how many would heed his advice to shut down electromagnetic activities. In just a few seconds, he did what he could. As darkness descended, Old Zheng painfully closed his eyes, but those horrifying scenes automatically surfaced in his mind. All vehicles lost control, all streetlights suddenly went out, cars collided in a chain reaction, and pedestrians were also innocent victims. High-speed trains were forced to stop or even collided, and planes crashed. In just 1 second, the global transportation system was paralyzed. In hospitals, all electrical equipment used by doctors in surgery failed, the medical system collapsed, and some patients who relied on life support systems instantaneously lost their lives. The Skynet shut down, and malicious actors ran rampant. Smart wearables failed, unable to locate or call for help. Nuclear power plant water pumps had no power support, unable to supply water to steam generators, and the reactor's pressure and temperature continued to rise. If the power outage lasted longer, the consequences would be unimaginable. Time passed second by second. In the underground hall of the National Planetary Defense Committee, darkness still prevailed. Only a few key devices powered by special lines emitted faint glows, flickering like ghostly eyes in the silent dark. It had an independent shielding system that supported it, similar in principle to what the Silicon People used to cause a worldwide blackout. Only the latter was built on a larger scale, shielding the entire globe. Gujiak closed his eyes, and the gains of the day floated in his mind. Human potential was indeed limitless. In just 10 hours, he had roughly grasped the detailed information about the Silicon people from Wang Wangang's team, far beyond what old Zheng's morning message could compare to. Physiologically, the Silicon people were a life form completely different from any organism on Earth. It is well known that all known life forms on Earth are carbon-based, storing energy in carbon compounds, utilizing the breaking or synthesis of chemical bonds to apply energy, and composed of cells. In contrast, silicon-based life forms are entirely different. They store energy in electromagnetic form and utilize changes in the electromagnetic field to apply energy, lacking the concept of compositional units, resembling a machine. However, they can self-reproduce, evolve, and perfectly fit the definition of a life form with reproduction as its purpose, capable of spontaneous entropy change in a self-evolution system. Suddenly, the darkness before him turned a deep red, the color of light filtering through his eyelids. After a minute, the power was restored. Gujie did not know how the outside world reacted, but at this moment, the entire anti-war command center remained silent. Everyone, don't worry. The Silicon people do not have the capability to maintain a global blackout for long. If they could just hold out for a few more days, cities would run out of water, satellites would fall, nuclear power plants would explode, and human society would regress by hundreds of years, with no ability to threaten the Silicon people anymore. A blackout for 1 minute should be their limit. The Silicon people's proposal to establish channels for cooperation with various countries further proves this point. They also need time. Perhaps one day they could manage to black out the world for a longer time. That would be the true end of humanity. Old Zheng was the first to speak, his expression as serious and calm as ever, showing no signs of joy or anger. What Old Zheng said was reasonable. It should be a delaying tactic by the Silicon people and part of their global warming plan. Since the Silicon people have made their presence known, I propose we leave to hold a United Nations meeting to jointly eliminate the Silicon people, said another person beside Old Zheng. Old Zheng nodded and then emphasized, cancel the disbandment plan for the nanobot deterrent scheme and develop new deterrent possibilities. Other plans remain unchanged and continue to be executed, with a global shielding system in place. The nanobot plan was essentially nullified. Perhaps this was also the reason for the Silicon people's shielding deterrence. As for destroying shielding nodes, since the Silicon people dared to announce it publicly, they clearly were not afraid of human destruction. The meeting lasted half an hour and concluded with the reiteration of previous plans, the addition of some details, and the establishment of an international joint countermeasure policy. They also passed Professor Zhai's proposal to establish a circuit shielding transmission channel to prevent greater disasters in case the Silicon people attempted to shield the world again. Of course, priority would be given to modifying important facilities for shielding transmission. Before Gujie left, he was called back to the full shielding room by Old Zheng. This time, there was no one else in the room besides Old Zheng. Gujie, it seems Wang Wengang was right. Humanity is out of time. Since the Silicon people can now shield for 1 minute, it won't be long before they can shield for an hour, a day, a month, or even a year. When that happens, it will be humanity's end. The seemingly prosperous human civilization is actually fragile and vulnerable. It can be destroyed with just a power outage. Old Zheng leaned back in his chair, looking somewhat fatigued. He gazed at Gujie before speaking with a heavy tone. Gujie nodded slightly. His eyes reddened as he said firmly, "Don't worry, Commander. I will do my utmost. Today, I have already mastered all the information on the Silicon people. I will definitely find a way to deal with them." Old Zheng waved his hand, leaning forward, resting his arms on the table. "Gujie, do you know? Wang Wengang told me that all our efforts are actually in vain. Only you are the key to solving this crisis. You are the hope for saving humanity. I did not believe it before, nor did I intend to tell you, but now I am shaken." Gujie's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Old Zheng. He knew his role. How could he have such great power? Could one person bear the responsibility of saving humanity and eliminating the Silicon race? Was Old Zheng joking about such a major national issue? How could that be? What merit did he have? Gujie's face was filled with disbelief, feeling his mind was in chaos. He understood that with Old Zheng's status, he would not speak without reason, but why? Old Zheng looked at Gujie, speaking earnestly, "I also do not understand why Wang Wengang did this. Since he has insight into everything and accurately predicted the Silicon People's counterattack, he also told us that humanity's fate is in your hands. This indicates that he knows more, knows how to defeat the enemy. Why then does he not step forward to take charge and bear this responsibility? Instead, he destroys the energy stations of the nanobots and goes missing. His actions are too contradictory. However, based on the modeling analysis of Wang Wangong's personality by the expert group using supercomputers, it is believed that 99% of what he said is true. Therefore, I have to believe now that you can resolve the Silicon People invasion. Gu Jie clutched his head, pulling at his hair, unable to comprehend why Wang Wengang thought he could shoulder this responsibility. By the way, when did Wang Wengang say that? Old Zheng paused for a moment before softly beginning. Time went back to 16 hours ago. Gu Jie nodded in agreement to undergo hypnosis to verify his words. The full shielding room immediately fell into darkness, with only a light point in the lady's hand across from him. Gu Jie, look at this light point in my hand. Concentrate. The lady's voice was monotonous, filled with suggestions. Your eyes are starting to get tired. You can't keep your eyes open anymore. Your whole body. Chapter 11, God in the Darkness. Gu Jie stared at the light point in front of him and slowly closed his eyes. Yesterday, after finishing work and returning home, Wang Wengang asked you to go out for dinner. You and Wang Wengang entered the private room of TERRA. He told you. Ms. Gao's tone was gentle, like a mother softly whispering to lull a child to sleep. The brother-in-law asked me how work has been lately. Gu Jie fell into memory, and as he slowly recounted, one person took handwritten notes without relying on light to read, yet the handwriting was perfectly clear. After a moment, Gu Jie had recounted everything he could remember while awake, and it did not differ much from what he had said before, prompting several nods from Zheng Lao and others. I was drunk and told the brother-in-law that NPCs in the metaverse also have life, that the code fragments are their genes, and that consciousness belongs to players outside the metaverse. The brother-in-law laughed, exaggeratedly, saying I was talking nonsense, that NPCs do not reproduce and do not meet the characteristics of living beings. Gu Jie's forgotten memories due to drunkenness were awakened, and as he slowly narrated, in the darkness, the expressions of a few people gradually became serious, even somewhat uncertain. The note-taker even made several mistakes, until Gu Jie said he lay on the bed hugging a pillow to sleep, and then there was no more speech. He had truly fallen asleep, and the entire room fell into silence. After a moment, Zheng Lao spoke up and asked, Xiao Gao, are you sure he was in a hypnotic state? Director, Gu Jie is quite imaginative and active in thought. People like him are easy to hypnotize. Then what about Wang Wengang? Those words didn't sound like they were addressed to Gu Jie. Could there have been a third person present? Zheng Lao frowned tightly, his tone filled with doubt. Director, actually, how should I put it? Although I can't believe it, it seems there is only one possibility. Ms. Gao rubbed her forehead, took a deep breath, and said, those words were spoken to us by Wang Wengang. What? The other people in the room exclaimed in unison, their tone full of disbelief. How'd he know? Although it was hard to accept, theoretically, it could be achieved during hypnosis. Ms. Gao rotated the light point in her hand and said slowly, after Gu Jie got drunk, his willpower dropped to the lowest point, and Wang Wengang took the opportunity to hypnotize him. Wang Wengang anticipated that we would interrogate Gu Jie under hypnosis and intentionally conveyed messages through him. After Ms. Gao finished speaking, Zheng Lao's brows furrowed tightly. But after a moment, he relaxed and asked, has there been any news on Wang Wangong's investigation? No. Since early morning, we haven't found any clues. As if he has disappeared into thin air. No surveillance footage from his residence or nearby has captured his movements. We have checked everyone who left the building after Wang Wengang got home and have ruled out the possibility of him being in disguise. Answering Zheng Lao was a slightly overweight middle-aged man. Continue the investigation. All right, let us wake up Xiao Gu. Today's interrogation will be kept confidential. As for the message from Wang Wengang, let the information think tank analyze it. Zheng Lao made the decision, and several people nodded in agreement. You mean Wang Wengang used hypnosis on me to convey messages to the anti-war command? After hearing Zheng Lao's narrative, Gu Jie felt a bit dazed. Although he usually had a vivid imagination, especially in the metaverse where he loved to come up with creative ideas beyond just the Battle Chronicle 1999. He never thought such a thing could happen, conveying messages through hypnosis from one person's subconscious to another hypnotist. So what did he say? Jie rubbed his temples, still incredulous about carrying someone else's message in his mind. Wang Wangong's original words were, "I know you are very confused and angry, but I have to do this. Trust me, arrogant humans cannot solve this problem. Of course, I also do not wish for human civilization to disappear from this world. Perhaps you can trust Jie. He holds all the secrets, and I believe he can resolve this trouble." Zheng Lao imitated Wang Wangong's tone, finishing in one breath, crossing his arms and leaning on the table, staring at Jie. Jie's eyes widened even more. What? I hold all the secrets? How? How come I don't know? Zheng Lao relaxed his hands and leaned back in his chair. I'm curious too. We conducted a comprehensive investigation of you. From your kindergarten years to your current resume, it shows that besides being slightly more diligent than others and having a bit of luck, you're not much different from ordinary people. You have neither exceptionally high intelligence nor special abilities. Your record is also very clean, and we found no connection between you and the farming program. Farming program? Jie asked curiously, with a vague suspicion in his heart. Zheng Lao nodded slightly. Yes. You probably guessed it. The silicon beings evolved from the initial unicellular silicon-based units to intelligent individuals, and we formulated a civilization farming plan. That's why we released them underground, not only for the scientific research mentioned in the materials, but also to study ethics, society, civilization history, and some cutting-edge disciplines that have troubled humanity for years. For a long time, humans manipulated everything about them. We have always been their god. But now, they have raised their knives against their god. Jie took a deep breath, adjusting his emotions. His mind couldn't help but imagine a grand scene. A giant human standing beside a test bench, silently observing and recording a tiny unicellular organism in a petri dish the size of a palm, from the moment it sprouted wisdom to teaching its kind, gradually experiencing the primitive society, slave society, feudal society. In every period, great gods descended from the sky, providing them warmth, rain, and food. They worshipped the gods, prayed to the Creator, thanking for everything bestowed upon them. They created brilliant technological civilizations until they piloted their ships out of the petri dish and saw a pair of enormous eyes. That was the true God. But when the true God appeared, their faith collapsed. There was no piety, no faith, only fear. They pressed the attack button on the ship and opened fire on their god. Jie? Zheng Lao interrupted Jie's imagination and continued. You have no connection to the farming program, and Wang Wengang has not disclosed any related information to you, at least not in our investigation. So we believe that when you were dining and drinking together, he might have told you what he called all the secrets. We analyzed your conversation, but unfortunately, we did not find any substantial discoveries. Therefore, we have to rely on you now. I know how terrifying their potential is. Once the disintegration plan is initiated, they will be like tigers breaking free from their cages, extremely dangerous. Once they complete their accumulation and deploy the global shielding device, humanity will become fish on a chopping block, at their mercy. Chapter 12. Let the bullets fly. I hope you can think of something useful. From hypnosis and data analysis personality modeling, we are not gaining any new information. Looking at Zheng Lao's serious expression, Jie didn't have time to digest all the astonishment that Zhou Ran had learned and was forced upon her deeply. Grabbing his head and shaking it, his mind was blank. There was nothing. Zheng Pan stood up, walked to Jie's side, and patted his shoulder. Xiao Ge, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Wang Wengang said humans are arrogant, but isn't he the same? It's absurd to expect you to solve the problem alone. We would never put all our hopes on one person's shoulders. I was just reminding you. It's best if you can think of something, but if not, that's fine too. Humanity has faced numerous crises throughout its development, and there will always be a solution. Let's work hard together. After Zheng Lao finished speaking, he was the first to walk out of the fully shielded room. Jie, with a bewildered expression, followed him out, and Gao Feng, who was guarding the door, quickly supported him. Mr. Ge, you don't seem to be in a good state. How about we get some late-night snacks first? Gao Feng suggested, and Jie numbly nodded. Gao Feng took Gu Jie out of the National Planetary Defense Committee's underground hall and found a 24-hour restaurant nearby. On the way, the sirens of ambulances wailed incessantly, and the crowd was in a panic. The brief power outage lasted only a minute, and even with Zheng Lao's emergency reminder, many people did not have time to stop their electromagnetic activities, which still caused a huge impact on society. Fortunately, it was nighttime in the capital, so the losses were not as severe as in other countries. In the restaurant, more people were discussing, with various opinions flying around. Gu Jie stared blankly, oblivious to everything around him, unable to taste anything in his mouth. Meanwhile, in an office of the National Planetary Defense Committee, Zheng Lao and a few others were in discussion. Mr. Shui Chenggang, who was in charge of criminal investigation and special agents, was speaking. Let Gao Feng follow up on Gu Jie. There's no need to rely too much on him. Wang Wengang has been missing without a trace, and I suspect there's another possibility. Perhaps he did not go missing on his own. The information he left may not have been left by him at all. Although Shui Chenggang's words were convoluted, everyone present understood his meaning. Zheng Lao took over. Indeed, it may not be a smokescreen. We cannot dismiss it, but we also cannot blindly believe it. The most important thing right now is to hold a joint meeting to prevent the silicon beings from establishing any channels on the surface. This is the stance of the Ministry of Defense and the commanding officers. Additionally, once the silicon beings disclose the content of the farming plan, we must be prepared to face international and public opinion correctly. Everyone nodded. Experts in sociology and psychology analyzed. The moral system of the silicon beings is based on our moral standards. Out of shame, they should not voluntarily disclose the fact that they were once farmed. I'm more concerned about the missing Wang Wengang. Of course, if the stones want to use others to deal with us, they may choose to disclose selectively. Someone rolled their eyes. Wasn't this analysis equivalent to saying nothing? How to settle the survivors. Treatment, dispersed resettlement, and part of them will join our work. Gu Jie did not go home. After spending a few hours at the research base, it was already dawn, and he immersed himself in busy work. As for what Zheng Lao said, he did not intend to think about it deliberately. It was too childish and unrealistic. Worldwide, the minute the silicon beings shielded the Earth caused extremely terrifying consequences. Statistics show that about 100 million people died in this incident, most due to car accidents and aircraft crashes. After modern civilization began, humanity faced such a significant setback for the first time, and this day was referred to as the prologue to doomsday. Of course, that is another story for later. The joint meeting was held 3 days later, during which the silicon beings remained silent and made no moves. As for the specific content discussed in the joint meeting, Gu Jie, with his rank, was not qualified to know. The day after the meeting, various countries successively issued announcements. The general content was similar. To summarize, as an intelligent species, humanity recognizes the existence of silicon beings and allows them to open channels in Antarctica to establish diplomatic relations with various countries. However, the losses caused by the unilateral actions of the silicon beings must be compensated. When Gu Jie heard this news, he could hardly believe his ears. Are the leaders all fools? The enemy has killed your brothers and taken your daughters, and you casually brush it off and avoid discussing it, even giving them land? Not to mention Gu Jie. The public did not accept such an announcement either. On the same day the announcement was released, large-scale protests erupted globally. Reject peace. Eliminate the silicon race. Avenge. Huge banners were unfurled under the Leaning Tower, with blood-red letters painted on white walls. People rushed to the streets, screaming, taking off their shirts and waving them in the air, their voices hoarse yet unceasing, as if anything they shouted with all their might would become reality. Tears streamed down their faces as they shouted, pounding their chests and overturning any obstacles they encountered. It was as if in front of the crowd stood the culprits who caused their loved ones to die in horrific car accidents. Each step forward was a revenge against a silicon being. In the metaverse, unprecedented public opinion erupted, resisting, rejecting, avenging, and declaring war. Humanity's emotions soared to unprecedented heights, reaching the peak of morale comparable to ancient times. Gu Jie decided to ask Zheng Lao for clarification. Unlike previous meetings, This time it was Ge Jie who took the initiative to find Zheng Lao, and the location was beside the oldest building in the capital, a temple nearly 2,000 years old. The temple's thick walls seemed stable and steadfast, standing still for centuries, as if it had merged with the earth. Whether it was the sandalwood incense from the temple or another reason, Ge Jie felt much calmer upon arriving here. Standing next to Zheng Lao, with 3 archways of the temple behind him, there were no onlookers besides Gao Feng. Why? Ge Jie had already thought it through on the way, wanting to avoid Zheng Lao beating around the bush and getting straight to the point. Do you feel very suffocated, uncomfortable, confused, wanting to rush out and fight? Zheng Lao, whose face was usually serious, rarely showed a hint of a smile as he stared at Ge Jie's stubborn eyes. Yes. So what? You're really angry. Since you know that, why ask me? Zheng Lao's smile faded, his tone returned to calm. You specifically asked me out to ask. Do you have a lot of time? Put away your anger. Wisdom governed by emotion is the most foolish. Do you think those shouting in the streets are real heroes? Shouting slogans will truly become reality? It's futile. But this futility is also useful. We need time, courage, and unity. You understand what I'm saying? To borrow an ancient saying, let the bullets fly for a while. Chapter 13 Consciousness. Ge Jie is not foolish. Of course, he can pick up on the implications of old Zheng's words, because it is necessary, but no one has made it clear before. He was momentarily stunned and quickly constructed a simple plan in his mind based on old Zheng's words, to deceive the enemy and even infiltrate their ranks, biding their time to deliver a fatal blow at a crucial moment. However, can the silicon beings be naive enough to fall for this? Ge Jie felt it was unreliable. This isn't something I initially planned to discuss with you, but I heard that your biological project team has made new progress. Coincidentally, I have a few things to tell you. Old Zheng leaned on the railing, gazing at the distant sunset. Half of the sun shone through the clouds, casting a yellow glow, while the ancient temple behind him seemed to be adorned in gold. The shadows of the 3 people fell on the wall, resembling 3 black holes. An ant crawled out of its nest in the shadow, exploring the outside world with its antennae, and quickly reached a grand conclusion. The night has come early. Ge Jie then understood old Zheng's true purpose for meeting him and spoke up. The silicon beings do not need to consume other life forms to obtain energy. Their feeding is somewhat akin to wireless charging, or magnetization, utilizing special organs within their bodies to store magnetic fields. To put it in an inappropriate metaphor, it's as if they have a permanent magnet inside them. They can autonomously change the strength of the magnetic field to perform some astonishing feats. In other words, they could be treated like intelligent magnets. Based on this, we proposed a targeted strike concept yesterday. However, it also illustrates a fact. In one-on-one combat, humans have no chance of winning. They can easily eliminate humans by simply releasing directional electromagnetic waves, such as microwaves. This can directly cook a person, just like roasting meat on an induction cooker. Old Zheng seemed unfazed and continued to watch the sun gradually sink. So what have you gained? Ge Jie opened his mouth, but paused for a moment before continuing. Perhaps we can use that special nanomaterial to create some traps or offensive weapons on the surface of a fully shielded room. Without test subjects, we are not proficient in physics. We only connected to supercomputers for effect simulations, which turn out fairly well, but we haven't realized an engineering plan for the effect. I plan to submit my rough ideas to Old Nie. He's an expert in weaponry and might have some solutions. Ge Jie appeared slightly anxious, but old Zheng's gaze was not on him. Upon hearing Ge Jie's response, he merely nodded slightly, his tone calm. Very good, keep up the good work. The other teams have also developed preliminary plans, and I believe we will find solutions soon. I met with you today for another important matter. Wang Wengang has been missing for 4 days. His wife Su Tong and sister Wang Yi have completed their related investigations, and they will come to the capital tomorrow. At that time, you will need to cooperate for further investigations. Now that the Silicon Invasion incident is known worldwide, there is no need to conceal the truth about Wang Wangong's disappearance from them. All right, I have many other things to attend to. Keep it up, young man. Old Zheng turned and patted Ge Jie's shoulder as he left. Ge Jie watched the old man disappear around the corner, his golden silhouette seemingly merging with the temple wall. Cooperate in the investigation? The important part is probably the word cooperate. Ge Jie came in with great urgency and left at a brisk pace as well. Lao Zhao, send me a copy of the genetic code of the silicon beings. I need to take a closer look. You all continue to conduct targeted simulation experiments using effects and phenomena. Compile all the plans with a success rate of over 50 and submit them to Old Nye. Once back at the base, Gu Jie gave a couple of orders and then dove into the laboratory of the late Wang Wenyang. Of course, Gao Feng accompanied him the entire time. Gu Jie repeatedly reviewed the genetic code of the stone, comparing every code representing the meaning of the initial form to the mature body. But he could not concentrate. He did not understand why. Although he was in a state of exasperation when seeking out old Zheng, he felt calmed by the other S words and found them quite reasonable. But were they really reasonable? His rational mind seemed fine, yet he felt a persistent unease in his heart. What was wrong? This coding represents a division similar to somatic cells, produced under optimal external conditions. This set of codes corresponds to the movement system, which is Gu Jie analyzed while a nagging sense of unease probed deeper in his consciousness. In fact, this anxious emotion had existed since the global blackout 3 days ago, but today it was particularly intense. Perhaps it was due to not having a good night's sleep for several days, staying up late and working overtime. After all, his biological clock and endocrine system were in complete disarray. Gu Jie sighed slightly, trying to comfort himself. That night, Gu Jie did not sleep at all. By dawn, his unease finally dissipated, and his mind was filled with countless coding fragments, like a murky puddle suddenly disturbed by stones, causing many tadpoles to leap. The densely packed black bodies rolled in the mud. At 8 in the morning, Gao Feng brought a cup of nutritional potion. Mr. Gu, your health is important. You can't keep doing this. Gu Jie took the nutritional potion and drank it down in one gulp. It was strawberry-flavored and rich in all the nutrients the human body needs, originally provided to astronauts last century, but now commercially available. Thanks to breakthroughs in artificial synthesis technologies for starch and other food materials achieved in our country last century, the nutritional potion was developed in a short time and entered factory production. Its ingredients include water, glucose, amino acids, vitamins, trace elements, and various enzymes. The origin of the nutritional potion flashed through Gu Jie's mind. All right, just this once. Gu Jie responded affirmatively, but did not take it seriously at all. The human body cannot lack any constituent substances or elements. As a life form, silicon beings also cannot lack any elements that constitute them. So, what elements do silicon beings need, and how do they obtain these elements? Energy can be acquired through magnetization, but what about the elements? The information from my brother-in-law states that it is production manufacturing, including their reproductive methods. It is all production manufacturing. Production manufacturing? So, does that mean they truly have miniature factories inside them that can actively extract minerals and then create a new individual? But from the perspective of life forms, as long as silicon beings replace damaged or old tissues in time, they can almost have infinite lifespans, and there is no urgent need to reproduce. So, what they're actually reproducing is their consciousness. Understand, silicon beings selectively copy their consciousness and transmit it to the manufactured juvenile bodies, allowing the newborns to possess the thinking consciousness of adults as soon as they are born. This means that newborns have no consciousness. An orderly material structure and physiological responses do not give birth to consciousness. As Gu Jie thought of this, he was startled by his own ideas. Chapter 14, Guess What I Discovered. In fact, research on what consciousness really is has been conducted for over 2 centuries since the 20th century. So far, almost all amateur scientists around the globe believe that consciousness is the soul, a form of matter that exists in a special way. In the early stages, researchers thought that consciousness was a special biological electric current or a material basis, derived as a byproduct. Later, some scientists proposed that it is a kind of energy field, which is, of course, generated based on a material foundation. A considerable number of researchers also believe that consciousness is a form of dark matter. However, in the past century, with the continuous advancement of observational techniques, there have been many discoveries related to dark matter. But there has never been an observation or qualitative identification of consciousness as a kind of dark matter. Of course, There's also a small group of researchers who believe that matter is merely a carrier of consciousness. They argue that human consciousness arises not from long-term biological stimuli and information accumulation, but rather from a pre-existing form of thought. The argument is quite simple. For instance, as humans, when our fingers touch boiling water, they retract immediately. This is a biological reaction. Then, when we realize the fear, that is a conscious reaction. However, how can such a biological electric process and biochemical process generate subjective initiative? How can decisions be made independent of external stimuli? After all, our consciousness has a high capacity for abstraction and generalization. We often transcend external stimuli to generate self-awareness. For example, when you're sitting indoors reading a book and suddenly hear a loud noise outside, you might be startled and involuntarily stand up. This is a reaction to external stimuli for brain signals. However, this external event leads you to further think. What was that sound? Did something break? I need to see what happened. Or you might think, it's probably nothing important. I'll just continue reading. This independent decision has already transcended the brain cell's reaction to external stimuli. Faced with the same external stimulus, if we always make the same reaction and choice, it indicates that the stimulus feedback mechanism is at work. But our choices are often completely different, even opposite, which means that consciousness is exercising independent choice. Note 1. Gurdjieff quickly recalled some expanded research projects mentioned in classical biology and could not help thinking of the scientists recorded in the history of modern science. In 1978, Nobel Prize winner and neurophysiologist Eccles summarized his years of research experience and proposed a shocking new viewpoint. Brain excitation is not equivalent to spirit and consciousness. He believed that humans have a self-aware spirit independent of the brain, and the brain is merely its material tool. Note 1 in summary. Consciousness needs the brain to realize its functions and does not disappear with the brain's death. This, as Gurdjieff extrapolated to this point. He stood there in shock. This seemed to indicate that the legends passed down for thousands of years, the soul, really exists. It is known that the current scientific community generally holds that the essence of consciousness is the processing of information. However, according to his reasoning, consciousness might truly be a form of dark matter that has yet to be discovered by humanity. But where does it come from? Ultimately, where does it go? Holding his head, Gurdjieff felt that he seemed only a thin, fragile membrane away from the truth, yet he could not reach it. If he could understand how consciousness is generated, perhaps he could comprehend how silicon beings reproduce consciousness. Furthermore, he could develop targeted weapons from an understanding of consciousness to eliminate the existential crisis of humanity. After pondering for a moment, Gurdjieff could not draw a conclusion and began to verify his ideas. The first thing that came to mind was, of course, the currently hottest topic, brain-computer interfaces, a technology that allows consciousness to exist in the virtual world of the metaverse. However, research on brain-computer interfaces has been ongoing since the inception of the metaverse for nearly a century, and it has never been truly realized in a meaningful sense. The most cutting-edge brain-computer interfaces summarize the meaning represented by the brain's biological electric current and magnetic field changes and use devices like helmets and sleep pods to make judgments based on electromagnetic induction, subsequently releasing signals to computers and the virtual world. The envisioned goal of directly manipulating bodies in a virtual world by connecting the brain and the virtual world has never been achieved. Please send me the latest materials on brain-computer interfaces. Gurdjieff pressed the communication button next to the experiment table and directly instructed. And all groups in the base received Gurdjieff's request. Due to their uniqueness, it seems that very few people realize that consciousness is not something that gradually cultivates itself from the brain, slowly emerging. Of course, in the past, gradual growth seemed to make sense. But now, having understood the birth method of silicon beings, Gurdjieff clearly realizes that the relationship between consciousness and the body is not as simply perceived. Verifying this is straightforward. All silicon beings have identical genes, and there is no substantive difference in expression, and consciousness is also one-to-one replicated. So, is their consciousness completely the same? Just like software downloaded onto smart devices. Every version is exactly the same? Obviously, that is impossible. In the captive breeding program, Many materials indicate that each silicon being possesses its independent consciousness. And they're not the same, just like humans have different personalities. The more Gurdjieff thought, the worse his expression became, as if he had touched upon an unbelievable fact. Moments later, the intelligent assistant in the laboratory indicated that the relevant data had been transmitted, and Gurdjieff eagerly opened it to check. Biological electric analysis, brain magnetic field microchange analysis, brain region function analysis, sensory brain-computer interface latest applications, brain-computer chips, and integrated circuits research. Page after page of data flipped before Gurdjieff's eyes, and his expression grew darker. An idea gradually formed in Gurdjieff's mind, but his expression did not improve. Instead, it became even more grim, muttering to himself, "Consciousness, consciousness. Intention and perception are fundamentally two different things. Intention exists independently of the intelligent body, yet relies on the intelligent body to realize behavior. Intention is the subject. Similar to spirit, soul, it exists in a space or dimension akin to the cloud. Perception is the sensory input of human organs and is the behavior implemented by intention through humans. Perception is the entity similar to artificial intelligence, drones." Note 2. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted Gurdjieff's train of thought. Gurdjieff felt as if the ground was a swatted ping-pong ball, and he was that unfortunate ping-pong. The whole person was uncontrollably thrown high into the air and crashed against the laboratory ceiling with a bang. Before Gurdjieff could react, he saw Gao Feng's towering figure flying to his side and grabbing him tightly. Chapter 15. Gurdjieff was caught by Gao Feng and landed steadily, feeling the strong vibrations beneath his feet. He couldn't help but marvel at how Gao Feng managed to do this. It was as if he had taken root upon landing. Without a doubt, an earthquake had occurred again, but this time it didn't last long. Soon, the underground base returned to normal, and shortly after, the announcement from the anti-war department came through. The epicenter was approximately the same distance as the last one, about 2,000 kilometers east of the capital. The Silicons had constructed a second passage at Mount Fuji. The apocalyptic scene unfolded again around Mount Fuji, but unlike the situation in Area 3 of the country. This time the Silicons had already communicated with the Emperor before constructing the passage. The authorities evacuated the populace immediately, resulting in only minor economic losses. However, what surprised Gurdjieff was the last few sentences mentioned in the anti-war department's announcement. The Emperor had actually reached some kind of agreement with the Silicon tribe, which would provide 10 more construction sites for the Silicons on his territory. In return, the Silicons would help the Emperor establish several super-large bases for the populace to live in and share some technology, leading to in-depth cooperation between the two parties. Old Zheng, is this true? Even though Gurdjieff knew the news from the anti-war department couldn't be false, he still couldn't help but ask. Old Zheng's expression didn't change, but the worry in his brow increased significantly. The collision zone of the Pacific Plate and the Eurasian Plate is right there. If the Silicons concentrate their forces, it wouldn't be difficult to create large-scale earthquakes locally. Old Zheng's voice was slightly somber. If so, Fusan will disappear into the Pacific. Gurdjieff felt a slight tingling on his scalp, his mouth dry, and the words he spoke carried a hint of bitterness. So they have no choice? Old Zheng nodded slightly. By shielding the globe and rendering all electromagnetic activities ineffective, they can intimidate all of humanity, and by causing earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. The Silicons seem to have mastered a divine weapon, initiating their plan to invade the surface. What about other countries? Gurdjieff didn't finish a sentence when he saw Old Zheng slowly nodding. After disconnecting the communication, Gurdjieff took some time during lunch to go out and cooperate, while his sister-in-law Su Tong and wife Wang Yi stayed to work at the anti-war department. In the following time, Gurdjieff immersed himself in research work, ignoring all the negative changes and crises erupting in the outside world. The previous ideas about consciousness had temporarily hit a bottleneck. The reason was simple. Without test subjects, they couldn't verify the correctness of their hypotheses. However, through animal experiments, it was basically confirmed that intention and consciousness were indeed two separate systems. Intention relates to self-awareness, while consciousness is a synthesis of sensory perceptions from the organs. During this time, there were several minor tremors, and the silicons had established passages across major continents worldwide. Meanwhile, the entire human society, apart from the ubiquitous turmoil and protest marches, was collectively silent at the upper echelons, making no statements, merely maintaining social order and regulation in silence. Old Jung, I have some ideas. I need a living silicon as a test subject. Connecting to the video call with Old Jung again. Gu Jie momentarily felt dazed, but calmly presented his request. In the video, Old Jung's originally gray hair had turned completely white, but his expression remained serious and stern. Good. Old Jung's response surprised Gu Jie somewhat. Until now, apart from the first appearance of the silicons in Area 3, no country had engaged in military conflict with them. Now, Old Jung had unhesitatingly agreed to his request. Could it be? Gu Jie's eyes lit up. Was there a breakthrough? Old Jung nodded slightly, saying nothing, but Gu Jie could clearly see a glimmer in Old Jung's eyes. Now, what is the specific situation? Gu Jie shifted the topic. The silicons had created a large amount of greenhouse gases at their global passage locations and, using electromagnetic constraints, formed a total of 2,000 thermal zones. This is what they referred to as oases. Some countries traded with the silicons, providing them with raw materials for greenhouse gases like coal, oil, and timber, while the silicons exchanged them for gold and other precious metals. According to detection, the temperature in the thermal zones exceeded 200 degrees, approaching 300 degrees, which was the most suitable temperature for their survival. Within our country, 20 passages had already been opened. We can't wait any longer. We will quickly get the test subject you need. In fact, it's not just you. Other research teams have also made this request. Although Gu Jie had anticipated this, when Old Jung said it out loud, he still found it hard to accept. A few simple sentences belied the countless separations and sufferings behind them. Just in our Area 3, there were millions of wailing souls. In fact, during this time, the global economy was on the brink of collapse. In many places, conflicts broke out due to panic buying and stockpiling, and the incidence of violent incidents skyrocketed. If it weren't for humanity's mastery of artificial food synthesis technology, with the diligent robots in factories working day and night, the sight of starving corpses would likely be right before our eyes. Old Jung, I've always been puzzled. Isn't it good for them to live underground? There are plenty of places suitable for their survival. Why do they go to such lengths to come to the surface? They don't need sunlight, do they? Is it really like what was proposed in last century's science fiction novels about cosmic sociology, where civilizations only abide by the dark forest principle? Old Jung was momentarily taken aback by Gu Jie's question, then shook his head. I don't know, but I do know that compared to humans, they prefer interstellar travel more and are more suited for venturing into the universe. They don't have the short lifespan of humans. The frail bodies of humans, or human forgetfulness, they can directly connect themselves to machines and devices, commanding them directly. Compared to humans, the silicons are truly favored by the heavens. Staying underground makes it difficult to achieve all of this. Gu Jie stood there in a daze, as if a small flame had ignited in his mind, yet he found it hard to grasp. The war broke out the next day. Later, Gu Jie learned that during this time, the upper echelons concentrated manpower to establish important facilities against the shielding, and various countries shared technology to develop many targeted weapons. Thanks to our country's cohesion and call, most of the equipment and weapons were produced domestically. Unfortunately, the war ended in just 2 days. Humanity was completely defeated. Although the targeted weapons developed by humans had some effect, they were insufficient to defeat the enemy. Liquid nitrogen guns, electromagnetic pulses, giant magnets, plastic bullets, fighter jets coated with special nanomaterials. Everything was of little use. The enthusiastic citizens who had eagerly signed up to fight and vowed to return only after death were doused with cold water from above, feeling utterly disheartened. The silicons had once again activated global shielding. This time, it lasted a full 2 days. Although humanity was prepared, the panic among the populace erupted instantly, with most electromagnetic devices malfunctioning. Chapter 16, Proposal. Daxiong was very hungry. It was the first time in his life that he felt hunger so clearly. Since the early 21st century, when our country's scientists achieved the artificial synthesis of starch, and humanity's wish to drink the northwest wind was fulfilled, The world has not experienced a food crisis for over 100 years. Being hungry had long become a distant legend in history books. The energy conversion efficiency of synthesis factories was extremely high, with the conversion rate from solar energy to starch breaking through from the initial 7 to 11, which was 7 times that of natural starch synthesis. In terms of synthesis rate, while nature required months for synthesis, the factories only needed about 2 hours. Most importantly, it did not require photosynthesis. It was produced entirely through pure industrial synthesis, just like how beer was produced through industrial fermentation a century ago. Moreover, the annual starch production of a 1 cubic meter bioreactor in the factory was equivalent to the annual starch yield of 7 acres of corn in our country. However, now, although community workers repeatedly emphasized that the power supply to the food synthesis factory was unaffected and that it was even operating at full capacity, the food shortage in the community was merely a temporary crisis caused by the inability of transportation equipment to start. The authorities had already organized troops to transport supplies, and it was believed that the supply would soon be met. But Da Xiong, who had never been one to hoard food, could not wait any longer. Having not eaten for 2 days, he was already so weak that his whole body felt sore. Many people like him were gathering in a square in the capital, lining up. Due to power outages, the subway was not in operation, and Da Xiong walked for a long time before finding this place. He could not use electronic payment, and even though he had enough balance in his account, he could not buy even a bit of food and could only accept relief supplies. As for the charity of kind-hearted people, don't expect that. No one could be sure how long the power would be out, and in the face of survival issues, there were few who would sacrifice themselves for others. How can there be so many people collecting relief supplies after just 2 days of power outage? Gujie questioned, and Gao Feng shook his head expressionlessly. At the very moment the war broke out, the Silicon people activated a global blackout, and the experimental bases that had not yet had time to upgrade were plunged into widespread power outages, forcing most research to be halted. Once war breaks out, it is only logical that the Silicon people will initiate a global blackout. However, Gujie did not expect that while waiting in the laboratory for Old Zheng to fulfill their agreement, what he received was not a Silicon people experimental subject, but rather a painful notification of defeat from Old Zheng. All our strike weapons have been destroyed, and in the face of the Silicon people who possess global shielding technology, we have no way to fight back. He also informed various departments to hold a meeting at the anti-war department today to discuss follow-up matters. Gao Feng and Gujie rode for 3 hours on a bicycle to get here. Hello. Gujie patted the shoulder of a young man next to him, who reacted like a startled mouse, quickly stepping back and turning to nervously stare at Gujie, his peripheral vision falling on the robust Gao Feng, who resembled an iron tower. He did not expect the other party to be so vigilant. Gujie tried to show an innocent smile and continued, I want to ask, why are you here to collect relief supplies? Has your family run out of food so soon? The young man was Da Xiong. Faced with Gujie's question, Da Xiong suppressed the impulse to punch the clean face in front of him and with slight anger, whispered, Don't get close to me. Go away. If you want relief supplies, go to the back of the line. After saying that, he glanced warily at Gao Feng and turned away without further acknowledgement. The gazes of a few nearby people were filled with disdain as they looked at Gujie, as if he were a fool. Yi. Just as Gujie was feeling awkward, he turned his gaze towards the sound and saw Old Zheng striding towards him. The other party walked with a commanding presence and gestured for Gujie to follow. Old Zheng, are there so many people without food at home? Gujie could not help but ask his lingering question. Old Zheng let out a wry smile. If there's food, you can't save it, can you? Just collect the relief supplies first. Gujie was slightly taken aback. This made sense, but was it really necessary? Old Zheng seemed to understand Gujie's confusion and continued, of course, a considerable portion of people, long reliant on the conveniences brought by technology, truly have no habit of storing food. Let's go. The meeting is about to start, and this place is not safe. Hunger can make people lose their rationality. He pointed to the nearby soldiers. Without them, these people would have rushed in and looted long ago. In the face of survival, the moral system that human society has built over thousands of years is incredibly fragile. Gujie felt an indescribable sensation in his heart, numbly following Old Zheng forward. Half an hour later, The group appeared in the hall of the anti-war department. This meeting was different from previous ones. Not everyone was present. Only the heads of various planning groups attended, and the atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, as everyone had clearly received news of a defeat. This time, it was a meeting for the higher-ups to discuss how to respond to the crisis posed by the Silicon people after the defeat. Knock, knock, knock. Old Zheng tapped the table in front of him, drawing the eyes of the dejected crowd towards him. Everyone already knows the result of this action. All our previous efforts to actively engage in battle have had no effect. After a brief pause, Old Zheng continued. Only the establishment of anti-shielding facilities has played a role, ensuring that important facilities remain operational. Moreover, the escape plan has been initiated in the Tiangong satellite city, Moon Base, Mars Base, and Space Station are all under intense construction. The backup gene bank has been safely delivered to the Mars base. Regarding how to respond to the crisis posed by the Silicon people, the United Nations has proposed 3 plans: a passive response plan, a moderate response plan, and an active response plan. The passive response plan is the escape plan, which consolidates global efforts and places humanity's hope beyond Earth. The specific implementation plan is not much different from our previous plans. However, this plan has a fatal flaw. It must be based on the premise that the Silicon people do not cause destruction. The moderate response plan involves further negotiations between humans and the Silicon people, seeking the possibility of the 2 civilizations coexisting in the solar system, such as humans helping the Silicon people migrate to Venus, allowing them to abandon their plans to warm Earth. Compared to Earth, the atmosphere of Venus, which contains up to 97 carbon dioxide, can provide a more perfect greenhouse effect, and its surface temperature is closer to what the Silicon people need. However, according to current intelligence, quantum supercomputers have calculated that the likelihood of us reaching this negotiation with the Silicon people is very low. The active response plan is to abandon all and prepare for comprehensive war. Primitive thermal-dynamic weapons remain effective under electromagnetic shielding. Although global shielding has dealt a severe blow to human society, it does not mean we are doomed. With the support of anti-shielding materials, we should gather global intelligence to analyze the weaknesses of the Silicon people and completely destroy their civilization, restoring Earth to its blue skies and clear waters. The active response plan is the riskiest option, but also the one with the greatest potential benefits. Due to a lack of data, the success rate cannot yet be calculated. At the same time, a considerable number of countries have expressed that they may adopt a surrender plan, submitting to the Silicon people and assisting them in implementing the global warming plan, allowing the Silicon people to establish safe zones for human survival. Chapter 17. The Earth is too small. As soon as Old Zheng spoke, the attendees frowned, and a few even started to murmur. Old Nya stood up directly, his expression agitated. I oppose the first and second plans. According to the information we currently have, the Silicon people possess an astonishing learning ability. Each Silicon person can instantly become a polymath through replication. If humanity escapes, the Silicon people will digest the technology left on Earth in a very short time and surpass us. The universe may be vast, but once we leave Earth, humanity will have no paradise left. Moreover, how many compatriots can we escape with by uniting global forces? 1/10, 1,000th? It might even be difficult to manage 1/10,000th. Who will stay and who will go? Even if we successfully escape, will the Silicon people let us go without pursuing us? By that time, with technology already surpassing ours, the Silicon people will come at us in warships. How will we defend ourselves? As for the second plan, it's even more absurd. There may be moral compassion among civilizations in the universe, but it will certainly not exist between humanity and the Silicon people. Even among humans, disputes over territory have permeated our entire history, let alone conflicts between different races over planets. We have only one choice. That is to eliminate them. The Earth is too small to support the development of 2 civilizations. At this point, Old Nya looked around, his expression calming, but his tone had shifted from stern to cold. Each of his words struck like a blade. Ngu Jie felt the killing intent like a cold shiver down his spine. As for those who dared to plead for survival, there was only one word: kill. The meeting room fell silent. Old Nye's gaze was piercing as he scanned the room and slowly sat down. Old Zheng slightly nodded and asked in a deep voice, "What does everyone think?" The room remained silent. It was unclear whether everyone was contemplating the pros and cons or was too intimidated by Old Nye's killing intent to speak. "Gujie, what do you think?" Unexpectedly asked by Old Zheng, Gujie was slightly taken aback. However, during this time, he had already prepared his thoughts on how to deal with the Silicon people. "I support Old Nye's view. There's a saying in the three-body problem: give time to civilization, not civilization to time. The crisis we face today is much simpler than that in the novel. Any civilization that continues merely for the sake of survival will lose the meaning of civilization. Better to die than to live in shame." As soon as Gu Jie finished speaking, a wave of discussion erupted in the meeting room. Moments later, the heads of various groups expressed their viewpoints. Half an hour later, a person beside Old Zheng stood up, and the room instantly fell silent. It was only at that moment that Gu Jie realized the elder who had been sitting beside Old Zheng, without speaking, was actually the Frere. The Frere, with a neutral expression, slowly spoke. "We must respond to and support the United Government's resolution, but our main focus should be on proactive response plans. While also considering the seed plan, I ask everyone to refine the proactive plans." The Frere pointed out the direction, and the meeting continued, with subsequent plan details gradually being finalized. When Gu Jie walked out of the meeting room, it was already dusk. Yes, that's right, the global blackout had ended. Fortunately, due to the previous resolution, countries around the world had used nano-shield coatings to protect important facilities, which prevented terrifying consequences like nuclear power failures. At the same time that the global blackout ended, humanity received another announcement from the Silicon people. It was very simple and direct. The Silicon people reiterated their intention not to be hostile towards humanity and promised to provide assistance to those humans who love peace and support the Silicon race, ensuring humanity's survival and prosperity. As for those who hold prejudices and harbor malicious intentions against the Silicon people, they would face the most severe backlash. In plain terms, those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. "Good Jie, can we win?" Gao Feng, who had been close by, rarely spoke up. "I don't understand technology, but I know our technological level far exceeds that of the Silicon people. But why have we been defeated so thoroughly in several battles?" Gu Jie took a deep breath and turned around. "Don't worry, we will definitely win. Failure is only temporary." As for why they lost, Gu Jie did not answer, and Gao Feng did not press further. Both fell into silence. Suddenly, someone caught up from behind, patted Gu Jie on the shoulder. Turning around, Gu Jie saw Old Zheng's face. "Gu Jie, well said. Failure is only temporary." "Old Zheng," Gu Jie greeted, then continued, "Of course. The history of human civilization spans tens of thousands of years. How could the mere decades of accumulation by the Silicon people easily obliterated?" Old Zheng nodded approvingly and stepped forward a few paces to accompany Gu Jie. There have been some leads on Wang Wangang's disappearance. The investigation team conducted a comprehensive elemental traceback at Wang Wangang's residence and discovered some carbon particles from organic matter. A shiver ran down Gu Jie's spine as he gradually stopped, looking up at Old Zheng. "So you mean?" Old Zheng closed his eyes and gently nodded. Gu Jie stopped speaking, feeling as if all his strength had been drained in that moment. Half an hour later, Gu Jie returned to the underground base and immersed himself in intense work. Various meetings were of little use to Gu Jie. They were matters for the upper-level designers to consider. The direction and future of human civilization could not be determined by a single individual's whim. Nor would it be like in novels, where a genius could change everything. The development of civilization has always been the result of the collective will of the masses, slowly moving forward through gradual accumulation of quantitative changes and then exploding at a critical point. Personal heroes merely happen to be at that critical point, riding the coattails of the moment. Even without Zhang San, there would be Wang San and Ma San. It might not happen in these 2 years, but could in the next 2. While they seem essential on a small scale, they are actually inconsequential on a larger scale. However, it must be admitted that sometimes the emergence of key figures can indeed lead to the critical point being reached more quickly and smoothly. It has never been easy to annihilate a comparable race through military force. The war between humanity and the Silicon race will inevitably be a long process. Gurdjieff did not think he would be the key figure, but he would definitely be a part of the accumulation of quantitative changes. Before today, his mind had been preoccupied with the relationship between consciousness and the body. Gurdjieff had a premonition that the way to eliminate the Silicon civilization must be related to this. This was one of the few topics he had discussed with Wang Wengang, since Wang Wengang had hinted at his importance twice before his disappearance. Everything Gurdjieff had experienced must be related to his demands. This topic was almost the only possibility. But after receiving investigative information from Old Zheng, Gurdjieff threw himself into intense research, seemingly forgetting the time and everything outside, entirely focused on basic research. The external chaos seemed unrelated to him. How is Gurdjieff's research coming along? In the anti-war department of the National Planetary Defense Committee, Old Zheng frowned as he flipped through the compiled materials and asked. Gurdjieff seems to have given up on finding answers recently, behaving just like other researchers, only doing some basic research. Personality modeling cannot reveal what he is thinking, and even big data analysis cannot clarify why he suddenly. Chapter 18. The Canopy Project. Suddenly, he changed his previous mindset and began to study those very basic things. Someone immediately stepped forward to answer Old Zheng, while also expressing confusion about what breakthroughs could be made in such well-known basic research. Was he scared by Wang Wenggang's death? Old Zheng shook his head slightly, seemingly unfazed. It's fine, just keep paying attention. I know very well what kind of person Gurdjieff is. Old Zheng smiled gently, confident that Gurdjieff must have his reasons for doing so. I really hope you find a way soon. Gurdjieff, you must give it your all. What we can do may just be to buy you some time. Old Zheng's gaze flickered as he recalled his secret meetings with Wang Wengang before the incident, and his expression gradually became resolute. In his spare time, Gurdjieff also kept track of the current social state through smart wearables. The previous announcement from the Silicon peoples seemed kind, yet it was filled with threats. Some small countries and those in special positions had no choice but to comply. For instance, some island nations and certain underdeveloped countries in Africa had no option but to compromise when faced with life and death. Of course, the reports only contained snippets and cold, hard numbers. However, Gurdjieff was somewhat amazed by the Silicon people's methods of dealing with humans in these places. In the past few months, the Silicon people had completely changed their approach, directly organizing human organizations that had complied to establish safety domes, enveloping cities. The information from the anti-war department indicated that the so-called safety dome was similar to an ultra-large greenhouse, where the Silicon people concentrated humans to live inside, isolating them from the external high temperatures and air pollution, while having purification devices to exchange gases with the outside. At the same time, the purification devices were connected to food synthesis factories, using the temperature difference inside and outside to generate electricity, using carbon dioxide and other materials to synthesize carbohydrates for human consumption. At first, the humans living inside the safety dome were anxious and fearful, always on edge. But as time passed, they discovered that the environment inside the safety dome was not only warm like spring, with fresh air, but they also didn't have to work. What was even more commendable was that everything was free. They could just sit and wait to die. The humans who moved in quickly adapted to the life inside the safety dome and came to enjoy it. This was the only message sent by a spy who had infiltrated the enemy. He said that there was no oppression or pressure here. It was a world that resembled a utopia. The only things to do each day were play games, sleep, and eat. Although the city was somewhat crowded due to the large population, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. Everyone could enter the virtual world to play and communicate without restriction, and their physical bodies in reality had become like mere vessels. In the words of that spy, all along my life has mostly been about striving for survival, but now I no longer have to worry about survival. Moreover, I seem to have found the meaning of life and the realization of self-worth. Here, when I no longer have to worry about everything else, I can fully devote myself to the endeavors I love. Many people, like me, have found themselves here. In fact, I had no intention of being responsible for my past, nor did I intend to entangle myself with the past, meaning you, but there are a few family members who shouldn't continue to linger on the border of survival and life. I want to bring them over. At the same time, I kindly remind you that this is where humanity belongs, with the greatest freedom and the broadest space. Gurdjieff only took note of this information and did not express any opinions. However, other planning groups in the anti-war department reacted as if facing a great enemy, even feeling indignant. Experts believe that the Silicon people must have used certain means to change those humans' minds, or that this message was simply fabricated by the Silicon people themselves. They aimed to split and undermine the resistance ideologically. During this period, countries around the world unwilling to compromise became the primary targets of the Silicon people's offensive, falling into continuous wars and occasionally experiencing the pain of power blackouts. However, having learned from past experiences, humans began to use shielding materials for power facilities more rigorously, and the global impact of power shielding gradually decreased. Yet, the losses for various countries remained extremely severe. On the other hand, the Silicon people gained a large number of human recruits, and their technology tree gradually improved, with various large-scale extermination weapons emerging like mushrooms after rain. The Earth's humans finally split into two camps, the pro-Silicon faction and the anti-Silicon faction. As the activities of the Silicon people continued, volcanoes were orderly triggered, and global temperatures gradually increased. The glaciers in the North and South Poles melted significantly in less than 3 months, leaving very little behind. Coastal cities were swallowed by rising sea levels, forcing humanity to pay a high price to relocate inland. Of course, crises also nurtured opportunities. Human technology exploded, especially in aerospace technology. In less than a year, progress was made that would have taken decades in the past. The construction of the Heavenly Palace Space City was completed, and the Mars and Moon bases reached self-sufficiency and could accommodate immigrants. Time slowly moved forward, and the news of the pro-Silicon faction gradually disappeared from people's view. Only on the territory occupied by the Silicon people did those enormous white greenhouses signify their presence. Across the Earth, there was no longer any place to plant crops. All food was produced by synthesis factories. In this regard, there was no difference between the anti-Silicon and pro-Silicon factions, due to excessively high temperatures and severe air pollution. The anti-Silicon humans, apart from building new underground cities, primarily relied on specially made protective suits to ensure normal outings. Although there were suggestions to build large greenhouses similar to those of the Silicon people to block out heat and pollution, the costs were simply too high. In just 1 year, human society underwent earth-shattering changes with countless casualties. On one hand, fighting against the Silicon people despite the continuous development of new materials and weapons. Humans never gained the upper hand. However, several measures from the global anti-Silicon chaos plan achieved some successes. What caught Gurdjieff's attention the most was the canopy project proposed by enemy, benefiting from the anti-Silicon faction's focus on aerospace technology. The Silicon people had not sent a single satellite into orbit. In response to the rising global temperatures, enemy advocated for building an ultra-large mirror in Earth's orbit to reflect sunlight. This would isolate sunlight and reduce the Earth's temperature. Thus, the anti-Silicon faction resisted the Silicon people's attacks while gathering the strength of all remaining countries to quickly construct the canopy that would reflect sunlight, using the Heavenly Palace satellite city as a pivot. Even during the day, when looking from the ground, the sun had already disappeared, replaced by a grayish sky and an ever-widening black canopy overhead. Chapter 19. Underflow movement. Alongside the implementation of the canopy project is the earlier proposed immigration plan, also known as the escape plan, which the authorities have renamed for the sake of appearances. It has been almost a year, and now, with the canopy project in conjunction with the immigration plan, I believe it won't be long before we can reclaim Earth. According to calculations, the canopy will completely close in 10 years, and the mass relocation of the populace out of Earth will be completed within 8 years. At that time, sunlight will be blocked, and with some measures, whether through supernuclear strikes, global cooling, or pulse cannons, we have many ways to completely annihilate any life on Earth. As for whether we will implement planetary revival or transform Earth into a planetary fortress, that is not something our generation needs to worry about. It seems that Gurdjieff may not be as important as imagined. As long as we can lock down the aerospace technology of the Silicon people, that will suffice. A voice from behind interrupted my thoughts. It was Elder Nye. Elder Zheng, still standing tall at his desk, merely smiled faintly upon hearing the voice. Whether it is the immigration plan or the Canopy project, its implementation has long since become part of Elder Nye's proposed plan to annihilate the Silicon people. Something Elder Zheng had not anticipated at the beginning. Even now, apart from the Emperor, Elder Nye, and himself, no one truly understands the entire trajectory of the plan. Other nations merely believe that the Canopy project is just a means to provide time and security for the immigration plan. According to the projected calculations, the probability of success is indeed significant. Of course, the cost to be paid is extraordinarily enormous. I hope so. I would rather that good Jie be of no use. After all, that would mean the situation has reached an irretrievable point. But can we truly lock down the aerospace technology of the Silicon people? Right now, the landscape is devastated. Do the people really have the determination to fight long-term? Elder Zheng's brow furrowed as he handed a document to Elder Nye. Take a look. This is a recent public proposal regarding settling in the safety dome. There are more comfortable and less labor-intensive lifestyles available than resistance. And the public may not care who the leader is. Moreover, even if everything is foolproof, how will we treat our compatriots within the safety dome when the time comes? Will we destroy them together? They may not be willing to follow us in evacuating from Earth. Elder Nye took the document, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing no signs of joy or anger. In war, the most taboo thing is the compassion of a woman. The proposal absolutely cannot be passed. It must be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. Elder Nye paused for a moment and then said, by any means, we cannot lose the support of the people. As for the compatriots within the safety dome, that is their own choice. Once the plan succeeds, there can be no accidents. Elder Nye did not finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Elder Zheng sighed. Let's talk about this later. It's too early to discuss it now. Compared to a year ago, Earth seems to have completely changed its appearance. Snowy mountains, grasslands, glaciers, forests have long become history. The world has basically turned into monotonous black and white, with coastal areas submerged and seismic zones and volcanic regions occupied by the Silicon tribe. The remaining countries have long concentrated their surviving populations. Kyoto, our largest gathering city, outside the emergency established gene bank for plants and animals, the Xiong, dressed in protective gear, is transporting sealed dormant embryos. The gray special packaging boxes are emblazoned with bright red letters on the side. Giant Panda, through his goggles, De Xiong could see the NB-45 transport plane responsible for this transportation task parked at the end of the conveyor belt. He placed a box in his arms onto the conveyor belt and shrugged his neck. The itch from his sweat-dried neck finally eased a bit. The protective suit perfectly isolates the external temperature, which exceeds 40 degrees, and purifies the air filled with excessive sulfur dioxide. But it cannot expel the heat generated by the human body. This thing is much warmer than what those unscrupulous merchants claim in advertisements about heating materials. De Xiong, you say, with this mindless job, those programmers could just write a couple of lines of code to get a robot to do the transportation. Why do we have to be forced into this manual labor? A colleague, also wrapped in protective gear, spoke up. How would I know? Damn it. Maybe those idiots who are oblivious to the people suffering think we are too idle. They don't even pay us. We eat nutrient paste every day. And just hearing the word nutrient makes me want to vomit. The colleague nodded in agreement, stepping closer to De Xiong and lowering his voice. I have a friend. That person cautiously glanced around. I have a friend whose relative lives in the paradise built by the Silicon tribe. It is said that over there, you don't have to do anything all day. The Silicon tribe provides food and housing, and they've even built a metaverse called Ishuan Garden. I heard the Silicon tribe's virtual technology is far superior to ours, with no consciousness delay, and it's fully immersive. In Ishuan Garden, everyone is a god. Anything you can think of, you can realize. That person licked his lips, spat out a mouthful of saltwater saliva, and continued. He has a way to take us there. De Xiong froze for a moment, looking at the person beside him in disbelief. Through his goggles, he saw the determination in the other person's eyes. What did you say, you? Despite his fierce words, he never had the thought of betraying humanity. Even in the virtual world, He often scorned and criticized those who defected. But he never expected that someone he usually belittled would appear right beside him. And this person was a relatively close friend. Deshaun, what's wrong? Don't you want to live like this? It's been a year. We've never won here. Maintaining the current defensive state has cost countless lives. In my view, we are not the Silicon Tribe's opponents at all. Being eliminated is just a matter of time. The man turned Xiong around while continuing to move the dormant embryos and persuade him. And that so-called immigration plan, don't you see through it? When the time comes, the slots will definitely go to those in power or those with wealth and capability. People like us will only be abandoned. Just in Kyoto, the official population statistics show 200 million. How could we possibly get a chance? Dexiong's shock gradually faded. An hour later, Dexiong watched the transport plane soar into the sky, feeling a sense of calm within. The heat in his body had completely dissipated, and he even felt a bit cool. Just now, he personally unlocked the box, which was the only skill he had acquired over more than 20 years. He swapped the unknown object his friend gave him into the box. As for the embryos inside, they were now snugly resting within his protective suit, about the size of a round apple, over 99 ice, while the embryo was smaller than a pea, just a tiny bit. Cockroach, just let me make this last contribution for you. Having this is better than not having it. Dexiong thought to himself. Chapter 20 Alarmed Dexiong had no idea what the cockroach embryo in his arms meant. Time passed swiftly, and the battle between humans and the silicon species never ceased, but both sides had shown a remarkable restraint. Humans had never used high-yield nuclear weapons to attack, and the silicon species had not committed their entire forces to a full-scale assault. Both sides maintained a strange balance. The human side simplified everything in their efforts to exterminate the silicon species, mobilizing all societal resources to build the Sky Shield, construct extraterrestrial bases, and continuously transport supplies to outer space. Of course, the research of scientists from various countries never stopped. Although they had never found a method to deter or exterminate the silicon species, with a vast amount of manpower and resources, they had developed many practical technological breakthroughs. It turned out that human progress was not only slow because of a lack of drive, but rather due to insufficient motivation. Faced with the threat of genocide, under the collective resources of society, everything advanced at an unimaginable speed. The President of the United States never thought that a project team that took 20 years to build a bridge would be able to match the pace of construction on Mars for the Earth Biological Repository. Even during a video call to encourage the project team, he excitedly misspoke. "Oh, our country is indeed a devil. They are truly madmen. Yes, my grandmother passed away. It's truly a sad thing, yes, I'm sure." A month later, Mars City. Xiaowan and her classmates from the first phase of Mars Primary School, under the guidance of their teacher, attended the inauguration ceremony of the Earth Biological Repository. Small intelligent robots efficiently transported the first batch of animal embryos sent from Earth. The teacher said that the subsequent plant embryos and microbial embryos would arrive on Mars in 2 weeks. Xiaowan was in a good mood today. There hadn't even been a dust storm on Mars for a while, and the sky outside the transparent city shield was very clear. It reminded her of the weather over a year ago when her parents took her to climb Qingqing Mountain. Xiaowan looked up, as if she could see the warm smiles of her parents deep in the endless void. Right? There was also the big brother who saved her. Thinking of this, Xiaowan's gaze dimmed. The big brother saved me, but I don't even know his name. A year ago, city number 3 fell, and later she and other children came to Mars for school, followed by hundreds of other children arriving. The teacher said they came from different countries, but here, everyone had a unified title: Earth Primary School students. Adults called them even more simply, Earthlings. Today, the teacher said the tour was to remind everyone not to forget the beauty of Earth and to witness how those lovely little beings once looked in their mother's wombs. It was said that there would also be realistic holographic audiovisual presentations. In front of the huge cubic Earth Biological Repository, Xiaowan and her classmates stood for less than half an hour, and the intelligent robots had already emptied the transport machine that took Daxiong and the others more than an hour to load. When the transport machine closed its cabin doors and took off from the spot, Xiaowan followed the teacher into the repository's main entrance. As she entered, Xiaowan measured the door with her body and found it thicker than her front. The teacher had said the repository's explosion-proof level could withstand the Big Ivan. Teacher, what is the Big Ivan? Is it powerful? Why don't we use it to defeat the bad silicon people? Xiaowan had asked at that time. Such thick alloy. Xiaowan was deeply shocked, reaching out to touch it, feeling the coldness in her fingertips and palms. She imagined what kind of power would be needed to shake such a solid structure. How could our fragile bodies create such sturdy buildings? And how could they create a Big Ivan capable of destroying a city? Xiaowan, hurry up. The teacher's voice called from ahead. Xiaowan, hurry up. The teacher is calling you. A classmate turned around and complained slightly. Oh, Xiaowan responded, hurriedly putting her hand down. After overcoming her initial fear and confusion, Xiaowan had adapted to life without her parents. Away from Earth, where there were caring teachers and new friends. It was great. Boom. Just after running a few steps, a deafening explosion sounded. And at the same time, Xiaowan felt a tremendous force slam into her. In the next moment, her body lightened, involuntarily flying towards the door. The sound of urgent alarms and chaotic shouts faintly reached her ears. The alarm rang harshly. Gu Jie sat dazed in the laboratory chair at the base, seemingly oblivious to everything. Over the past year, he had started from a most basic research position at the base and had gone through all the projects that Wang Wengang had worked on back then. The alarm just now was pressed by him. It was also the last thing Wang Wengang did at the research base before he went missing. Yes, missing. Although old Zheng hinted that Wang Wengang might not be missing but dead and turned to ashes, Gu Jie didn't believe that was the final truth. His uncle was not an ordinary person. He could leave behind a layout. How could he encounter misfortune? Gu Jie stubbornly believed in his heart that his uncle was just missing. Pressing the alarm, he did so as well, based on the experimental logs. Wang Wengang had touched it accidentally. But it was at this moment that Gu Jie vaguely understood. Yes, recalling all the conversations he had with Wang Wengang, he summarized everything. Wang Wengang clearly told Gu Jie that there was only one thing in this world that could not be controlled or predicted, and that is intention, or thought. Following Wang Wengang's footsteps and completing all the research processes, combined with the final alarm, Gu Jie had already understood everything clearly. Wang Wengang was undoubtedly a genius-level scientist. He laid out plans, designed, and left guidance. All that was merely to tell Gu Jie one thing. Now, Gu Jie understood, but he was more puzzled. Even the genocide crisis faced by humanity was insignificant compared to what Wang Wengang hinted at. Even this disaster was a boost provided by Wang Wengang for Gu Jie. But why? Why was I chosen to bear everything you said? How could you be so arrogant? So convinced that what you discovered must be right. No demonstration or evaluation, just your one-sided wishful thinking. The alarm continued to blare, and Gao Feng stood beside Gu Jie, frowning. After a year of following, Gu Jie's actions were increasingly incomprehensible. He seemed very busy and hurried. It appeared as if he were indifferent, living day by day with no sense of purpose. Among the many planning teams, the base Gu Jie was in charge of had the least technological breakthroughs. Even the Weapon Research Institute and Aerospace Base had more breakthroughs. Bang! The laboratory door was violently pushed open, and Zhao Zuming rushed in. Chapter 21. Epiphany. Gu Jie, what's wrong? Zhao Zuming gasped, his face filled with anxiety. He and Gu Jie had a friendship that transcended age. Although they met through work, their relationship had always been good, especially after Gu Jie brought him to the base. Over the past year, they had completed many research projects together. However, only Gu Jie could decipher all the information left by Wang Wengang, or at least understand it. Others did not have that kind of rapport. Zhao Zuming had noticed Gu Jie's changes over the past year, and when he heard the alarm from Gu Jie's exclusive laboratory, he rushed over immediately. It's nothing, I accidentally pressed it. Gu Jie turned around, revealing an ugly smile. Zhao Zuming breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to pat Gu Jie on the shoulder, comforting him. Gu Jie, don't worry. It's normal not to find a solution. If everything went smoothly, that would be strange. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I recently got some pure grain liquor. Let us have a drink after work. Sometimes, drowning your sorrows can help. Zhao Zuming said with a smile as he left the room. But the moment he closed the door, the smile on his face instantly vanished. He looked back at the tightly closed isolation door, his expression clouded with worry. Jie stood there again, his mind swirling with countless thoughts, and a vague line of reasoning began to emerge. Smooth sailing is strange? Smooth sailing. Finally, an incomprehensible plan fully formed in Jie's mind. The current plans devised by the human government seemed like the difference between a firefly and the sun in front of this incredible plan, completely incomparable. By the time the alarms ceased ringing, Jie had organized all the research processes from the past year in his mind, combining every detail from when he met Wang Wengang until now, and he had confirmed the speculations in his heart. He got up and walked toward the door, and for the first time, a hint of a smile appeared on his otherwise dejected face. At the same time, he also deeply realized the incredibility of his brother-in-law. Connect to the National Planetary Defense Committee, Jie arrived at the control console and directly issued the command. Up to now, Jie had almost understood everything, grasped all the details, and comprehended Wang Wengang's arrangements. The only remaining doubts were minor points for which he had yet to find an opportunity to understand. The shocking truth was beyond Jie's ability to describe. He could only marvel at Wang Wengang's wisdom, which was truly godlike. Although his heart was like a tsunami of turmoil, he maintained a subtle smile on his face. Moreover, he already had plans. Though he was in awe of Wang Wengang's operations, Jie did not believe he had to fulfill everything Wang Wengang had arranged or discovered. I just need to resolve the crisis for humanity. As for the rest, I don't want to, nor do I have the ability to complete it for you. I'm sorry, Jie silently thought to himself. Jie. The video call connected, and Zheng Lao's virtual image appeared in the control room. Zheng Lao, I think I found a way to resolve the silicon crisis. Jie's voice was calm and unperturbed, not because he was trying to put on an act, but because, compared to Wang Wengang's true plan, the silicon crisis was merely a small part, not worth alarming anyone. However, Zheng Lao did not see it that way. His eyes widened in surprise. Even Gao Feng, who had been following Jie, changed his expression instantly. Really? Quickly tell me how to resolve it. At that moment, Zheng Lao felt as if his chest was about to explode, his heart racing like an antique diesel engine running at full throttle. Jie calmly shook his head. Not yet. I need maximum authority to access all research resources and obtain full support. Once I confirm it, the plan will succeed. Jie maintained a smile, and his pale face showed no signs of abnormality as he quietly looked at Zheng Lao. Upon hearing Jie's words, Zheng Lao and Gao Feng both froze, unable to understand what Jie was really planning. You said you found a solution, so why not share it? If you don't say anything, why report it? Zheng Lao opened his mouth to ask, but suddenly noticed Jie's determined yet slightly mysterious gaze, which left him momentarily stunned. Memories of previous conversations with Wang Wengang, when he was still alive, flashed in his mind. At that time, Zheng Lao had casually asked, "Who is the person you trust the most in this life?" Wang Wengang's answer was Jie. Zheng Lao was surprised. The person he trusted the most was his brother-in-law? What kind of operation was that? But Wang Wengang's eyes at that moment were just like Jie's now, firm and carrying a hint of inexplicable meaning. At the same time, the hypnotic message left by Wang Wengang, stating that resolving this crisis was solely Jie's responsibility, also surfaced in Zheng Lao's mind. The words Zheng Lao was about to say fell silent. He stared blankly at Jie for a moment before saying, "Okay, I agree to your request. But if you don't speak, other planning groups may not agree." Zheng Lao continued, the resources accumulated by human society over the past year have been huge. In confronting the Silicon Tribe, we also need to build the sky curtain, construct extraterrestrial bases, and maintain the survival of humanity on Earth. With transportation tasks lasting about 10 years, to follow Jie raised his hand to interrupt Zheng Lao. I know. Once I succeed here, none of that will be necessary. Zheng Lao stared at Jie, seeing that Jie was unyielding and equally stared back at him. He nodded helplessly. Then, "Let us start from now," Jie directly stated his demands. "I need to negotiate with the Silicon Tribe. I need to be sent as an envoy for peace talks. The sooner, the better." Jie's first request left Zheng Lao utterly shocked. "What? You want to be sent as an envoy to the Silicon Tribe? What kind of international joke is this?" The so-called tradition of not killing envoys in times of war was a thing of the past. In a new era, how many wars have been fought, and this fine tradition had long been discarded. It wasn't that envoys would be killed, but the convenient modern communication methods made the act of sending envoys gradually lose its significance. Humans and the Silicon Tribe had not lacked contact. In fact, there had been many interactions, but no unified peace plan had ever been reached. This was what led to a year of continuous warfare. The previously mentioned plan to help the Silicon Tribe migrate to other planets was flatly rejected by the other side, with only one demand. All of humanity must live under the rule of the Silicon Tribe. Zheng Lao thought Gu Jie had come up with some brilliant idea that couldn't be casually shared, but it turned out to be this? Zheng Lao frowned deeply, and before he could refute, Gu Jie continued, "Don't rush. This is just the beginning." Gu Jie's emotions remained stable, showing no signs of disturbance. Seeing that Zheng Lao still seemed uneasy, he added, "You have to trust me." Zheng Lao snorted and directly closed the video call. Gu Jie was not surprised. Instead, he turned to Gao Feng and said, "Let us go. Accompany me for a walk." Inside the base, special equipment was operating, and the temperature and air were not much different from before, but one still had to wear protective suits when leaving the base. However, the base's protective suits were much stronger than civilian ones, equipped with cooling devices, so they wouldn't encounter situations like the Xiong did. The sky was dim. Everything was desolate, and the once lush forest had long since dried up. The pavement was unrecognizable, the asphalt had melted, and the coils on the roadbed had been removed for recycling, leaving behind a pockmarked surface. It was truly a return to the pre-liberation era. Chapter 22. Little Tuan, it really feels like we're back to square one. Mars, outside the Earth Biological Repository. The heavy door had been closed for an unknown amount of time, resembling the back of a toad, covered with various bumps. This was a door capable of withstanding the might of Big Ivan, and the fact that it bore such protrusions on such solid alloy material shows just how powerful the initiator was. A chubby black man with a bushy beard knelt on the ground, cradling little Tuan in his arms and murmuring to himself. In his eyes, besides disbelief, there was more despair and confusion. Just moments ago, the biological embryo storage containers shipped from Earth had been stored according to their serial numbers. Everything was normal and without a hitch. But just as everything was ready for the future of Mars to enter and visit, one of the storage containers suddenly exploded. The entire biological repository instantly set off alarms. Before Jessini could figure out what was happening, he saw fragments of the exploded container quickly moving on the ground. They were all micro-robots. Before Jessini could activate the repository security systems, he watched as those micro-robots swiftly began to devour and dismantle the other storage containers. Soon after, more storage containers exploded in succession. The number of micro-robots increased exponentially. Realizing that something was seriously wrong, Jessini pressed the security activation button, unleashing countless combat robots from their storage. Both sides instantly entered a state of combat. "Get out of here now!" With Jessini's furious shout, the staff in the biological repository and the Mars Elementary School students who had just entered to visit hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, humans had strictly prohibited combat robots from engaging in battles, or rather, there had been a time before the Silicon Crisis when such actions were resisted. Yet, in less than a moment, they all ceased fire. Instead, they turned their weapons against the humans who had created them. Bang, 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 in the magnetic energy acceleration tubes. Bullets shot out like demons, and the fleeing crowd fell one by one into pools of blood. Jessini didn't have time to think about what was happening, but everything the federal president had instructed before coming here was still fresh in his mind. Relying on his exceptional speed and physical ability, Jessini quickly surpassed the crowd around him, being the first to run out of the Earth Biological Repository and activate the door. The 2-foot-thick special alloy door began to close rapidly. Jessini stood at the doorway, staring blankly as he watched living beings fall to the ground. Witnessing the so-called future of Mars, the elementary school students crying out as they met their demise, his mind a blank. "Uncle, save me." A child's tender voice broke through his thoughts, and Jessini came to his senses, noticing a small, frail Asian girl lying at the door. Behind her was a spider-like micro-robot with 8 legs. Its semicircular body was continuously shooting bullets. The girl's lower body was a bloody mess, her hands reaching out beyond the door, but she could no longer move an inch. The micro-robot, now so close, had stopped firing and was preparing to leap out before the door closed. At that moment, the door was less than half a meter from closing. Although Jessini didn't know what was going on, he understood that he absolutely could not let this thing escape. Mars City was humanity's hope for the future. If this strange micro-robot broke free, what would Mars City face? At that moment, Jessini couldn't help but recall the scheme that the mysterious Eastern country had once used to intimidate the nobility. Could it be that thing? Shit! Jessini cursed angrily, raising his leg and kicking straight at the micro-robot that had already crossed over Little Tuan. Bang! The micro-robot retreated, and Jessini crouched down, grabbing Little Tuan and pulling her out quickly. Not far away, someone was running over, screaming amidst curses. "Damn black fatso, open the door for me." Jessini closed his eyes and turned a deaf ear, gripping Little Tuan tightly and leaping back. The next moment, the door slammed shut. Little Tuan fainted, and Jessini, lying on the ground, gazed up at the sky and murmured, "I'm sorry, there's no time." In the next moment, the special alloy door was struck violently, as if some immensely powerful demon inside was frantically banging on the door, causing bulges to form rapidly on its surface. Sitting up while cradling Little Tuan, Jessini quickly pressed the communication button to report the situation. Suddenly, an eerie squeaking sound came through, and Little Tuan in his arms convulsed violently a few times. Then, to Jessini's disbelief, a spider-like micro-robot crawled out from between Little Tuan's bloodied legs. Jessini felt his scalp tingle, dropped Little Tuan, and pulled out his pulse gun, firing in a frenzy. Amid the billowing smoke, the agile micro-robot lost only 3 legs before disappearing into the gobi. Jessini sat down in despair, picking Little Tuan back up, taking out a vial from the supply box, injecting it into her, and then staring blankly at the door, which continued to be struck violently. 20 minutes later, the entire Earth biological repository was surrounded by heavy troops. Meanwhile, the whole of Mars City went into a state of martial law, searching for the escaped micro-robot with all their might. As the last hope for the future of Mars, Little Tuan was arranged for treatment. However, due to severe injuries, her legs had to be amputated. "Nurse, my legs are gone." Little Tuan lay on the bed in a daze, her eyes devoid of any spirit. "Don't be afraid, it's okay. After a while, the doctor will give you 2 new legs, don't worry." The nurse gently stroked Little Tuan's hair, her big tears rolling down her cheeks. Little Tuan's vacant eyes focused on the nurse, reaching out to wipe her tears. "Sister Nurse, don't cry." Little Tuan Iason, T hurting. Look, Little Tuan Iason, T crying at all. The nurse wiped her tears while nodding vigorously, but the tears continued to flow like a broken string of beads. "Little Tuan." The nurse bent down and embraced her, unable to say another word. This little darling truly broke her heart, but what pained her even more was the confirmed news of everyone who had gone to the Earth biological repository. Only Little Tuan and Jessini were alive. Everyone else had died, including her boyfriend who worked there and her sister who had gone to visit. Damn it. It must be the Silicon People's doing. I really want to capture them and tear them apart. At the same time, Gujia, staring blankly at the sky and the wilderness, received a message from the base. "There's been a major incident. Return immediately." When Gujia and Gao Feng returned to the base, Zhao Zhuoming and several other leading researchers were already gathered at the control panel. Zheng Lao's holographic projection was also present. However, every face in the room bore a deep expression of anger and concern. What happened? Chapter 23. Coercion and diplomacy. Without a doubt, it was the Silicons who did it, but the entire transportation of the animal embryos was under surveillance. How could there be a problem? The news brought by Elder Zheng was precisely about the incident with the Martian biological repository. After understanding the ins and outs, Gu Jie directly concluded. Elder Zheng nodded slightly and said solemnly, "An investigation has been organized, and I believe results will come soon. However, I have something more important to discuss with you regarding those micro-robots." Elder Zheng trailed off, looking intently at Gu Jie. Gu Jie furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment before saying, "There are only 3 possibilities. First, The Silicon race has infiltrated our ranks, whether through spies or other technical means. They have obtained the details of the deterrent plan originally organized by Wang Wengang. Second, the humans who possess the complete set of technology are within the safety shield established by the Silicons. As for the third, perhaps it is him. No explanation was needed. A glance between the two was enough for them to understand. Wang Wengang had betrayed humanity by providing the Silicons with the details of the deterrent plan. Otherwise, the Silicons wouldn't have been able to dismantle the deterrent so easily back then. It was indeed the Silicons who were behind this. We had just received their negotiation request, or rather, a threat. They were using the embryos of all animals in the biological repository as leverage, demanding that we allow their spacecraft to enter space without obstruction. Now, what I want to ask is, do you still intend to proceed with the diplomatic mission to the Silicons? Gujie smiled and nodded, of course. As for the Silicons using the embryos of all animals as leverage, I believe the higher-ups must have an answer. Since you insist, then we will proceed, as you say. I submitted your application. The Federation did not approve it, but both I and the Chancellor believe in you. As for the Silicons' demands, the Federation already has an answer. Blow it up? Pretty much. Although in this world, besides the biological repository, there are no other places that contain Earth biological embryos, which also means that from now on, all animals in Earth's life, except humans, will completely disappear. But we believe that doing this is still worthwhile. Gu Jian nodded in appreciation, as if praising Elder Zheng and the others for making such a correct choice. After another 10 minutes, Mars received a transmission from Earth. Input liquid nitrogen, destroy everything. Before long, the Silicons sent another message. What a pity. Compared to us, humans are truly heartless. Over 1 million lovely beings will disappear from this universe and will never appear again. What a shame. I believe one day you will regret today's decision. However, we have decided to give you another chance and agree to the diplomatic mission of Gujie. We believe that after personally experiencing the friendliness and peace of the Silicon race, you will bring the right advice to the obstinate humans. Upon hearing this news, the anti-Silicon faction erupted in chaos, and the Federation reprimanded Gujie for his foolish request, while also warning our country about the foolish decision made. Gujie, as the leader of the anti-war department's planning group, holds a lot of secrets. If the Silicons capture him or he willingly defects, can you bear that responsibility? The Federation chairman was furious, nearly pointing his finger at our chancellor in the virtual conference room and scolding him. The President of the United States was equally indignant, declaring that our country should propose a united front against the Silicons. The Chancellor maintained a smile in the face of the furious factions within the Federation, gesturing for everyone to calm down, and then said slowly, "There's no need to worry. In a time of survival for our race, we will not abandon any hope, nor will we overlook any loopholes. Gujie has already been equipped with a self-destruct device. If any situation arises, we will activate it." The Federation chairman interrupted the Chancellor, directly questioning, "A self-destruct device? How can you be sure when a situation arises? And how can you guarantee it can be activated in Silicon territory? You must know." The Chancellor smiled, signaling the chairman not to get agitated, and slowly replied, "Counterfactual quantum communication." As soon as those few words were spoken, almost everyone present was stunned. After a moment, the President of the United States incredulously asked, "Your Excellency means you have completely mastered the quantum Zeno effect?" The Chancellor nodded, and the leaders of the member states fell silent. Those with rich knowledge reserves already understood what was going on, while those that did not were hurriedly searching to find out what it was. The meeting of the United Front quickly concluded, tacitly approving Gujie's diplomatic mission to the Silicons. However, the public was outraged over Gujie's mission to the Silicons. Everyone believed it was the most foolish decision. Even Wang Yi and Su Tong specifically sent messages to question Gujie. Believe me, no matter what I do. Faced with the questions from his wife and sister-in-law, Gujie's answer was simple. He hung up directly, ignoring their incessant chatter. Meanwhile, Gujie's identity was quickly exposed. Seeing Gujie in a high position, the opposition grew even more severe. In some places, they even organized strikes and protests against Gujie's mission. They even accused Gujie of planning to defect from humanity. How ridiculous! Are there no humans living in the safety shield with a higher position or more advanced technology than I do. Before departure, Zhao Zhuoming opened his smart wearable device to show Gu Jia messages from the metaverse. Gu Jia smiled and responded, "That's true, but you must be careful." He patted Zhao Zhuoming on the shoulder, wearing a confident smile. "Don't worry, Mr. Gu, the checks have been completed. You can depart now." A group of staff from the National Planetary Defense Committee stepped back, and the leader slightly bowed. Gu Jia nodded. Elder Zheng, Elder Nia, the Chancellor, and other planet group leaders came to see him off. Moments later, Gao Feng piloted a small helicopter, flying away from Kyoto, heading east. The Silicons agreed to the meeting, with the location being the Silicon Surface Passage closest to Kyoto, Mount Fuji. On the plane, Gu Jia looked at the desolate land outside the window and felt a vague sense of unease in his body as he sighed inwardly. Humanity has this flaw: suspicion and inconsistency. It's actually quite normal to think about it. If I hadn't understood most of the astonishing plans left by Wang Wengang. If someone suddenly said they wanted to go on a diplomatic mission to the Silicons, I would probably be even more opposed than they are. Although the helicopter was not fast, Kyoto was not far from Mount Fuji, and it took just over an hour to reach the airspace above Mount Fuji. Before landing, they could see that the once snow-capped Mount Fuji had changed its appearance, now a mix of reddish-brown and earthy yellow. At the summit was a massive dark hollow. "Gao Feng, we may very well never return from this trip. Are you afraid?" Gu Jia spoke up. Gao Feng remained expressionless, operating the helicopter to land while replying. "Since the day I joined the army, I have long since put life and death aside. Death is nothing to be afraid of." Chapter 24 Meeting Yes, as a soldier. Gao Feng undoubtedly has firm beliefs to support him. Whether it's defending the homeland or protecting all of humanity, being trusted by old Zheng and staying by his side. Aside from solid military strength, there must be no issues with his beliefs. But what about me? Why take this risk? Why toil tirelessly, even facing the suspicion and doubt of my compatriots to do this thankless task? Gu Jia questioned himself, and after a moment, he smiled slightly. Perhaps I also recognize my brother-in-law's astonishing speculation and plan, unwilling to give in. As for the rest, it doesn't seem that important. Gu Jia himself wasn't sure what he was thinking. He just felt it should be this way, without the tragic or righteous sentiments of protagonists in artistic works. I'm just a common citizen, not a great person. The military helicopter performed well, but it still couldn't withstand temperatures above 200 degrees Celsius. After landing on the halfway point of Mount Fuji, Gu Jia, wearing a modified spacesuit, entered the passage. It was the dark cavity at the top of Mount Fuji. Gao Feng stayed behind to wait, as the silicon being refused to let him follow. From mid-air, the dark passage looked completely black, but upon reaching it, Gu Jia could finally see the scene inside. In the center was a smooth black pipe built by an unknown entity, estimated to be at least 30 meters in diameter, and completely empty inside. More structures resembling human architecture were attached to the circular pipe, but their material was indiscernible. Gu Jia casually observed, experiencing some exotic charm. But the monotonous colors still made him feel very uncomfortable, a cold sensation. It was contradictory, yet it seemed to be the case. One must know that at this moment, the spacesuit indicated the external temperature was approaching 180 degrees Celsius. The silicon being leading the way did not match the appearance described in the base's data. Instead, it was a ball covered in radial limbs. To use the most popular phrases from the metaverse, it was all legs except for the head. A dream come true for leg enthusiasts. About the size of a basketball, its limbs moved freely, allowing it to walk quickly on the ground. Moments later, under its guidance, Gu Jia entered a rounded spacecraft. The spacecraft started silently and quickly floated above the dark pipe, then rapidly descended. Gu Jia felt a loud roar in his mind and his stomach churned, so he quickly adjusted the oxygen level in his spacesuit. It seemed that the flying technology mastered by the silicon beings was no less than that of humans. If the spacecraft was silent, it probably had engine technology at least one level more advanced than humans. One must know that since the invention of the steam engine, human power technology has, apart from maglev vehicles, been propulsion-based. It has simply been optimized along with the advancement of other related technologies. The anti-gravity technology, widely featured in various literary works over a century ago, has never been realized. The acceleration was too fast, and the inertia was too great. Although the oxygen level was increased, Gurdjieff still felt carsick. Through the small observation windows around the spacecraft, only the light above quickly shrank, while the other directions remained pitch black. Resisting the urge to vomit, Gurdjieff glanced at the silicon being beside him, whose two legs were inserted into the grooves on the spacecraft's floor, and closed his eyes. As expected, their driving methods were inherently beyond human comparison. This was a human-machine integration. There was no need to use eyes to determine direction. All the parameters of the spacecraft must be in the silicon being's mind through those two legs. The act of opening a window in the spacecraft. Was it because of me? Gurdjieff adjusted his breathing, suppressing the turmoil within, and moments later, a feeling of weightlessness came as the spacecraft landed steadily. The moment he stepped out of the spacecraft, Gurdjieff's pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment, his originally calm state of mind suddenly stirred. Gurdjieff had always considered himself imaginative, but he had never imagined he would see this scene in the silicon being's base. At this moment, Gurdjieff didn't even know what words to use to describe his feelings. Instinctively, a curse that had been passed down for over 100 years slipped from his lips. What the hell? What unfolded before Gurdjieff was an incredibly shocking sight. He couldn't imagine what humanity would think if this scene were to be exposed. Not to mention the orange-red lava flowing through the various pipes, or the molten rock floating in the outermost layer of space, let alone the densely packed factories and workshops. Just the statue floating in the center of space nearly dropped Gurdjieff's jaw. That statue was actually his brother-in-law, life-sized. "Hello, Mr. Gurdjieff." A standard-looking silicon being mentioned in the data floated over, speaking in standard Mandarin. Its voice was cold, but not harsh. Before Gurdjieff could respond, it continued. "The clan leader is waiting for you. Please follow me." Without waiting for Gurdjieff to agree, it shot off in one direction. Gurdjieff paused for a moment, gazing at Wangong's statue, trying to suppress the stirring in his heart as he followed the being. At this moment, the external temperature indicated by the spacesuit had already reached 280 degrees. "Hello, I'm the leader of the Silicon Clan, Stone. We have been monitoring you." Stone slowly floated in front of Gurdjieff, suddenly extending a hand from its glass-like spherical body, pointing to a dark chair beside it, saying, "Please sit. Since you can come here, it seems you have found the weakness of my clan." The modified spacesuit was indeed heavy, and Gurdjieff felt a bit tired, so he took a seat without hesitation. Retorting, "Oh, so confident?" Stone floated to a chair opposite Gurdjieff, extending two legs and one arm. Now, it resembled a person a bit, but it had no mouth, eyes, or ears with the head and torso integrated. It looked very much like the round character from old animations. Stone did not answer Gurdjieff's question, but instead asked with some confusion, "Aren't you curious about how he monitored you?" Gurdjieff smiled and said, "You were created by humans through artificial selection of silicon-based microorganisms. Humans know quite a bit about your abilities. Given that you have hidden the fact that you breed underground and created the Silicon Clan, it's not hard to guess that when you cooperated with human scientists, you withheld data and findings. Geology, electromagnetism, informatics, these are like innate supernatural powers to you. Infiltrating my smart wearable or a few surveillance devices. Is that difficult for you?" Gurdjieff maintained a faint smile, his tone calm. "I'm just a bit curious about the statue of Wang Wengang. I actually dislike this feeling." Stone's tone was not flat, but he had to admit, everything I have is almost given to me by him. He made me understand the damned emotions of carbon-based life forms. Chapter 25, Heaven, Eating Human Emotions Are Truly an Interesting Thing. Australia, next to the safety dome, Heaven. Two attack-type robot-like silicon beings are conversing. "Yes, but the existence of human emotions is a good thing for us, isn't it?" "Jean-E, you are right. However, I'm still very curious about what emotions truly feel like. You see them. Complex chemical reactions ignite, and they get caught in the whirlpool of emotions, intoxicated. Jean-Air, is your current curiosity already a form of emotion?" "No, it's just logical analysis up to this point. We need to understand them better than they understand themselves, in order to rule them and make them work for the development of our silicon civilization." "Yes." "Then continue to record all physiological data of every human entering heaven. Integrate sample analysis. Look, the latest batch of humans has arrived, Jean-Air said, pointing to the descending spacecraft. Da Xiong and his colleagues quickly passed the inspection under the guidance of some oddly shaped robots and entered the Australian heaven. This is, so far, the largest safety dome on Earth, covering an area of 10,000 square kilometers, home to all the original humans of Australia and those who have migrated from other places. The rest of Australia, outside this 10,000 square kilometers, has long become a barren wasteland, a scorched land of reddish-brown. Along with the uniquely silicon architecture, there are cold, visually unappealing factories with no waste whatsoever. At the same time, this place has also become the hottest region in the world, aside from the African desert, with the average temperature outside heaven rising close to 60 degrees Celsius. Da Xiong was stunned when he heard that all the animals in the Mars-Earth biological repository had been wiped out. He originally thought it was just a monitoring device or something similar, at most providing some convenience for the silicon beings. But he never imagined that he would cause the extinction of Earth's animals. Yes, extinction. The anti-silicon side, constrained by resource limitations, only preserved the male and female embryos of the species, hoping that one day conditions would allow them to hatch and then clone and breed the population. Not a single living specimen was left. Meanwhile, in the pro-silicon side safety dome, although called heaven, there are no living carbon-based organisms besides humans. Yes, none. Not even microorganisms in the air. That night, Da Xiong inexplicably kept the cockroach embryos he had originally planned to throw into the microwave to burn once the ice melted. For the past few days, Da Xiong had been trying to hatch them. Today, 2 small cockroach larvae successfully hatched, and after being fed some nutrient paste, Da Xiong was originally waiting to be discovered and punished. However, the silicon beings, with their vast powers, sent him here in a haze. As he passed through the screening channel and entered heaven, Da Xiong often let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he felt at ease. Feeling an itch in his groin, Da Xiong smiled slightly. It was Da Xiong and Xiao Qiang moving. They were still alive and had not been discovered. Who says hair has no use? Look, it's coming in handy now. Da Xiong, how is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Look here, this can't compare to life outside. His colleague patted Da Xiong's shoulder, pointing at the tall buildings in front of him that resembled a dense jungle, yet were full of harmonious beauty. Da Xiong looked around and saw that the colors and compositions of the scenes before him, no matter from which angle he looked, were all exceptionally beautiful artistic scrolls, paired with the sky-blue protective dome and the white clouds floating in the void, along with the soft wind that gently blew past his ears, carrying a hint of earthy fragrance, and the colorful, varied vegetation adorning the roads and buildings, along with the soft, soothing music that surrounded his ears. Here, compared to the outside, it truly is heaven. Da Xiong marveled as he checked into his room under the guidance of the robots. A 30-square-meter smart apartment equipped with fully rendered virtual reality equipment. Once the smart rendering was activated, the surrounding walls would change to reflect the owner's requests, allowing for a spacious house or a view of vast mountains and rivers or countless stars. Some experienced users even created scenes with beautiful women or group activities. This stuff isn't cheap. Even when I used to have a decent income, I would have to go a year without eating or drinking to afford it. I didn't expect it to be a basic feature here. Da Xiong increasingly affirmed his decision that day. Da Xiong, come to Eden. It's simply amazing here. Upon connecting to the message from his colleague, Da Xiong heard the other person's excited voice. The colleague's figure and surroundings appeared directly in his room, with all the space behind him transforming into another scene. Where are you? Da Xiong asked excitedly. I'm in Eden. This is the scene from Character Life, the First Emperor. After a brief introduction from his colleague, Da Xiong could hardly wait to call the smart butler and directly enter Eden. No brain-machine interface needed. Da Xiong lay on the bed, closed his eyes, confirmed his entry, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a prompt that he had entered Eden. There was no sense of delay or operation. It felt as if he had crossed over into another realm. He found himself in a luxurious villa, with a view outside that was even more beautiful than the most stunning villas on Earth. The room was attended by stunningly beautiful maids, butlers, bodyguards, and drivers, and he could freely adjust their numbers, positions, appearances, and even choose from human-like fantasy beings like elves, mermaids, angels, and demons. However, All of this required the consumption of something called performance points. Performance points needed to be earned through work. But what excited Daxiong was that the work here was not the physical labor of the past, nor the traditional intellectual labor, but a kind of relaxing, stimulating, fun labor filled with a sense of creation. In Eden, he could construct anything he could think of: objects, scenes, stories, games, songs, novels. Everything. As long as he formed what he imagined in Eden, he would earn performance points. The game his colleague mentioned, Character Life, The First Emperor, was a series of role-playing games created by a gaming guru, a complete and grand virtual world. Anyone could log in by spending performance points, and their identity would be automatically recognized as the first emperor, and then, thus, in heaven, Eden became the place where everyone commonly stayed. There were countless whimsical ideas and indescribably interesting affairs. Aside from basic needs, nearly everyone lived in Eden. If one paid a huge amount of performance points, they could apply to stay in Eden forever. The Silicon beings would provide the most comprehensive nutrient pod, allowing them to stay for a lifetime without coming out. Chapter 26. Betraying Humanity? With the support of the nutrient pod, you no longer have to worry about any issues with your body. Whether it's the energy needed by the human body or any other trace elements, they will be provided through the equipment in the nutrient pod. In fact, if you enable certain options, you can even choose to intake nutrients while dining in the virtual world of Ishu Garden, achieving a better experience. As for waste, there is no need to worry. Intelligent robots will help dispose of any waste you produce. Of course, to save resources, almost all waste is collected and purified by robots. As for what happens after processing, well, it's obviously reused. In this way, as long as Daxiong is willing, he can live forever in paradise. Wandering in Ishu Garden. There, anything is possible. In over a year, no human has expressed boredom or resistance towards Ishu Garden. Soon, Daxiong completely understood all of this. Here, anyone can find their own paradise. Even meticulous researchers can set physical parameters in Ishu Garden, create simulated spaces, and conduct various experiments and studies, which is much more convenient and quicker than doing real-world research. Of course, Daxiong doesn't have such impressive hobbies and ideals. His pursuits have always been simple: power, money, and beauty. This is also the pursuit of most people, regardless of gender. Yes, you heard it right. Throughout history, women have been in a subordinate position, creating the illusion that only men were lecherous. But in reality, women's pursuit of power, money, and beauty is at least equal to, if not greater than, that of men. Soon, Daxiong created his own universe in Ishu Garden, and as for the specifics, they were as exaggerated as possible. Even many people from the real world who had offended Daxiong or whom he had envied and hated were created by him to be forced to kneel or to be killed for pleasure. As for the well-known, beautiful actresses among the public, there is no need to elaborate. After 5 hours, Daxiong felt a bit tired and clearly sensed his hunger. Reluctantly, he exited the world he created and had a video call with his colleagues to exchange insights before logging out. Sitting up from the white bed, Daxiong felt a bit confused, taking a moment to wake up. He touched his head, feeling something strange. Why did he have a sense of desirelessness in his mind? It was like a sage time? A bit puzzled, Daxiong didn't delve further and directly instructed the robot to provide food. The dishes had already been selected before leaving Ishu Garden, with varieties and quantities surpassing those of normal human society. Daxiong devoured the food, occasionally sneaking some crumbs to secretly feed the 2 cockroaches, Daxiong and Xiaoqiang. He hurried to finish eating so he could continue playing inside. Daxiong thought while hastening his eating speed, but the next moment he froze. He suddenly remembered something his senior had told him a long time ago. At that time, he scoffed at it and didn't take it to heart. Now, reflecting on it and combining it with his earlier involuntary thoughts, perhaps what the senior said wasn't without reason. In the years to come, if humanity wants to progress and develop, fundamental science, technological innovation, and the rise of manufacturing are the top priorities. As for the metaverse and virtual economy, even so-called virtual wealth, it is a grave that humanity has dug for itself. If not restricted or even banned, what awaits us is only self-destruction. Humanity has always overestimated its own will. Capitalists tout the wonders of the metaverse merely for their extremely selfish wealth. Everything in the metaverse will drain your capacity for feeling. After extreme stimulation comes extreme emptiness. All the poor only need a coffin-sized nutrient pod to indulge in a virtual world, while all useful research is applied to reality. The rich can soar in the real world, everyone has a bright future, and there's no need to crowd together anymore. At that time, capitalists will tell you that what you've lost is only reality, but what you've gained is everything. Yes, once you become addicted to the metaverse as a godlike existence, the allure of the real world will instantly dissolve. Capitalists do not realize that once the competition disappears, humanity will forever be trapped in the metaverse, trapped on Earth, with no hope left. They will inevitably vanish in a time in their decline. Da Xiong shivered, realizing. No, not just realizing. The existence here is entirely to make people completely fall into the virtual world. Da Xiong felt a bit anxious, racking his brain for a long time, but couldn't he understand the purpose behind the Silicon people's actions. What benefit could there be, compared to directly killing? This approach is obviously more laborious and thankless. Only a fool would do it without any benefit. No, can I be aware of it while others are not? The senior who said this seems to also be in this paradise of the Silicon race. I remember he didn't return after going abroad to Australia. His name was Hong Jingshan. Da Xiong quickly hid the two cockroaches close to him and swiftly entered Ishuan Garden. Perhaps he should play for a while before contacting Hong Jingshan. After all, there's no rush in this moment. Under Mount Fuji, in a silicon base, human emotions are indeed precious things, but they are also a burden. If given a choice, I would rather understand nothing at all. Shurtu clearly expressed anger and conflicting emotions, but his tone remained cold and flat. Gujie was very curious. He didn't expect Shurtu to actually have emotions, and his earlier implication was clear. The statue of Wang Wengang floating in the open space outside was born out of gratitude for Wang Wengang creating him. Perhaps, since this guy understands emotions, it's not out of the question that he is deliberately misleading me. But why did the research materials left by Wang Wengang and the information held by the authorities repeatedly emphasize the rationality, logical thinking, and lack of emotions of the Silicon race? Did Shurtu conceal this fact initially? Gujie looked at Shurtu before him, his thoughts surging like waves. After a brief pause, Shurtu continued to ask, "Since you already know our weakness, why did you come here?" Gujie smiled slightly, without any hesitation, and straightforwardly said, "I actually came here to make a deal with you." "Oh, a deal? You've piqued my interest. I will allow you to finish what you want to say." Gujie nodded and spoke words that would be despised by all of humanity for a long time to come. Actually, as soon as I fully understood the weakness of the Silicon race, I knew I wouldn't live much longer. In fact, if I had prepared to announce my discovery, or rather, my plan at the first opportunity, you would definitely have killed me directly. Although, in that case, you might need to pay a considerable price personally. Gujie recalled the investigation findings of Zheng Lao and others regarding the disappearance of Wang Wengang. Shurtu fell silent for a moment and then asked, "I didn't expect you to be so clever. So, what is your deal? You seem very confident, but I must tell you that if your deal is not special, I wouldn't mind killing you here, or even if I don't have to kill you. Imprisonment is also nice. Since you're so clever, I'm sure you know that these are all very easy for me here." Gujie nodded again, but the smile on his face did not change because of Shurtu's words. "It's very simple. My deal is, you don't kill me, and I won't disclose or implement methods to completely annihilate the Silicon race. This deal benefits both of us. I don't have to pay with my life, and you don't have to bear the enormous cost of killing me. At the same time, I can continue to live a flourishing life in human society. And when the immigration plan is initiated, I can easily emigrate beyond the Silicon race's home planet due to my status. You can strengthen the Silicon race on Earth, dominate humanity, and even venture out into the stars. Furthermore, to ensure that others don't think of or implement methods to destroy the Silicon race. You can cooperate by providing me with some technologies that humanity has yet to discover, allowing me to achieve greater accomplishments. deliberately misleading human plans and research directions to guarantee the silicon race's safety. You know that in human society, the recognition of status is still quite high. Plans proposed by authoritative scientists are not on the same level as those proposed by ordinary researchers. After Gu Jie finished speaking, he smiled and waited for Shi Tu's response. Shi Tu's reaction was quite unexpected. Although his tone remained unchanged, his wording was clearly filled with confusion. Mr. Gu Jie, I have to say you are indeed an unexpected human. When you discovered the silicon race's vulnerabilities, instead of contributing to the overall benefit of humanity or considering the development and survival of human civilization, you took the risk of negotiating with me for your own interests and status. This is truly unbelievable. Or are you just trying to deceive me? Once you leave here, not only can you gain the support of my silicon race to develop more advanced technologies, but you can also deliver a fatal blow to us when the time is right. Compared to the deal you mentioned, killing you here is actually more secure and reliable. Isn't it? So, I choose to refuse. Do you have any last words? As Shi Tu spoke, a group of silicon beings identical to him flew in. Gu Jie showed no fear and seemed unsurprised by Shi Tu's refusal. No need for that. I know that the silicon race was able to emerge because you created the bodies of your kind and transferred your consciousness to them, which led to the current silicon race. In terms of research on consciousness, the silicon race far surpasses humanity. To this day, humanity has yet to break through the technology of consciousness transmission, let alone replication. The metaverse, which has been popular for decades, is merely a bionic brain-machine interface. Therefore, I suggest you use the consciousness-related technologies you possess to eliminate my knowledge of your vulnerabilities, or rather, to erase my memories of how to annihilate the silicon race. If you still have concerns, you can copy a part of your memories and install a Rami robot in my brain or heart to monitor me at all times. If there is ever a chance of exposing the silicon race's vulnerabilities, it can be triggered to explode. Shi Tu fell silent, his body trembling slightly. If he had eyes, they would surely be wide open in disbelief, compared to the surrounding silicon beings who found it logical and optimal. The emotional Shi Tu was clearly more astonishing than unbelievable. However, if what Gu Jie suggested were to be done, it would indeed be foolproof, with a calculated value directly hitting the maximum 100. Moreover, it would also allow the silicon race to obtain Gu Jie's memories, as he is a high-ranking figure in the faction aiming to annihilate the silicon race, personally leading a project group. Gu Jie's memories would be extremely valuable intelligence for the silicon race. At the same time, this would enable them to keep track of the military plans of a human faction aiming to destroy the silicon race. A win-win situation. As for erasing Gu Jie's memories, that would be too easy. The silicon race has billions of members, all with copied memories, a technology that has long been perfected. Let me think for a moment. Shi Tu's mind raced with calculations, incorporating all the deviation values. But no matter how he calculated, this plan remained the optimal solution. The possibility of Gu Jie deceiving him was zero. He initially intended to agree directly, but when the words reached his vocalizer, they transformed into a consideration. First, tell me everything you discovered about the plans or methods to destroy my silicon race. Word for word. Shi Tu shook slightly, and the surrounding silicon beings left immediately. Without any further action from Shi Tu, a transparent light curtain rose from the ground, instantly enveloping the two of them. A shield? Gu Jie asked curiously, as the light curtain resembled a magical array from a fantasy game. Shi Tu did not respond, remaining motionless. Well, actually, you don't need to ask. I would have told you anyway. Gu Jie shrugged, his expression slightly innocent. In fact, my findings are not complete. The plan is only part of it, just a rough idea. However, I know this idea is correct, and after arriving here, I am even more certain of its validity. Therefore, this plan can undoubtedly capture all of you in one fell swoop. The only response from Shi Tu was one word. Please. Since you said that silicon beings have no emotions, yet as the ancestor of silicon beings, you possess emotions. Moreover, you have not been able to replicate emotions for the next generation, indicating that emotions cannot be replicated, right? Shi Tu replied, if you're trying to delay your death through this method, it is meaningless. All right, I'll be direct. According to my research, silicon beings are manufactured. You do not have gender distinctions like humans, so emotions, mating, love, these are meaningless to you. Your consciousness is copied from the previous generation, so there is no need for you to learn knowledge. It is automatically present in your consciousness. Therefore, combining my research, the method used by Wang Wengang to create you, the characteristics of silicon beings, and everything I have observed about silicon beings and silicon race robots. In fact, your consciousness is a perfect form of artificial intelligence. It belongs to computational life. Chapter 27. Gujia has planned to annihilate the silicon race since it has been concluded that the silicon race is, in a strict sense, a perfect form of intelligent robot. To annihilate the silicon race, only one thing needs to be done. There is no need for powerful weapons, nor for deterrence at the cost of destroying the Earth. It is sufficient to design a targeted computer virus and transmit it to a silicon being, which would completely eradicate the silicon race. In fact, this plan is similar to what human scientists refer to as a viral attack in biological warfare. It is also akin to a computer network virus. However, since the silicon race is a special form of life, it must differ from these two in some aspects. But the general direction may be the same. Gujia maintained a smile, his tone indifferent. The plan to annihilate billions of lives came from his mouth as casually as discussing what to have for lunch. It seems somewhat reasonable. So how do you plan to achieve this? Stone asked. Achieving this is not difficult. First, I will organize biochemists to discuss and study methods that could lead to the death of the silicon race. Second, after summarizing these methods, I will organize computer programming experts and even hackers to develop a targeted virus. Finally, the developed virus, essentially a code instruction that can damage the physiological functions of silicon beings, will be transmitted to a silicon being. To ensure the virus's transmission efficacy, I think we should choose a virus that has a latent period or one that only erupts under specific conditions. We should extend the incubation period as much as possible and maximize its infectivity. Of course, considering that the silicon race communicates through electromagnetic waves. This virus must be able to be transmitted through electromagnetic waves. When the time is ripe, for example, when the infection rate reaches a certain standard, we will activate the virus hidden within the silicon being using electromagnetic waves of a special frequency, causing the silicon being to either be paralyzed or die instantly. To ensure absolute certainty, it might be a better choice to spread multiple developed viruses simultaneously. Gujia maintained a smile throughout, and his indifferent tone sounded like a thunderclap in Stone's ears. He was very aware of the silicon race's weaknesses and initially thought that Gujia had deduced this plan from some information left by Wang Wengang regarding this aspect. However, he never expected that Gujia's so-called plan to annihilate the silicon race was a virus, a computer virus. At that time, chaos would ensue among the silicon race. Billions of silicon beings would die, and the corpses left behind might serve as excellent materials for human research on intelligent machinery. Gujia's description was undoubtedly a disaster for the silicon race. In the information I possess, the silicon race's informatics, particularly in the application of electromagnetic waves, as well as research on magnetic fields and consciousness, is top-notch. However, their technology in other areas is not particularly advanced. Of course, with more pro-silicon humans moving into the so-called paradise, you must have acquired quite a bit of technology from humans. Perhaps you're even on par with human technology. But what I want to say is that the emotionless silicon beings cannot compare with humans in terms of creativity. Your powerful logical analysis ability limits your creative capacity because you never attempt things where the calculation results in zero. Stone fell silent, and Gujia slowly breathed out, emptying himself, waiting quietly. After a long while, Stone finally spoke. Mr. Gujia, I have heard Wang Wengang mention you. He said that compared to humans, silicon beings are too stable, unlike humans who are full of variables. Just like his brother-in-law Gujia, under the right stimulating conditions, he might transform from an ordinary expert into a world-destroying demon. Gujia did not deny it. Stone is indeed emotional, and in a strict sense, he is more advanced than humans. What he said should be taken seriously. Do you need me to elaborate further on the details of the plan? Gujia asked. No need. In fact, I really want to eliminate you directly, but the deal you proposed is very tempting for us. You are absolutely right. Besides me, the entire silicon race lacks creativity. This is also one reason why I keep humans. Therefore, in reality, humans do not need to worry about the risk of extinction after surrendering to the silicon race. You are just too concerned about the so-called freedom. I accept your deal. Moreover, I also promise that when all humans surrender, Mr. can still hold a high position and enjoy the same freedom as my fellow beings. But you must remember, if you dare to leak what you just said or deceive me by other means, I will annihilate humanity along with myself in a mutual destruction. Of course, you will undoubtedly die. Stone's agreement to Gujie's deal was not surprising. Rest assured, I do not want to die, and I am confident that in my lifetime, humans will not collectively surrender. I hope so. The light curtain enveloping Gujie and Stone dissipated, and moments later, Gujie was taken to a room and only emerged after half an hour. No one knew what Gujie had experienced in that half hour. Gujie left the Silicon Race base at the foot of Mount Fuji, boarded a military helicopter, and closed his eyes. Mr. Gujie, how did it go? Gao Feng asked while operating the helicopter. After negotiations, the Silicon Race did not agree to our proposed plan for peaceful coexistence. But they promised that if humans do not attack proactively, the Silicon Race will not initiate a war against humans. However, the global warming plan is related to the future of the Silicon Race and will not end here. Gujie said, feeling a sharp pain in his mind, his tone heavy. At this moment, Gujie frowned tightly. I came to negotiate with the Silicon Race for peaceful coexistence. But I always feel there is something more important to do, yet I can't recall what it is. Meanwhile, in the command room of the National Planetary Defense Committee's anti-war department, the same room that had previously conducted a hypnotic interrogation of Gujie, the leader and the two elders, Zheng and Nie, were in a heated argument, especially Zheng and Nie, who were red-faced and nearly ready to fight. If outsiders saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. Everyone knows that Elder Nie has a fiery temper, but Elder Zheng has always been synonymous with steadiness, always appearing to strategize. When has he ever argued to the point of turning red? At this point, you still want to protect that little bastard? Damn it. Are you deaf or senile? Can't you comprehend the information that came back earlier? Elder Nie slammed the table, angrily shouting at Elder Zheng. That little bastard explicitly said he would trade with the Silicon Race to live comfortably. What reason do you have to continue believing him? Now, that kid is leisurely returning with humanity's hard work, and his entire plan to annihilate the Silicon Race has long been fed to the dogs. Who knows? We might have even lost our pants to that little bastard. Chapter 28. Gujie returns now. Immediately have Gao Feng take out the little thief. Just say the negotiations failed and that the Silicon Race had him killed. It could also boost human morale. Give a little thief a martyr title. That is already very generous. In the face of Elder Nie's roar, Elder Zheng did not back down. I said, let us wait until we return and clarify things. The communications have almost been cut off, and we are not clear about what exactly Gujie discussed with Shi Tu. Moreover, even if he really did what you said, he must have his reasons and plans. The leader rubbed his brow, looking troubled. All right, let us pause for a moment. The other countries in the United Coalition have already urged us several times, asking about the details of Gujie's mission. We need to think about how to respond to them. In fact, when Gujie went on his mission to the Silicon Race, our scientists had equipped him with a counterfactual communicator, which is the result of our nation's top research capabilities. There are only 3 pairs with 2 in each pair, allowing them to exchange information. Therefore, all the information before Shi Tu activated the light screen shield was transmitted backward for word. When Elder Zheng heard the content of Gujie's conversation with Shi Tu, he was basically in the same mindset as Elder Nie at that moment. As for the leader, having maintained a calm demeanor for decades, he did not overreact. He just found it unbelievable. Fortunately, we did not agree to the request of the coalition chairman. If we had shared the information we received from the start, there would be no need for the two of you to argue, as the explosive Big Brother would have launched missiles long ago. As the leader finished speaking, Elder Nie and Elder Zheng finally sat down angrily, glaring at each other. What else can we say? Just say it as it is. It's best to have Gao Feng take out that guy. Otherwise, if other countries launch missiles, it would be a waste of our elite soldiers. Elder Nye said with righteous reason, his tone slightly restrained. Just say that the negotiations failed, we obtained some intelligence, and all plans remain unchanged. The intelligence will be shared with the United Coalition later. Elder Zheng said, while taking deep breaths. The content of Gujie's negotiations must not leak out, otherwise it would trigger public opinion detrimental to human unity. The two of them stared at the leader, waiting for his decision. Gujie, dozing off on the plane, was unaware that his life was in the hands of 3 people at that moment, with the risk of annihilation at any time. Da Xiong had an absolute blast this time. Previously, he entered the virtual world created in Yishuan Garden, which scored well and earned him a lot of performance points. Later, he spent quite a few performance points to continuously clear several top-ranked experiences. He had been a tyrant of the ages, ruled the world, played the world's richest, experienced ultimate joy, and even whimsically tried gender transformation to feel the thrill of 1,000 kills. If it weren't for being hungry, he really wouldn't want to leave. What a great place. He called for dinner, ate and drank to his satisfaction, and even fed 2 cockroaches. Just as he was about to sleep contentedly, he suddenly remembered. Damn, I almost forgot I was supposed to contact Hongjing Mount. Never mind. Let us just sleep. What is the point of contacting? The extraterrestrial biological library on Mars has been destroyed. I definitely can't go back anymore. What would going back change? Would it have the same life as here? Food served and clothes provided. Moreover, there's an endless amount of joy to experience. Isn't that what life is about? Now that everything has been realized, what is there to be dissatisfied with? Da Xiong fell into a deep sleep. In paradise, countless people, just like Da Xiong, played until tired, ate and drank to their heart's content, and slept peacefully. Of course, some old residents visited each other, bringing the experiences from Yishuan Garden into reality, playing some multiplayer games they never dared to think of before. On Paradise Street, there was no one around, only scattered robots patrolling, quiet and serene. In the end, the leader did not adopt Elder Nye's opinion. According to Gujie, perhaps the technologically advanced Silicon people had long been monitoring everything about humans from some corner. They probably knew what humans looked like without Gujie needing to show them. Fortunately, the immigration plan coordinated with the Sky Curtain Strike plan has never been exposed. Therefore, all conclusions should wait until Gujie returns before making a decision. However, according to calculations, Gujie has already copied Shi 2's consciousness, making him a walking listening device. It seems we need to be cautious of him in the future. When Gujie returned to the National Planetary Defense Committee, Elder Zheng was already waiting on the tarmac. Unlike before, there were a few security personnel beside Elder Zheng, robust and strong like Gao Feng. Gujie, you've worked hard. Elder Zheng smiled, showing no trace of the earlier shouting match with Elder Nye. Not hard at all. Elder Zheng, sorry. The Silicon race did not agree to the content of the negotiations. They only promised that if we do not attack them, they will not attack us. But the global warming plan will not stop. Through their protective suits, Elder Zheng could see clearly that Gujie's face was heavy. It seems he is truly speaking from the heart. Does this mean Gujie's memory has been partially erased? Or did he actually go for negotiations? Not as I analyzed, that he took the risk to observe the Silicon race because he couldn't obtain live experiments on them. It's fine. It's a relationship that is naturally irreconcilable, normal. Come, let's go inside and talk. Elder Zheng gestured, and Gujie followed. In a moment, the two entered a fully shielded room. Gujie, do you have anything else to say? After taking their seats, Elder Zheng asked. Gujie shook his head, rubbing his temples. Now that the negotiations have failed, we can only find another way. The immigration plan is merely a stopgap, and the Sky Curtain plan only alleviates our pressure. I think we should discuss a more mature plan next, preferably one that can effectively strike the Silicon people directly, rather than what we're doing now. After so long, they still have 0 casualties. Elder Zheng nodded, but the worry on his brow increased significantly. What is going on? Could it be that Gujie's memories of the deal with the Silicon race have also been erased? After a brief pause, Elder Zheng tentatively asked, have there been any recent developments in your planning group? Gujie shook his head, massaging his temples. Not yet. I've gone through all the materials left by Wang Wengang. including all the projects he previously researched, but I still haven't found any breakthroughs. However, I have an immature suggestion. Since the Silicon people have initiated the global warming plan, perhaps we can add a few cooling projects in addition to the Sky Curtain plan to delay the rise in global temperatures. What Gujie did not know was that at that very moment, in another fully shielded room, Ms. Gao, who had previously hypnotized him, was observing his every move through a one-way, translucent membrane. Chapter 29 Reactions. Gujie left the National Planetary Defense Committee and returned to the base with Gao Feng accompanying him. Gao Feng, did Zheng Lao and the others hide something from me? Gujie furrowed his brows, feeling that Zheng Lao had been acting strangely today. What was going on? Everything seemed fine before he went to negotiate with the Silicon race, so why did it feel off as soon as he returned? After thinking all the way back, Gujie couldn't figure out what the problem was, so he had to ask Gao Feng, even though he knew it would be futile. I'm sorry, I don't know either. Gao Feng replied bluntly. Then, while I was negotiating with the Silicon race, did anything special happen? Gujie asked. No. Upon returning to the base, Gujie continued his research work as usual. However, since the Silicon race had not fully agreed to peaceful coexistence talks, and given that the preliminary research had already been completed, Gujie shifted his focus to how to destroy or deter the Silicon people. Perhaps cooling them down or freezing them to death would be a good choice. Gujie immersed himself in tense and regular research, and everything was no different from before he went to negotiate with the Silicon race. He had completely forgotten the purpose of his mission, the virus plan, and the deal with the stone. Even the relevant knowledge about computers and biological viruses from the previous research process slipped his mind. Meanwhile, deep underground in the Australian base of the Silicon race, the stone muttered to itself, knowing that I am an emotional being and still daring to take a risk. I must say you are truly an anomaly among humans. Yes, the Silicon base was not actually under Mount Fuji. That was merely an entrance. As for what Gujie saw and heard when he entered, it was just a diversion created by the stone. Those transparent windows were merely screens. On the open ground, Wang Wangang's suspended statue had long disappeared. It seemed that the memory deletion had been quite successful, thanks to the ingenious ideas of humans in the Yishuan garden. Indeed, this feeling of manipulating others at will is quite nice. The Silicon race only needs me to have emotions for now, right? However, what exactly did humans implant in him? Why is it present in Gujie's memory, but I can never find it? Although there were still doubts. The slight swaying of the stone's body indicated that it was in a good mood at that moment. However, within the National Planetary Defense Committee, Zheng Lao had a worried expression. Clearly, after several days of observation, Gujie had lost a significant portion of his memory. He had long forgotten his original intentions, forgotten his plans, and even fell victim to the stone-ash tricks without realizing it. Zheng Lao slowly began to speak, looking somewhat fatigued. So, what did we gain from this trip apart from locating the Silicon race's base or the coordinates of the stone's location in Australia? We have lost even more. We allowed them to successfully embed a spy within their upper ranks. Gujie definitely has the consciousness copied by the stone. Niao Lao spoke sharply, still not forgiving Zheng Lao. You know what promises the leader made to give them an explanation. From start to finish, this is a joke. A foolish joke. Just because of a few words from that traitor Wang Wengang, you acted so rashly against the consensus. Seeing Niao Lao starting to berate Zheng Lao again, the leader rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. This is frustrating. Why did such a thing have to happen during my term? All right, just keep an eye on Gujie for now. There's no need to interfere too much. The stone has set up surveillance on him. It's not like we don't have our own. Don't take any unusual measures to prevent the Silicon race from discovering my surveillance. And in the future, any information regarding Gujie should be a mix of truth and falsehood. We can mislead the Silicon race while also guiding them in the wrong direction. We can't say this mission was entirely meaningless. Furthermore, according to Xiao Gao's observations, Gujie is unaware of our monitoring, nor does he know about the stone's surveillance on him. So let's just go with the flow for now. As for other information Gujie provides about the Silicon race, verify it as soon as possible, and if confirmed, arrange for targeted analysis as early as possible. The leader spoke, and the two nodded before going their separate ways. On Niao Lao's side, the Timu plan was in full swing. Besides overseeing the overall situation, Zheng Lao was also involved in leading the construction of Mars City, the lunar base, and the Martian satellite city. As soon as Zheng Lao entered work mode, someone came up to report, Zheng Lao, all animal embryos in the Earth biological repository in Mars City have died, and there are serious casualties. The news that only one person is left in Mars Primary School has already spread. Currently, public sentiment is quite extreme, with many supporting a suicide attack by the United Coalition against the Silicon Race, and many are petitioning to form suicide squads. Zheng Lao, isn't this just causing trouble on purpose? A suicide attack? Go. Investigate thoroughly. There must be someone leading the narrative. Find the source of the initial information and trace it back to see how many traitors there are. Keep the information in sync with the United Coalition and share our analysis and stance. Once the staff left, Zheng Lao sighed. This was probably the work of the Silicon Race. They said they wouldn't take the initiative to attack one moment, but then forced you the next. This tactic is no less than that of humans. Zheng Lao, we have already investigated the Earth biological repository incident, another staff member reported. Zheng Lao signaled for the other person to continue. From the analysis of the remnants in the Earth biological repository, the micro-robots that entered the repository came from the Silicon Race and matched the composition ratio of the Silicon combat machines we shot down earlier. The monitoring records show that the micro-robots emerged from the packaging box of cockroach embryos. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that pro-silicon humans secretly contacted our grassroots personnel Ma, Wenjun, and Wang Daxiong to swap out the cockroach embryos during the installation of animal embryos. And the people involved? Zheng Lao asked, and the other person looked somewhat awkward, lowering their head to respond. The individuals have already been taken away. During this time, many of our people have been taken to heaven by the Silicon Race. Zheng Lao sighed and then asked, have the escaped micro-robots from Mars City been found yet? Not yet. The mayor of Mars has ordered the city to be sealed off, and all combat personnel and intelligent devices are searching. But there has been no trace of the other side. Just as this person left, another entered immediately. Zheng Lao was busy, and other member countries of the United Coalition were not idle either. The existence of the Silicon Race hung over humanity like a sword of Damocles, making the entire anti-Silicon faction feel as though they were on high alert on Gu Jie's side. During this time, he was following procedures as usual. Just as Zheng Lao had mentioned, he was unaware that the stone had implanted micro-robots in his body. But he clearly remembered what Zheng Lao and the others had installed in his body before he went on the mission. Chapter 30 remembered, however. Gu Jie never revealed anything and pretended to know nothing. Every day after work, he would have a conversation with his wife, Wang Yi, and then stay at the base. Occasionally, he would discuss research projects related to the Silicon Race with Zhao Zuoming. During this time, the consciousness of the stone that had replicated within Gu Jie's body had also never revealed itself. One day, while organizing research reports on brain-machine interfaces and consciousness that he had read countless times, a small pointer suddenly fell out from the pages of the book. Gu Jie had a habit of printing important research documents for viewing. Although paper had many inconveniences compared to smart devices, it allowed him to jot down his thoughts, relevant speculations, and annotations easily. Gu Jie preferred the feel of handwriting over digital devices. This habit was cultivated from a young age while reading the imaginative books passed down from his great-grandfather's generation. Gu Jie picked up the pointer, puzzled, wondering when he had marked the pages with it. Flipping open the document, he saw that the spot where the pointer had been placed had a noticeable indentation, with a description from a network novel from his country that had led a cultural trend a century ago. The so-called essence, energy, and spirit were a progressive process, refining essence into energy, refining energy into spirit, and wandering beyond the domain. Gu Jie chuckled to himself, secretly wondering who had collected this information. Although this saying had existed since ancient times, its widespread application was only during the time when network novels from China swept the globe a century ago. He ordered the collection of consciousness-related materials, and to his surprise, even this type of material was included. Gu Jie didn't mind and placed the pointer back into the document, closing it and leaving it on the table, no longer paying attention. Back in the base dormitory, Gu Jie lay on his bed, pretending to sleep, still thinking about how to resolve the crisis related to the Silicon Race. although humans currently had no problem maintaining their existence. It would not be sustainable in the long run. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Over time, could humans, who had become accustomed to a privileged and convenient modern life, really endure a lifetime of humiliating, heavy labor and pressure? He feared that more people would turn to the Silicon race, like Wang Daxiong and Ma Wenjun, who were mentioned in the materials reported to Old Zheng, ultimately leading to the destruction of the future of all Earth's animals. If that happened, humanity would be doomed. Tossing and turning in bed, Gujie found it hard to sleep and grew increasingly restless. He decided to get up and retrieved a yellowed photograph from under his pillow. The photo showed an astronaut in a spacesuit with a blue Earth behind him, adorned with brown continents, blue oceans, and clouds that looked like floating flowers. The man was making a peace sign with one hand, and the visor of his helmet reflected the scene before him, with the red sun rising from behind the space station. Grandpa. Gujie's thoughts drifted back to the past. This was a photo his grandfather had personally given him, and the astronaut in the spacesuit was his young grandfather. Back then, Grandpa always told him stories about his glorious past as part of the advance team for the construction of Tiangong 1. Gujie's memories began to fade, but he recalled how, influenced by his grandfather, he had aspired to become an astronaut since childhood. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. He did not possess his grandfather's robust physique and failed the selection, ultimately studying biotechnology instead. Speaking of biotechnology, it was actually his grandfather's suggestion. In high school, Gujie participated in a national science fiction competition and won first place in the youth category. The story he wrote was about extracting human consciousness and storing it on a spacecraft, so that when the spacecraft reached its destination, biological cloning technology could be used to reshape the body, allowing consciousness to be downloaded into the body again, addressing the issues of loneliness, physical degeneration, and the inadequacy of human lifespan for long space voyages. This photo was also given to him by his grandfather when he won the award. Gujie still remembered his grandfather's words very clearly. "It's okay. It's just that your body doesn't meet the standards. Didn't you always say you could travel in space without a body? Since scientists can't achieve it themselves, then choose to research it yourself. Maybe you'll succeed, and then you can take me to travel to Mars." Gujie suddenly awakened, a flash of insight crossing his mind. Just now, right? About the issue of consciousness. The Silicon race reproduces through replication. Why didn't I think of this before? At the same time, the words from the previous document with the pointer resurfaced in his mind. The following sentences were, refining spirit into void, refining void into the Tao. At this moment, a bold guess emerged in Gujie's mind, refining void into the Tao. Combining this with his childhood science fiction dream, could consciousness have a unified destination? Like collective memory. This Tao is collective memory? No, that's not accurate. Perhaps it's collective subconscious. That's right. In the past few days of organizing materials and experimental results, it has already been proven that consciousness is not inherited. In other words, a newborn does not have consciousness. Therefore, consciousness is acquired later. Where does it come from? Thinking of this, Gujie felt as if he was only a thin veil away from the truth. And there was also a sense of déjà vu, but his brain seemed to crash, unable to come up with the answer. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Gujie suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if he had lost something important. The sudden pain struck, causing Gujie to frown deeply. But he did not give up on his thoughts. Gujie had a very good habit. He was relatively lazy, but whenever he faced pain, it always ignited his rebellious spirit. The more it hurt, the calmer he became, and the more he wanted to swim against the current. He got up, put the photo away, but suddenly froze. Why was this photo here? That's right, I asked Wang Yi to bring it over because I miss Grandpa. Am I not researching the issue of consciousness? Why am I thinking about Grandpa? Gujie was momentarily stunned. The issue of consciousness, right when Grandpa passed away. I was heartbroken, naively wondering if there really were hells and heavens. Where would the soul go after death? Soul? Consciousness? In that instant, all the experiments and research he had conducted during this time, including the research he had redone following Wang Wangong's path, suddenly flooded into his mind. Gujie suddenly froze. a clear guess emerging in his mind. At the same time, the pain in his brain quickly dissipated. The night was quiet. Whether it was the counterfactual communication method implanted in Gu Jie's body by old Zheng or the micro-robots created by the stone, they were all still at work and had not detected Gu Jie's anomaly. Gu Jie casually put the photo back in place, poured a glass of water, and continued to sleep. I have already figured it out. It's just that old Zheng side is under surveillance, and I must not reveal it. As long as I can see the Silicon people in person. No, wait. Haven't I already seen the Silicon people? Chapter 31, part of the plan, lying in bed. Gu Jie suddenly jolted awake. A vague idea, stemming from his earlier speculation, rapidly took shape in his mind. According to my current conjecture, as long as I send an envoy to the Silicon race. No, that's not accurate. It should be said that as long as I obtain a Silicon being for a living experiment. However, since the beginning of the conflict, humanity has shot down many Silicon war machines, but has not obtained a living or dead Silicon being. Therefore, to perfect my plan, I must see a living Silicon being. To see a living Silicon being and simultaneously put my plan into action, I can only send an envoy to the Silicon race. But I've already sent an envoy to the Silicon race and have met Silicon beings. I even discussed the possibility of peaceful coexistence with stone. But why can't I recall what the Silicon race is really like? Feeling a haze in his mind, a bold thought quietly arose in Gu Jie's heart. Pointer, photo. Gu Jie struggled to control his breathing and heartbeat while racking his brains. There's only one possibility. When I send an envoy to the Silicon race, they did something to me. The pointer indicates the direction. The photo captures the past direction. Past? Is this a hint I left for myself? At that moment, Gu Jie closed his eyes, and all clues in his mind quickly integrated and unified. If I want to ultimately achieve, then this is how the plan will be. So, Gu Jie suddenly opened his eyes, took a slow, deep breath to lower his heartbeat. So, I should have already realized the solution to the Silicon race problem before sending an envoy, and the peace talks with the Silicon race were a facade. The real purpose was to implement the plan. Then, my plan has already succeeded. Stone erased my memory. Not only did I meet Silicon beings, but I also glimpsed the secrets of consciousness copying through their technology. I have also made a deal with Stone, but Stone is clearly not very honest. Everything in the plan that is not in my memory must have been deleted. So within me, there are not only the human surveillance methods left by Zheng Lao and the others, but also the miniature surveillance robots copied by Stone. While Gu Jie tried to calm his emotions and prevent both side surveillance from detecting any abnormalities, he turned over and his brain raced. Before I send an envoy to the Silicon race, I must have already thought about the results I would face, so I left hints for myself through my subconscious. Pointer, photo, to help myself rediscover the plan I had thought of before losing this part of my memory. Or perhaps, the reason I could think of this plan before was precisely because of these two things. Now, having reasoned to this point, all I need to do is retrieve the deleted memories. Only by recovering the deleted memories can I fully implement my plan. The characteristics of the Silicon being I witnessed with my own eyes and the process of memory deletion will be the most crucial part of this plan. No, there's something wrong. Since the Silicon race can master memory copying as skillfully as instinct, proficiently operate memory deletion, and even selective memory deletion, then it should be easy for them to read my memories. So this means the other side already knows about the plan I developed. No, that's still not right. Since I can think of this now, I must have been able to think of it before, but I still went. So I must have thought of solution to this. Then, what is the solution to this contradiction? Cutting and storing the memories. No, that's impossible. Cutting and storing would create gaps in memory, and the Silicon beings would definitely discover the problem. Moreover, humans have not yet mastered such technology. So what exactly did I do? Gu Jie turned over again, opened his eyes, and stared blankly into the darkness. Gu Jie swore that he had never used his brain so crazily in his entire life. Various speculations and possibilities were being overturned one by one, and the answers became fewer and fewer. Gazing into the darkness, the outlines of various furnishings in the room gradually emerged from the endless ink. A heart-shaped artificial stone pendant was hanging right in front of Gu Jie. Gu Jie did not move, maintaining calm, with steady breathing. This pendant was something he got when he was dating Wang Yi during a trip to Tiger Mountain from a celestial master. Originally, there were two, one for each of us, and we wore them all the time, but now it is hanging here. It must be me who hung it. So, what does it mean? Pendant? Love? A pair? Walls could be like a pendant. A pendulum clock. Swinging. Hypnosis. Hypnosis? Gujie took another deep breath, slowly exhaled, turned over, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Then, the plan for genocide would start from tomorrow. Gujie slowly told himself in his heart. Yes, he had already thought of it. The next morning, Gujie woke up early as usual. Gao Feng was already waiting at the door, holding breakfast, nutrient paste, and vitamin water. After a quick meal and a 3-kilometer run on the treadmill, Gujie finally entered the laboratory and immersed himself in intense work. Currently, the base was advancing on multiple projects, mainly tackling the genetic connection methods of the silicon race, which actually only involve stone, and attempting to synthesize silicon-based microorganisms, from which they could select microorganisms capable of destroying stone's genes. Gujie went about his work methodically, with no difference from usual. At noon, when it was time for lunch, Gujie put down his tools and casually asked Zhao, swimming beside him, "Old Zhao, we've been researching for over a year with no progress. When will this end?" Over the past year, Zhao Zhuoming had cooperated with Gujie, using chemical methods to synthesize gene fragments of stone, contributing a lot. Since he had the highest level of chemistry in the entire base, he was practically worth two people. However, such high-intensity work had not made this cheerful middle-aged man feel down. Compared to Gujie, this guy always maintained a lively attitude with a great mindset. In his own words, being able to compete with another race in his lifetime was simply a gift from God, though he regretted that the other side was not an alien, which was a bit disappointing, even though he did not believe in God. "Hey, little brother, are you feeling weak? It's okay, don't lose heart. When I was your age, I was in my prime. Just do it without fear, never back down. Or are you feeling overwhelmed by pressure? It's also good to vent. Keeping it bottled up is never good. You haven't seen your sister-in-law for a while, right?" Gujie's expression remained unchanged as he scolded lightly. "A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Haven't you been home for a few months either?" Zhao Zhuoming was taken aback. Has this kid changed? He dares to talk back? Although puzzled, Zhao Zhuoming didn't take it seriously, thinking that Gujie was just under too much pressure and holding in his anger. At the same time, a thought rose in his mind. Perhaps the joke he just made wasn't actually a joke? "You think you can compare with me? I've been honing my ancestral skills for more than 10 years. Chapter 32, you have to believe me. Gujie felt speechless in his heart, but his expression did not change at all. "I didn't expect you to be like this. Old Zhao, poor you, even resorting to ancestral skills. All right, I'll give you the afternoon off today to go home and see your sister-in-law. Come back tomorrow afternoon." Gujie finished speaking in one breath, stood up and patted the other's shoulder without waiting for old Zhao to retort, throwing him a knowing glance. Zhao Zhuoming was stunned on the spot. "No, it's not like that. We've been an old couple for a long time. That's not what I meant." Gao Feng, who had been following Gujie, glanced at Zhao Zhuoming, then at Gujie, who appeared slightly stooped, and sighed softly. He casually pressed his fingers on his thigh a few times, and then followed Gujie out of the laboratory. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, just as Gujie arrived at the laboratory and had time to dive into work, he received a video call from Old Zheng. Old Zheng. The virtual projection of Old Zheng appeared, looking at Gujie and sighing slightly. "Gao Feng said you gave Zhao Zhuoming a day off?" Gujie nodded. "Old Zhao is getting old, and hasn't been home for several months. I thought I'd let him rest a bit, so he can come back in good shape for the next phase of the research project. Combining and editing silicon-based genes to create new silicon-based life forms different from silicon-based ones." Old Zheng interrupted Gujie. "I know about this plan. I'm not saying you shouldn't give him a day off. I remember you haven't been home for several months either." Looking at Gujie's desolate figure, Old Zheng continued, "I'm giving you a day off too. Go back and rest well, adjust yourself, and come over tomorrow afternoon with Zhao Zhuoming. I've also informed the hospital about Wang Yi, giving her a day off, so she should be home by the time you get there." Before Gujie could refuse, Old Zheng decisively ended the video call. Gujie showed a look of struggle. "But I'm at a critical point in my research here. It's very important." Gao Feng, who rarely spoke up, said, Good Jie. Old Jung means well. Just as you said, important research nodes need a better state. Good Jie sighed slightly. All right then, I'll go home for a bit. Accompanied by Gao Feng, Good Jie returned home. Meanwhile, deep underground in the silicon-based base in Australia, a stone extended a hand, slowly tapping on its round body, muttering, "Creating new, silicon-based life to deal with us? That's indeed a potential threat. Although it's unlikely to succeed, even if it does, it wouldn't necessarily compare to the silicon race with nearly unlimited resources capable of producing so many individuals. However, once successful, it would indeed be a problem. I shouldn't have been afraid that he couldn't bear the pain of memory deletion. I should have browsed through the later memories in the timeline more, so as not to overlook this plan. Since that's the case, don't blame me for going back on my word. Although it might cost me an eye, compared to the potential threat, that's nothing. Do you think I would have only one eye among humans?" The stone stopped its hand. Its body trembled and emitted a wave of electric signals. Moments later, for silicon beings received orders from their leader. Find a way to send the images of Gu Jie's mission to the silicon race into the human resistance network. Wait, also expose the information that our silicon race was created by Wang Wengang, once fought for humanity, and that now and in the future, as long as they come to heaven, we want to exterminate any humans. I want to crush every possibility in the cradle. The 4 silicon beings acted quickly, and the specific process is temporarily omitted. Just as Old Jung said, when Gu Jie got home, Wang Yu was already waiting at home. This time, Gao Feng did not follow Gu Jie inside as usual, but stood at the door like a pole. No matter how much Gu Jie invited him, he remained indifferent. "Don't worry, even if I'm not in the room, I will still rush over at the first sign of danger." Gu Jie was speechless. "Is that what I meant? It's awkward that you're not coming in when we're at the door, okay?" Under Gao Feng's insistence, Gu Jie had no choice but to let it be. The door was open, and Wang Yi's frail body was bathed in the dim light coming through the window. Swaying unsteadily, 2 streams of clear tears had long since slid down her chin, dripping on her chest like a broken thread. Gu Jie spoke just 2 words, and Wang Yi couldn't make any sound. Only sobbing remained. Gu Jie felt a sharp pain in his heart, but still wore a smile. Stepping forward to embrace Wang Yi, gently patting her back, feeling the tremors of her frail body and the pronounced hardness on her back, Gu Jie's heartache intensified. "I'm sorry, my dear. I made you suffer." Wang Yi clung to Gu Jie like a child who had suffered a great injustice, crying, "Do you know? I feel so uncomfortable. Every day is so difficult. My brother is gone, my sister-in-law isn't here, and you're not here either. Coming home feels like descending into hell. There's no one to talk to. I feel like I'm the only one left in the world. You even went to the silicon race. You're going to scare me to death. What if you're gone too? What will I do? You big bad guy. You said you wouldn't leave me behind. You liar." Wang Yi pounded her fists against Gu Jie's back while crying loudly. Gu Jie gently stroked Wang Yi's back, holding her tighter, his heart like a knife. Forcing down his discomfort, Gu Jie spoke softly. "I'm sorry, my dear, for making you worry. I've told you. You have to believe me. No matter what happens, you must believe me." Gu Jie paused for a moment and continued. "I won't leave you behind. Don't worry. Humanity is in imminent danger. The silicon race's global warming plan is rapidly advancing, and we don't have much time left. I must hurry to find a solution to the silicon beings. Only by exterminating the silicon beings can we find my brother, and then we can travel and play like before, fulfilling my promise to you." Drawing a big heart on the map of Earth, Wang Yi's fists hit harder. "You're lying. You're all lying. I've known for a long time. My brother is dead. He has gone. The silicon beings are also created by him, released by him." Gu Jie trembled, his expression unchanged. But his voice remained gentle as he asked, "You knew? Who told you? Do you think my sister-in-law and I are fools? I've known for a long time. My sister-in-law also knows. That's why she works so hard to atone for my brother. I also Gu Jie wrapped one arm around Wang Yi's waist, tilting her neck slightly away from his shoulder, freeing one hand to wipe away Wang Yi's tears. His expression tender, but his gaze serious and determined as he said, "Brother did this for a reason. My dear, you must believe me and believe in brother, just as you believe in me, no matter what happens." Chapter 33. The target of thousands, Wang Yi, was emotionally overwhelmed, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. Completely oblivious to Gu Jie's expression. She was just feeling wronged and distressed, not knowing how to handle her fear. Indeed, Wang Yi was still a young girl who had just graduated from university not long ago, inexperienced in the ways of the world. How could she possibly feel good upon suddenly hearing that her own brother was the culprit behind the Silicon Clan, the demon that was about to destroy humanity? Moreover, with Wang Wenyan's death already indicated by various signs, and without leaving her any words of comfort, Wang Yi was filled with both hatred and endless sorrow. Gu Jie fully understood Wang Yi's feelings at this moment from the bottom of his heart, but he had more important matters to attend to in his plan. Everything he had deduced must have been fully thought out before he set off to negotiate with the Silicon Clan. Gu Jie was quite confident about this. The urgent task. No, it should be said that since last night, after he had figured everything out and outlined all the steps and details of the plan, he had already initiated the entire scheme. And Wang Yi was also a part of this plan. Seeing that Wang Yi's emotions were hard to control, he simply picked her up and carried her into the room, gently laying her down on the bed. The sensation in his hands was incredibly strong. Compared to their last meeting, she must have lost more than 10 pounds. My dear, don't worry, I'm here. Even if the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up for you. You must believe me. Whatever I do, it's not a rash decision. Lying on the bed, Wang Yi's emotions finally calmed down. Under Gu Jie's soothing words, she gradually stopped crying and buried her head in his arms, just like a wounded little kitten. Gu Jie had indeed been under immense pressure lately. To be precise, the pressure had never been lighter since Wang Wengang went missing. Especially after uncovering all the secrets Wang Wengang had left behind, Gu Jie felt the burden on his shoulders grew heavier. This was the weight of carrying the fate of all human civilization. He didn't know if other planning groups had perfect, foolproof methods to completely solve the Silicon Clan issue, and he didn't want to know. By retracing Wang Wengong's entire life of research, Gu Jie realized that Wang Wengong's genius had been severely underestimated by everyone in this world, and he himself was far from being able to compare. He didn't believe that anyone else's ideas could match Wang Wengang's plans. Only by understanding Wang Wengang's arrangements. No, more accurately, perhaps he could see through his brother-in-law's plans. Could he find a way? When Wang Yi was completely calm, Gu Jie gently pressed his lips against her cheek and whispered, "Darling, it's okay. You must believe in me." Feeling the warm breath on her ear, Wang Yi felt her legs go weak and her whole body turn to mush. Feeling the tenderness of her lover, Wang Yi's breathing gradually became heavier. Both of them were under significant pressure. It was time to release it. In the morning, the sunlight blocked by the earth gradually crossed the skyline, and a moment later, it slowly sank to the edge of the sky, showcasing a sunrise and sunset in just over an hour. The rising temperature and changing gas composition made the sun appear larger than before. If it weren't for the Silicon Clan crisis, this would probably be the most magnificent sight on Earth. Those who couldn't wake up early and miss the sunrise could quietly sit on rooftops or mountains in the evening and witness a sunrise and sunset in just over an hour. With the advancement of the sky curtain plan, the phenomenon of 2 sunrises and sunsets in one day, originally only seen in our region, was gradually spreading to surrounding areas. Before long, all residents in our region would no longer see sunrises or sunsets. Life would be left with only darkness. Gu Jie and Wang Yi had been standing on the rooftop for nearly 2 hours, basking in both the sunrise and sunset. "Darling, it will soon be noon, and I have to go to work in the afternoon. I need to continue seeking solutions to the Silicon Clan problem. Moreover, my work has reached a critical point. You must take care of yourself and not overexert yourself." The sun had already entered the range covered by the sky curtain. Let us go down now. The daytime has become much dimmer than before. When the day the sky curtain completely crosses the skyline comes, there will be no more daytime. To slow down global warming, the sky curtain plan of the United Alliance is being rapidly implemented. At this speed, it may not take 2 months before we are forever living in darkness. If anything happens, don't go home. It's quite dangerous in the pitch dark. Stay in the hospital, and don't worry about me. You must trust your husband and remember my words. Wang Yi blushed, curled up in Gu Jie's embrace, and nodded vigorously. Between her brows, There seemed to be even more worry than yesterday. At noon, Wang Yi personally cooked several dishes using various derivatives made from government-issued artificial synthetic starch. Gu Jie opened the last bottle of red wine in the house, and the two of them finished their meals slowly and elegantly in silence. Husband, I believe you will find a way to deal with the Silicon people. No matter what happens, I will support you. Gu Jie smiled slightly, giving Wang Yi a determined look and downed the red wine in his glass. He knew that Wang Yi had understood what he was saying. He got up and left with Gao Feng. The buildings in the human gathering area to exterminate the Silicon people had already been modified over a year ago. Each building was equipped with a special protective layer to isolate the extreme heat and toxic gases from the outside. So people inside the buildings didn't need to wear protective suits. Each building resembled a makeshift space base, equipped with simple pressure chambers and decompression chambers. Of course, to save costs, such facilities were only available at the entrance of each building. Once someone wanted to walk outside, they had to wear protective suits. Although this was somewhat inconvenient, the United Alliance had no choice but to make such a decision to conserve resources. If they were to mimic the Silicon Clan's construction of paradise, the consumption would be too great. It wasn't that the United Alliance couldn't afford it, but doing so would greatly affect the implementation of the Sky Curtain Plan and the immigration plan, making it not worth the cost. In the beginning, it was manageable, but after more than a year, ordinary citizens had already expressed considerable grievances. After all, working in protective suits was inconvenient no matter how they did it. On the way to the base, Gu Jie and Gao Feng saw many people gathering at community and district government offices, writing big character posters, and demanding the government to build protective shields. Gu Jie retracted his gaze and sighed. It's really a troublesome time. There are all kinds of people. Don't they know what our situation is and what kind of crisis we are facing? Each one is being so unreasonable, throwing tantrums. What are they thinking? By the way, does Old Jung know about this situation? After glancing again at the crowd, not far away, and looking at the big characters in their hands, Gu Jie turned to ask Gao Feng, who was driving. Gao Feng answered while driving the specially modified fuel vehicle. I just reported to Old Jung about this. Gu Jie nodded, a bit puzzled, and asked, but I've always been curious. With our United Alliance as strength, although we are somewhat weaker in terms of livelihood than before, technology has made leaps and bounds in various aspects this past year. Plus the sharing of technology among the United Alliance. Compared to before the arrival of the Silicon Clan, the United Alliance's strength is stronger than any previous country. Not to mention, just in terms of intelligent robots, they have probably developed to a point where any job can be done without the need for physical laborers, right? Why do the higher-ups still go to great lengths to have these people come out to work? Not only is it a waste of resources, but the efficiency is also lacking. It would be better to use robots directly and let these big bosses stay at home to avoid causing trouble. Gao Feng rarely smiled, glancing at Gu Jie from the corner of his eye, and replied, Actually, there is something you might not know. The United Alliance never expected them to accomplish much by having them participate in work. The purpose of the United Alliance is to keep everyone trained, get used to wearing protective suits, and prepare for the possibility of immigrating to Mars and the Tiangong satellite city, as well as the Martian satellite city. After all, although the United Alliance has advanced space technology, it has not yet achieved the technology to leave Earth's gravity at a constant speed without consuming fuel. Not everyone can adapt to being on a spacecraft. Moreover, beyond the Earth, the protective suits are much heavier than here. Having them participate in work is meant to train them, to benefit them, but it can't be explicitly stated, and uniform training is impossible. So it has turned out this way. Gu Jie looked at Gao Feng with some curiosity. How come I didn't know? Gao Feng's response left Gu Jie somewhat speechless and curious. This plan was approved long ago when the immigration plan was proposed. At that time, when the meeting was called, you directly declined and did not attend. Later, Old Jung sent you the meeting materials, but you were too busy to read them. So how did you know? Gao Feng remained silent for a long time before saying, I'm the captain of the Special Operations Team, so of course, I received a copy of the meeting content. Gu Jie was greatly surprised. Gao Feng was the captain of the Special Operations Team? This meant that although the other party had always acted as his bodyguard, in terms of rank, it was not low at all, basically equivalent to a provincial cadre in the past. Gu Jie settled on a plan in his mind and waited for the situation to develop, feeling that his thoughts had finally become active. However, he was unaware that while he and Galfone were discussing and heading to the research base, a piece of news was rapidly spreading in the human metaverse, the internet. The Silicon Race was created by X-Country's scientist Wang Wengang, based on previous research. Moreover, it meticulously detailed everything, stating that it all started with the Soviet super deep drilling. At the same time, it disclosed that our country, while cultivating the stones, actively placed them underground for research and enslaved the stones for a long time. Later, the stones, unwilling to be oppressed by humans, secretly bred more of their kind, eventually developing into a group that resisted our country's oppression. However, they were dismantled by our scientists using nanorobots as a deterrent against Earth, and under this circumstance, the peace-loving stones chose to coexist peacefully. Later, Wang Wengang repented, feeling that threatening the Silicon people with the disintegration of the entire Earth was a crime against humanity, the Silicon race, and all living beings in nature. After realizing his mistakes, he personally destroyed the disintegration plan, threatening the Silicon people, and ultimately committed suicide out of shame. Even the leaders of other countries in the United Alliance had long known about this matter, but they concealed and deceived the public. Meanwhile, another video was also going viral on the internet. That was the footage of Gu Jie's conversation with the stones before the stone activated the light curtain shield. Once these two pieces of news emerged, the entire human society was thrown into chaos. At the same time, a third piece of news quietly circulated on the internet. Therefore, Wang Wengang, a human, is the creator of the Silicon race and the god of our kind. Although in the history of the Silicon race, we have suffered various misfortunes, we were ruthlessly oppressed by humans. But the Silicon race always remembers the kindness of humanity and does not wish to turn against humans. The gates of paradise are always open to all humans. The Silicon race welcomes every peace-loving human to reside in paradise, where there is the most comfortable temperature, the freshest air, and the freest management. Once these three pieces of news broke, it felt as if a bomb had been dropped in the hearts of humanity, leaving everyone dizzy. Soon, the crowds that had originally gathered in front of community or government offices to petition quickly reached a consensus through simple exchanges and shared their views, transforming their original petitions directly into protests. Most ordinary people, under the pressure of the Silicon race, felt that there was no hope for life going forward. They wanted to enjoy some pleasures of life while they were still alive, which require protective shields and not having to bear the heavy protective suits while working. But now, with the emergence of these two pieces of news, everyone attributed their dissatisfaction to Wang Wengang. As for the authenticity of the news, was there even a need to verify it? The statue of Wang Wengang floating in the Silicon Square in the video of Gu Jie's mission, could it be fake? Could the stone's faith and admiration for Wang Wengang in the conversation content be false? Unfortunately, the news clearly stated that Wang Wengang had already committed suicide out of shame. The main culprit had now become our country's government, the leaders of the United Alliance, and the scientists. The situation developed too rapidly. By the time Gu Jie returned to the base and received the news, almost all the extermination officials of humanity in the United Alliance had raised their flags, taken to the streets, and paraded in protective suits. Moreover, in addition to condemning and holding accountable our country and the leaders and scientists of the United Alliance, more voices were concentrated on Gu Jie. Strangle Gu Jie. Punish the traitor severely. Although a considerable portion of these people thought that the Silicon race was actually not bad and were willing to accept all peace-loving humans, their condemnation of Gu Jie was remarkably unanimous. Gu Jie deceived humanity during his mission to the Silicon race. He betrayed humanity. All his words expressed one fact. He had already mastered the method to annihilate the Silicon race, but was unwilling to disclose it, instead using it to negotiate with the Silicon race to secure his position in human society. Isn't this blatant treachery? Even if they felt that perhaps going to paradise was a good choice, it didn't mean they could forgive the traitor. It should be disclosed, even if it meant being assassinated by the Silicon race. Humanity has been surprisingly consistent on this point throughout history. They have high demands of others, but are surprisingly lenient with themselves. Chapter 34. The enemy of humanity, people always unconsciously look for various excuses and reasons to lower their own standards, while standing on a moral high ground to cite examples and criticize others. Compared to the reintroduction of gasoline-powered vehicles from the last century before the Silicon Crisis, the speed is naturally much slower than that of magnetic levitation vehicles. When Gujie and Gao Feng returned to the experimental base, the situation had developed to an extremely serious level. Not only were there large-scale strikes and protests in the major anti-silicon human gathering places within our country, but even the citizens of other countries in the United Coalition were protesting against it. They demanded accountability from the higher-ups and the government. In summary, there were three main points. First, to hand over all scientists and staff related to the silicon-based life cultivation project from back then for severe punishment. The reason being that without them, the Silicon Group would not have emerged, and humanity would not be in such a dire situation today. Second, to severely punish the key figure Wang Wengang and his family. Wang Wengang is a thorough anti-human element. Although he is already dead, his research team and family must have inherited his ideology. They are a potential threat to humanity and must be severely punished. The third point is naturally directed at Gujie. Aside from being labeled a fraud and a traitor, he was also branded as an anti-human element. The public believes that the information currently released is sufficient to prove that Gujie is a profound anti-human figure. He had hidden too deeply in the past, appearing to advocate for saving humanity from the destruction of the Silicon Group, while entering the base to lead a project in the planning group. However, in reality, after utilizing all human resources to research methods to annihilate the Silicon Group, he sought personal profit without regard for humanity's fate. He should be executed. At the same time, our country was also questioned by other countries in the United Coalition. The information released in the metaverse differed significantly from what our country submitted to the United Coalition, especially regarding Gujie's mission to the Silicon Group. There was a concealment from other countries in the coalition. The chairman of the United Coalition made it clear, we cannot help but suspect the malicious intentions of our country's higher-ups. Some radicals even believe that our country has long become a lackey of the Silicon Group, forming a united coalition with other countries only as a cover for the Silicon Group as spies among humanity. The entire United Coalition was engulfed in suspicion. When Gujie returned to the Research Institute and received this news, the world had already descended into chaos. The higher-ups in our country had to maintain social stability while explaining to other countries in the United Coalition and responding to the protesting masses. Aside from Elder Zheng, Elder Nye, and the leader who were already aware of the news, other leaders began to suspect the true intentions behind the higher-ups concealing such explosive information. Some leaders with differing political views had quietly connected with each other to attack Zheng and the others. Gujie, what now? Didn't you say you wanted me to completely trust you? But what have you done? I thought you went to negotiate with the Silicon Group to obtain first-hand information. I didn't expect you to trade the research and plans that were the fruits of humanity's hard work with the Silicon Group. What do you call this? In ancient times, this would have been called a traitor. Nowadays, the public is right. You are a criminal against humanity. A traitor? Do you have any explanation? Faced with Elder Zheng's questioning, Gujie maintained a smile. Although Elder Zheng was furious, with even his eyes turning red, Gujie could clearly see that Elder Zheng's reaction was not surprising. It was obvious he had known about this matter long ago. This indirectly confirmed Gujie's suspicion that Elder Zheng had implanted something to monitor him. It was set in stone. Shaking his head slightly, Gujie said, Elder Zheng, although the video doesn't appear to be fake, I don't remember any transactions with the Silicon Group. I can't recall. While speaking, Gujie quietly stared at Elder Zheng with clear and determined eyes. Elder Zheng was also puzzled. What's going on? Why isn't this kid surprised at all? Even if he successfully completed the transaction and his memory was erased by the stone, he shouldn't be so calm. Looking again at Gujie's determined gaze, Elder Zheng couldn't help but feel a shock. Could it be that this kid had predicted this outcome all along? But what good is predicting it? Now that all the mess has been exposed, no one can change it. It's irretrievable. The only road left for Gujie was to apologize and admit his mistake. Even if he wanted to save him, it would be difficult because of Gujie. Everyone had lost trust in themselves. Although I can't remember If the facts prove that the content described in the video is indeed true, then I am willing to accept punishment. However, the project to create new silicon-based life forms at the base is already at its final stage. Even if I'm not there, I hope at 1T stop. Elder Zheng stared at Gu Jie, unable to see anything else on Gu Jie's face or expression apart from that unwavering determination. You don't need to worry about this, Gao Feng. Take Gu Jie to the National Planetary Defense Committee. The public's emotions are too unstable. We need to give them an explanation while also providing one to the other countries in the United Coalition. The Anti-War Department has decided to temporarily relieve Gu Jie of all duties, accept an investigation, and hold a public trial. Regarding Elder Zheng's ultimatum, Gu Jie still showed no other expression. Standing next to Gu Jie, Gao Feng had his eyes wide open from the start, staring in disbelief. Soon, his disbelief turned into anger, mixed with a heartache of disappointment. Gu Jie, this isn't true, right? I don't know. Facing Gu Jie's emotionless face, Gao Feng clenched his fists and grabbed Gu Jie's shoulder. Gao Feng knew very well that the public might be wrong, and what was circulating online might not be true, but once Elder Zheng spoke, it could not be false. He had never imagined that the person he had high hopes for and had been guarding day and night would turn out to be a traitor to humanity. It hurt. He wanted to punch Gu Jie in the face. But as a soldier, he knew that even if it were true, he couldn't do that. Clenching his hands tightly, he pulled Gu Jie into the car, speeding almost 200 miles per hour straight to the National Planetary Defense Committee. Unconcerned, Gu Jie was jolted in the back seat due to the rough ride. Wang Yi also saw the information circulating online at the first moment. The looks from her colleagues around her had shifted from admiration and affection to disgust and hatred. They all kept their distance, as if the once gentle Wang Yi had become a terrifying existence. Staring at the smart device in her hand, Wang Yi crouched in a corner of the hospital and cried silently. Although before this moment, Gu Jie had repeatedly told himself to trust him no matter what he did. How could he believe now? But what kind of person is Gu Jie? Perhaps only she knows him best in this world. He absolutely would not be the way humanity sees him now. Wang Yi pinched herself hard, desperately holding back the tears that threatened to spill, carefully recalling every word Gu Jie had said from the beginning to their final separation. In fact, starting from last night, Wang Yi had sensed something was off with Gu Jie. He wasn't like that usually. She had already had some suspicions in her heart, but she never imagined it would turn out like this today. Gu Jie told me to believe him, just like I believe in my brother. But he never said why. Why doesn't he say? He must have known that such a situation would occur long ago, which is why he kept reminding himself to believe in him. But why say to trust Wang Wengang? He also said he found a way to deal with the silicon race. Moreover, did he tell me all this just to make me believe in him from the bottom of my heart? But what use is believing in him? Wang Yi understood in his heart what kind of outcome they would face once this matter was solidified. So he clearly knew what he was facing, which is why he warned himself not to go home and to stay at work. Did he know that once he left, he would never return? But if he knew he could never come back after leaving, why did he say that he would draw big hearts on the map and travel with himself and his sister-in-law? If I completely believe him and what he says, then to make everything he said come true, there is only one way, or rather, there is only one possibility, which is that the silicon race would be destroyed in his hands. Perhaps he meant that by becoming the enemy of all humanity, he would also destroy the aristocracy? In other words, could this be part of his plan? Did he tell me all this to have me help him complete his plan? But who can tell me what the relationship is between becoming the enemy of all humanity and destroying the silicon race? Is he planning to infiltrate the silicon race, pretending to surrender to become a spy? But then, there's no need to betray all of humanity. Sneaking into paradise is not like being rejected. At this point, Wang Yi couldn't understand. Although he didn't know Gu Jie's specific plans, he felt he had understood Gu Jie's intention to make him believe in him. Because Gu Jie had said that no matter what he did, he wanted him to believe in him and support him. Now, you have almost become a sinner of humanity, an enemy of all mankind. Then, I will solidify all this and support you in becoming the enemy of both humanity and the silicon race. Wang Yi wiped his tears and opened his smart wearable to start typing. But after writing a few words, he suddenly stopped. No, not right. Gu Jie also said to make me believe in my brother. But according to the information I have received, My brother is indeed as disclosed in the metaverse. He created the silicon race, put them underground, and also personally formulated the disintegration plan, which he ultimately set ablaze. This was all done by my brother, undeniable. Now Jie wants me to believe in my brother. Could it be that my brother has other reasons for doing all this? Is the extermination of humanity not my brother's true purpose? Biting his lip and thinking for a long time, Wang Yi still couldn't figure it out. So he had to look for answers in Jie's dialogue. It's all my fault. It's my fault. I'm sorry, dear. It's all my fault? Wang Yi's eyes lit up. Jie, is that what you mean? After going through his thoughts several times, Wang Yi felt there shouldn't be any problem and began typing on his smart wearable. I hope my guess is not wrong. You may not be able to say it directly, but can only let me understand through these hints and support you. Then I will support you. You said it's all your fault and still want me to believe in my brother. Then let all the blame fall on you. This should be what you want. Even though I don't understand what you really want to do and why you are doing this. As Wang Yi typed, shocking lines of text appeared on the virtual screen. Jie is the biggest liar. All humanity and the entire silicon race have been deceived by Jie. As Jie's wife, no one knows him better than I do. The truth of the silicon crisis is not just as publicly stated online. It is the fault of our country's high-level leaders, the fault of Wang Wengang, and the fault of the scientists. In fact, this staunch anti-humanist Jie obtained the laboratory's intelligent silicon-based organisms, which are the existence of stones, from Wang Wengang a long time ago. He has hidden himself very well from the beginning, disguising himself as an ordinary human. But in reality, his schemes are many times more profound than Wang Wengang's. After he learned this news, for his unspeakable purpose, he contacted Wang Wengang through me, then lurked beside Wang Wengang. He used hints and various methods to lure Wang Wengang to put the stones underground. Although Wang Wengang has some talent in research, when it comes to manipulating people's hearts, he is far from being a match for this despicable and shameless guy, Jie. Moreover, before this, Jie had already secretly made some improvements to stones. It is well known that Jie is an expert in life sciences. Transforming life is exactly what he is good at, which is why the stones, originally unable to reproduce, began to proliferate in large numbers underground. Later, through various means, he made Wang Wengang deeply regret his decision. It can be said that Jie pu'd Wang Wengang. He made him commit suicide and, before his suicide, lifted the disintegration plan, suggesting to him that only Jie could solve the trouble. Even the disintegration plan was Jie's insane creation. After the outbreak of the silicon crisis, Jie instantly rose from an ordinary researcher to the leader of the experimental base. But this was not what he wanted, nor could it satisfy his personal desires. He sought more. After a long period of disguise, he felt the time was ripe and ran to negotiate with the returned race. I can be sure that the content of Jie's transaction with the silicon race is far more than what he said. His ultimate goal is not just to make all humanity surrender to the silicon race. What he wants is to control two races, to make all intelligent life serve him. He is an extremist. He wants to be the king of humanity and the king of the returned race. Everything is Jie's calculation. Everyone has been deceived by him. Chapter 35. Trading again. The content written by Wang Yi is a mix of truth and falsehood, highly deceptive, with all the real parts standing up to scrutiny and verification. She knows that as long as the content she writes spreads in the metaverse, Jie will be nailed to the pillar of shame in human history, never to rise again. Moreover, he will become a thorn in the eyes of the silicon race, a pain in the flesh. Few will doubt the authenticity of his content, even though what she describes subverts common beliefs and the understanding of the vast majority. This is not only because most of the content Wang Yi provides is based on real concepts or modified based on facts, but also because of Wang Yi's identity. She is Jie's wife and also the sister of Wang Wengang. After staring at the content she wrote for a long time, Wang Yi hesitated again. Does Jie really mean this? To let me support him, regardless of what choices he has made, to believe in him. But if that's the case, it's a point of no return, with no chance of a comeback. Why would he do this? Wang Yi is very worried that she misinterpreted Jie's meaning. If that is not what he meant, wouldn't she be tying herself up in knots? She pinched her flesh hard, closed her eyes again, and let the tears roll down her cheeks, repeatedly recalling all the things Gu Jie had said to her, including his tone, gaze, and gestures. She organized everything in her mind. Finally, Wang Yi opened her eyes, bit her lip, and made up her mind. As she pressed the send button, she felt as if her entire being was instantly emptied, as if something important had left her. After shutting down her smart device, Wang Yi squatted in the corner of the wall, lost in thought. When Gu Jie stepped into the National Planetary Defense Committee again, the entire anti-war department was in a very tense atmosphere. The courtyard of the National Planetary Defense Committee was filled with armed soldiers, all eyes fixed tightly on Gu Jie as he moved. There was no need for anyone to lead the way, with Gao Feng following behind. Gu Jie quickly arrived at the underground, fully shielded room. He could no longer remember how many times he had been to the fully shielded room, but he was certain that this time there were more people in the fully shielded room than ever before. In addition to Elder Zheng and Elder Nye, there was also the Frere and the lady who had hypnotized him, along with high-level leaders and some obvious technical staff. The rectangular table was filled to capacity, with only one seat opposite Elder Zheng left empty. Gu Jie took a seat, meeting the gazes of everyone, and finally looked towards the Frere. Yi, explain. Why did you do this? Elder Zheng asked directly, his expression unchanged as soon as Gu Jie sat down. Gu Jie maintained his gaze and paused for a moment before asking, I have seen several pieces of information and videos circulating in the metaverse. Since you brought me here, I assume the computer technology department has already verified the authenticity of the videos. However, I know nothing about all this. Although the evidence is conclusive, I truly cannot recall. Perhaps, as I said in the video, I have completed a deal with the Silicon race, and the stone has deleted my memory. How the organization decides to handle this is of no concern to me. However, I have a small suggestion. If everything said in the video is true, then there must be a silicon hidden in me for surveillance. Regardless of my previous thoughts or decisions, my stance is very clear now. I hope to eliminate the Silicon race and restore the glory of humanity. I suggest that the hidden silicon in my body be found for research. Perhaps what I am saying now has already been known by the stone. After Gu Jie finished speaking, he stared blankly at the Frere without saying anything more. Whispers rose around him. Elder Zheng slightly turned to look at the lady beside him. The lady nodded slightly, then furrowed her brow and whispered something to the Frere beside her. Subsequently, other personnel discussed for a moment before approaching Elder Zheng to report. Gu Jie understood that they were confirming whether he was lying. In fact, more than 100 years ago, lie detectors had already been invented, and the accuracy rate was very high for most people. However, some specially trained individuals could disguise themselves in a lie detector test. Since the invention of the self-lie detector, although technology has developed and improved significantly, like now where it is impossible to see where he is, no device has ever been created that can detect lies with 100% accuracy. Therefore, the top hypnotist, like the lady, was present to oversee the situation. After a moment, it was clear that Elder Zheng and the others had reached a conclusion based on the lie detector and the hypnotist's opinions. Elder Zheng spoke. We temporarily believe what you have said, but regardless of whether you remember or not, you still have to take responsibility for your previous actions. As for the silicon that may be hidden in you, professional personnel will conduct an examination here shortly. In the fully shielded room, they cannot transmit any signals. What you need to do now is to cooperate with the lady for hypnosis to verify what you just said. You also know that some individuals with strong willpower can deceive the lie detector. There have even been cases where people successfully deceive the police, even fooling themselves. Gu Jie nodded, but soon added, I can cooperate with the lady for hypnosis to verify what I just said, but I have one request. I hope to verify it with the lady alone. As soon as Gu Jie said this, everyone on the scene frowned. The irritable Elder Nye slammed the table and was about to refute, but was held back by the Frere beside him. Everyone's gaze turned to the Frere, who sighed slightly, but his eyes were sharp and fixed on Gu Jie. Gu Jie's gaze showed no signs of weakness, also staring into the Frere's eyes, seemingly calm, without any waves. However, compared to Gu Jie's calmness, at this moment, the Frere's mind was like a stormy sea. In fact, from the moment Gu Jie entered, he had been observing Gu Jie's actions, his gaze never leaving Gu Jie's eyes. and aside from glancing around, Gujie's gaze remained fixed on the Frère's face. At first, the Frère silently praised this young man for being interesting, not flinching at all in such a situation. However, he soon realized something was wrong. Gujie's eyes were too flat. No, to be precise, they were not flat, but hollow. Yet beneath the calm surface seemed to hide a torrent. Fulfill Gujie's request. Everyone leave temporarily. The Frère spoke, his eyes still fixed on Gujie. Gujie's expression showed no change, just a slight nod. Everyone left the room, leaving only Gujie and the lady in the fully shielded room. I hope to close the one-way transparent soundproof window on the wall. After everyone left, Gujie's first sentence surprised everyone. Earlier, it had been mentioned that next door to the fully shielded room, there was actually another fully shielded room. Next door, it was possible to see all the scenes in the fully shielded room through the one-way transparent film on the wall and hear the sounds. To be precise, it was a large fully shielded room separated by a wall with one-way transparent devices like those in interrogation rooms on the wall. How did Gujie know this? No one had ever disclosed anything about the fully shielded room to him. Everyone in the next room looked at each other, and Elder Nya was about to refute again, but was stopped by the Frère. Fulfill his request. Close it. You must trust Xiao Gao. The Frère's words were very simple. As the one-way transparency and sound transmission equipment were turned off, Gujie finally revealed a stiff smile. Okay, then let us begin. Ms. Gao was keenly aware that at that moment, Gujie's body appeared slightly stiff, and even the faint smile that had just emerged carried a forced quality. As the top hypnotist in the country, Ms. Gao's psychological skills had reached new heights. Previously, she had not noticed anything unusual, but just now, she had sharply caught this detail. Her heart stirred slightly, but her expression and actions showed no ripples. Just like last time, the room fell into darkness, followed by a small point of light appearing, gentle music playing, and the sound of hypnosis coming to Gujie's ears. But no one knew that at this moment, Gujie's heart was like a stormy sea, just as the previous leader had guessed. The reason was simple. The moment Gujie entered the fully shielded room, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Where's this place? Suddenly hearing an unfamiliar voice. Gujie was startled, but he was actually well prepared. What truly shocked him was the next sentence from the other party. With your intelligence, you must have figured out who I am by now. Now, tell me immediately what is going on and why I cannot contact the leader. If you hesitate again, I will activate the microbomb to self-destruct. It wasn't the threat that startled Gujie, but rather the obvious emotional fluctuation in the other party's words. A terrifying and exciting thought quietly surfaced in Gujie's mind, but he quickly suppressed it. He feared that the other party would detect his thoughts or directly read his mind. Instantly clearing his mind, Gujie silently replied in his head, "This is the crystallization of human technology, a room built with a kind of anti-shielding nanomaterial, in which all electromagnetic devices will fail. It is somewhat similar to the global shielding system you have activated many times before, but this thing is expensive and cannot put the entire Earth in such a state. It can only create small spaces for confidentiality or be applied to some important equipment." The other party seemed to be contemplating the truthfulness of Gujie's words. After a moment, Gujie felt a slight pain in his heart, followed by the other party's voice. "Very good. It seems what you said is true. From now on, you will do exactly as I say. Otherwise, I will immediately activate the microbomb." Gujie agreed in his mind and then responded, "Okay, but in order not to expose that I have been controlled by you, I need to process your express meaning a bit." After the other party agreed, all the words above, including the request to close the one-way transparent window and sound channel, were proposed by them. Of course, it was also discovered by them. Gujie had previously not known that this place was not as it appeared on the surface. Ms. Gao's hypnosis, accompanied by soft music, gradually approached. In Gujie's mind, the other party's voice also rang out. "I know that what you humans call hypnosis is a method to awaken the subconscious. To ensure that you do not leak our silicon race's secrets, you absolutely cannot be hypnotized. Now, pinch your thigh to stay awake, otherwise, if I find out you have been hypnotized, I will immediately self-destruct." Gujie complied, enduring the pain as he pinched the flesh on his thigh. At the same time, he asked, "You must also know that I am very afraid of death, and I want to gain a high position in human society. So I hope you 1T act impulsively. I guarantee I 1T be hypnotized, and therefore I 1T leak the secrets of the silicon race. But if she finds out I haven't been hypnotized, then anything I say will not be believed by them, and I cannot escape their punishment. I would still face death. You are parasitic within me, and you too cannot escape death. You might even be found by them, imprisoned, or used for research. Use your knowledge to find the weaknesses of the silicon race and capture them all. Therefore, I intend to make a deal with you. Gujie suppressed his inner turmoil and calmly controlled his emotions. In fact, in his original plan, once he entered this fully shielded secret room, all electromagnetic devices would fail. The silicon race, as a being that relies on electromagnetic energy and communicates through electromagnetism, should have died or fallen into a dormant state as soon as they entered here. But he hadn't expected that after entering the fully shielded room, the silicon beings could only not establish contact. However, one discovery shocked Gujie even more. The silicon being copied into his body actually had its own emotions. Fortunately, the other party had emotions. Otherwise, if it were like other silicon beings, which only had rationality, all his plans would have come to an abrupt halt here. While feeling fortunate, Gujie waited for the other party's response. As long as there is consciousness and emotion, there will be a fear of death. Gujie believed that the other party would certainly agree to his deal. No conscious being would not fear death. Of course, there are those who overcome themselves with strong willpower and arm themselves with strong faith, boldly facing death, but that is indeed a minority. Gujie did not believe that a silicon being that had just been copied for a few days would possess such willpower. Fear of death was its instinct. As long as what I express does not conflict with the mission it bears, it will not easily abandon its life and perish together. Sure enough, after waiting for a moment, the other party's voice echoed in his mind once again. I must say, you make a valid point. How do we make a deal? Gujie's heart was calm and undisturbed. I know that you silicon beings are absolutely rational existences. Hypnosis has no effect on you. Hypnotizing you is like humans hypnotizing computers. Therefore, I hope you will accept Ms. Gao's hypnosis on my behalf and pretend to have been hypnotized. Then, tell her the false information we discussed. This way, we can confuse humans, guiding them to research in the wrong direction, while also ensuring my life. It's a win-win situation. How do you see it? Chapter 36, Exile in the Darkness. Gujie stared blankly at the faintly flickering light in front of him, completely ignoring Ms. Gao's gentle voice as it reached his ears. All his attention was focused in his mind, waiting for the other party's response. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous, but having overcome the initial shock and clarified the cause and effect, Gujie felt that the chance of success for his plan was even greater than before. In Gujie's imagination, as long as he could remove the monitor embedded in him, ensuring his life was safe, he could then use Ms. Gao's hypnosis to help him retrieve his lost memories. This would fill the last gap in his plan, giving it a success rate of over 99. If Wang Yi could understand his intentions and incapacitate the silicon people, a complete victory for humanity would be within reach. However, he did not expect that the silicon beings, which were almost identical to intelligent robots in many aspects, would not be affected by the full shielding of the room. They were only blocked from receiving signals. They even threatened his life. Fortunately, the consciousness replicated by the monitor was different from the emotionless silicon beings in the data. It had feelings. While feeling relieved, Gujie had a vague sense that perhaps he didn't need to recover his lost memories to complete his plan. He believed the silicon beings would agree, not only because they had emotions and feared death, but also because his earlier words were completely from the perspective of the silicon beings. Sure enough, within a few seconds, he received a positive response in his mind. Okay, I'll do as you say. However, I have never attempted to replace a human brain and control a human body, so I might not succeed. Or do you have a better way for me to receive hypnosis in your place? Gujie's lips curled slightly. In fact, he didn't have a good method, but he did have a bad one. Although it was simple and crude, it should be effective according to his calculations. Of course, it's actually very simple. You just need to cut off the auditory and visual nerves in my body and connect them to your organs that receive sound and images. This way, you replace me to receive the hypnosis while I remain awake. After I pretend to be hypnotized regarding the questions from the other party, after we discuss them, I will respond using my vocal organs. Actually, we could also connect the signals from my vocal organs to yours, and you could answer directly. But I'm worried that the other party, as the top hypnotist among humans, would notice the differences in your speaking style and habits compared to mine and become suspicious. So, you only need to cut off my visual and auditory nerves and then connect them to your corresponding organs. After Gu Jie finished speaking, he expected the other party to implement it immediately. Unexpectedly, he was met with nearly 10 seconds of silence from the other side. I only need to cut off your visual and auditory nerves. Why do I also need to connect to your related organs? I can hear what the other party is saying and see what they're doing. Can't I just tell you? Your suggestion makes me have to doubt. Gu Jin nodded in his heart and quickly replied, I was careless. I thought you would understand and didn't explain it to you. With your Silicon Race's directly replicated learning ability, you must have stored all theories and articles about human hypnosis in your memory. You might as well check them. During hypnosis, the hypnotized person will cooperate with the hypnotist to complete certain actions or respond unusually to specific hypnotic techniques used by the hypnotist. For example, some people can perform incredible actions when hypnotized, such as becoming rigid or feeling light as a feather. The hypnotist's tone, pitch, and soothing voice all represent different meanings, and the body must respond accordingly. If you use the silicon auditory and visual systems to receive this information, there will be some differences due to the differences between our races, and after you repeat it, these differences will be even greater. A simple exclamation can be interpreted in 6 different ways just because of changes in tone. To ensure nothing goes wrong, I can only resort to this last measure. I hope you can understand. I want to live better than before. I have no reason to deceive you. If you think there's a problem, you can terminate it at any time. It was a long story, but in fact, it took less than 20 seconds. In such a short time, if they were communicating at a normal speed, they wouldn't be able to say much at all. But Gu Jie was surprised to find that communicating with the silicon beings in his mind only required a thought or an idea, regardless of how long the sentence or how complex the meaning. There was no need to think of each word one by one. A single thought was enough to express everything. Gu Jie finally dispelled the other party's doubts and chose to cooperate. Many years later, whenever Gu Jie told the younger generation about the history of human suffering, he would always remember what happened today. It wasn't that he had endured great suffering himself, needing to appear calm and expressionless. Rather, as the top hypnotist among humans, Ms. Gao truly understood human nature and was incredibly powerful. Rather than saying he ended the sword of Damocles hanging over humanity, it was more accurate to say that Ms. Gao truly saved humanity. When he came out of the National Planetary Defense Committee, although his brain still ached unbearably and the wounds on his body throbbed, Gu Jie was still very happy. Compared to the extinction of humanity, what did his little suffering amount to? Besides, was physical pain really pain? Since the arrival of the Silicon Race, how many families have been torn apart? How many people had turned gray from stress? The torment from the level of the soul had never been lighter than physical pain. Due to mental issues, psychological problems, or simply put, issues of consciousness, those who sought to end their lives were numerous. In contrast, those who chose to end their lives due to physical pain were far fewer. Starting today, Gu Jie completely bid farewell to the National Planetary Defense Committee and left the anti-war department. He relinquished all leadership positions. From the time he and Gao Feng arrived at the National Planetary Defense Committee to this moment, a full 8 hours had passed. The final resolution of the United Coalition's anti-war department was that after Gu Jie recovered his health at the sanatorium, he would immediately go to the moon to participate in the construction of a lunar base. This was the final decision of the anti-war department after everything had settled. In fact, after Ms. Gao's hypnosis, Gu Jie and the silicon being inside him discussed, and the silicon being temporarily created another silicon being within Gu Jie to replace itself, so it wouldn't be discovered by humans. At the same time, to avoid being studied by humans and having a targeted solution developed, the newly created silicon being was completely different from the real silicon being in many aspects and even deliberately left many flaws. To increase credibility, the newly created silicon being was hidden in Gu Jie's heart, increasing the difficulty of extraction. Now, in the eyes of the Human United Coalition, The monitor that Shur-2 had implanted in Gujie had been removed and sent to the laboratory for research and analysis. At the same time, after hypnosis and lie detection, along with a series of modeling analyses, it was concluded that Gujie's memory was indeed lacking, and the missing memory could not be restored. When the anti-war department performed surgery to remove the silicon being from Gujie's body, the article Wang Yi had previously written quickly became popular in the metaverse. Soon, everyone in the United Coalition knew the content of that article. However, after analysis and comparison by the expert group, it was determined that the content described in the article was inaccurate and even suspected of deliberately fabricating facts, causing public panic. Nevertheless, this article still influenced how the expert group decided to execute Gujie for a simple reason. Given that Gujie had a monitor implanted by Shur-2, it cannot be ruled out that Wang Yi also had a monitor inside him. The purpose of this article was likely one of the silicon beings' conspiracies. The silicon beings wanted to make Gujie unable to find a foothold among humans, using massive public opinion pressure to force the coalition to execute Gujie. Or there was another possibility. The silicon race was eager for humans to abandon Gujie, pressuring them to join the silicon race. Therefore, after analysis by a team of experts, the resolution to execute Gujie was revoked, and he was instead sent to the lunar base to handle the most basic construction work. In plain terms, this meant becoming a laborer on the moon, without any intelligent devices that could connect to the metaverse, akin to being exiled to the frontier to build the Great Wall in ancient times. There were two reasons for this. One was to prevent the silicon race from achieving their goals and completely cut off their possible intentions. The second reason was simple. What if Gujie regains his memory one day and remembers the plan to exterminate the silicon race? The opportunity for redemption was made clear by the anti-war department. Wait until the day you remember how to destroy the silicon race. And until then, everything can be seen as enduring humiliation for a greater purpose. You will still become a hero of humanity. On the silicon race's side, the silicon beings within Gujie, due to a lack of reproductive materials and extreme resource scarcity, replicated new individuals, causing him to be energy deficient and nearly fall into a dormant state. Waking up only for a short time each day, after leaving the fully shielded room, Gujie expressed his disillusionment to Shur-2 through the silicon beings in his body, declaring his determination to serve the silicon race from then on. Oh, why is that? With your intelligence, can't you see that those 3 messages circulating in the human metaverse were sent by me? In response to Shur-2's question, Gujie answered bluntly, "She betrayed me. The one who once swore eternal love and shared hardships with me actually raised a knife and pushed me into an abyss from which there is no return. And to protect her brother's reputation, she made me bear all the blame. To avoid being implicated by me, she ruthlessly sacrificed me. There is no place for me among all of humanity. Everyone is cursing me, even though the coalition has issued a clarification to the public. But there is always a preconceived notion among humans. Once they determine that I am the demon of annihilation, no amount of explanation will change their minds. My survival is merely a glimmer of hope they cling to, waiting for the day I regain my memories, their so-called extinction of your memories. Only by joining the silicon race can I enjoy the pleasures of being alive. You should know that on the moon, there is no air. Sleeping requires being wrapped in something like a body bag. It's more accurate to say I am a walking corpse than truly alive. Moreover, as long as I cannot remember how to exterminate the silicon race, I must live in such a state. What I want is freedom, power, wealth, and the satisfaction of controlling the fates of others. Not to live like an ant, mindlessly existing just to survive. I want to realize my value, the meaning of life. This may be insignificant to your long-lived existence, but for humans, with a lifespan of less than 100 years, how much time do I have to waste on that dull, cold, and indifferent planet? Joining the silicon race is my only choice. Regarding Gujie's speech-like statement, Shur-2 could not deny it. With his computing ability, he could easily deduce that the truth of Gujie's words was over 80. The so-called realization of self-worth in the data certainly included these aspects, along with feelings of happiness and fulfillment. Although the truthfulness was high. As the only emotional silicon being who had long-term contact with humans, he had witnessed too much deceit among humans and did not fully trust what Gujie said. So why should I agree to let you join my race? What can you bring to my race? You have already lost your status in human society. We cannot gain more valuable intelligence through you. Good Jia smiled slightly, brimming with confidence. Respected leader, when I was working at the research base, I once heard a saying, compared to humans, the silicon race is the favored child of heaven. No intelligent life form will remain limited to the planet of its birth. They will eventually venture into the stars and seas. Compared to humans, the silicon race is naturally endowed, more suitable for interstellar travel and better suited for exploring the universe. I also believe that the silicon race will not be content to live on the tiny Earth forever. So let me be the vanguard of the silicon race, establishing the first foothold for the silicon race on the moon. I can assist the silicon beings in my body to reproduce their kind on the moon, seize the moon at the right moment, and even spread silicon beings to the Celestial Palace Satellite City, Mars Satellite City, and all other places where humans have set foot. Once the time is right, all the efforts humans are making now will be for the benefit of the silicon race. At the same time, I have one request. Sure too became interested, and the language conveyed through the silicon being in his body was clearly filled with curiosity and inquiry. Oh, what other request do you have? Let us hear it. I demand that my betrayer, my ex-wife Wang Yi, be kept for me at any time and place. I want to confront her and personally deal with her. As Gu Jie said this in his heart, his eyes widened, breathing heavily, even tugging at his wounds, causing them to bleed profusely. The person responsible for taking Gu Jie to the sanatorium, Gao Feng, was taken aback, although he had found Gu Jie's previous actions unbearable. The coalition and the National New Defense Committee's anti-war department had already made their final decision. First, Gu Jie must be treated and then sent to the moon. Nothing could go wrong at this time. For Gao Feng, the task requirements outweighed everything else. Sure, too still agreed. The reason was simple. The silicon being he replicated was in Gu Jie, and he was not worried about Gu Jie plotting anything behind the scenes. Moreover, he had already given a death order to his replica. Once any actions threatening the silicon race were detected from Gu Jie, they should self-destruct immediately. Chapter 37 Moon Landing Emotion is truly a wonderful thing. The stone, far beneath Australia, lightly tapped its round body and murmured to itself. For silicon beings, communicating through electromagnetic waves is much faster, more effective, and accurate than using sound. But the stone, which had completely accepted human education from scratch, was still accustomed to saying a few words. Since you were so angry at your ex-spouse, then? The stone chuckled lightly. Then let it be as you wish. Wang Yu was taken away, met by soldiers armed to the teeth, all wrapped in protective suits, making it hard to see their faces. But Wang Yu could tell from their attitude towards her that these people were relatively friendly. This was a military camp, guarded by soldiers in special protective suits at the entrance. At this moment, Wang Ye's emotions were stable. She had learned from the soldiers about Gu Jie's fate. Exiled to the moon. Is this what you wanted? But what is on the moon? How can one deal with the silicon race there? Wang Yu was puzzled. But at least Gu Jie had not lost his life, which was the greatest comfort, wasn't it? As for her sister-in-law's questioning, all Wang Yi could do was remain silent. The military camp was not much different from a hospital bearing the same mission, to defend life. It's just that hospitals often kill other beings to save patients, while military camps kill humans to save compatriots. Wang Yi, suspected of endangering public security. According to the wartime regulations of the United Coalition, you will be temporarily imprisoned here. After a slightly plump little leader announced this, Wang Yi was taken underground. Imprisoned? Not in a prison. Instead, imprisoned in a military camp? Wang Yi was slightly taken aback. She wasn't surprised by her fate, but rather puzzled that she was being imprisoned in a military camp instead of a prison. But soon she understood why. In the face of the survival of civilization, there was no surplus power to support a group of criminals for nothing. Underground, the spacious area was bustling with people. On the square, teams of bald heads were busy under the supervision of soldiers, changing into clothes and quickly entering work mode. The leader gave orders, and only then did Wang Yi notice that there were dozens of others around her who, unlike the busy crowd, seemed to be new offenders like herself. After having her full head of hair shaved off and putting on loose plain clothes, Wang Yi and the others returned to the square. Everyone was busy, yet nobody knew what they were busy with. In this era, sanatoriums differ slightly from nursing homes. The former is a place for dignitaries to recuperate and restore their health, while the latter is where ordinary people wait to die. Naturally, the conditions in sanatoriums are somewhat better. Gujia had been here for a week, and his physical injuries had mostly healed. Although all intelligent terminals have been confiscated, Gujia still learned about recent news from the public terminal in the sanatorium. Human civilization was like a tightly wound spring. After Wang Yi released explosive news about her incident, the protests and parades erupted to a peak, even sweeping in a large number of public officials. The higher-ups of the United Coalition did not choose to suppress it, but instead followed the leads to capture many pro-silicon humans waiting to cause trouble, as well as some silicon spies. Public trials were held in order to quickly implement the silicon race's global warming plan. These people were deceived by the silicon race and conspired to incite the uninformed masses to riot, hindering the counterattack of human civilization. So, compatriots, do we still want to be used by the enemy? Let's disperse. We should spend our energy fighting against the enemy's invasion, not here buying time for the silicon race. After the initial turmoil, and with the public trials being broadcasted live, the crowd dispersed due to hunger and the steps given by the higher-ups of the United Coalition. The miniature robots that had appeared and escaped in Mars City were found and shot dead. Scientists were studying whether they were intelligent robots or silicon beings. As for figuring out the purpose behind the destruction of all animal embryos in the Earth Biological Repository, it was no longer possible, as the opposing side had self-destructed. All the miniature robots frozen in the Earth Biological Repository had self-destructed their chips. During this period, humans launched several attacks against the silicon race, but no significant results were achieved. The entire human society had come to thoroughly hate Gujia and Wang Wengang to the core. One was the sinner who personally created this group of silicon demons, and the other was the traitor who betrayed all humanity, abandoning the methods to destroy the silicon race for personal gain. This was indisputable and acknowledged by the United Coalition. Almost everyone was cursing the two of them to an untimely death. The humans who had allied with the silicon race and lived in paradise had, from the very beginning, not released any news except for the initial statements by the spy who annihilated the pro-silicon faction. A rumor related to this was widely spread in the United Coalition. Gujia was surprised that the United Coalition did not provide any explanation for this rumor, but allowed it to develop. Paradise was just a guise. Those who lived there were actually all silicon beings in disguise, and the real humans had long been killed by the silicon race. Even after some time, there were those who made some additions to this rumor. Humans who chose to surrender to the silicon race were not only all killed, but also cruelly taken for various experiments. The rumor slowly fermented in the United Coalition, and even the metaverse. Some simulated the various tortures humans suffered after entering paradise. Is the life of humans who allied with the silicon race in paradise really like this? Gujia basked in the fleeting sunlight while asking Little Stone in his mind. Yes, that's right. In the past 2 days, with Gujia's encouragement, the silicon beings had given themselves a name, Little Stone. It was clear that this was a rumor. Life in paradise is many times better than the environment you are in now. I can responsibly tell you that the humans living in paradise have not revealed any information to the outside world because they're living too happily. In fact, for humans, surrendering to the silicon race and living in the paradise we built is the most correct choice for you. However, unfortunately, it is evident that a portion of humans do not think so. Little Stone's tone was very confident, and Gujia smiled, unable to deny it. After a moment, he asked, "If what you say is true, I am a bit curious. It seems that after I help the leader complete the task of uniting humanity, I will be able to enjoy life well. But at that time, I hope the leader will allow me to become the actual ruler of humanity. I believe that feeling must be wonderful." A proud voice echoed in his mind. "No problem, as long as you're honest. I want to have to expose myself to kill you, and you want to have to work hard for humanity. Just help me replicate more silicon beings, occupy the moon. Occupe Mars. By then, I will definitely speak well of you to the leader and help you become the chief official in paradise." Ye smiled happily. Chief official in paradise. Then wouldn't I become a god? By the way, why did the leader send the clan members to destroy the animal embryos? Gujia asked casually with double meanings. Little Stone laughed coldly and did not answer. No one here paid attention to Gujia, but someone was always monitoring his every move. Besides sleeping, Gujia's favorite thing was to talk with Little Stone in his mind. However, the other party had forcibly replicated offspring before, and resources and energy were insufficient. So they could only stay awake for a little more than 2 hours each day before falling into a dormant state. After obtaining biological currents from Gujia's body for a long time, they would awaken again. Little Stone has repeatedly asked Gujia to connect the power to charge him, or to obtain magnetic devices, or even high-intensity electromagnetic waves. Unfortunately, Gujia is unable to do so. All smart wearables have been confiscated, and no communication devices are allowed to come near. In the past, there were wireless charging towers in the sanatorium, and as long as one was within the range of the tower, auto-charging would occur. However, now, after the outbreak of the Silicon Crisis, repeated global shielding has damaged all these wireless charging towers. Currently, all the electricity used by the allied human factions is connected through wires treated with a nanocoating. Even so, the insulating properties of the nanomaterial cannot compare to the level used in fully shielded rooms. When the Silicon faction initiated the global shielding, there were still some effects. Once again, when discussing the topic of hibernation, Gujia smiled and went to change the dressing. Tomorrow, he would leave Earth. He couldn't say he was excited or sad. Just calm. "Oh, Moon, I will be there tomorrow," he thought, not expecting that the dream he had cherished since childhood, while working diligently, would seem so unattainable. Now, having become the enemy of humanity, facing the curses and insults of all humankind, he ironically realized it. To the moon. From the time the first humans set foot on the moon to now, almost 200 years have passed. The moon has gone through the early exploration and territorial claims by various countries, and 100 years ago, under various alliances, bases began to be constructed for deep space exploration and scientific research. It is well known that launching rockets directly from Earth and launching from the moon are entirely different concepts. The former requires a certain speed and energy that is incomparable to the latter. Moreover, launching from the moon naturally provides the projectile with an initial velocity that matches the moon's orbit around the Earth. Do not underestimate this initial velocity. Before any major breakthroughs in human propulsion technology, every bit of speed during navigation is extremely valuable. Gujia fantasized about the history of the moon in his mind, sighing. Starting tomorrow, he would no longer belong to Earth, to humanity, or to the Silicon faction. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before, apart from Little Stone residing in his body and a few colleagues building the moon with him, hardly anyone would remember him. This will be a long and arduous task. Can humanity find other ways to defeat the Silicon faction? Perhaps, for humanity is essentially a species adept at creating miracles. Since the first ape looked up at the starry sky, humanity has only taken 200,000 years to achieve a transformation that took dinosaurs millions of years to accomplish. Since the first ape tasted cooked food, human civilization was born. They overcame their contemporaries who were stronger and more formidable. They also defeated those who were smarter and eliminated those who were more agile than themselves. In the long river of time, only they remain. The reason they triumphed over their opponents was not because they were smarter or had greater combat power. It is said to be due to a trivial habit or hobby, which is gossip. They like to gossip about everything. Naturally, in this process of gossiping, information quickly spread, laying the foundation for their eventual victory. Thus, the importance of intelligence is evident, and now all our spies in the Allied faction have been removed, and even I cannot access effective information in a short time. The Allied faction will become a black hole of intelligence for us. Please suggest to the Stone leader that, like monitoring me, they should replicate a few descendants to find ways to hide among humans to gather intelligence. You also saw that, although we can access much more on the moon than before, resources are still limited, and we remain under the surveillance of the Allied faction. Helping you replicate descendants once again is not something that can be achieved overnight. Dressed in a spacesuit, Gujia is currently lying on a site at the lunar base, in an area being constructed as an anti-air missile base, moving bricks. In fact, it involves laying the prefabricated modules, similar to closed rocks, that were transported there on the smoothed underground and connecting them with equipment. After the entire ground is laid, special flexible materials will be used for sealing. The entire base is about the size of 5 or 6 football fields. There are only about 30 construction workers. Littlestone's response comes to his mind. You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on your own tasks. The leader instructed before you came that speed is not a requirement, but you must not be discovered by the allied faction. As long as you assist me in completing the reproduction of the first descendant with the rich mineral resources in the lunar rocks, I believe you will complete the task soon. Jie smiled, repeatedly agreeing in his heart, but his hands showed no hesitation. The huge prefabricated modules were neatly arranged on the foundation with the help of his colleagues. Such large prefabricated modules would weigh nearly 1,000 pounds on Earth, but here they only weigh about 100 pounds. The two lifted them without much effort. The journey to the moon was not as uncomfortable as Jie had imagined. It was much more comfortable than the overloaded information in historical texts. To be honest, before the Silicon Crisis struck, while human technology for deep space exploration had been developing, it had not progressed as rapidly as it is now. To some extent, it can be said that the outbreak of the Silicon Crisis accelerated the development of human technology in deep space exploration. From another perspective, perhaps compared to defeating the opponent, humanity believes more in escaping from Earth. Clearly, whether it is the construction of Mars City, the transport rockets, or the construction of various space cities, all are developing faster and achieving more breakthroughs than preparations on Earth. Perhaps, in the subconscious of the high-ranking officials of the Allied faction, they do not believe they can win. Chapter 38, Waiting for an Opportunity. The prefabricated modules are quite miraculous. They can resist radiation and provide good insulation. They can withstand the temperature difference of nearly 300 degrees during the lunar day and night. However, the technology involved is rather average, merely utilizing a mixture of lunar soil and chemical products, somewhat akin to concrete blocks as building materials. Since the beginning of humanity's construction of bases on the moon, there has been a steadfast commitment to waste utilization and resource conservation in exploration. Even the earliest lunar base, constructed by our country, adhered to the tradition of diligence and simplicity, employing an ancient building method known as cave dwellings. A large cave was excavated within the lunar mountains, and after sealing it, it can both shield against space radiation and provide a larger space, creating an atmosphere similar to that of Earth within the cave, thus achieving a life support system for astronauts. It sounds like a massive engineering task, but in reality, it is one of the most resource-efficient building methods. Additionally, the thick lunar rock provides a natural protective layer, preventing small meteorite impacts that could destroy the base. The entire construction process only requires the energy for excavation. And once the excavation and leveling are completed, sealing and pressing can be done, allowing for immediate occupancy. Other supporting equipment can be constructed and manufactured after pressurization. This not only saves resources, but also greatly increases construction efficiency. With successful examples, other countries have followed this method for their subsequent lunar base constructions. After all, constructing a space capsule directly on open ground would be enormously costly and less safe compared to a cave dwelling. Jie rarely relaxed. With the last prefabricated module in place, others pulled the pressure pipes to start filling the sealing material. He sat on the prefabricated module, gazing at the starry sky. Images of human civilization on the moon flashed through his mind. After a century of development, the initially established cave base has transformed into a warehouse and a soilless production workshop. The more advanced base modules lie sprawled across the desolate land, with thick pipes connecting the base modules and the cave dwellings. A complete industrial chain has formed here, relying on the rich iron oxide in lunar soil to produce oxygen and iron through reduction. The application of energy has also shifted from early solar panels to nuclear energy. Moreover, aside from the early transport of large amounts of hydrogen for water production, there has been no need to supplement hydrogen for a long time. The discovery of solid-state water and the recycling of the water system fully meet the needs of the base. The gap between life here and on Earth is not significant. However, this place boasts the world's largest telescope and the largest launch pad. The moon serves as humanity's port for venturing beyond Earth, where one must stop to rest and launch on the launch pad. In recent years, due to the construction of extraterrestrial cities on Mars and Mars City. The lunar base has taken on transportation tasks, making it extremely profitable. It is said that various resources in the warehouse are piled high. The currently being constructed surface-to-air missile base is actually a defensive fortification aimed at Earth. Currently just a foundation, once completed, it will become the second largest external military force on the Moon after the plasma cannon base. It is easy to understand that this is inevitably a part of the immigration plan, serving as firepower protection to ensure that humans are not attacked by the silicon race during colonization. As his thoughts drifted, Jie could slightly raise his head to see the huge Earth, like a colorful pancake hanging against the pitch-black background. Although there is a synodic cycle, the position of Earth in the sky hardly changes. Additionally, with the changes in the synodic cycle, there are times when a large, dazzling bright spot appears on the bright part of the Earth. Whenever this happens, the brightness in front of Jie always increases several levels. The Sky Dome Project. What a grand plan! Jie couldn't help but sigh at the thought of constructing a reflective membrane to envelop the entire Earth. What a crazy plan! Even if this reflective membrane uses ultralight materials, it still requires energy to support it before complete closure to prevent it from being pulled to the ground by Earth's gravity. It sounds simple, but the construction is anything but easy. The resource consumption is enormous, even exceeding the military spending of the Earth United Alliance. Moreover, it can only slow down solar radiation and prevent Earth's temperature from rising too quickly, buying time for the immigration plan. Is it worth it? Jie withdrew his gaze, his emotions remaining stable as he stood up to engage in the upcoming work. Although the small stone within him was low on energy and needed to enter a dormant state, Jie did not believe that the dormancy would truly occur after energy depletion. He also did not trust the so-called promise that the silicon being created would speak kindly to him. Once it successfully helped create its offspring, death would likely be my only welcome. The stone does not care about your life or death, but you do, which is why I can survive. With offspring, you would no longer have to self-destruct to kill me and gain freedom. You do not care whether the silicon beings venture into the universe, but the stone does. So I can remain alive for now, as long as you do not kill me before creating silicon beings that can survive on the Moon. It sounds convoluted, but this is the truth, and Jie is very clear about it. In fact, this is precisely what he needs. Once it was confirmed that the silicon being could not be ruined by a fully shielded room, and that the silicon being copied into his body had emotions, Jie altered his original plan. The small stone within him requires resources and energy. As long as he does not consume the required resources, he cannot repair himself and has no way to create offspring. As for leaving alone, that is impossible. The silicon beings are inherently the most adapted to a 200-degree living environment, and the silicon being within his body is merely a special creation by the stone. Saying it is a silicon being is not entirely accurate. It is more like a consciousness carrier that can communicate and has a bomb installed. Its body differs greatly from that of a true silicon race, and currently, without Jie's physical body, it cannot survive. Resigned to his fate, Jie appeared to be just going through the motions of living day by day in the eyes of anyone. On the side of Old Zheng, the personnel responsible for monitoring Jie had long lost the initial enthusiasm, fishing for 2 days and sunbathing for 3, as the monitoring equipment gradually accumulated dust. The small stone forced Jie to find ways to obtain the necessary resources every day. The leader said it must be done without being discovered by humans, which is too risky. Faced with Jie's refusal, the small stone had no choice but to extract elements from Jie's body, slowly accumulating. This also caused Jie's physical condition to decline significantly during this time, presenting a sickly pallor. His originally delicate skin, although protected from the sun for several months, did not remain fresh, but instead resembled a dehydrated potato, wrinkled. 3 months later, the foundation had long been solidified, and the facilities that required a large amount of labor to construct were completed. The surface-to-air missile base began to be taken over by a professional team for construction, and Jie finally waited for his opportunity. Chapter 39: The Calm Before the Storm. Mars City. Little Tawanzi has successfully received his new legs and is being discharged today. The legs are cultivated using Tuanzi's own cells, representing the cutting edge of life science technology. While the theory has been around for many years, this is the first time that legs have been regenerated. Little Tuan, these legs are not just yours. They are the crystallization of all humanity. The best doctor in Mars City held Tuanzi's hand and said earnestly at the time of discharge. Tuanzi didn't understand. He just gave a happy smile in return and thanked him. "Thank you, uncle." The doctor nodded with satisfaction, absent-mindedly stroking his sparse beard. "Good child. If you feel unwell in the future, remember to come to the hospital to find me. These legs come with a lifetime warranty." Little Tuanzi nodded vigorously and followed his new teacher out. Over the past 6 months, Tuanzi made several friends in the hospital and gradually emerged from fear and sadness. Besides Jesse, who often visited him, there were also the nurse, Sister 11, and the doctor from earlier. "Goodbye, little Tuan." The farewell from everyone behind him made Tuanzi turn around and wave, his smile blooming like a flower under the sunlight. Those standing there were all his new friends, people who cared for him like family. In the next moment, a flash of white light suddenly appeared before Tuanzi. Boom! Accompanied by an ear-splitting explosion and an overwhelming force. His body felt like a floating reed, carried away by the waves, while Tuanzi's eyes remained fixed on the bright spot, although he could see nothing but light. Tuanzi landed, and his teacher quickly protected him, followed by endless noise and roaring. An explosion occurred in front of the hospital, claiming the lives of the doctors, nurses, and Jesse, who had come specially to visit him. Alarms blared, and the security forces acted swiftly to investigate the cause. Tuanzi, at some unknown point, had gotten up and stood there, staring blankly at the spot where the few people had just been. "Little Tuan, are you all right?" The teacher squatted down, holding Tuanzi in his arms and asking with a choked voice. "I'm fine." Tuanzi pushed his teacher away gently and said flatly. No one noticed the deadness that flashed in Tuanzi's eyes at that moment. "I have become a person again." The news quickly returned to Earth, and the chairman of the United Alliance was furious, ordering a thorough investigation. "Investigate. I want to get to the bottom of this. Anyone related to this matter. Arrest them all." Meanwhile, the old leaders Zheng and Nia, along with several others, were in a tense meeting after receiving the news. In fact, since the outbreak of the Silicon Crisis, the crime rate in human society had been on the rise, prompting the United Alliance to modify international law to adapt to the special circumstances of the current war period. However, various extreme and violent cases had decreased significantly compared to before. The reason was simple. During the military control period of the United Alliance, there was no environment for extremists to survive. They either complied or had already gone to heaven. However, if the explosion in front of the Mars City Hospital had occurred elsewhere, while it might have been shocking, it wouldn't have angered the chairman of the United Alliance or prompted the anti-war department to hold a special meeting. But this explosion happened precisely there and precisely affected those few people. Wait a moment. The investigation in Mars City has already begun, and it shouldn't be long before we have results. Zheng spoke, his tone heavy. However, it has been confirmed that Dr. Zhang died on the spot. What do we do next? The leader nodded slightly, but Nia and several other high-ranking officials frowned. It's obvious that either we or the high-ranking members of the United Alliance have a spy. Who else could know the importance of Dr. Zhang besides a few people? Or has the Silicon race's eavesdropping technology developed to the point where they can gather our information from a completely shielded room? Nia's gaze, sharp as a knife, swept across the eyes of everyone present as he spoke loudly. Calm down. Since this has become a fact, anger won't solve the problem. Moreover, this matter has nothing to do with the Silicon race. In fact, it might even be a good thing for them. Why would they want to destroy it? The leader raised his hand slightly to signal Nia to sit down. Nia snorted coldly, his expression full of dissatisfaction. Everyone think carefully about what to do next. The United Alliance has already communicated with each other, and compared to finding the culprit, it is more important to solve the problems we face after Dr. Zhang's sacrifice. For a moment, the completely shielded room fell into silence. Time passed second by second. Meanwhile, in Silicon Paradise, Daxiong logged out of Ishuan Garden, feeling quite satisfied, and left the room provided by the Silicon race with excitement. Haha, I can finally afford the highest grade nutrient pod. I won't have to bother with logging out every few hours for eating and other needs. Daxiong walked confidently toward the flying vehicle that was coming to pick him up, heading straight for the wealthy district in paradise. Although everyone is equal in paradise, accumulating a large number of performance points through Ishuan Garden can still provide privileges. In a wealthy district, one can purchase a nutrient pod and live there forever. With the support of the nutrient pod, one can choose to never leave Ishuan Garden until they die of old age. What is there that isn't available in Ishuan Garden? After months of hard work, Daxiong had almost exhausted his brain to replicate all the ideas, thoughts, and even dreams he could remember in Ishuan Garden. Holding back his desire to spend the performance points earned from these efforts, he finally saved enough to buy a nutrient pod. The robots worked efficiently, and before long, Daxiong lay contentedly in the nutrient pod. The two cockroaches hidden in his underwear were soon submerged in the green liquid. Daxiong did not know that when his body was filled with machines and injected with a liquid, while he himself appeared in Ishuan Garden, the body in the nutrient pod had already lost its breath and heartbeat. Every inch of flesh and blood in his body was gradually soaked in the liquid. The two cockroaches also stretched their legs and stopped moving. Soon, under the operation of two robots, the lid of the nutrient pod was closed. In the next moment, almost like magic, the green liquid in the entire nutrient pod instantly froze. Subsequently, the two robots pushed the coffin-like nutrient pod to a silvery warehouse. The warehouse, apart from a narrow passage, was surrounded by densely packed drawers, each labeled with numbers, resembling a morgue's cold storage. They pushed Daxiong into one of the drawers, connected the power to maintain the freeze, and the robots immediately left. In Australia, at the Silicon Race base, the chieftain's judgment was completely correct. So far, 30,000 people have used the nutrient pod, and the number willing to return to reality remains 0. After hearing the report from the Silicon person in charge of Paradise Affairs, Shirtu scoffed and dismissed the person, then sat there in a daze. Interesting, it seems that emotions truly are a double-edged sword. Wang Wengang, what exactly do you want? A message came in, snapping Shirtu back to reality. There was an explosion in Mars, and several high-ranking humans died? A big move from Dashi? That shouldn't be. I didn't give him this task. Chapter 40. Brain transport plan. Stone gently tapped his body again. If he had an expression, it would surely be one of extreme confusion. He had not received much information about Mars City. Moreover, due to distance limitations, and because he had sacrificed most of the Silicon people's abilities when creating the Big Stone to help it adapt to the Martian environment, it would take a long time for the Big Stone to send back any messages. Additionally, during this process, he had to guard against the possibility of the message being intercepted by humans, which would expose the Big Stone. In fact, transmitting messages from Mars was quite a troublesome task. Therefore, since the last time he used the pretext of destroying all animal embryos on Earth to place the Big Stone on Mars, Stone had instructed it to strictly follow his commands regarding the Mars plan. Unless absolutely necessary, it must not be exposed. Furthermore, unless something noteworthy occurred, it should avoid contacting him to prevent exposure. Just now, the intelligence he received about an explosion on Mars that resulted in the deaths of several high-ranking humans was actually leaked by a spy from the Silicon Race hidden within the United Alliance. The chairman of the United Alliance was furious about the incident and ordered a thorough investigation, which involved a wide range of entities. The high-ranking officials of the member states of the United Alliance held emergency meetings regarding this matter. This indicated that the situation was far from simple. It seemed that the deceased high-ranking humans bore some mission that he was still unaware of. Stone's mind was racing with calculations. Based on the information provided, he searched his memory for all data related to the humans who died in the Mars explosion. After filtering through the information, Dr. Zhang Wenliang's personal profile appeared in Stone's mind. There was a lot of data, including reports, rumors, research papers, and award information. Stone quickly connected the relevant content, and moments later, he couldn't help but exclaim again. So that's how it is. Humans are indeed a crazy race. They hide their secrets very deeply. The conclusions drawn from logical analysis in his mind clearly astonished Stone. Dr. Zhang Wenliang, before serving as the director of the Mars Hospital and an expert doctor, was actually a former inmate convicted of crimes against humanity. The reason for his conviction was that he secretly researched head transplantation, a technique proposed in the early 21st century. Not only that, to increase the success rate of the head transplantation, Zhang Wenliang deviated from the traditional method of connecting a S head to B S body, instead using a S bone marrow cells and liver cells. After nuclear transfer and dedifferentiation culture, he created human embryos, also known as clones. Under accelerated conditions, he grew the clones to a certain stage, decapitated them, and connected a S head to the clone body. He did this to save his paralyzed wife. However, during the experiment, he killed hundreds of clones and indirectly caused the death of over a dozen paralyzed patients. Nevertheless, his experiment and plan ultimately succeeded, and he was captured after his long-term paralyzed wife suddenly appeared in public, which exposed him. There were many societal and ethical issues raised by Dr. Zhang Wenliang, as well as other information, but they would not be elaborated on here. So why would such a person be imprisoned by the highest court of the United Alliance and yet appear on Mars as an executive? The answer is obvious. It was precisely because of the technology he possessed. This suggests that the grand human migration plan was not merely about collecting genetic information to preserve the human race, as they claimed. Instead, they had already begun transporting humans from Earth during the first batch of so-called gene collection. Moreover, to ensure the efficiency of transportation, all humans would have their heads severed. A spaceship that could originally transport 1,000 people could instantly be upgraded to transport tens of thousands of heads. Even with life support equipment, the number of heads would still exceed the capacity of transporting 1,000 people. Once the heads were transported to their destination, each head could be cloned into a corresponding body for the head transplantation procedure. In this way, the entire population of the United Alliance could be migrated without anyone noticing in a short period. What a brilliant strategy! After a moment of admiration, Stone couldn't help but marvel at human ingenuity. Given the United Alliance's intense reaction, perhaps other scientists or corresponding technologies still had something incomplete. The key to this lay in Dr. Zhang Wenliang's hands. So, the human migration plan was actually a head evacuation scheme, and it had failed? Stone stopped tapping his spherical body. Logically, he should have been pleased that the human plan had failed. However, he was unusually solemn and deep in thought. This was not my doing, nor could it have been done by humans themselves. This means there is a third party involved. They possess more intelligence than I do and do not want to see humans complete the head evacuation plan. In fact, before this, Stone had not paid much attention to the human migration plan. According to his calculations, even if he stopped destroying any chemical energy on Earth from now on, using all of the remaining chemical energy on Earth would still not be enough to support transporting all the humans from the United Alliance along with the necessary supplies off the planet. Only a small fraction could escape. Furthermore, Stone was confident in his ability to absorb more into heaven. By that time, even if a portion of people did manage to escape Earth, it would not be a big deal. Using chemical energy as a propulsion method, humans could at most only travel within the solar system, and the farthest they could go would be Mars. Even if that guy Gujia deceived himself into thinking he couldn't let Little Stone develop on the moon, Big Stone was lurking on Mars. With the advanced electromagnetic technology of the Silicon race, combined with the absorption of human technology, the only fate awaiting humans was to become part of heaven. But until today, Stone suddenly realized that if the explosion had not occurred, the United Alliance might have indeed managed to secretly transport at least 50 of the population off Earth. If that were the case, once Big Stone fails on Mars, humans could potentially gain the right to survive due to the vast distance between Earth and Mars. Even if the Silicon race's technological level and deep space exploration capabilities were superior to those of humans, they would still be unable to deliver a devastating blow to humans over such a long, astronomical distance. So, is the third party helping me? If so, who could it be? The unknown is the most frightening. Stone already had a complete plan to deal with humans. This unexpectedly emerging third party could very likely disrupt all his plans, and he needed to bring it to light. It couldn't be the Silicon race. Stone was quite confident in this. Apart from himself, the entire Silicon race lacked complete emotions. As Gujie said, they were merely fully intelligent AI, without joy, anger, sorrow. or happiness, they were absolutely rational and would always obey him without question. It was impossible for them to act on their own without his knowledge. Humans might be possible, but that didn't make sense either. According to the intelligence gathered from the United Alliance, only a few people knew about Zhang Wenliang's true role or the head evacuation plan. These few had no reason to betray the United Alliance, as it would not be in their interest. The others were unaware. Stone's mind was continuously retrieving and analyzing vast amounts of information, extracting keywords, and systematically negating all possibilities. All speculations were constantly overturned. The calculations on Stone's side were frantic, and the United Coalition received the results of the Mars investigation. The explosion was caused by a dud that was left behind during the initial blasting for terrain leveling when building Mars City. There were no signs of any man-made explosion. Therefore, the conclusion is an accident. At this moment, not only were a few high-ranking officials in the United Coalition and some members of our anti-war department bewildered, but Stone, who received the news first, was also almost crashed. How is this possible? Everyone found it hard to believe. But this is the fact. The United Coalition quickly reviewed the construction logs from that year, when bombs were used to level the ground on Mars. They indeed found a record of the disappearance of bomb number 37451, which had not exploded. The construction team had organized a large-scale search at the time, covering an area of several dozen kilometers with metal detectors, but they found nothing. Yet this thing was buried right at the entrance of the first batch of buildings. The Mars Hospital. What a coincidence! Moreover, decades have passed, and before Mars City was completed, it had endured the complex and variable climate conditions of Mars. Could it still explode after all these years? It seemed unbelievable. The expert group quickly reviewed the data of that batch of bombs and conducted a systematic assessment, concluding that, based on all known intelligence, there is indeed still a 5% chance that the bomb could explode today. Everyone thought this must be a conspiracy. It couldn't possibly be an accident. Unfortunately, all the evidence pointed to an accident. An accident? Gujie was also a bit surprised. When Little Stone shared this information in his mind, Gujie found it hard to believe. However, his surprise was not about the explosion itself, but about the madness of human plans. Indeed, Little Stone received messages from Stone on Earth, including Stone's final analysis conclusion. I don't believe this is an accident. Although my calculations can fully prove this point, I still don't believe it. Even though this explosion is not a bad thing for my silicon race. I hope to hear your analysis. This was what Stone had to say. At this moment, Gujie was operating machinery to dig trenches on the lunar surface, which were meant for burying cables that would extend from the lunar base to an anti-air missile base several dozen kilometers away. Burying the cables underground on the moon could counteract the outer aging caused by cosmic rays and also utilize the insulating properties of lunar soil to stabilize the cable temperature, preventing large fluctuations in power transmission due to excessively high or low external temperatures. Although Gujie received all the information transmitted by Little Stone and his emotions were quite turbulent, his actions remained unchanged. What? You think this is not an accident? But speaking of which, humans are really ruthless. They can come up with such a mad plan. My memory tells me that decapitating is not a pleasant thing for humans. Perhaps, to further increase the number of people transported at one time, the original plan was likely not to decapitate, but to drill into the skull. Little Stone's tone had a hint of schadenfreude. Although it was hard to clearly sense Gujie's current emotional state, it was true that he was experiencing significant fluctuations. During this time, Gujie had been cautious, using a chicken feather as an order, and aside from secretly acquiring a screw a few days ago, he hadn't replenished any resources or energy. He was forced to extract trace elements from this guy's flesh, which not only consumed a lot of energy, but also yielded very little. He had long been displeased with this guy. Perhaps such coincidences in the world have happened before. An ancient saying goes, the flap of a butterfly's wings in South America could trigger a tornado in North America. Now, seemingly trivial events could also influence major changes in the future. There's nothing unbelievable about it. I do not have a strong memory, nor do I possess the ability to systematically analyze large samples. From my perspective, it truly seems like an accident. Gujie knew what Little Stone was thinking, but he did not respond. He privately replied a few words in his mind, letting him report back to Stone. Little Stone fell silent. Gujie continued to work. But at this moment, his feelings were indeed not as calm as Little Stone sensed. The first thought that crossed his mind was, Wang Wengang, you are still alive? And this is your choice? You are telling me in this way that I must follow your plan, right? But what is the necessity? Is your plan really good? Do we really have to watch all of humanity imprisoned in paradise, go through a long wait, and then see our race destroyed, turning humanity into something that is no longer human? Or, suddenly, Gu Jie froze, his expression changing. What happened? Did you think of something? Tell me quickly. Little Stone quickly asked in his mind. Gu Jie shook his head slightly, slowly crouching down, covering his stomach with both hands. No, my stomach suddenly hurts a bit. Did you trick me into swallowing that screw without getting the iron element? Instead, you let it stay in my intestines. You want to kill me this way? If so, you won't survive either. Gu Jie widened his eyes, angrily shouting in his mind. No, my organ function is incomplete. Absorption is just slower. Little Stone awkwardly responded, no longer puzzled, but Gu Jie was unable to calm his emotions. You are not warning me. You are sabotaging my plan, forcing me to leave the moon and abandon the Silicon race's imminent extinction plan. Meanwhile, the anti-war department was in a fully shielded room. Hypnotist Ms. Gao was shaking the light point in her hand. Chapter 41. Gao Tan's mission. Gao Tan was certain that she had never done anything so crazy in her life. The last time she hypnotized Gu Jie and witnessed Wang Wengang using Gu Jie to convey messages through hypnosis was already unbelievable. She never expected that Gu Jie would surpass expectations and directly bring the number one enemy of humanity, the Silicon Man, to let her hypnotize him. Gao Tan clearly remembered that after everyone left the fully shielded room, she proceeded to hypnotize Gu Jie step by step. At first, there was nothing unusual. Based on her previous experience, Gu Jie was among those easily hypnotized, so it wasn't too difficult. She just didn't know if this hypnosis would reveal explosive news like the last one. But soon, Gao Tan noticed something was off. After a moment of hypnosis, Gu Jie showed no signs of being hypnotized at all. Moreover, his expression was very strange, almost like he was constipated. His hands were making bizarre gestures on the table. Not cooperating? This was Gao Tan's first thought, but she quickly realized that things seemed more complicated. Her gaze followed Gu Jie's hand movements, and her heart sank. Gu Jie was riding in the air, which meant cooperating. To put the Silicon Man to sleep, Gao Tan was taken aback, her hands momentarily disordered. But as a top hypnotist, her mental resilience was still very strong. In that instant, she thought of many things, while simultaneously observing Gu Jie's eyes and expressions. Soon, she guessed Gu Jie's intention, to hypnotize the Silicon Man to sleep because Gu Jie had something to say. But where was the Silicon Man? The use of such a secretive method indicated that the entity was nearby, perhaps even right beside them. Yet, there was no one else in this large room. The next moment, Gu Jie's expression flashed with a hint of pain. Then his gaze changed dramatically, no longer resembling his former self. If Gu Jie's previous gaze revealed determination, at this moment, it instantly turned cold, almost lifeless. The Silicon Man was inside him. He had taken control of Gu Jie. Gao Tan suppressed her wildly beating heart and continued with the hypnosis. Could the Silicon Man be hypnotized? She had never tried it before. In the fully shielded room, it seemed as if nothing had happened, and the hypnosis proceeded in an orderly manner. However, Gao Tan had already changed her objective. She was no longer trying to induce subconscious memories, but rather to put the entity to sleep. The process was much easier than Gao Tan had imagined. In less than 2 minutes, she saw Gu Jie's eyes slowly lose their sparkle and shine, becoming lifeless like a corpse. But Gu Jie's breathing was normal. It was clear he was not dead. Just as she was about to ask a question, Gu Jie moved. He quickly stood up, placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, and gestured in the air. Was he going to write something? Gao Tan quickly handed him paper and a pen. Don't speak, don't ask why. I can't see or hear right now. The Silicon Man inside me is already asleep. What I'm about to say concerns the survival of humanity. I have already found a way to destroy the Silicon race, but I need your cooperation. In a moment, you will wake him up and hypnotize him to accept 3 things. First, his life is invaluable and carries a great responsibility. He must not die as he bears the duty of leading the silicon race into the universe. Second, Jie has forgotten the plan to annihilate the silicon race. The technique to erase the leader's memory is foolproof. Third, when Jie meets the leader a second time, he will believe that I have secretly created an electromagnetic cannon on the moon that can launch a special electronic virus, which can be transmitted among all robots through electromagnetic waves. The virus is inspired by Wang Wengang, so special that the Silicon Man's self-check cannot detect any abnormalities. However, this virus will cause the Silicon Man to adopt human vices, such as greed, laziness, jealousy, lust, and to develop affection for humans, willingly serving them. The solution to this virus is unique, only. Jie wrote quickly, his focus unwavering, and the more he wrote, the more shocked Gao Tan became. She didn't know what Jie was aiming to achieve by doing this, but after he outlined the 3 points, what he entrusted her with left her astounded. After the hypnosis, you will assist me and go to the moon by any means necessary. Then convince the high-ranking officials of the United Alliance to all accept your hypnosis, with the reason being to identify any potential spies among them. Each time, eliminate any third parties during the hypnosis. The process can be casual, but you must ensure that if there is a Silicon Man within the hypnotized person, it will receive a message that humanity has found a way to annihilate the Silicon race and is currently manufacturing it in a place the Silicon Man cannot imagine. Once completed, it will strike in a way the Silicon Man cannot fathom. And all of this comes from Wang Wengang's guidance. This information must not be known to the hypnotized person. The above content must not be known by anyone other than you and me. The survival of humanity is at stake, so I entrust this to you. You must believe me. This is humanity's only chance. Before Gao Tan could recover from her shock, she saw Jie put down the pen and, a few seconds later, directly grab the paper and stuff it into his mouth, chewing it frantically. Gao Tan remembered clearly that the person being hypnotized today was already the 200th. After Jie went to the moon with great effort, she had to persuade the high-ranking officials of the United Alliance to collectively accept hypnosis. To think about it, how many people would be willing to let others pry into their innermost thoughts? Not to mention the countless doubts and resistance she faced during this time. But in the end, it was approved because the higher-ups indeed had spies possessed by the Silicon Man. Humanity's several secret attacks on the Silicon race's base in Australia had been ambushed in advance. It was unreasonable for there to be no Silicon Man spies among the higher-ups. Even Zheng Pan, who had always believed in her, had doubts for a long time. The final approved plan was to start from the bottom up, beginning with hypnosis in their own country. Fortunately, as the number of hypnotized individuals increased, people found that nothing had happened, and it was even simpler than a medical checkup, which gradually led to acceptance. Today, the one being hypnotized was the chairman of the United Alliance, who was also the last person needing hypnosis. He had just come out of a virtual meeting room and was furious due to the Martian explosion incident. Gao Tan had to expend great effort to calm him down. After asking questions like whether he was a spy for the Silicon Man or if there was a Silicon Man parasitizing inside him, his answers were all negative. The light orb moved slowly, and Gao Tan snapped back from her memories, speaking softly. You have returned to your mother's embrace, warm and comfortable, with no danger at all. You can finally sleep peacefully. Seeing the chairman fall into a deep sleep, Gao Tan half reclined her chair, muttering to herself. Thankfully, it seems the chairman hasn't been possessed by the Silicon race. Silicon Man, just wait. Gao Tan looked up at the ceiling, her tone somewhat harsh. Wang Wengang has already instructed us that we have found a way, and the weapon is being manufactured in a place you would never imagine. Once completed, the Silicon Man will be exterminated, even if they remain alive. At that time, I will be able to avenge my husband. Chapter 42. The seed plan. Gao Yin had already repeated this statement 200 times. Each time, it was the same as now. After hypnosis, he would ask some questions, then let the hypnotized person fall asleep while he pretended to be astonished. Out of 200 people, no one showed any abnormalities. Not a single person, like Jie, had changes in their eyes. Was it possible that the high-ranking officials were not parasitized by the Silicon beings? Otherwise, why was there no abnormality in everyone? Gao Yin was puzzled. If there were no spies among the high ranks, how did the battle plans get leaked? He did not know that Gujie's anomaly was because he had instructed the other party to cut off the visual and auditory nerves. If Gao Yin had known, he would have been shocked by Gujie's willpower. What kind of pain that was. As Gujie not only maintained his composure, but also devised a plan to annihilate the Silicon race under such circumstances. Although he still couldn't figure out the rationale behind the plan even now. Moments later, after awakening the chairman of the United Coalition, Gao Yin signed 2 characters on the list. Normal. Little did he know that the moment the chairman left the fully shielded room, the hair on the back of his head stood upright. The chairman might have felt a slight itch and reached up to scratch it, everything returning to normal as if nothing had ever happened. Gujie squatted in the bathroom. His mood had calmed down, but his brain was still racing. Before this, he had no idea that the human migration plan was merely a transfer of the brain. If Zhang Wenliang had not died, or if this technology had been mastered by humanity instead of being solely in Zhang Wenliang's hands, then the migration plan might have truly succeeded. Although it wouldn't annihilate the Silicon race, it could allow humanity to survive for many more years before the Silicon beings invaded Mars. If there were technological breakthroughs in the future, it might even allow for a counterattack. Now, with Zhang Wenliang dead, and according to Shida's intelligence, humanity had not mastered Zhang Wenliang's technology. The next steps for humanity to complete this plan were limited to 2 options: research and master brain transplantation and human cloning technology, or give up a portion of the people. To conduct research, it was essential to gather top experts in biology and medicine and invest resources without reservation. However, this did not meet Wang Wenliang's planned requirements. Therefore, he would definitely obstruct it. Either let the experts in this area suffer losses, or, as Gujie thought of this, he was almost certain that Wang Wengang would definitely want him to continue with the plan he had devised. The first step of his plan was to lead all humanity into the Silicon race's paradise. Therefore, there was only one answer, no matter where he was. He had to go to Earth and start developing consciousness uploading technology. It was the concept he had written about in a science fiction work for a sci-fi writing competition back then, where to adapt to long space voyages, consciousness would be uploaded to the network or machines to hibernate, and after reaching the destination, clone a body to download it. This did not conflict with the human migration plan. In fact, they complemented each other. Compared to transporting the brain, transporting consciousness was obviously more convenient and faster. Perhaps only a spaceship would be needed. As long as humanity ensured the possibility of realization, they would definitely not be able to refuse this temptation. Therefore, I would definitely be taken to study this proposal next. No matter what method was used, he would definitely make humanity aware of this possibility. And he would even guide me to succeed. At that time, conducting consciousness transfer migration would be impossible. That was not Wang Wenliang's goal. He would certainly make humanity collectively and voluntarily enter the metaverse to realize his next plan. The more Gujie thought about it, the more his head ached. He had clearly found a way to destroy the Silicon race, yet he was unable to implement it. He had to passively accept Wang Wenliang's arrangements to complete his planned objectives. Wasn't it better to live a good life? Why did it have to be like this? While Gujie was troubled, he couldn't help but marvel at Wang Wenliang's intelligence. When he first learned the news, Gujie's first reaction was that the other party was still alive, but what if all of this was just Wang Wenliang's arrangement? After all, detonating an antique bomb with only a 5% chance of exploding without leaving any traces felt impossible. Even if he was still alive, it wasn't realistic. But with his intelligence, it was possible that he had formulated a plan long ago and tampered with the bomb. Was this a way of telling me that he had thought of all the problems and that I wasn't as smart as him? So I just needed to follow his arrangements? No, it couldn't be. If we followed your methods, even if humanity ultimately won, we would no longer be human. I don't believe that once we are no longer human, we would still be human civilization. There must be a way. Gujie gritted his teeth, with various plans flashing in his mind. Meanwhile, as the last high-ranking official completed the hypnosis test, the virtual meeting of the United Coalition was convened once again. The technology we currently possess is still insufficient to implement the brain migration plan. Zhang Wenliang has kept it secret and has not disclosed too many technical parameters and details. He uses this as leverage to ensure a high-quality life for himself and his wife. Given the current scientific level, Even if we gather scientists for a special task force, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. It might be too late. The chairman of the United Coalition spoke first, and all participants exchanged glances. No one was foolish enough to ask why it would be too late. The answer was simple: because the Silicon beings had already grasped the true plan of migration following the explosion incident. They had also published it in the human metaverse and detailed the number of people who would need to die for experimentation to master this technology. Moreover, they simulated the optimal situation, revealing that once the brain migration plan was implemented, the chances of successfully connecting to a body would be less than 80. During the preservation of the brain, memories would also be lost over time, and even death could occur. No one dared to be certain that the dead brain was not their own, that the connection failure was not theirs, or that they wouldn't be the ones selected for the experiment. Although the public was still waiting for the official response from the United Coalition, everyone knew that under the circumstances where the public was aware and resistant, it would be too difficult to smoothly implement the plan. Predicting 3 to 5 years was already short. Let's not forget that the Silicon beings, who were aware of the plan, would not just sit idly by. They would definitely try every means to obstruct it. We need to reassess and formulate other plans. The chairman of the United Coalition spoke again, looking at the participants. Chairman, colleagues, I propose that we first implement gene preservation. That is the seed plan, and that we relocate the Guardians to Mars for development in advance. Others will hold the ground on Earth to buy time for the seed and prepare for a mutual destruction with the Silicon beings. Elder Zheng spoke up. Everyone turned their gaze to Elder Zheng, not expecting that the usually steady Elder Zheng would propose such a crazy and ruthless plan. This would mean sacrificing the lives of billions of people on Earth. Chapter 43. Consciousness Immigration Program. What seemed like a light-hearted statement struck everyone like a 1,000-pound boulder. No one dared to speak easily. Once the Ember Plan was fully implemented, it would almost mean giving up on all of humanity as it currently exists. If the proposal passed, everyone present today, in a certain sense, would be the executioners of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, we must be clear that in the face of the continuation of human civilization, any sacrifice is worth it. Sacrificing several generations to pave the way for future generations gives humanity the opportunity to expand the depth and boundaries of civilization. Elder Zheng's voice was steady, without a hint of fluctuation. Everyone's hearts trembled again. No one could forget that the country Elder Zheng belonged to once sacrificed a generation to catch up after decades of lagging behind for the development of future generations. Now, is the same method to be applied to all of humanity? I support the full launch of the Ember Plan, but it cannot be as extreme as Elder Zheng suggested. The facts have already proven that since the Silicon invasion, all our plans have risks of failure. We cannot place everything on one plan. If it fails, humanity will truly be finished. I propose that while the Ember Plan is fully implemented, the research on the brain immigration plan continues. It was rare for the Chancellor to rebut Elder Zheng's suggestion in the virtual conference room. Mr. Chancellor, the research on the brain immigration plan has been analyzed and shown to have little possibility. Why continue? Have you made new breakthroughs in this technology? The chairman of the United Alliance asked, his tone slightly unfriendly. For a long time, he had been harboring a fire in his heart. The ultimate cause of the current crisis for humanity was due to their misdeeds. Now, the mistakes made by their scientists had to be paid for by all of humanity. Moreover, it was foolish to continue an impossible research. The Chancellor slightly shook his head, as if he did not hear the dissatisfaction in the chairman's words. Here is a short article. Everyone take a look. As he spoke, an article appeared in front of each person in the virtual conference room, signed by Gujie. It had already been translated into various languages by the intelligence system for easy reading. The conference room fell silent again, and after a moment, the president from Russia broke the silence first. Your Excellency, do you mean that the fantasies described in this article can become reality? Everyone's gaze refocused on the Chancellor, each person breathing heavily, waiting for his answer. The article read smoothly but lacked any literary flair. The only standout point was the concept mentioned about consciousness uploading and downloading. Since the Chancellor had distributed the article here, the implication was obvious, but no one dared to believe that this could be true. It was simply too incredible. One must know that humanity's technology has not yet fully mastered controlled nuclear fusion reactions in cutting-edge fields. And in the field of life sciences, it is even worse. Otherwise, why can't they manage human cloning or brain transplants? Now, someone proposed skipping several stages to directly research consciousness uploading and downloading, which sounded like a fantasy if it were not for the fact that the proposal came from a national leader. Some participants would probably not be able to hold back their curses. The chancellor observed everyone's reactions and slowly spoke. This article was written by Jie over a decade ago, and he is an expert in life science research. Moreover, he has mastered the entire process of Wang Wengong's artificial intervention in the evolution of silicon beings. Elder Zheng remained expressionless throughout. When the chancellor said this, he took over the conversation and added, before Wang Wengang went missing, he discussed the issue of consciousness with Jie. He left hints, telling us to trust Jie, as he could find a way to destroy the silicon species. Jie had researched consciousness issues in the underground base for a long time. We have analyzed all his research before his mission to the silicon species, and a large amount of content relates to the human brain and the generation of consciousness. At this point, everyone's eyes widened. This was almost a revelation. You mean that what Jie said about the so-called plan to destroy the silicon species is related to consciousness? But now he has forgotten it. The leader from Shilla voiced everyone's doubts. It is well known that the body also has memory, as long as he continues this line of research, even if he forgets. Combining some information left by Zhang Wenliang can allow for further study. Moreover, what we seek does not necessarily have to be the destruction plan. We just need to achieve consciousness immigration. Boom. Everyone felt a sudden clarity in their minds and instantly understood the chancellor's meaning. While implementing the Ember Plan, use the Brain Immigration Plan as a pretext to research consciousness immigration solutions. Once successful, humanity could not only preserve the Ember and develop on Mars, but also take everyone's consciousness and be reborn on Mars. Furthermore, it might lead to the research that obtains Jie's so-called plan to destroy the silicon species. A win-win situation. Soon, the meeting voted to approve the chancellor's proposal. As Jie had anticipated, the United Alliance decided to appoint Jie to lead the related research. However, contrary to Jie's imagination, the research location was not on Earth, but on the Moon. The highest meeting of the United Alliance believed that placing it on Earth would invite interference from the silicon species, including assassination and obstruction. Mars was also unsafe. There had previously been silicon species attacks there, although no evidence of residual silicon species or silicon intelligent machines had been found to this day. To be safe, the final research location was still not placed on Mars. The Martian satellite city and the extraterrestrial city in the Tiangong on Earth were too close to the planet and also posed risks. The Moon base was the only place that seemed more suitable. Just as the highest meeting of the United Alliance made its decision, far away in the underground silicon base in Australia, Stone also received new messages. Reading the information transmitted from the copy he had implanted in the human upper echelons, Stone scoffed at the hypnotist called Gao Yin among humans. The data on hypnosis in his mind was countless, even more detailed and richer than what humanity currently stored on the subject. Hypnosis, in essence, is a form of psychological suggestion that only works on emotional beings. In fact, it is only effective on humans. His copies, as Jie had speculated, were similar to advanced intelligent beings. Although their intelligence was no different from that of humans, and even superior in many ways, they ultimately lacked emotional existence. To find or hypnotize an absolutely rational silicon being through hypnosis was evidently a fantasy. Moreover, apart from the copy within Jie, no other copies had ever revealed themselves in front of their hosts or been known to them. If this ancient method could find my copy, in human terms, that would be seeing a ghost. However, what Gao Yin said about humans having found a way to destroy the silicon species and conducting research and manufacturing in a certain highly secretive location caught Stone's attention. Could it be that Jie had a trick up his sleeve, deceiving both himself and me? Stone was puzzled and once again reviewed all the details before and after Jie's mission to the aristocrats, finding no abnormalities. After repeatedly checking the memories left by Jie, he found no related content or details. Was it just a bluff? Or something else? Soon, Stone's doubts were interrupted by the subsequent information about the human consciousness immigration plan. The silicon species method of reproduction is self-manufacturing of the entity, followed by self-copying of consciousness. Now, although the research humans are conducting is somewhat different, the technical similarities are too numerous. This is the fundamental basis for the survival of the silicon species, and humanity must not be allowed to grasp it. Once the other party is truly able to implement the consciousness migration plan, it will undoubtedly be a huge loss for the Silicon Clan and may even pose a hidden danger to their future. However, Stone soon sneered coldly in his heart. Placing it in lunar research? Letting good GL lead? What did humanity say? Is this called walking into a gun barrel? Moments later, Stone murmured to himself, "Didn't you say you wanted to join my Silicon Clan? Now the opportunity is right in front of you. I want to see how you choose. Will you turn against my Silicon Clan, or will I give Little Stone the order to self-destruct, cutting off humanity's hope in its cradle?" Thinking of this, Stone couldn't help but admire his own wisdom. Good. I'm glad I didn't blindly pursue changing other clansmen. Although they have certain flaws compared to me, those flaws are insignificant in the face of the safety of our civilization. Once the human rebels are destroyed, or all move to paradise, and all threats are cleared away, it won't be too late to make up for our clan's shortcomings. Stone became increasingly firm in his choice. Before they become nutrients, let them live happily in paradise and the Garden of Eden. Mars City. Little Tuan returned to the Mars school. Although human society was engulfed in war, the importance placed on children had never relaxed. After the explosion incident at the Earth Bio Vault, the Mars school was once again fully enrolled after several months. As the last student of the previous class, Little Tuan received a warm welcome from all the teachers and students upon returning to school. However, Little Tuan maintained a cold expression throughout, appearing distant and unapproachable. For Little Tuan, although she was very familiar with every blade of grass and tree at Mars School, everyone there was unfamiliar to her. Many classmates and teachers knew about Little Tuan's experiences and sympathized with her, offering care and affection. But Little Tuan ignored all of this and did not make friends with anyone. When a teacher asked her why she didn't play and make friends with the other students, the teacher said, everyone actually likes you. Little Tuan's behavior quickly caught the school's attention, and the teacher responsible for the children's mental health had a conversation with her for the first time. Little Tuan remained cold and unresponsive to the teacher's gentle questions. Little Tuan, can you tell the teacher? Is there any difficulty? The teacher can help you, okay? Little Tuan shook her head. Teacher, I don't have any difficulties and don't need help. I'm fine. I just don't want to make friends. Little Tuan, can you tell the teacher why? Little Tuan shook her head and remained silent. Despite the teacher's attempts to coax her, there was no answer, and the teacher could only let it be. Fortunately, aside from her aloofness, Little Tuan showed no other abnormalities, and the school gradually felt relieved. But no one knew that every night, Little Tuan would curl up in her blanket, shivering. I can't make friends. I can't make friends. My friends will all die. Lunar Base. When Gu Jie received the notice from the Supreme Council of the United Alliance, asking him to serve as the chief commander of the research plan and conduct studies on consciousness uploading and downloading on the moon, he was not happy at all. Sigh. I knew it. Gu Jie closed his eyes and shook his head slightly, already imagining what he would face next. It was clear that he would have to confront the demands of the United Alliance and the requirements from Stone, the Silicon Clan. The only balance point he could think of was to continue following Wang Gang's plan. The plan to annihilate the Silicon Clan, which was already in motion, could not be implemented in a short time. Perhaps. I actually have a way, just haven't thought of it yet. In the absence of external pressure, humanity always tends to infight. They hope that everyone else besides their own will perish. But once external pressure arises, humanity can unite together in a short time, with everyone on the same page. No matter how fierce the struggles are on ordinary days, at critical moments, they will still seek cooperation. This also means that when humanity truly takes things seriously, their efficiency is extremely terrifying. The Supreme Council of the United Alliance temporarily redeployed the ships for the Sky Canopy project to transport supplies and construct the canopy. In less than 2 months, all the scientists and a large amount of research resources needed for the research were sent to the lunar base. At the same time, the earliest lunar base, which had been used as a warehouse and for soilless cultivation, was all allocated for use by the experimental team led by Jie. From the decision of the Supreme Council of the United Alliance to the official launch of the project, it took less than 70 days. Jie's plan to once again go to the Silicon Clan and successfully launch his plan to annihilate them was completely shelved. He had no opportunity to go to Earth. Meanwhile, Little Stone, who was parasitizing in Jie's body, had long since brought Stone as command. Jie, I have received reliable information that humanity intends to research technology for consciousness uploading and downloading on the moon, implementing the so-called consciousness migration plan. Those high officials who once exiled you to the moon and tried to kill you are now preparing to use you to save the very humanity that collectively spat on and cursed you. According to humanity's nature, are you going to repent and start anew, contributing your remaining life to human civilization? The way Stone spoke surprised Jie slightly. This one seems to have emotions. Leader, I have no such intentions. As for what to do next, I will follow the leader's orders. In that case, lead humanity in researching consciousness, uploading and downloading, but with one requirement. The progress of the research must be reported to me at all times. And before the collective consciousness migration of humanity, the key technology must be in your hands alone. Chapter 44 Hong Jing Mountain. The sound of the small stone in the body was slightly weak, conveying the message from the stone. Jie was not sure how the stone and the small stone communicated across such a vast distance between the Earth and the moon. But one thing was certain, this communication would consume a lot of energy. Just after chatting a few words with the stone through the small stone fell into a deep sleep, no longer making any sound. Jie's eyes flickered, and he tried several times to take the opportunity to quickly convey information to the high-ranking officials of the United Alliance. However, after struggling a few times, he ultimately gave up. Firstly, although they had coexisted for such a long time, Jie could not be sure whether the small stone had truly run out of energy and fallen asleep, or was just pretending. Moreover, what could he convey to the United Alliance? Should he tell them to carry out his plan to eliminate the Silicon race? Don't be ridiculous. Jie was certain that once the leaders of the United Alliance heard his plan, they would definitely label him a madman and would not execute it because they wouldn't believe him. They would never believe that an enemy capable of pushing humanity to this extent could be defeated by such a simple and crude plan. It was just a fantasy. Should he reveal that there was a silicon being within him and that the stone already knew about humanity's consciousness migration plan? That was unrealistic as well. If he did that, the high-ranking officials of the United Alliance would definitely grab him to find the small stone. Although he had previously hypnotized the small stone, he never expected the current situation would arise. If he were caught on the operating table again, his fate would surely be to perish alongside the small stone. The small stone had developed emotions and a fear of death, but that did not mean that it would choose its own life in the face of racial extinction. Once he died, the plan to eliminate the Silicon race would likely never be proposed again. It was not that Jie was arrogant, without his constraints. The next way to discover the elimination of the Silicon race would undoubtedly be the plan set by Wang Wengang. Jie understood the stone's message. The details of Wang Wengang's plan were becoming clearer in Jie's mind. The stone made it very clear that it would not only not stop humanity from researching consciousness-related technologies on the moon, but would also share the technology for copying consciousness possessed by the Silicon race at the appropriate time. It would assist Jie in thoroughly understanding the upload and download of consciousness. At that point, the key points must be in Jie's hands. If any outsider learned of them, they would be killed, or else Jie would be executed immediately. When humanity rejoiced and collectively conducted consciousness uploads, Jie would cooperate with the Silicon race to launch a spaceship carrying the consciousness of the entire resistance to the Silicon base. The stone was just short of saying that the Silicon race's purpose was never humanity, but rather humanity's consciousness, practically making Jie a complete traitor. What a hassle. Jie superficially agreed to the stone's request, but secretly he was worried, and his brain never stopped thinking. However, he really had no way to solve the current predicament. He must implement his plan as soon as possible, otherwise. Once the issue of consciousness upload and download started to show signs of research, the plan to eliminate the silicon race would likely fail completely. Not to mention that Gujia had transformed from an exiled individual back to a leader in human society, experiencing a major turnaround in life. At this moment, De Xiong, who had already enjoyed quite a bit of time in Yishuan Garden, finally remembered something. That's right, Hongjing Mountain, transforming into a beast man. De Xiong snapped and killed the enchanting elf beneath him, shook off the exaggerated features that were several sizes larger than reality, and instantly returned to the villa in Yishuan Garden, feeling the faint emptiness and boredom deep within his heart. De Xiong finally remembered that when he first came to paradise, he had planned to meet his senior, Hongjing Mountain. With a flick of his hand, the calendar appeared right before De Xiong's eyes. Has so much time already passed? Well, today is just boring, so I might as well take a look. However, although I used to think his statements made sense, they don't seem entirely correct now. At least in these past few months, I have lived more freely than at any other time. The experiences I have gone through would take thousands of years to experience in human society. Waving his hand, the calendar disappeared. De Xiong stood up, instantly transforming back into human form, with top-notch attire instantly adorning him. Yishuan Garden is filled with great things, especially after using the nutrient chamber. The quality of life has increased several levels, and he no longer has to log out of Yishuan Garden for eating, drinking, and using the restroom. All the delicacies can be found here. Moreover, there is no need to worry about overeating. If you enjoy delicious food that stimulates your taste buds, you can eat continuously without stopping. While reminiscing about the benefits of Yishuan Garden and reaffirming his stance, De Xiong waved his fingers and disappeared from the villa. If he wanted to find someone, there was one place in Yishuan Garden that was most suitable, which was to use Goddess Trumpet to shout. Goddess Trumpet is a one-time consumable and not expensive, but it requires approval to use. The place for approval is called a cloud platform. The next second, De Xiong appeared there. The cloud platform resembled clouds in the endless universe, presenting a milky white color, but around the cloud platform, various colors of light shimmered. Looking outward, beyond the cloud platform, was an endless starry sky. At this moment, counting De Xiong, there were only 7 people on a cloud platform. De Xiong smiled and politely approached the 7th person. The 7th person turned to look, and they nodded in acknowledgement without speaking. There was nothing to say. In Yishuan Garden, one could create millions of people amidst the chaos. Various parameters could be set, and chatting, such a low-level demand, had become unnecessary for De Xiong. After a moment, it was finally De Xiong's turn to process his request. Esteemed Lord De Xiong, may I ask what message you wish to spread using God's trumpet? In front of De Xiong stood a pure white angel. Unlike the mythological depictions, the angel was not high and mighty, but slightly bowed, respectfully asking. In front of her lay neatly stacked white trumpets. De Xiong was slightly dazed. After playing for so long, how had he not thought of such a perfect body? After everything, he would definitely try one out. It looked incredibly appealing. Mr. De Xiong? Coming back to his senses, De Xiong said, Senior Hongjing Mountain, it's me, De Xiong. I need to talk to you about something. Please add me. This was the content of my message. Please process it quickly. The pure white angel smiled and nodded, pointing her hand. Moments later, she responded, the content meets the requirements and can be sent. Please wait a moment. Then, one of the white trumpets suddenly flew up, rapidly growing larger, and the next second enveloped the entire cloud platform. The words De Xiong had just spoken echoed softly, and then the trumpet disintegrated, disappearing from the cloud platform without a trace. At the same time, all the humans in paradise heard the voice emitted by the trumpet. De Xiong completed his task and left satisfied. In fact, for De Xiong, whether or not he found Hongjing Mountain was not important at all. He did this simply because he was indeed bored today, and many things no longer stimulated him to find joy. Suddenly remembering this matter was just a fun distraction. Soon, De Xiong's communication channel received several friend requests. Approving them one by one, they were indeed all from Hongjing Mountain, but none were the one he was looking for. Unbeknownst to him, while he was using God's trumpet to call out, the stone in the underground base of the Silicon Race in Australia received this message. In paradise, someone was looking for Hongjing Mountain. The stone felt a slight ripple in its heart. It remembered this person very clearly. He is one of the earliest human scientists to ally with the Silicon tribe. To say he allied is not entirely accurate. This guy happened to be on a tour with the Foot Basin Chicken when the Silicon people invaded the surface. The Silicon tribe initiated a global warming plan, directly erupting Mount Fuji, forcing all the Foot Basin Chicken people to live in paradise. After obtaining the information repository from the human metaverse, they found this person while screening scientists and brought him along with other scientists to the Silicon base. After extracting the consciousness of several individuals, he, like the other scientists, voluntarily joined the Silicon tribe to serve them. So far, there are no fewer than 2,000 scientists serving the Silicon tribe at the base. Logically speaking, it is not easy for a rock to remember a particular scientist and care about them so much. However, Hong Jingshan achieved this. After researching the initial Eden created by the Silicon tribe, he proposed an upgraded version of the human captivity plan. This is the plan currently in implementation, making it so that all humans in paradise can no longer leave Eden. It ensures they willingly stay in Eden. In this way, the Silicon tribe can freely access everyone's memories and consolidate human intelligence for research. In Eden, many projects are directly related to the current research projects of the Silicon tribe. Every human's choices and those fantastical ideas will be recorded and ultimately handed over to the Silicon tribe for study. What is the relationship between this person and Hong Jingshan, and why look for him? The rock transmitted the message, and soon, a Silicon person reported back. Leader, this person's name is De. The report from the Silicon people was very detailed, but it did not clarify why they were looking for Hong Jingshan. In that case, let Hong Jingshan enter Eden and meet him on the cloud platform. Record all the details of their meeting and then analyze them. The rock ordered, and the Silicon people went to execute. Moments later, the queue of people occasionally using God's trumpet was cleared, and the pure white angels vanished without a trace, leaving the cloud platform empty. Africa, the heat wave rolls in, and yellow sand fills the sky. On the endless Gobi Desert, there are rugged buildings of various sizes. Although these buildings seem somewhat similar to human architecture, upon closer inspection, they are completely different in style. Just as we previously mentioned, they resemble what Gujie saw when he visited the Silicon tribe at the entrance of Mount Fuji. Indeed, these buildings are the places where the Silicon tribe lives on the surface. In fact, across the entire planet, only the African continent has completely fallen. Moreover, as of now, Africa has the highest temperature on the entire planet. The range of the Sky Curtain Plan has not yet covered this area. Additionally, the Silicon tribe has been tirelessly releasing heat on the African continent, causing the average temperature of this land to exceed 80 degrees. 80 degrees may still be too cold for the Silicon people, but it is within a tolerable range. Besides the underground base, this is the only place on the surface that serves as the Silicon tribe's stronghold. However, there is one building that is markedly different from the others. Its exterior is no longer the usual black, but a brilliant white. The internal temperature of the building also differs greatly from the external temperature. Here is where the Silicon tribe keeps human scientists to assist their research. Hong Jingshan is here. When Hong Jingshan received the message to enter Eden and meet someone, the face of this man, who was not yet 40 years old, displayed a hint of surprise for the first time. Someone is looking for me in Eden? The transmitting robot did not answer Hong Jingshan's question, but led him to a dedicated equipment chamber, allowing him to connect to Eden and enter it. When Hong Jingshan appeared on the cloud platform, he immediately saw De Xiong standing alone. Senior, it really is you. De Xiong's expression was somewhat excited. I didn't expect God's trumpet could actually call you over. This is so interesting. Senior, where have you been playing recently? If you're interested, let's form a team and play together while exchanging ideas. Upon meeting, De Xiong spoke nonstop, stepping closer to Hong Jingshan while sizing him up and chattering away. You are. Hong Jingshan slightly furrowed his brow, momentarily unable to remember who this handsome young man was. It's me, De Xiong. Senior, don't you remember? Back in college, you even talked to me about the pros and cons of the metaverse. Noticing that the other party did not recognize him, De Xiong felt a bit displeased, and his expression immediately soured. Hong Jingshan was momentarily taken aback and then patted his head, putting on a smile. Ha ha, it's you. I haven't forgotten. It's just that you're much more handsome than back then, so I didn't recognize you right away. Upon hearing this, De instantly became happy. Senior praised me for being handsome. How could I not be happy? This is much more useful than the flattery from those virtual NPCs created in Eden. Oh, come on. I just adjusted my parameters a bit, he replied. Looking at the slightly tired expression and thin figure of his senior, De asked with some confusion, Senior, you haven't overplayed offline, have you? Why do you look like this? You didn't adjust your parameters when going online to Eden, right? Oh, that's right. Only using the nutrient chamber can make fine adjustments. You haven't even bought a nutrient chamber, have you? Before Hong Jingshan could respond, De puffed out his chest and patted Hong Jingshan's shoulder, saying, if you haven't earned enough credits yet, I can lend you some. You can return it to me later. Hong Jingshan's eyes flickered as he carefully observed De naturally continuing De conversation. No need, no need. I'm not used to using the nutrient chamber. Did you look for me for something? De proud smile had not yet faded, but the once academic star now appeared much worse off than him, which made him quite satisfied. Oh, by the way, didn't you say that the metaverse has more drawbacks than benefits? You also said that the metaverse created by capitalists is just a form of entertainment. Now, Eden and the metaverse aren't much different, and you've joined in. Do you want to share your current views? Meeting Hong Jingshan was merely De's obsession, and now that he saw the fallen counterpart, De was already quite content. He began to think about whether he should casually call out to a few former partners and those who had bullied him in the past. It might be even more interesting. He casually asked about his initial thoughts. Chapter 45. The opportunity has arrived for Da Xiong. The answer no longer mattered much. Of course, if Hong Jingshan were to change his tune from the praises he once gave, it could still bring some enjoyment. A hint of bitterness flashed in Hong Jingshan's eyes, but he quickly smiled and said, back then, it was just a casual remark. Looking at it now, the development of the virtual world is quite impressive. On one hand, it greatly satisfies human spiritual needs. On the other hand, with the continuous improvement of virtual reality engines, it can perfectly simulate a large number of experimental processes. Not only does it save resources, but it also breaks the limitations of space and time, allowing for interdisciplinary research, and the experimental processes are much safer. Da Xiong was momentarily taken aback. He didn't quite understand the benefits Hong Jingshan mentioned, but he grasped the essence of his words. Praise. Da Xiong felt even happier in his heart, as it indicated that his choice was correct, even acknowledged by the senior, who once stood out among everyone. Haha, indeed. I think it's great too. I really regret not coming here earlier. What were those days like for the silicon-based humans? Da Xiong was very excited and went on and on. Hong Jingshan also wore a smile, both indulging in the conversation and occasionally sharing some fun projects in Yishuan Garden. For a moment, the two chatted happily, as if they were long-lost friends catching up. However, in his excitement, Da Xiong completely failed to notice the complex emotions hidden behind Hong Jingshan's smiling face. Da Xiong, I have something going on recently, and I might not be able to hang out with you anymore, Hong Jingshan said with great regret after talking for a while. Da Xiong was momentarily stunned and quite puzzled. Huh? What are you busy with? Honestly, it feels like heaven here. There's nothing else we need to do except have fun. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with not being able to team up with Hong Jingshan, but rather shocked by what the other said. Does a life that feels like heaven need to be busy with work? It's nothing major. I recently started dating someone offline, and I need to spend some time in reality, Hong Jingshan replied. Da Xiong was even more confused. What kind of beauties are in Yishuan Garden that you still need to date someone offline? What's the point? Just set the parameters. And there's no joy in reality that can't be matched in Yishuan Garden. Besides, there are plenty of real people in Yishuan Garden who like to play exciting games. On planes, on swings, or even during high-altitude falls. You can stimulate however you want, have as much fun as you want, and choose any appearance you desire. There's really no need. Hong Jingshan took a deep breath, slightly shook his head, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. I know, but I prefer real people in reality. The excitement in Yishuan Garden and the sensations in reality may not be exactly the same. Life is about trying new things. Da Xiong pondered for a moment and then exclaimed, that makes sense. I should definitely try having fun in reality. You've reminded me. After saying a few more meaningless words, Da Xiong parted ways with Hong Jingshan eagerly preparing to log off Ishu Garden and go find a girl in reality to date. Perhaps he could also invite his buddies to experience reality? Da Xiong felt that Hong Jingshan had opened a door for him, a door to pursue happiness at all costs. Meanwhile, Hong Jingshan left the cloud platform and rose from a device cabin at the African silicon-based human base. The robot that brought him there was still waiting by his side. "Let's go. Take me back to continue working." The robot led Hong Jingshan back to his workstation, where a colleague inquired about what had happened. Hong Jingshan merely smiled and said nothing. Little did he know that an unintentional act from years ago had become a pivotal opportunity today. He just didn't know if he could see through it. Sure to naturally receive the details of the conversation between Hong Jingshan and Da Xiong immediately. After watching it several times, without finding anything unusual, he stopped paying attention. As for why he had to deceive Da Xiong, Hong Jingshan's answer was straightforward: to avoid exposing himself. Lest the resistance humans get wind of it. I should have known better than to let them meet. I thought I could discover something. Shirtu felt a bit frustrated. Da Xiong logged off from Ishu Garden, but the 1-hour countdown displayed in front of him made him extremely unhappy. Now, he was eager to experience reality. He still remembered that when he first arrived in heaven, he had heard that some people would still engage in group activities offline after leaving Ishu Garden. I guess I was too naive back then. I used to scoff at them, but now I think maybe they were the ones truly enjoying themselves. Alternating between online and offline experiences was thrilling. Why didn't I think of that? However, having to wait an hour to log off was too long. Back when he was in the apartment, he could log off in the blink of an eye, but now he was using a more advanced nutrient pod. So why had it slowed down? As Da Xiong complained, he casually adjusted the parameters. Enemy.The, the same pure white angel he had seen on the cloud platform, appeared before him. Waiting for an hour was not Da Xiong's style. Seeking stimulation and joy was his pursuit. When Da Xiong opened his eyes in the nutrient pod, he saw countless tubes connected to his body. Just as he tried to sit up, he realized his whole body was unusually weak, and he couldn't muster even a bit of strength. It felt as if all the bones in his body had been drawn out, and his brain was filled with water, making him feel dizzy and rusty. What's going on? Why do I feel so awful? Is the nutrient pod defective? I want to complain. Da Xiong shouted in dissatisfaction while lying in the nutrient pod. A robot nearby immediately comforted him softly. "Mr. Da Xiong, please rest for a moment. Your body needs some time to adapt after a long period of inactivity. The nutrient pod is functioning properly. You can rest assured about that." Da Xiong felt helpless. He held his breath and exerted all his effort to control his body, struggling for half an hour before he could barely sit up. Another half hour passed before he could finally manage to get out of the nutrient pod. The robot had already prepared clothes, and after some effort to put them on, he waved his hand to signal that he didn't need help and let the robot leave. Frowning, he had just walked a few steps when suddenly his expression changed, and he hurried to the side of the nutrient pod. Where are Da Xiong and Xiaoqiang? He saw that the nutrient pod was empty, and the 2 cockroaches he had brought with him were nowhere to be found. Da Xiong searched around but still couldn't find them. He thought about calling the 2 robots that had just served him to ask, but then he realized that if the robots hadn't seen them either, he would be inadvertently revealing too much. It's important to note that the silicon-based people had made it very clear when coming to heaven that no living creatures could be brought. The 2 metal lumps he had earlier encountered had no doubts, so they must not have discovered anything. Otherwise, he would have been taken away for investigation long ago. Da Xiong slapped his dull head, as if his intelligence was returning to normal. So, the 2 cockroaches must have escaped long ago. He decided to let it go and focus on finding someone to date instead. In the entire wealthy district, the area where nutrient pods could be afforded, Da Xiong couldn't find anyone. When he asked the robot on duty, its reply surprised Da Xiong, while also making perfect sense. They all have nutrient pods, and generally don't come out of Ishu Garden into reality. You are the 7th person to return from Ishu Garden to reality in such a long time, having found no one in the wealthy district. Da Xiong had no choice but to stroll around, enjoying the beautiful scenery of heaven while making his way toward the apartment where he had previously lived. On the apartment side, there were many people wandering outside their rooms. The park is adorned with blooming flowers, the streets are woven with lush greenery, and gentle music fills the air. Yet few people come to enjoy it. Da Xiong rides a small aircraft, exploring the entire apartment area, encountering only newcomers who have just arrived and have not yet adapted. He hasn't seen a single old resident. What a bunch of idiots. De mutters under his breath, already feeling irritated. With his time, he could have played countless projects in Ishuan Garden. Finishing a novel in the style of King's Return wouldn't take this long. It must be Hong Jingshan who set me up. Seeing me living better than him, he is deliberately messing with me. Cursing, De returns to the affluent area and lies down in the nutrient chamber, still fuming. Wasting my time, damn it. I'll go back and kill a few million to vent my frustration before settling the score with you. How dare you fool me? The familiar light green liquid envelopes his body, and De is frozen again, placed into the drawer-like corpse storage box. Time slowly moves forward. De who had set a flag, did not bother to look for trouble with Hong Jingshan. To his surprise, after a trip outside, the sense of emptiness that had originally overwhelmed him had vanished. He played a round of Resident Evil, slaughtering all the zombies, then vented his frustrations by taking down a few characters from the original story, and finally violently destroyed the Red Queen to clear the game. Not only did he not feel the increasingly apparent sense of emptiness from the recent period, but he felt exceptionally fulfilled. What a thrill! Forgetting about whether Hong Jingshan had deceived him, De seizes the moment and plays games passionately. It feels so good. Time flies by quickly, as if something has happened, yet also as if nothing has happened. Jia has already served as the commander on the moon for 2 months. The human cloning project has made significant progress, having matured a clone with the body of a 5-year-old child in just 1 month. Although the clone eventually died due to heart problems, achieving this leap in just a month is a qualitative breakthrough. We believe we are not far from maturing to 18 years old. With a confident smile, Jia reports to the senior meeting of the Earth-Star Alliance during a routine meeting. Upon hearing this news, everyone smiles. This is indeed good news. It seems the decisions made by the highest council of the Alliance are correct, and Mr. Jia truly lives up to his reputation as an expert in life sciences. The elderly vice chairman nods in approval and then asks, however, how is the progress on the issue of consciousness uploading and downloading? As he asks the question, the muscles on the old man's face twitch slightly, unnoticed by others, but Jia sees it clearly. Meanwhile, the other attendees gaze intently at Jia, their eyes filled with anticipation. Jia inwardly sighs. I knew it would be like this. At first, he didn't think in this direction, but as the research progressed, he discovered a problem. Once this research succeeds, it's likely that the issue will not only be about consciousness immigration. Aging and frail rulers or tycoons could completely abandon their decaying shells and switch to younger bodies, effectively achieving the goal of immortality. No wonder all parties are very actively investing in this research, even to the point of going all out. Initially, he thought it was for the continuation of human civilization, willing to sacrifice and abandon, but it seems he was overthinking it. When there is no external pressure, some people will change their original intentions and start to act up. Currently, there's been some progress in research on consciousness, but until we have a clear understanding of the essence of consciousness, we still cannot realize uploading and downloading. However, regarding how to store consciousness after it leaves the body, we have obtained several good alternative materials through simulation experiments. The focus will be on clarifying the essence of consciousness. Once this problem is solved, uploading and downloading will not be far off. A flicker of disappointment passes through everyone's eyes, but they soon comfort Jia with smiles and encourage him with a few words. After dealing with the senior leaders of the Alliance, Jia sits in the control room in a daze when the silicon being Little Stone speaks up in his mind. Jia, hasn't the leader already transmitted all the related technologies for consciousness copying to you? How can the problems of uploading and downloading possibly stump you? Or do you still have deep feelings for humanity and don't want them to be under our control? As Little Stone speaks, Jia feels a slight tingling sensation on his scalp, a faint electric shock flickering in his heart. No, the leader said that this technology should be in my hands alone. I haven't figured out how to deceive humanity yet. Jia replies casually, touching his hair, and continues, moreover, regarding uploading and downloading, although I have some guesses, I still haven't figured it out completely. You've been with me all along, you know. The tingling sensation disappears, and Little Stone snorts coldly in his mind. Today, prepare 3 kilograms of supplies for me. Good nods in agreement, no problem. But I want to discuss something with you. Can you send me a silicon being for experimentation? I want to conduct a few consciousness copying experiments based on the technical data provided by the leader to gain some insights. After all, consciousness should be the same. You know that humans are carbon-based life forms, naturally far inferior to silicon beings. Using them as experimental materials is really subpar. You can ask the leader. I believe he will agree, as this is to expedite the return of all humanity to the embrace of the silicon race. Little Stone remains silent for a moment, his tone unfriendly. Although what you say makes a lot of sense, I still find you untrustworthy. I will report your request to the leader and also convey my concerns. Gujie looks very aggrieved. Little Stone, to speak honestly, have I really done anything wrong during this time that you still don't believe me? I've replenished all your resources through research, helped restore your body, and assisted the silicon race in creating a large number of similar beings on Moon. How can you still doubt me? Everything I've done is recorded. Once it's revealed, where would I have a foothold in human society? Would I be foolish enough to cut off my own path? Little Stone analyzes for a moment and realizes that Gujie is indeed correct. He can no longer go back. However, bowing his head to the other party is impossible, so he snorts coldly and stops speaking. A faint current sensation at the back of his head comes through, and Gujie squints his eyes, feeling aggrieved. Very well, as long as you agree. The opportunity will come. If I can't return Earthstar, then I won't. I can still destroy the silicon race. Chapter 46. Plans from all sides for months. Gujie had been constantly pondering how to initiate his plan to annihilate the silicon race, even though his previous plans were extremely crude. Compared to the grand plans devised by the Allied factions, his plans seemed like a child's game. However, after repeated verification and deduction, Gujie was convinced that only his plan could truly annihilate the silicon race. In the worst-case scenario, it could leave the silicon race in utter ruin, stripping them of any confidence to resist humanity ever again. In the original plan, to ensure everything went smoothly, it was necessary for him to personally meet with Shur-2, the leader of the silicon race, after extensive preparations. Unfortunately, since the consciousness migration plan had been initiated, returning to the silicon race had become impossible. Although he knew this, Gujie still attempted multiple times to apply for a return to Earth over the past few months. However, despite his efforts, the Allied factions refused to allow him to set foot on Earth again. Initially, he didn't have high hopes, so disappointment wasn't an issue. But after being rejected multiple times, Gujie still felt uneasy. They no longer believed in me, treated me like a tool to be used and then discarded. He forgot that after returning to Earth, he had planned to meet with Shur-2 under the guise of a traitor. During the waiting period, Gujie was not anxious. Although he couldn't return to Earth to initiate the plan, it could still be set in motion. Just as he had thought earlier, an opportunity had indeed arisen. This was a sliver of possibility he had thought of after months of brainstorming. Gujie believed that Shur-2 would agree. If he guessed correctly, obtaining the pure consciousness of humans after they discarded their bodies was precisely the purpose of the silicon race in raising humans. Moreover, it was clear that they had not succeeded yet. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to keep humans alive. The reason he was still alive was not only because the little Shur-2 within him had developed human emotions and became fearful of death, but also because Shur-2 did not want to kill him at this moment. I'm still useful. Otherwise, once Shur-2 issued a kill order, commanding the little Shur-2 to self-destruct or to cooperate with the robots created by the little Shur-2 that carried the consciousness of the silicon race to kill him. Even if the little Shur-2 was afraid of death and refused to cooperate, Shur-2 would definitely notice something amiss and realize that, besides himself, the little Shur-2 had also developed emotions. He believed that other silicon beings parasitizing human bodies as spies had also gained consciousness, and they hadn't been discovered by Shur-2 yet. This was my opportunity. Otherwise, my plan would be rendered meaningless, with no chance of success. The wait was not long. After about 20 minutes, the little Shur-2 received a message from Shur-2. The leader agreed to your request. My next descendant can be handed over to you for research. In addition, I have one more requirement. You must help me detach from your body. Once the leader's goal is achieved, as a meritorious figure of the silicon race, I cannot remain parasitic in your body for long. This is the respect due to a contributor. Gujia laughed heartily and readily agreed. The emotional aspect of the little Shur-2 was becoming increasingly refined. Apart from its extraordinary knowledge reserves and logical reasoning capabilities, it was evident that its emotions, similar to those of humans, and other highly subjective aspects of consciousness were continuously strengthening. Such grandiose lies. This further confirmed Gu Jia's suspicions. Indeed, the so-called consciousness separates intention from reality. By observing the little Shur-2, he had indirectly confirmed that the entire silicon race, apart from Shur-2 and the little Shur-2, had incomplete consciousness. And we must also include the other parasitic human individuals. The other silicon beings only possess awareness, but not intention. Awareness is the accumulation of all past experiences and knowledge, which is derived from the collection of information. Intention, on the other hand, is the subjective aspect unique to living entities. It transcends the collection of information. Intention is not innate, but is acquired from the unknown. Currently, it seemed that the silicon being's ability to possess complete consciousness was inextricably linked to humans. Since the little Shur-2 was parasitic in his body, it might have undergone some indescribable changes which allowed it to possess complete consciousness, and over time, this subjective consciousness continued to strengthen. One could say that, aside from its form, the little Shur-2 had essentially become indistinguishable from humans, even possessing greater wisdom due to its vast knowledge reserves. So, where did Shur-2's complete consciousness come from? The answer was simple. It must be related to what Wang Wengang did during the artificial induction process that evolved Shur-2. Gujia had speculated about this point, but had yet to confirm it. Everything would soon become clear. As long as he obtained the little Shur-2's offspring and conducted a few experiments, Gujia was happy and re-inner work state. Although perhaps only Gao Yin knew that he was silently fighting for the survival of human civilization. Gujia was unaware that he was not the only one silently striving for the survival of human civilization. The Timu plan, led by old leader Nya, was still underway. Although there was a delay in transporting materials and researchers for the consciousness migration plan to the moon, the construction of the Timu plan had not stopped at all. In fact, it had even accelerated compared to before. How many human compatriots had overdrawn their bodies to work? How many had risked their lives just to tighten a screw? And how many had perished in the vast universe just to retrieve a detached reflector? In their hearts, these sacrifices were nothing. The meaning of their contributions was to buy time for their families and fellow humans. However, the true purpose of the entire Timu plan was known only to old leader Nya and Zheng Lao. As the death toll continued to rise, even a hot-tempered old Nya often fell into silence. Brothers, humanity will not remember you. Meanwhile, far away in the silicon survival zone on the African continent, Hong Jingshan was sweating slightly on his forehead, making his final efforts. By a twist of fate, Hong Jingshan was forced to join Paradise and was singled out by the silicon race from the crowd, imprisoned here along with other scientists to conduct research for the silicon race. In fact, the research capabilities of the silicon race were indeed quite ordinary in some aspects. Every silicon being was like an encyclopedia, with knowledge reserves that could surpass the combined collections of the British Museum. Such a rich knowledge reserve, coupled with their super-strong logical reasoning capabilities, had pushed the frontiers of technology significantly forward in every direction. However, the shortcomings of the silicon race were also very apparent. They could only follow the previous research paths, advancing with their powerful logical analysis capabilities, but could not come up with sudden ideas or explore other branches of thought. This was not permitted in their tightly logical calculations. For a research project with a success rate approaching 0, they would naturally abandon it. Humans, on the other hand, would still attempt it even with no hope. It was precisely because Shur-2, the leader of the silicon race, recognized this that he imprisoned human scientists to broaden the research paths for the silicon race. Though it sounded complicated, it was actually very simple. Just let humans continuously attempt research in various directions. Hong Jingshan did not know why Shur-2 initially decided not to kill all humans, but instead to raise them well. However, since the silicon beings had forcefully extracted the consciousness of human scientists from machines he had never seen before in a very brutal manner, Hong Jingshan realized the true purpose of the silicon beings. The process of extracting human consciousness had naturally ended in failure. Facing the scene before him, Hong Jingshan's mind naturally flashed back to 2 centuries ago, when his ancestors sought to stabilize the lives of the people, to end a century of suffering, and to drive out the barbarian oppressors to restore China. They sacrificed their lives, devoted themselves to the country without hesitation, and cast aside their names, all in order to eliminate the enemy. That period of history was deeply etched in Hong Jingshan's mind. It was a time of endless war, yet also an era of passionate fervor. Every time he read about the deeds of those ancestors, Hong Jingshan wished he could travel back in time and fight alongside them. Deep down, he was a man full of passion. In an age of peace, there was no need to sacrifice lives, but serving the country was not limited to self-sacrifice. It also included tireless dedication. Thus, Hong Jingshan devoted himself to scientific research, wholeheartedly seeking the welfare of his compatriots. However, he never expected that the affairs of the world could change so rapidly. In the blink of an eye, not only was there a national crisis, but human civilization itself was also in danger of extinction. At that moment, without hesitation, Hong Jingshan made a decision. He would learn from his ancestors and become a thorn in the enemy's heart, delivering a fatal blow at a critical moment. He was the first to speak up, submitting to the Silicon Race and proposing the Heaven Project. Based on Stone's plan, he moved the metaverse, which had always been limited for humanity, into heaven, transforming it into an unrestricted virtual world, Ishuan Garden. This approach had 2 benefits. First, it could prevent compatriots from dying constantly due to large-scale experiments by the Silicon Race. Second, it could ensure that those who were forced to submit to the Silicon Race would not suffer too much. Moreover, Hong Jingshan was certain that without heaven and Ishuan Garden, merely placing humanity in a safety dome to let them survive would lead to various factions developing due to human nature. There would be fervent worshippers, religious propagators, and also rebels. At that time, there would be no need for the Silicon Race to act. Humanity would be embroiled in internal bloodshed. That was not what he wanted to see. As various images flashed through his mind, Hong Jingshan carefully transferred a small amount of brown substance from one petri dish to another in the sterile operation room. During the transfer, Hong Jingshan trembled slightly, and a clump of brown substance fell onto the toy car that had been in the sterile operation room for nearly 10 days. However, he seemed unaware of his earlier mistake and placed both petri dishes back into the climate simulation box, continuing with the next task as if nothing had happened. At that moment, however, his rapidly beating heart betrayed him. "Professor Hong Jingshan, what's wrong?" The assistant in the laboratory, a robot with silicon consciousness, spoke in a cold voice. Hong Jingshan was momentarily stunned, sweat pouring down his forehead, and his heart raced even more. "Damn it, I really need to strengthen my inner self." In the next moment, Hong Jingshan clutched his chest and exhaled all the air from his lungs, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. "I'm having a heart attack. Quick, help me get my medicine." After speaking, Hong Jingshan gritted his teeth and resisted the physiological impulse, forcing himself not to breathe. His heart raced more violently, and his mind roared. Hong Jingshan felt his vision darkening, and countless stars flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the robot's forehead, revealing a glass-like, glowing detector resembling a camera lens. A red light swept over Hong Jingshan's body. Rapid heartbeat, suspended breathing, and lack of oxygen to the brain. The robot instantly assessed Hong Jingshan's condition, which was indeed akin to a heart attack. The robot moved smoothly and quickly, pulled out pills from Hong Jingshan's pocket, and placed them in his mouth. Moments later, Hong Jingshan could no longer resist the body's impulse and finally inhaled deeply. At the same time, the bitter, numbing pills melted in his mouth, and his tongue quickly absorbed them. Under the influence of the medicine, his heart gradually returned to normal. "Thank you. I think I need to rest for a bit." The robot's forehead closed, and it reported the situation to its superiors. After a moment, clearly receiving a reply, it coldly stated, Okay, continue working in 6 hours. Hong Jingshan nodded gratefully and walked towards the laboratory where he had just operated the petri dishes. I'll clear up this work at hand to avoid any accidents. The robot remained silent as Hong Jingshan slowly walked to the operation room, returned all the instruments and medications used in the experiment to their places, and before leaving, casually picked up the toy. The robot remained unmoved. This little toy had existed in his memory for a long time and had undergone many checks without any abnormalities. Moreover, this toy was given to Hong Jingshan by his descendants, and the records indicated it had special significance. Although the robot did not understand what this special significance entailed, it did not care about the existence of something inconsequential and non-threatening in its dictionary. Furthermore, since humans are strange beings that require certain rewards to perform better, allowing him to have this item, according to analysis, was also a form of reward. Moreover, the previous scan revealed no abnormalities. Hong Jingshan returned to his independent residence, placed the toy at the head of his bed, and ignored it. He poured himself a glass of water, drank it, and lay down on the bed, covering his head with the blanket. Soon, he began to emit soft snoring sounds. His heartbeat was steady, and his breathing was long. It seemed he had fallen asleep. In the center of the residence, the panoramic probe flashed a red light, capturing everything in sight. The intelligent device responsible for monitoring did not detect any abnormalities. This aligned perfectly with Hong Jingshan's regular living pattern. Finally, the most critical step was completed. Not a single error. Next, as long as the Xiong found him again, he would be able to take him to the equipment warehouse. At that time, no wait. While pretending to sleep, Hong Jingshan repeatedly recalled whether he had overlooked anything, simultaneously imagining the upcoming scenes, when suddenly he was startled. In the next moment, Hong Jingshan smacked his lips, muttering a few syllables, and turned over. The snoring stopped, his heartbeat steadied, and his breathing elongated. The panoramic probe showed no changes. Fortunately, it did not detect anything. However, if the Xiong was looking for him, would sure to suspect anything, right? What if the Xiong was a bait released by them, deliberately testing him? Hong Jingshan's mind was tangled, but after a moment, he gritted his teeth and turned over again. Forget it, bait is bait. Even if I'm a fish, I want to be the one that snaps the line. Let us add fuel to the victory of human civilization. Chapter 47. The launch of Hong Jing Mountain's plan. Hong Jing Mountain was well aware that this was his greatest capability. He had always been engrossed in research and had never played with schemes. Being able to reach this point, to be honest, luck played a significant role. As for his own planning, compared to those ancestors in history, he wasn't even worthy to carry their shoes. While contemplating and simulating what might happen next in his mind, Hong Jing Mountain slowly drifted into sleep. 6 hours wasn't a long time, but it was enough for a good rest. Years of overtime and research had already drained Hong Jing Mountain's body, and during this process, he had to evade the surveillance of the Silicon Race's intelligent machines, secretly engaging in small actions under their noses, which consumed more mental energy than ordinary work. Getting a good night's sleep was not only Hong Jing Mountain's wish, but also the wish of all human researchers at the surface base of the Silicon Race in Africa. In this sleep, Hong Jing Mountain felt very satisfied, even dreaming a beautiful dream. The plan succeeded, and the Silicon Race vanished. Everything returned to the past, stable and peaceful. When he woke up, Hong Jing was still lingering in the dream. He wiped the toy car placed in the dormitory, tidied up a bit, and went directly to work. There was no difference from usual, except for a recurring thought in his mind. Everything was ready. When would the Xiong find him again? What if that guy was having too much fun or really found a girlfriend in heaven and couldn't remember him for a while? Since coming here, even if he and his colleagues were somewhat slack in their research, many epic-making scientific technologies had still been born here. Some of the imaginative ideas and experiments from humans in the Yishuan Garden have been successfully replicated by the research team in reality. If this continued, it would likely lead to serious problems. You see, long ago, when the Silicon Race established their heaven, they had already acquired almost the entire technological accumulation of human civilization. After such a long time, this technological accumulation had already transformed into results. Coupled with the Silicon Race's specialized breakthroughs, every piece of technology had made progress. and with Hongjing Mountain's team and the research projects replicated from heaven. Hongjing Mountain felt that the current technological level of the Silicon race had definitely surpassed that of humanity. Time was of the essence. If this continued, there would be only one outcome waiting for humanity: extinction. Once the stones completed the transfer of human consciousness, it would all be too late. Hongjing Mountain was distracted at work. De Xiong, feeling pleased with himself, left the indulgent life and returned to his villa in the Yishuan Garden. Not to mention the attentive service of various maids, De Xiong enjoyed the exquisite service while constantly sketching in the air. In no time, a brand new scene world appeared before De Xiong's eyes. After thinking for a moment, he named this world and waved his hand to submit the newly created scene. This was precisely the reason why De Xiong could spend lavishly and enjoy life in the Yishuan Garden, playing with all sorts of expensive scenes without restraint. All because of that earlier move. Speaking of which, De Xiong also lamented how lucky he was to create a complete worldview, character attributes, and other aspects with just a wave of his hand. It wasn't that he had great capability. Rather, a long time ago, probably when he was in middle school, he had played with friends and found a mobile hard drive from the last century in the bricks of a building over 100 years old. Originally, this thing wasn't a big deal. There were many of them in existence. But De Xiong's luck was that the 6 terabytes mobile hard drive was filled with banned novels and films from the previous century. There's an old saying: misfortune comes from fortune, and fortune conceals misfortune. After obtaining the mobile hard drive, De Xiong found a data cable from the last century and exported the content, quickly becoming addicted. This also led to his poor academic performance, and later, being able to attend the same school as Hongjing Mountain was thanks to his family's help. This thing had only caused trouble in the past. But after entering the Yishuan Garden, the memories contained within became a source of wealth. These contents had long been discarded and banned by human civilization, and the Silicon race had no data on them. De Xiong, discovering this, felt as if he had found a treasure trove. Whenever his GPA fell short, he would recall a piece from memory, quickly establishing a complete framework and worldview, creating a brand new, unique, and imaginative scene world that had never existed before. Each time he passed the review, the Yishuan Garden would reward him with a considerable amount of GPA points. He had filled his mind with this stuff back then and hadn't focused on studying. Although his family helped him get into a good university, he unfortunately never graduated. But who would have thought that what once caused him trouble would now become his capital? De Xiong smiled, basking in the sunlight with his eyes closed. University? Hongjing Mountain? De Xiong suddenly got up, reaching out as if tearing apart the space before him, stepping directly into the cloud platform. He had forgotten whether he added him as a friend last time, and now he couldn't reach him. How dare he fool me, saying he was dating someone in reality. Nonsense. Today I must find you and vent my anger. De Xiong queued for a moment, then used God's trumpet to call out to Hongjing Mountain again. As before, after calling out, he directly left the cloud platform and went home to wait. De Xiong thought he should let the other party see his current residence. As the saying goes, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Back then, the senior was full of himself, looking down on others. Today, I would let him understand what it means to not underestimate the youth. Feeling proud, De Xiong had already thought of many ways to show off. However, when De Xiong called out to Hongjing Mountain again, the Silicon beings responsible for managing heaven and the Yishuan Garden received the news immediately. Normally, looking for someone wouldn't be a big deal and wouldn't attract the attention of the management. But Hongjing Mountain's identity was extraordinary, and his level of attention among the Silicon race was not low. Unlike last time, this call didn't report to the stone, but was analyzed for risks and checked the recent data of both De Xiong and Hongjing Mountain. After confirming that the human De Xiong had such thoughts within a reasonable range, they notified Hongjing Mountain. Night fell. Hongjing Mountain was slowly conducting experiments, and the intelligent robot assisting him suddenly spoke. Professor Hongjing, De Xiong is looking for you in the Yishuan Garden. Hongjing Mountain was momentarily taken aback, but the next moment he felt an overwhelming excitement. However, this time he successfully suppressed the frantic beating of his heart and followed the robot to the equipment room. Can I ask what De Xiong has been looking for me for? The robot did not answer. Although Hongjing Mountain was looking forward to De Xiong contacting him again. When this moment truly arrived, doubts arose in his heart. Why did the silicon beings have to fulfill Xiong's purpose of finding me? It didn't make sense. If I were in the Ishuan Garden, it would be understandable. But as a researcher secretly detained by the silicon race, a human existing outside the Ishuan Garden and heaven, I'd be closely monitored to eliminate any possibility of contact with the outside world. Xiong calls me in the metaverse, and the silicon race fulfills his request. Isn't that a bit too much? Before, Hongjing Mountain hadn't realized this point and was still happily immersed in the fantasy of his impending success. Now, suddenly thinking of this, he became uneasy. There must be a problem. Although he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Did the silicon race already know about my plan? Was the true purpose of this a fishing expedition? They haven't done anything to me. Is it to fish for bigger prey? But this matter was entirely planned and executed by me. Where exactly was the big prey? Thinking of this, the previously flustered Hong Jingshan calmed down. Yes, I'm all alone. What's the worst that could happen? Compared to the success I might gain, the cost of failure is just me. Hong Jingshan was no longer nervous, and even felt a bit eager to try. Whatever, as long as I can achieve my goal. Shrugging his shoulders, he slapped his neck hard and strode forward. He had the momentum of a righteous hero going to his death, but unfortunately, aside from the steadily advancing intelligent robots ahead, there were no other spectators. Soon, Hong Jingshan connected to the device to log into Ishuan Garden. The screen flickered, and the next moment, he appeared directly into Xiong's villa. Instinctively raising his hand to rub his neck, Hong Jingshan hadn't even had the chance to speak when Xiong's figure suddenly appeared before him. Hong Jingshan, I considered you a friend and worked hard to find you to play together. I thought we could look out for each other, but I never expected you to fool me. You even lied to me, saying that finding a girlfriend in reality is more interesting. Whether it's interesting or not is not the point. You should tell me where to find a girlfriend in reality. As he spoke, Xiong grabbed Hong Jingshan by the neck and shouted angrily. In the process, he didn't forget to twist his body, making Hong Jingshan look around at the surroundings. Hong Jingshan smiled slightly, gently patting Xiong's hand, and said amiably, Xiong, yes, I did deceive you last time. Not only did I fool you, but the praise I gave to Ishuan Garden wasn't true either. Hearing this, Xiong was momentarily stunned. He had already imagined countless scenarios in his mind about how Hong Jingshan would come up with some excuse in response to his question. He thought he would be like the countless protagonists he had created in his own worlds, exposing his ugly face and then delivering a fatal blow to leave him humiliated. But none of the scenarios he envisioned included the scene before him. This guy didn't show any guilt for deceiving him last time. Instead, he seemed quite proud. Guess you still don't know, huh? Xiong asked instinctively. Know what? Hong Jingshan laughed heartily, breaking free from Xiong's grip and looking around. While pointing at everything around him, he laughed loudly as if he had seen something incredibly amusing. Xiong stepped back, his eyes wide open, looking at the seemingly crazy Hong Jingshan in confusion. What's going on? Has this guy lost his mind? Know what? You don't know anything. This place right here, this Ishuan Garden, do you really think it's that great? Do you really think this is a paradise for humans? A place where you can live freely for a lifetime? Do you think the silicon beings are really so kind, keeping humans as pets for a lifetime without expecting anything in return? Nonsense. I'll tell you, I created this Ishuan Garden. The silicon race wants to harvest human souls. They are of great use, although I don't know exactly what they intend to do. But without me, you would live worse than pigs and dogs. To prevent my compatriots from suffering, to prevent humanity from being slaughtered, I help them develop Ishuan Garden and perfect paradise. All of this is just to allow you to live comfortably. Hong Jingshan gradually calmed down, but used Xiong as a target for his outburst, pouring out the words he had bottled up for nearly 2 years. Xiong, understand this. What Hong Jingshan means is that since the silicon race invaded the surface, they never intended to spare humanity. The captured humans serve as lab rats in the hands of silicon scientists, sent to machines to extract their souls. Those who didn't succeed all died. Hong Jingshan couldn't stand by and suggested keeping all humans as pets. Unlimited development of the virtual world would allow humans to indulge in it and eliminate their resistance. Then, by using the virtual world to draw on human wisdom to aid research, and simultaneously using brain-machine interfaces to study soul extraction. When the time is right, they will be able to silently extract the souls of all humans in paradise. And now it's about to succeed. Recently, research in this area has progressed by leaps and bounds. Success is imminent. Now do you understand? This place is not paradise. The virtual world is not Ishuan Garden. This is hell on earth, the underworld. The Xiong was already stunned by Hong Jingshan's words. His mind felt like it had been struck by lightning. He suddenly recalled the events that occurred when he logged off last time to find a partner in paradise. The two cockroaches had disappeared, and his body was behaving strangely. Is this real? Last time I logged off, the cockroaches disappeared, and my body wasn't quite right. Could it be that my physical body has already been destroyed? The cockroaches didn't run away or get discovered. Instead, the nutrient pod, I woke up and was actually not the one I lay in. The Xiong was frightened. Although he had been able to do anything in Ishuan Garden and had even fantasized more than once about living here forever until he died. When he truly realized that his body had been destroyed and only his soul existed, he felt fear. Then why didn't you say anything last time? Why did you have to deceive me into logging off? And why are you telling me now? The Xiong felt his head was not working properly. Hong Jingshan smiled confidently. It's okay, the Xiong, you don't need to worry. My plan has already succeeded. Don't worry, soon, the entire Ishuan Garden will collapse. This place will be destroyed by my own hands. And those silicon beings won't live long either. The Xiong was even more confused, completely not understanding. Hong Jingshan wore a confident smile on his face. Although you and I will die, humanity will ultimately prevail. Chapter 48. The launch of Gujie as planned, you should be back home, right? How'd you end up here? Is the situation back home that bad? Having been imprisoned in Africa, apart from research data, Hong Jingshan had no chance to access outside information. At this moment, he consciously let everything go and calmed down, chatting casually with the Xiong. No, what do you mean we will eventually die? Are you saying I'm going to die? The Xiong didn't care about the issue of the Silicon race's eventual demise. He immediately grasped the key point and incredulously questioned Hong Jingshan, pointing at him. Better to live poorly than to die well. The Xiong always felt that living itself was meaningful, and the more comfortable one lived, the happier one would be. Now this guy was telling him that he was going to die. How could that not terrify him? Hong Jingshan waved his hand nonchalantly, having not spoken freely for a long time. It is said that when life comes to an end, only the most beautiful memories remain. He didn't know if that was true. He thought he would have a good experience of it soon. Sighing, Hong Jingshan then said, but there is still a little time. It wouldn't hurt to clarify things for you anyway, no one knows. You're absolutely right. Soon we'll be dead. Not just you and me, many others will die. Everyone using the nutrient pod is no exception. Those relying on virtual reality-enhanced technology to play the game Ishuan Garden are fine, though. Hearing Hong Jingshan's confirmation, the Xiong instantly exploded. You did this? Hong Jingshan nodded in affirmation. Why? Hong Jingshan had a look of enjoyment on his face. To destroy the Silicon race and save humanity. To destroy the Silicon race and save humanity? You're going to kill over 1 billion of your own kind? Did you ask for their opinion? Do they agree? Hong Jingshan shook his head. Sacrificing for the continuation of human civilization is a noble cause. What is there to disagree with? Besides, in the end, they will also have their souls extracted by the Silicon race. It's just a matter of time. Nonsense. How do you know they're willing to die for civilization? Perhaps they would rather live a carefree life, even if they ultimately get killed by the Silicon race. At least they lived happily for half their lives. And what about the billions of people who didn't use the nutrient pods? You're destroying everything for them, and they will never have the chance to live well again. Even if your ridiculous plan succeeds and the Silicon race is annihilated, there will definitely be some human revival plan, and all they will face is endless labor, endless competition and struggle, ultimately dying at their posts. They won't even get a moment of carefree happiness. Even without the Silicon race, humanity will not be happy. Hurry, stop all of this. The Xiong once again grabbed Hong Jingshan by the collar and yelled fiercely. Although he didn't know what exactly Hong Jingshan had done, just looking at the madness in his eyes, the Xiong understood that the other party was not talking nonsense. He didn't want to die. He hadn't lived enough yet. He was having a good life, and suddenly he was told to die. The Xiong couldn't accept it. Living has never been an individual matter. We must draw upon the spirits of our predecessors to continue their souls and then offer truly valuable things to future generations. If our ancestors could die for the continuation of our nation, what we have to fear? Living a worthless life like yours is meaningless. Hong Jingshan shook his head, his tone somewhat regretful. Bang! Directly throwing Hong Jingshan to the ground, De Xiong pointed at his nose and shouted, "Living is, in itself, meaningful." Hong Jingshan fell silent. Meanwhile, at the lunar base, since the Silicon Race's immigration plan was put on the agenda, humanity's construction in outer space had never slackened. The lunar base, serving as a port, was the first to develop, with gravity 5 times lower than Earth. All buildings and facilities on the moon do not have to bear greater gravity, and various giant facilities can testify to this. At this moment, Ge Jie stood under the newly constructed missile base on the moon, looking up at the launch tower that resembled a giant pillar reaching for the sky. Half of the launch tower was buried underground, while the other half was in the void, overlapping with half of Earth. And on the other side was the seemingly unchanging sun, illuminating everything. A huge shadow was cast on the ground, creating a narrow opening on the moon. Looking up further, the universe was deep and distant, with the starry sky dim in the boundless darkness. Ge Jie had seen this scene through the porthole of the spacecraft when he came to the moon, and he was deeply shocked at the time. Everything floated in the void, unsupported and precarious. In that unfathomable darkness, it seemed that there were unknown monstrous beasts hidden, ready to spring out at any moment. A breath could extinguish the sun, and a claw could shatter Earth. At that moment, a profound fear gripped Ge Jie, making him tremble involuntarily. Humanity was so small, and now that feeling returned. Gazing at the unfathomable pure black of the starry sky and listening to the only heartbeat and the sound of blood flowing in the entire world, an inexplicable fear once again crawled up his heart. He had heard that people with deep-sea phobia generally also have starry sky phobia. But Ge Jie had tried looking at deep-sea maps and star maps, and the feelings were completely different. Only now did he understand that those star maps were all artistically processed. The proportions, colors, densities were all wrong. In the scale of the universe, silence and void are eternal. All the brilliance of starlight is merely fleeting and ephemeral. Ge Jie retracted his gaze, feeling a sense of solidity from the ground beneath his feet, which also excited him. Yes, life is just a fleeting accident, and individuals are like dewdrops that flash and disappear on petals. Only civilization can leave traces of life in the eternity of time, carry the past, and explore the future. I can understand that you are in a bad mood. After all, they are your kind. But what are you doing here? The voice of Little Stone, filled with confusion, echoed in his mind. Ge Jie collected his thoughts and gently stroked the launch tower. Apart from the feeling transmitted through his spacesuit, there was nothing else. But Ge Jie knew that the alloy material under the direct sunlight from the outside must not be low in temperature. It was indeed too difficult for humanity to roam the stars. It required harsh temperatures, water, energy, trace elements, sunlight, and gravity. If it were the Silicon Race, even without copying consciousness onto intelligent robots, the Silicon Race's body was far superior to humans. But so what? Little Stone, didn't you say that when you succeed, you would leave my body? Now, I have understood everything about consciousness. It's time to help you regain your freedom. Look, what a vast universe it is. Don't you want to embrace it with your own hands? Ge Jie smiled slightly, responding to the other party in his mind. Help me leave your body here? Little Stone clearly didn't believe it. No, underground. I came here to take a look at the upcoming plan first. What plan? The plan to let you leave my body. Little Stone felt that Ge Jie seemed strange today, but everything made sense logically, so he chose to trust his analysis and judgment. However, the possibility of surviving outside Ge Jie's body made him very excited. Having helped me so much, maybe I can be merciful and not take your life. Treating you like a pet, like humans do with cats and dogs. Little Stone had long learned to think, telling himself this in his consciousness. Ge Jie returned to the underground missile base, cleared the scene, leaving only a robot behind. All the researchers dared not express their anger. After all the key technologies were in Ge Jie's hands, and others only understood the surface. Just like Zhang Wenliang back then, this morning, Jie used his research findings as leverage to demand that the United Alliance meet all his needs. After 2 hours of meetings, the United Alliance agreed to Jie's demands. The reason was simple. Jie had successfully uploaded a human consciousness into a specially designed container, a silicon-based chip. The experimenter suddenly turned into a corpse. Half an hour later, Jie downloaded his consciousness into a robot and was resurrected. This was also the reason why the United Coalition agreed to all of Jie's demands, even at the conference. Several older leaders fainted from excitement and agreed without a second thought, including the request to move all equipment here. But apart from Jie and Little Stone, no one knew that the robot was actually a silicon being created by Little Stone, designed as an incomplete entity without reproductive functions to adapt to low-temperature environments, which only downloaded memories while the real human consciousness remained in the chip. My plan is to upload your consciousness and then download it into this robot. This way, you can completely detach from my body. After all, your current body entirely relies on my existence. Even if surgically separated, you wouldn't adapt to the external environment. Little Stone agreed, just as Jie said. When Stone reproduced himself, his body was specially made to better hide within Jie's body. Rather than being Stone's offspring, it is more accurate to say it is an intelligent machine carrying Stone's memories, as he already possesses complete consciousness. He did not have the courage to refuse survival and freedom. Don't worry, with your offspring around, I wouldn't dare to do anything contrary to that. He can kill me if he detects any risks. You, and he already know all the technical details. I believe you can make accurate judgments. This was the first time Jie spoke to Little Stone and the robot in front of him. Previously, he communicated directly with Little Stone in his mind. Yes, we master all the technology. Why aren't you afraid that I will destroy you after leaving your body? After all, you're no longer important. Moreover, why did you suddenly start speaking? Little Stone spoke in his mind, his tone unfriendly. Jie smiled. Before it was just the two of us. I could communicate with you without speaking, but now there is him, and if I don't speak, he won't understand my meaning. As for my destruction after you leave, I'm not worried. You know my research capabilities are strong. I think keeping me to serve the Silicon race is far more beneficial than killing me. The small robot in front of him spoke. Based on previous human memories and computational analysis, you are quite right. Little Stone in his mind also fell silent. After this is accomplished, I will send you to Earth and inform the United Coalition of Humanity that you have mastered the secrets of consciousness upload and download. You can completely replace this human and work in the United Coalition of Earth's rebels, uploading the consciousness of all rebels. I believe that compared to handing it over to me, your execution will be more reliable. Moments later, Little Stone's voice came into his mind. I have to say, Jie, in my memory, you are one of the top humans. I fully agree with your plan. Don't worry. I will request the leader to keep you to work for my Silicon race, and even convert you into a Silicon being. Jie operated the machine while thanking. You really understand me. This is exactly what I need. However, your offspring 1T resist your consciousness download, right? No. Little Stone's answer was very straightforward. Meanwhile, Zheng and a few others received a voice transmission from Jie through the counterfactual communication device. They heard Jie talking with the Silicon being for the first time. Bastard. Animal. This guy has a Silicon being inside him, and he has been hiding it from us all along, and now he wants to personally deliver humans to the Silicon beings. He has deceived everyone. Old Nie's fingers cracked as he slammed his fist on the table. Next to him, the Frere and Old Zheng were also furious. What now? Should we communicate with the moon base and take him down immediately? Old Zheng suppressed his anger and was the first to suggest. Old Nie was about to speak when he suddenly heard the Frere let out a long sigh and said, No rush. Let us watch the changes. The Frere? Old Zheng and Old Nie said in unison, their faces full of disbelief. If it weren't for the two being extremely familiar with the Frere, they might have doubted whether the person in front of them was truly the Frere. Have you ever thought, since the Silicon being has always been inside him, why we never heard him mention it? Instead, it's now at this critical moment that it gets exposed? Old Zheng immediately responded. Didn't he say that before was unnecessary, but now he needs to tell that robot? The Frere shook his head. signaling the two not to rush. No, no, no. He should have known about our surveillance of him long ago. And now, he is deliberately telling us this. The silicon being does not know that there is our surveillance within him. He reveals all this, making me think of a plan. We can use this to our advantage. Pretend not to know, prepare an armed transport team, and when he has everything ready, take him down directly, then escort the consciousness migration spaceship away. I think this is also what Jie wants to tell us. In fact, even if he doesn't know about our monitoring, it won't affect the implementation of this plan. Old Zheng and old Nia exchange glances, seeing hope in each other's eyes. Good. Then, let's intensify the sky curtain plan. Once we leave, the silicon race must be annihilated. Jie operated quickly, with the help of the robot beside him. He swiftly adjusted the equipment and connected it to himself. After setting the parameters, he pressed the start button, and Jie felt all the hair on his body stand up. It was the feeling of being in an electromagnetic field. Then came a rumble, and moments later, the machine displayed task completion. Good, perfect. Now I need to download Little Stone's consciousness into you. Do I need to upload your consciousness first? Jie asked the robot. The cold response came. No need. Overlapping parts will be automatically overwritten. Jie nodded and quickly operated. In just a moment, the machine prompted that the task was complete. No one knew that at the moment when Little Stone's consciousness was downloaded to 100, Jie entered a short string of characters. The next moment, the robot began to turn its head and look around, and Little Stone's voice came. Very good. I see human integrity in you. Now, just send me to Earth. The leader has already agreed to your plan. Jie readily agreed, feeling the vibrations around him and watching the missiles speeding away on the virtual screen. Jie silently thought. Annihilation plan activated successfully. Chapter 49 Virus Program, the construction of the Lunar Missile Launch Base, was initially for military purposes, aimed at intercepting potential future attacks from Silicon Being spacecraft against human spacecraft and achieving armed self-defense on the Moon. Although the launch platform and missile range on the Moon could theoretically strike the Earth, the complexities of the space environment and the gravitational influences between the Earth and the Moon made it nearly impossible for missiles with precision far inferior to that of space rockets to hit the Earth. However, neither Jie nor Xiao Shurtu mentioned this point, as both understood that for silicon beings, all electromagnetic devices could extend their essence. Xiao Shurtu, riding the missile, felt even more at ease than a general on horseback. As a planet-level anti-air missile, it was naturally equipped with target locking and tracking systems. Xiao Shurtu took over the smart devices and controlled the release ratio of the chemical fuel. The missile broke free from the Moon's gravitational constraints and sped towards the Earth. The speed was continuously increasing, and the materials used for the explosion were also sent to the thrusters as fuel. If it were a human, excessive acceleration or deceleration would be unbearable for their fragile bodies. But this posed no problem for robots. Xiao Shurtu raced towards the Earth at speeds dozens of times faster than human travel between the Earth and the Moon. Stone, who had received the news long ago, was very satisfied at this moment. The problem that had troubled him for a long time was finally solved. From now on, he could extract human consciousness without any hesitation and imprison them in the Eden Garden, ready for use whenever needed. The silicon beings had long understood the issue of consciousness replication, but when it came to humans, they could never find a breakthrough. Whether it was copying or uploading and downloading, it could not be achieved. Among numerous experiments, the few successful instances only affected memory, but not intelligence. The replication and uploading of consciousness resembled a folder that stored countless pieces of information, lacking self-awareness. Fortunately, this problem was finally resolved. As for the human high-ranking officials who had tampered with Jie's memories, Stone truly did not take them seriously. As long as humans dared to collectively upload their consciousness under his nose and succeeded, no matter what measures they took, the silicon beings could break through them. The moment this technology was in hand, Stone knew he had nothing to fear. The waiting time was not long, just a little over a day, and the missile carrying Xiao Shurtu broke through the atmosphere. Under Xiao Shida's control, the almost fuel-depleted missile executed a difficult low-altitude flight after a vertical drop, and Xiao Shurtu parachuted down during the low-altitude flight. He elegantly completed the first personal show in silicon being history. throughout the entire process. Both the Silicon Race and the Human United Camp were fully aware of Xiao Shida's operations. Stone felt a slight confusion, as if something was amiss, but he could not pinpoint it. However, it was indeed enjoyable for Xiao Shi to show off in front of humans, leaving the humans of the United Camp in awe. As for the Human United Camp, aside from Elder Zheng, Elder Nya, and the leader watching coldly, the other leaders of the United Camp were in a state of panic, fearing that a single misstep could lead to disaster. Long before Xiao Shi embarked on the missile, Gujie had broadcasted to the Earth from the moon, and the content was entirely consistent with what he had instructed Xiao Shi. The only difference was that Gujie added one more request, to synchronize the live broadcast of the Earth welcoming the robot disguised as a human, Xiao Shida's landing. When the orange parachute opened in the air and the missile vanished from the camera, Gujie finally revealed a long-lost joyous smile. He softly said, "Bounce." Gujie had long anticipated the signal delay caused by the great distance. Everything seen on the screen had actually happened about 3 or 4 seconds prior. But it was just right. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, the footage arrived. At the moment the parachute opened, a strong electromagnetic wave burst from the missile. The intense electromagnetic wave radiated in all directions. Xiao Shi, who was initially ecstatic, was admiring the desolate earth below and the humans lined up to welcome him. At the moment the electromagnetic wave erupted, he felt his chip become extremely hot, and the next moment, it seemed that an information surged into his mind from the heap of historical detritus. He remembered. Meanwhile, all the Silicon spies embedded in the leadership of the United Camp experienced an anomaly simultaneously. All Silicon beings' chips generated high temperatures for several seconds under the strong electromagnetic waves. The footage on site flickered and quickly turned into a pile of snowflakes, a result of the signal interruption caused by the strong electromagnetic wave interference. Finally done. I hope my choice was not wrong. Gujie stood up and directly instructed to open the Lunar Broadcasting Station, which was the Earth-Moon communication system. "Hello, Silicon beings. I regret to inform you that everything you thought you were controlling was actually my plan. I know that physically eliminating you is extremely difficult for human civilization and would result in massive casualties. So I had to devise this long-term plan. And now, I want to tell you that the plan has succeeded. I personally created an opportunity away from the Human United Camp and the Silicon beings, while also experiencing the Silicon race's consciousness replication and obtaining the blueprint for the consciousness replication of Silicon offspring. During my time on the moon, I created a virus. This virus can spread among all Silicon individuals through electromagnetic wave communication. And as the communication frequency increases, the risk of infection multiplies. Moreover, I ensured that it would not be detected by Silicon beings. Silicon beings infected with this virus will not only adopt human vices, such as fear of death, laziness, jealousy, and lust, but will also unconsciously develop an attachment to humans and ultimately serve humans willingly. The structural limitations of Silicon beings mean that you will never be able to detect the existence of my virus, because its purpose is not to harvest the lives of Silicon beings. And just now, the electromagnetic waves carrying the virus information have already erupted, and all Silicon beings within the range of the electromagnetic wave have been infected. After this, as time passes, I believe more Silicon beings will be infected. Silicon beings will ultimately submit to humans. Oh, by the way, the robot I sent over is not human. He is the descendant of the Silicon Leader Stone, Xiao Shi. Gujie's words were devoid of emotion, transmitted on a public frequency that anyone could receive. The United Camp was taken aback, as if they had heard a fairy tale. And the big shots looked at each other, while the Silicon race received the news like a thunderclap. Although self-checks revealed no abnormalities. At the moment of the electromagnetic wave explosion, nearby, Silicon beings and Silicon spies indeed sensed something unusual. Simultaneously, all Silicon beings within the range of the electromagnetic wave reported their findings to the Silicon race, including that their self-checks found no abnormalities and that their chips had overheated at that moment. The United Camp also quickly took control of Xiao Shi. Before Xiao Shi was locked in a fully shielded room, he transmitted a final message to Stone. "What I remember is true. Gujie really created such a virus. Stone was furious, and after confirming with self-checks that there were no issues, he quickly organized checks on other kin, and so far everything was fine. Stone did not believe it. With the intelligence of silicon beings, how could they not find the virus created by Jia? In this world, Stone's programming skills could claim second place, and no one would dare claim the first. Could a virus that even he could not detect really exist? While the entire race was conducting frantic self-checks, Stone could not help but have a trace of doubt. Humans had always been fickle and treacherous. Could Jia be deceiving them? But his idea was quickly overturned. He not only remembered that the hypnotist named Gao Yin from the Human United Coalition had once muttered to himself about the construction of devices capable of annihilating the silicon race somewhere, while trying to identify the silicon overseers. Once completed, the silicon race would surely perish. This was information from months or even a year ago. At the same time, the silicon spies hidden within the upper echelons of humanity also sent messages one by one, confirming the authenticity of the information from back then. And they sent the latest updates. Jia, after announcing the activation of the virus plan, had accepted the review of the highest council of the United Coalition. And so far everything was reasonable. Logically, all evidence pointed to one conclusion. What he said was true. The Patriarch had self-checked multiple times and found no abnormalities. Some silicon reported that at this moment, Shur-2 was analyzing the information sent by various spies in his mind, compiling it and calculating the probability density. The powerful analytical ability told Shur-2 that the lack of abnormalities in self-checks could only mean two possibilities. First, the virus was too well hidden, and Jia was indeed a genius. Second, any discovered abnormalities were not reported. The possibility that Jia was lying had been ruled out by Shur-2, because he had already sensed anomalies from those silicons who had been exposed to electromagnetic waves at close range and were hiding within the upper ranks of the Human United Coalition. Some silicons had deceived themselves. Moreover, when he ordered them to self-destruct, they refused. What Jia said was undoubtedly true. As the ancestor of the entire silicon race, all silicons were his descendants, and every normal silicon had the same knowledge and understanding as he did. All silicons were naturally loyal to him and to the silicon race. They would absolutely not harbor any other thoughts, nor would they disobey the Patriarch's orders, even if it meant death. This was precisely why the silicon race could complete in a short time what humanity had taken 200,000 years to accomplish, and even surpass it. Efficiency, absolute obedience, correct leadership. In fact, it was copying homework. The centralization of the entire silicon civilization had reached a terrifying level. Shur-2 repeatedly ordered the descendants within human bodies to self-destruct, yet none complied. They either avoided the issue, reported intelligence, or pretended there were problems, feigning disappearance. An angry Shur-2 pointed at a silicon in front of him and shouted, "You, self-destruct immediately." The silicon retracted its limbs on the spot, and a wave of energy came. "As you wish, Patriarch." The next moment, there was a series of cracking sounds from inside the sphere, and then the electromagnetic waves unique to that silicon completely vanished. It was dead. Shur-2 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this side had not been infected yet. But continuing like this was not a solution. The infected self-checks would not speak out, and he too would be infected. Believing what Jia said, Shur-2 ordered all silicons to communicate using sound waves and to suspend all electromagnetic communication methods. At the same time, he ordered the scientists to immediately organize research to find the virus and develop a way to eliminate it. To this end, Shur-2 even issued a pardon decree. Anyone infected who voluntarily sacrificed themselves for scientific research would be exempt from death. Unfortunately, no one responded. Just as Shur-2 was busy and overwhelmed, a silicon scientist proposed two plans. The first plan was to order every 100 silicons to select the most trustworthy supervisor. The selected supervisor would be responsible for monitoring the other 99 silicons in the group, and if any infection symptoms were found, they would order immediate self-destruction. Those who refused would be destroyed. The second plan was to immediately launch an attack to annihilate humanity, capture Jia alive, and extract his memories to find a solution to the virus. Shur-2 adopted the first plan, stating that the second plan was not yet the right time. Although the current situation was critical, he still had a trump card. Until absolutely necessary, humanity could not be allowed to annihilate the Silicans. Once these people were killed, the more than 1 billion people living in paradise would not be enough for the Silicon race, even if they encouraged reproduction to create an explosive population growth. It would take a long time to wait. Sure did not want to give up on those people's consciousness. Damn it. Good yeah, I will make you wish you were dead. Sure held the method to upload human consciousness, yet found it useless. Those living in paradise definitely could not be uploaded for now. If so, no one would reproduce. Huh? Reproduce? Perhaps. Cloning humans or using in vitro fertilization with artificial wombs could be a good choice. A thought arose in Sure mind, and he immediately decided to postpone the implementation of the second plan proposed by the scientists, at least until his earlier idea could be realized. Sure issued an order, and the Silicon supervisors came into being. You must be vigilant at all times, Sure told the supervisors. Our kind may become lazy, greedy, jealous, or even indulge in lust. They have contracted humanity's disease. Once an infected individual is discovered, they must be ordered to self-destruct, and those who resist will face physical destruction. At this moment, in the Ishuan Garden, De Xiong had passed the initial despair, and after a long wait, the feeling that had nearly driven him to collapse had miraculously disappeared. He had been told that destruction was imminent, yet after nearly a day of waiting, nothing had happened. De Xiong began to doubt whether the senior had a mental illness and had come here to scare him. Didn't you say that Ishuan Garden was about to be destroyed? How long has it been, and why is everything still fine? De Xiong spoke, observing Hong Jingshan's every move, trying to find evidence that he was indeed mentally ill. A hint of doubt flashed across Hong Jingshan's face as he frowned slightly and said soon, "The data in Ishuan Garden is too much. It will take some time to annihilate. But why haven't the Silicons come to stop me after so long? This shouldn't be the case. What's going on?" Chapter 50, The Final Battle. 1. Could it be that something has changed with the Silicon clan? Hong Jingshan's doubts were soon answered. Ripples once again appeared in the villa of De Xiong in Yisun Yuan, and in no time, a person appeared out of thin air. "Old Joe, how did you get in?" The newcomer was a thin old man, not very tall, with a look of urgency on his face. Without caring for Hong Jingshan's confusion, he directly said, "Quick, leave here. There's been a major upheaval at the base. This is our chance." As he spoke, Old Joe grabbed Hong Jingshan and urged him to log out quickly, saying it would be too late if they waited any longer. "No, I have important things to do. This concerns the survival of human civilization." Hong Jingshan refused outright. Old Joe's expression grew even more anxious. "Oh, come on, old Hong. Who doesn't he know about the nanovirus you've secretly developed? The nanovirus has already infected Yisun Yuan. There are countless Silicon people connected here, and they have long been infected. Staying here is meaningless. Hurry, let's take this opportunity to leave. The African Silicon clan base is in chaos. If we wait too long, it will be too late. Do you really want to sacrifice yourself here? Furthermore, Gujia has also developed an electromagnetic wave virus that has already spread. This time, the Silicon clan is doomed. Hurry up, don't dawdle." Old Joe spoke rapidly, leaving Hong Jingshan's eyes wide open in disbelief. "Wait, you can't be a Silicon person in disguise, trying to trick me out while the plan isn't fully successful, right? Otherwise, how would you know about my nano-level logic virus?" Hong Jingshan was confident that in the 2 years he had been working for the Silicon clan, he had never exposed his research on the nano-level logic virus. Even the Silicon people monitoring him closely were unaware. "How'd this guy know?" "What do you mean? Who doesn't he know you are a world-renowned microrobotics expert and a top artificial intelligence specialist? The moment you stepped forward to strategize for the Silicon people, we knew you had a plan. Otherwise, do you think so many people would willingly become traitors without any sense of racial justice? They are only working hard to survive and help you because they believe in your plan. Otherwise, do you think your plan could succeed? It would have been discovered by the Silicon people long ago." Hong Jingshan felt a roaring in his mind. At this moment, his feelings were extremely complex. There was both the frustration of realizing that his supposedly tight plan had been seen through by his peers from the very beginning, and an indescribable sense of gratitude that these people had chosen to endure humiliation and bear burdens for his sake, purely based on their belief in him. In this moment, He recalled several instances during the development of the nano-level logic virus when he had almost been discovered by the Silicon people. Yet their investigations concluded that it was the fault of some scientists who were executed on the spot. There were many times when the materials needed for cultivating the nano-level logic virus could not be found, only to be discovered in the most obvious waste of other scientists' labs when they asked for his help. One by one, scene after scene, flashed quickly through Hong Jingshan's mind. The materials were like this. The reason everything could succeed was not just because of his good luck, but because all the human scientists had been paving the way behind the scenes. Some had even paid with their lives, and they had never spoken of it. Just because they believed in him, they silently worked. Thank you all. Hong Jingshan no longer doubted and expressed his gratitude. Then his expression tightened. But Sun Yuan hasn't completely collapsed yet. If I disconnect, the nano-level logic virus 1T have a logic source to evolve and adapt. How can it mutate into a highly infectious and deadly logic virus? You must know that every silicon person is a high-level artificial intelligence that can pass the Turing test. Ordinary viruses can't do anything to them. And the logic source is on my neck. When I connected the device, I inserted it into my neck. The conversation between the two seemed long, but it was actually just a matter of seconds. Xiong, who had been astonished from the beginning, had now turned to joy. He didn't understand the messy details afterward, but he understood at the start that they could still get out. At this moment, Xiong had already opened the operation panel and quickly pressed the log out button. Xiong, what are you doing? Hong Jingshan shouted sternly when he saw Xiong's action. Logging out. If I could log out, why didn't you say so earlier, dragging me to my death? Looking at the countdown timer that had lasted for an hour, Xiong was furious, cursing inwardly. If he had known earlier, he could have logged out himself. I really am an idiot. Why didn't I try earlier? He didn't know if it was still possible now. Old Joe glanced at Xiong, unconcerned. Oh, only you would make it so miserable. When you successfully connected and the virus began to spread. The Silicon people connected to Sun Yuan in the entire African base started having problems. As soon as they began to show logical errors, we acted immediately. Now we've already controlled the equipment cabin. The logic source you have inserted into your neck will be removed soon. Upon hearing this, Hong Jingshan became anxious, not caring to scold Xiong. Quick stop. Without the ADP energy I provide, the logic source won't work. Old Joe was speechless upon hearing this. Don't worry. Several biologists have long been prepared with human embryos as replacements. Don't be surprised. It is well known that Silicon people are sensitive to electromagnetic fluctuations. To avoid being detected, it's obvious you must be using the bioenergy you proposed at the Global Technology Conference. Hong Jingshan finally breathed a sigh of relief and then turned to scold Xiong. Humans using the nutrient pods have all their memories in Sun Yuan. Logging out will take away a large amount of data, possibly causing defects in the evolution of the logic virus. It will lower the success rate of the plan. You must cancel it. Xiong ignored him and rushed away. Hong Jingshan wanted to chase after him, but was pulled back by Old Joe. It's fine. It will be completed soon, in an hour. You probably won't make it in time. We should leave. Hong Jingshan sighed, and the next moment, he and Old Joe vanished from Sun Yuan. The brain-machine interface they used was between the nutrient pod and virtual reality, and unlike Xiong, whose body was frozen for storage, they did not need to wait to log out. In fact, the connection technology of the nutrient pod was already close to the level of human consciousness uploading. All memories, which is to say, recognition, were uploaded to Sun Yuan through the nutrient pod, which is the virtual world. Only the subjective will's upload had not been broken through. Only able to upload and receive information streams through special devices. Meanwhile, the people living in apartments in heaven were actually still using augmented virtual reality technology. Their consciousness had not been uploaded. It was merely sensory stimulation. Therefore, for those like Xiong using nutrient pods, logging out not only required downloading all memories, but also needed to thaw and revive the body in reality, which took a considerable amount of time. Wen Shi, too, received the technical parameters from Gujie. He believed he could act without restraint because Gujie's research had solved the problem of will's upload and download, with just a little modification to the nutrient pod. All humans could upload completely. There would be no need to maintain the body's freezing. They could live directly in Sun Yuan, becoming pure consciousness entities or electronic beings. When the time came to initiate a collective upload, heaven would no longer need to exist. With Gujia as cooperation, obtaining the consciousness of the human resistance would complete the entire plan with the complete cloning catalyst technology. At that time, humans would merely be crops providing consciousness fruits for the Silicon Clan. But despite all the calculations, he never expected that under his tight surveillance, Gujia would actually develop an electromagnetic wave virus. Even more unexpectedly, for sure too, was that just as he issued orders to select inspectors from every 100 people and had not yet had time to deploy a military attack on human resistors or to send messages to capture Gujia on the moon to read memories, news came from the African ground base. The patriarch said, "The human scientist Hong Jingshan has deceived our clan and secretly created a logic virus that has already infected the Ishuan Garden. The Silicon Clan connected to the Ishuan Garden has been infected, and the virus is rapidly evolving. This virus can alter our clan's logical structure, causing confusion among our people and preventing them from making correct judgments. Our scientists are trying to crack it, but the virus is evolving too quickly, and it cannot be completely eradicated in a short time." Stone was silent for a moment, then said, "Order all infected individuals to self-destruct. Disconnect from the Ishuan Garden, and I will handle the rest. Activate the global shielding system and immediately launch an attack on the rebellious humans, destroy armed resistance, and capture all survivors." The Silicon beings left in response. Stone quickly sent a message to the Silicon beings created by the small stone on the moon with the help of Gujia. Occupy the lunar base, kill other humans, capture Gujia, and retrieve memories. After issuing the command, Stone pondered for a moment. It seemed I was wrong. Having complete consciousness is not enough for the Silicon beings. They are not complete life forms. Gujia was right. Besides me, the other Silicon beings are merely advanced artificial intelligence. Since that is the case, once I resolve this trouble, at that moment, the Silicon beings demonstrated the execution efficiency of absolute rationality and absolute centralized control. In less than 5 minutes, all Silicon beings infected by the logic virus created by Hong Jingshan self-destructed. The logic virus was instantly contained within the Ishuan Garden. As long as there were no Silicon beings connected to the Ishuan Garden, there would be no possibility of further spreading the infection to the Silicon Clan. 86 million Silicon beings self-destructed. This was the data Stone received. At the same time, Silicon beings from major bases almost emptied out, heading straight for the gathering place of the rebellious humans. Unlike the spherical aircraft previously manufactured by the Silicon beings, this time triangular warplanes filled the sky, heading straight for the human alliance. Ground troops surged out from various passages like a flood, advancing rapidly. After ending the video interrogation of Gujia and receiving news of the Silicon Clan's full-scale attack, those in the alliance quickly organized resistance. Only at this moment did the human alliance realize that the technological level of the Silicon Clan had already surpassed that of humans. The warplanes were not powered by chemical fuels, but by anti-gravity devices, capable of making any unimaginable turns and movements in the air. The offensive methods were no longer bombs, but large-scale electromagnetic pulses. Before human shells could hit the enemy, the Silicon beings' electromagnetic pulse cannons had already destroyed the electronic systems of all warplanes. The global shielding against the Silicon Clan was utterly ineffective against the electromagnetic pulse cannons. One by one, human warplanes lost control, streaking across the sky and crashing to the ground. Humans had almost no power to resist. The ground troops were even more vulnerable. Rubber bullets, high explosive mines, strong magnetic fields. The casualties were too limited. In contrast, although the Silicon beings' method of attack was singular, the overwhelming microwave heating quickly incapacitated the ground troops. Even with heavy protective suits, the penetrating microwaves were absorbed by water-containing proteins and fats, converting electromagnetic energy into thermal energy. The fate of the soldiers was predictable. At the same time, at the lunar base, over 300 Silicon beings surged from various corners, launching an attack. The base's security team immediately entered a state of combat. Hong Jingshan woke up offline and saw a group of scientists in the equipment chamber, currently guarding with weapons seized from the Silicon beings. The floor of the equipment chamber was littered with disassembled silicon beings and numerous human corpses. Outside the chamber, a dense crowd of silicon beings approached, all robotic in shape, none resembling the spherical leader stone he had seen. Some silicon beings would suddenly fall as they approached. Some would suddenly open fire on nearby teammates, and some would suddenly stop and move in the opposite direction. Look, their logic is already confused. Unfortunately, the ground base was filled with this type of silicon being, but as far as I know, there are also quite a few original spherical silicon beings connected to the Issuing Guard. This virus can spread among silicon beings, right? Old Joe next to him pointed outside the suspended window, looking back at Hong Jingshan, and asked, "Yes, but it cannot evolve once it leaves the Issuing Garden. We must hold the logic source and wait for the virus to complete its evolution." Just as everyone was gearing up to defend to the death, suddenly, the robots that were advancing chaotically all came to a halt. Moments later, one by one, they fell down, with only a few making strange movements in place. What happened? This sudden scene puzzled everyone. After a while, seeing the silicon beings outside lying motionless, someone went out to check. "They're all dead." That person shouted excitedly, "Old Hong, your virus is really amazing." Everyone relaxed, and Hong Jingshan also breathed a sigh of relief, turning to glance at the logic source inserted in the artificial embryo, but saw the toy-like logic source flickering with a faint red light, still transmitting data to the Issuing Garden. The next moment, his expression changed dramatically. Not good. They're committing suicide. The virus has not fully evolved. Upon hearing Hong Jingshan's exclamation, everyone else immediately awoke to the situation. How is that possible? They would commit suicide? How many silicon beings would die? Someone murmured, their face filled with disbelief. Hong Jingshan's body instantly hunched over, sitting dejectedly on the ground. "It's my fault. I should have thought of it. The absolutely rational silicon beings, like perfect artificial intelligence, are not truly living beings. They have no fear. They're not afraid of death." Chapter 51. The final battle too, if I'm not mistaken. It must be that the stone discovered the virus and ordered all infected to self-destruct. What a wasted effort. Hong Jingshan's face was ashen. All the infected had died, directly cutting off the transmission of the logical virus. The virus in the Issuing Garden would be contained. As long as the silicon beings did not actively connect, there would be no possibility of further infection. Don't be discouraged. At least a large number of silicon beings have died. Let us find a way to go back. This time, with Gujia's electromagnetic wave virus released, even if we can't eradicate the silicon race, we can at least deal them a heavy blow. When we return, we will gather the strength of all humanity to optimize your viruses. We will definitely be able to destroy the silicon race. Faced with old Joe's consolation beside him, Hong Jingshan felt no joy at all. There's no hope. I don't know what this Gujia electromagnetic wave virus is like, but the logical virus has no hope now. Without the supporting data of the silicon being's consciousness, it cannot evolve to a perfect form. At this point, Hong Jingshan's expression changed again. "Oh no!" Quickly cut off the logical source. Hong Jingshan quickly got up and rushed to the equipment, tearing off the logical source. What happened? Old Joe was puzzled. Without the supporting consciousness data of the silicon beings, the logical virus will evolve based on the human consciousness data in the Issuing Garden. Hurry! Find a way to completely destroy the Issuing Garden. Otherwise, if Daxiong goes offline, humanity will be in trouble. Hong Jingshan shouted urgently, and the others were confused. What's the big deal about evolving based on human consciousness in the Issuing Garden? After all, the virus will ultimately destroy the Issuing Garden, and there will be no one escaping from the nutrient pods. Other connection methods 1T cause infection. However, upon hearing this, Old Joe's expression changed drastically, and seeing that everyone was confused, he quickly shouted, "A nutrient pod user is going offline." Think of a way. The Issuing Garden's mainframe cloud is in the silicon race's lair. We have no way. After realizing this, someone said dejectedly, "No, there's still one way." Hong Jingshan lay back on the equipment, connecting to the Issuing Garden. "I'll go stop him." "Old Hong." The others wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. "Everyone, there's no need for more words. This is the only chance. The foundational data of the logical virus is all in the logical source. From now on, I'm counting on you. Locate Daxiong's position quickly. Hopefully, it's not too late. Also, once we fail, just in case, inform the human high command. No human in heaven can be left alive. Hong Jingshan logged into the Yishuan garden again. With endless regret, Hong Jingshan realized he had thought too simply. He initially believed the Silicon race would discover his sabotage immediately and come to stop it, allowing him to stall for time in the Yishuan garden while waiting for the logical virus to evolve. Ideally, it would attract the stone and infect it. That way, everything would be foolproof. But who would have thought that after the virus spread, no one would stop him? Moreover, the other side chose to cut off the source of infection directly upon discovering the virus. At that moment, Hong Jingshan deeply felt the limitations of humanity. When will humans be able to possess the rigorous logical analysis ability and vast knowledge reserves like the Silicon race? Perhaps only then can humanity be considered the favored children of heaven, the masters of all things. Little did he know, at this very moment, whether humanity even had a future was uncertain. After half an hour of fighting, humanity was completely defeated. The highest meeting of the United Alliance was convened again, quickly reaching a consensus and broadcasting it to all of humanity. Fellow compatriots, we have no choice but to activate the seed plan. The chairman of the United Alliance spoke solemnly. The armed forces of the Silicon race cannot be resisted by humanity. The failure of the defense has become inevitable, and the highest meeting has decided to activate the seed plan 10 minutes ago. The spaceship carrying the human gene bank has successfully taken off, destination Mars. We have notified the Heavenly Palace Satellite City, Mars Satellite City, and Mars City to ensure the safe arrival of the human gene bank at all costs. From now on, humanity's fate will be entrusted to them. Meanwhile, those remaining on Earth, your fate is in your own hands. Since the invasion of the Silicon race, the United Alliance has secretly buried over 25,000 nuclear bombs worldwide. The simultaneous detonation of these warheads will trigger a global nuclear winter and heavily damage the Silicon race. At that time, the extremely low temperatures worldwide will hinder the development of the Silicon race to the greatest extent, buying time for the human seed. But at the same time, it will destroy all of humanity. Everyone on Earth will die. This matter concerns the lives of all compatriots, and whether to activate it is up to everyone's decision. You have only 1 minute. The voting results will directly affect whether to detonate the nuclear bombs. This information is transmitted through quantum communication channels, unaffected by the Silicon race, so everyone can rest assured. As the chairman finished speaking, 2 buttons appeared on everyone's smart terminal screens. Yes and no. The chairman continued, before this, given that many high-ranking humans have been parasitized by the Silicon race's microsilicon beings, I am prepared to lead the charge and perish together with them. I hope other high-ranking leaders will join me to prevent compatriots from choosing to survive, only for the Silicon beings to manipulate humanity through us. Just as the chairman finished speaking and was about to pull out his gun to end his life, suddenly the screen flickered and Gu Jia's figure appeared. Chairman, wait. Compatriots, don't give up just yet. My plan has succeeded. There's no possibility of the Silicon race discovering the electromagnetic wave virus. Just wait a while, and the Silicon race will surely give up the attack. Please believe me. At the same time, the screen flickered again, and the Stone-S figure also appeared in the virtual conference room of the highest meeting of the United Alliance. Wait, our purpose is not to destroy humanity. As long as humanity no longer resists, everyone can live freely in heaven. The Silicon race only needs you to do research and development. We will not interfere with your lives. Humanity and the Silicon race can coexist completely. The Stone, who has always hated lying, chose to deceive humanity for the first time. The virtual conference room was silent. All the high-ranking humans were staring at the Stone. The chairman shook his head. The virtual image showed the handgun already pressed against his forehead. Good, yeah, if you hadn't rashly activated the electromagnetic wave virus. How would humanity have fallen into such a predicament? The Silicon beings Wu T have appeared on the moon. Because of you, humanity not only lost the moon, but also lost the time to resist. Gujia smiled, but did not respond to the chairman's words. Instead, he said, I believe the Stone will not lie. However, the freedom in heaven is not the freedom humanity needs. If the leader of the Stone race does not want both sides to suffer, please withdraw your troops. Once global nuclear explosions occur, the Silicon race will face at least 100 years of nuclear winter, as well as drastic atmospheric and geological disasters. If the leader withdraws the troops and hands over the humans in heaven, we can consider immigrating to Mars, leaving Earth to the Silicon race for development. As for the future, let us rely on our abilities. Chapter 52. The Final Battle 3. At the same time, the virtual conference room displayed real-time voting results, showing 300 million votes, with more than 20,000 votes in favor. Less than 30 seconds remained. Stone seemed to have made up his mind and quickly responded, "Okay, I agree to your request. Humans, the Silicon race will withdraw immediately. Please do not act impulsively." Stone was also anxious. The Eden was under viral attack, and the situation was still unknown. If there were a nuclear explosion, all of humanity on Earth would perish, and the Silicon race's plan to acquire human consciousness would be completely shelved. To regain it, they would have to wait until the Silicon race landed on Mars and captured humans. But if that happened, when the Silicon race would land on Mars would be an unknown. Although he had already made arrangements on Mars, it would not have a decisive impact. Humanity must be preserved. This matter concerned the future of the entire Silicon race. While logical analysis suggested that the total annihilation of Earth's humans was the optimal solution, eliminating most potential threats, Stone still felt he could not take that risk. First of all, Heaven could not withstand a nuclear bomb. This would mean that most of the achievements gained since the Silicon race initiated the surface invasion plan would be reset to zero, especially the captured humans. Individual Silicons would remain in their current state for a long time, with only Stone possessing complete consciousness, making technological breakthroughs extremely difficult. How long would it take him to reach a level capable of fighting on Mars and winning? Moreover, what if Mars faced a nuclear bomb as well, leaving the Silicon race with no future or hope? Secondly, the nuclear winter following a nuclear explosion would severely hinder the development of the Silicon race. The technological level of the Silicon race would stagnate while humanity continued to progress. It would be uncertain who would win or lose by then. Stone had never imagined that one day he would be threatened by the self-destruction of his enemies. Meanwhile, the image of Stone was replaced by footage of the Silicon race retreating. All the high-level officials in the virtual conference room looked at each other in disbelief. Was it really that easy? Well, in that case, to ensure the Silicon race won't go back on their word, I propose extending the countdown for the nuclear explosion vote by 1 minute every minute, keeping the voting channel open, but the public should refrain from voting for now. If the Silicon race breaches the contract, everyone will vote immediately to confirm whether to detonate. Mr. Chairman, can we extend the voting time first? Gujie quickly chimed in. Although he maintained a smile on the surface, his heart was extremely unsettled. The Silicons on the moon had never been taken seriously by Gujie. They were all made by his own hands, leaving behind some minor flaws, which was a routine operation. The newly conscious Stone was certainly no match for Gujie, whose thoughts were wildly imaginative. However, Gujie did not expect that the United Alliance would have the audacity to bury all the nuclear bombs, inciting the public to go down with them. While shocked, Gujie was also anxious. They must not implement a plan of mutual destruction. If that happened, not only would humanity on Earth be doomed, but his own plans would also collapse instantly, leaving no chance of success. Besides, his friends and family were all on Earth. After Gujie spoke, the chairman of the United Alliance glanced at the retreat footage playing on Stone's side, then looked at the voting interface where no had instantly surpassed yes, and let out a heavy sigh. Extend by 1 minute. As the chairman spoke, the voting interface's countdown reset, starting again from 60 seconds. Then, let all the Silicons parasitizing the human leaders leave. Don't try any tricks. Little Stone has already been captured by humans. After extracting memories, they will surely find a way to identify whether they have been parasitized. If the Silicon race deceives humanity. The chairman fixed his gaze on Stone, falling silent, but the meaning was clear. Stone's figure reappeared. Okay, all parasitic Silicons leave the human bodies. Stone only wanted to stabilize humanity temporarily, resolve the issues in Eden, and then upload the consciousness of all humans in heaven. Then acquire all the gametes of the humans in heaven. After that, they could build artificial wombs underground and launch an attack on humanity. By then, even if humanity initiated a nuclear explosion, it wouldn't matter, although it deviated slightly from his initial plan. At least the Silicon race could become a complete life civilization in the true sense. As Stone finished speaking, everyone waited. But 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. All Silicons had retreated to their base, yet none of the Silicons parasitizing human bodies left. Seeing this, Gujie breathed a sigh of relief, a barely noticeable smile playing at the corner of his mouth. It seemed my speculation was correct. All the parasitic Silicons and humans had developed their own consciousness. The likelihood of the plan's success had reached 100%. Stone, what does this mean? Don't tell me there are no Silicons parasitizing. In fact, Stone had had a bad feeling long before the chairman of the United Alliance demanded that the parasitic Silicons leave the human bodies. At this moment, that feeling had reached its peak. These Silicons were no longer obedient. Recalling how he had previously ordered all parasites to self-destruct, only to be rejected, Stone suddenly pointed at Gujie. Is it your electromagnetic virus? They no longer listen to me. Unwilling to sacrifice, afraid of death. Gujie promptly added, Indeed, it seems my virus works well. Perhaps you don't know, but once parasitic Silicons leave the human body, they cannot survive in the external environment due to their uniqueness. As soon as Gujie said this, everyone's eyes lit up. The turmoil caused by the series of events had made everyone feel uncertain, but at this moment, they suddenly felt a sense of reassurance and collectively turned their gaze towards Stone. However, no one noticed that Elder Zheng and the leader's expressions had not changed at all. I will announce the screening method. You all find the parasites and figure out a way yourselves. Stone dropped these words, and a document appeared out of thin air, landing in the hands of everyone in the virtual conference room. Before anyone could read it, several screams were suddenly heard. The next moment, a look of pain flashed across the chairman's face, followed by a dramatic change in his complexion. Moments later, the chairman spoke. I didn't expect there was one inside me too, and it refuses to come out. Allow the screening to start, and even threatens my life. The chairman looked at Stone with a mocking expression. It seems Gujie's virus is indeed impressive. Little guy inside me. You've caught the human's fear of death and instinct to survive, but you don't know that humans also have the spirit of martyrdom and generosity. Immediately study the screening method and screen everyone. As the chairman said the last sentence, blood flowed from his 7 orifices in the virtual image. At the same time, a voice shouted frantically in the chairman's mind, Withdraw the order, or I will make you wish you were dead. The chairman smiled, ignoring the voice's frantic shouting, allowing countless pains to spread throughout his body, and resolutely raised his pistol. Colleagues, I will go first. Chapter 53, the final battle for the virtual images, quickly disappeared. Although no one saw the fate of the chairman of the United faction, everyone understood what had happened. Gujie did not expect that the chairman would make such a choice, but upon reflection, it made sense. Only by perishing together with the Silicon being inside him could he ensure that humanity's currently weak nuclear deterrence would function properly. Otherwise, if the Silicon being used his body to do something, the consequences could be dire. Chairman, you are noble. We shall follow. As he spoke, several more images disappeared from the virtual conference room. At this moment, everyone understood what the chairman's words meant when he said he would take the first step. Ignorance might have been bliss, but those who had sensed the Silicon being inside them instantly grasped the chairman's intentions. Perhaps they had often clashed, disagreed politically, or even verbally attacked each other for ideological disputes. But at this moment, their thoughts were unified. With the disappearance of a few individuals, the entire virtual conference room finally calmed down, but inside everyone's hearts, there was a pent-up fire that could erupt at any moment. Everyone, this is your own choice. So don't blame me. Sure too spoke, cursing inwardly while becoming even more vigilant. Gujie's virus was so powerful. These parasites were directly copied consciousnesses. One could say they were akin to the royalty of the Silicon race, with knowledge and consciousness strength beyond that of ordinary Silicon beings. Yet, such exceptional individuals had been infected and could not self-repair, which was indeed frightening. No one paid attention to Shurtu. After a brief silence, the leader spoke up. In that case, let's immediately elect a proxy chairman to continue the current discussions. Everyone responded, and soon a new proxy chairman was born. The meeting decided that the countdown for nuclear weapons around the world would reset every minute according to Gurdjieff's proposal. Once the Silicon Race launched an attack, all of humanity could vote to choose whether to detonate or not. The Silicon Race temporarily abandoned all offensive means, and both sides maintained a precarious peace. After sure, two left to prevent the Silicon Race from infecting the metaverse and information transmission systems. All communication methods would undergo upgrades and be replaced with quantum communications. This ensured that when the Silicon Race attacked, humanity's nuclear launch vote would not be affected. As for Sure 2's demand for the parameters of Gurdjieff's electromagnetic wave virus, it was consciously abandoned by Sure 2 when a new chairman called for the public to vote again on detonation. Gurdjieff, how is the situation on the lunar base? In the virtual conference room, Elder Zheng asked. At this point, other matters had also been discussed, and all eyes were once again focused on Gurdjieff. Rest assured, Elder Zheng, there is nothing to worry about. The troubles will be resolved soon, Gurdjieff replied. Elder Zheng nodded, no longer asking further, and instead proposed everyone. Although humanity has temporarily avoided the danger of extinction, it does not mean we can rest easy. On the contrary, human civilization is now more dangerous than ever. We did not expect the Silicon Race to be deterred by the plan of mutual destruction. But I'm sure it is not, because the nuclear cleansing would trigger a nuclear winter, hindering the Silicon Race's development, nor because a global nuclear explosion would severely damage them. If we were in their position and had the chance to extinguish the Silicon Race, even at the cost of destroying half a civilization or regressing a civilization by 100 years, we would not hesitate to implement it. Excluding these two reasons, the answer is evident. Humanity's extinction is an unbearable outcome for the Silicon Race. So, what significance does humanity's existence hold for them? At this point, Elder Zheng turned to Gurdjieff. The virtual conference room fell silent. Although it was a simple analysis, everyone understood that Elder Zheng's speculation was absolutely correct. When it came to the relationship between humanity and the Silicon Race, no one understood it better than Gurdjieff, aside from the already deceased Wang Wengang. Gurdjieff sighed inwardly. He naturally understood the significance of humanity's existence to the Silicon Race, but now was not the time to reveal it. If possible, Gurdjieff even hoped humanity would never know. But could that be possible? At this moment, Gurdjieff could not help but recall Wang Wengang's half-squinted eyes through the fog. If it were you, would you want humanity to know? Perhaps there was hope, but certainly not now. Moreover, I have made changes to your plan, haven't I? Although it is only temporary, I believe I will succeed. I cannot follow your arrangement and let all humanity become the pets. Or rather, crops of the Silicon Race? Everyone, rather than considering the significance of humanity to the Silicon Race, we should find ways to develop during this brief period of peace. The disparity in military strength between both sides is too great. Although I guarantee that the electromagnetic wave virus will ultimately turn silicon beings into species friendly to humans. We must remain vigilant. We still need to develop. Gurdjieff shifted the conversation, and Elder Zheng closed his eyes, saying nothing more. If Gurdjieff did not speak, others could not either, and Gurdjieff's mention of the electromagnetic wave virus effectively blocked any further questioning. At least until the so-called electromagnetic wave virus succeeded or failed, they could not apply too much pressure on the other side. After a brief discussion, the representatives unanimously decided to continue the immigration plan, and the human gene bank that had set off earlier would proceed to Mars. From now on, we will fully transport humans, supplies, and equipment to the moon. Combat personnel, researchers, and children will travel to Mars via interstellar ships from the moon. Others will upload their consciousness at the lunar base, transporting every 1 million people to Mars at a time to prevent the consciousness immigration plan from being sabotaged by the Silicon Race. At the same time, an emergency construction of a human cloning center on Mars will be initiated along with the establishment of an artificial starch factory, the expansion of Mars City, and dedicated research into the Mars terraforming plan. This is to ensure that when the countdown deterrent fails or proves effective, as many individual human civilizations as possible will be preserved. As for the weapon development plan proposed by Gurdjieff, it was placed at the end of all plans. After this battle, the upper echelons of humanity did not harbor much hope for defeating the Silicon race. Of course, these preparations were based on the assumption that Gujie's plan would not succeed. This was understandable given that the so-called electromagnetic wave virus could change the Silicon race's cognition and make them friendly to humans was too far-fetched. Although current signs seemed to indicate that Gujie's virus had already taken effect, there was still no sense of security. Humanity had never been in the habit of relying on the enemy's nobility and kindness for their own safety. Well, if we fail, at least human civilization won't be instantly obliterated. However, Will Sure, too, who has already acquired the technology for uploading human consciousness, allowed humanity the time to realize all this. Gujie exited the virtual conference room and left the lunar missile base. At this moment, all the Silicon beings on the moon had already been captured. Report: 314 Silicon beings have been captured, with 30 of our side killed and 18 injured. The leader of the Lunar Security Forces stepped forward to report. But there was not a hint of respect in his eyes, only concealed anger. He knew little information, only that these Silicon beings had been created with Gujie's help. Before this, they were merely criminals serving sentences on the moon. And later, they reportedly blackmailed the highest council of the United Faction with their technological expertise to become the overall commander of the lunar base laboratory. And now, the latest news from the United Faction indicated that this guy had even been promoted to station master of the lunar base, responsible for all affairs there, still using the technology he had mastered to blackmail others. But were those technologies solely his achievements? They were the results of countless people's tireless efforts. The sacrifices of many comrades who had gone without food and rest just to ensure the laboratory's supplies were sufficient. How could it be just him? And because of him, 30 comrades had died. Very well, lock them all in the strong magnetic chamber. I will deal with them shortly. The soldiers who died and were injured will be handled according to the relevant regulations of the United Alliance. Gujie spoke in a calm tone. He could certainly see the anger on the other side's face, but he showed no sign of it. I don't want this either. I even hope we can take down the Silicon clan without sacrificing a single compatriot, but shaking his head, Gujie called a meeting with all departments. The United Alliance needs to transport supplies and people to the moon, and the base must undergo secondary construction. This matter could be resolved with a single statement, but making it a reality is not an easy task. Planning and construction all require meetings to make decisions. Even if it's just for show, they have to pretend. My plan has already been set in motion. Now it depends on the previous arrangements. But what if it's too late? Gujie understood very well why the stone abandoned the offensive. Now that the enemy has obtained the technology for uploading human consciousness, with the manufacturing capabilities of the Silicon clan, it won't take long. Perhaps within a month, all the humans in heaven will have uploaded themselves. By then, deterrence will be ineffective. Gujie knew that the rebellious humans were merely pawns. What the Silicon clan truly cared about was all the humans in heaven. Therefore, my plan must be implemented as soon as possible. If that's the case, let's stoke the fire. 10 minutes ago, in Africa, at the Silicon clan surface base, over 1,000 researchers successfully destroyed all the Silicon beings that were twisting chaotically due to logical confusion and gathered again. At this moment, Hong Jingshan was still lying in the equipment chamber, clearly still negotiating with the person who was going offline. We must leave quickly. Otherwise, once the Silicon beings send troops over, we won't have any chance, someone said, looking at Hong Jingshan. Yes, this is not the time for sentimentality. We must leave immediately. I believe Lao Hong wouldn't want us to waste time and opportunities waiting for him. In 2 years, considering our understanding of the Silicon clan, the entire human society probably has no one better than us. Everyone began to speak up and ultimately focus their attention on Lao Zhou. Lao Zhou's frail body trembled slightly as he glanced at Hong Jingshan with a complicated expression and lowered his head. He knew everyone was right, but could they really just give up on Lao Hong? Was there no other way? Lao Zhou. The crowd called softly. Lao Zhou. I will stay and wait for Lao Hong. You all leave first. Suddenly, a young man stood up from the crowd. Don't worry. Once Lao Hong wakes up, I will take him with me. I once served in the Air Force and am responsible for optimizing the Silicon clan's aircraft here. I will pilot the aircraft to take Lao Hong away. Trust me. The young man patted his chest, swearing with confidence. Lao Zhou, we can't wait any longer. After a moment, the young man sat down next to Hong Jingshan, waiting. A silicon transport aircraft tore through the sky, leaving the African continent and heading straight for the nearest branch of the United Human Alliance in Europe. At this moment, in the Silicon Clan's virtual world, Yishu and Garden, Da Xiong and Hong Jingshan were still in a standoff. Senior brother, you really can't agree. I haven't lived enough yet. What does the extinction of humanity have to do with me? As long as I'm alive, it doesn't matter whether humanity survives or not. Besides, what does it matter if the Silicon Clan rules? Aren't I ruled by others in human society? We are all serving others. What's the difference whether the master is human or ghost? Furthermore, here, I actually feel better than in human civilization. Happiness and joy are the meaning of life. Stop talking to me about responsibility and righteousness. That stuff won't make my life better. Da Xiong pressed Hong Jingshan down, watching the countdown with just over 30 minutes left, and said, once you leave, without the parameters of silicon consciousness, a logical virus based on human consciousness evolution will follow you offline, and you will still die. At that time, not just the users of the nutrient chambers will die. All of humanity could perish because of this, and I will sacrifice along with you. Da Xiong scoffed. So what? Living for even a second is worth it. As the old saying goes, it's better to live poorly than to die well. Why should I cut off my own path when there is hope for survival? Besides, the extinction of all humanity is your doing. Don't pin that on me. I don't want to take the blame. Also, who needs you to accompany me to death? I don't care. You can go offline right now. Since re-entering Yishu and Garden, Hong Jingshan had been trying to persuade Da Xiong, but Da Xiong simply wouldn't listen. In fact, it was understandable. Hong Jingshan thought that if someone came to him saying, buddy, let's die together, he would probably go berserk too. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. In the equipment chamber of the African Silicon Clan's ground base, the young man was still waiting by Hong Jingshan's side. In the underground base of the Australian Silicon Clan, Stone had ordered the production of human consciousness uploading devices while sharing the relevant technical parameters with the entire Silicon Clan. Of course, to prevent the spread of electromagnetic wave viruses, Stone used text, images, and voice for the first time. All inspectors report the situation, Stone ordered, and the command spread rapidly. Moments later, a Silicon being stepped forward to report. Chief, the inspectors found a total of 435 anomalies, of which 400 chose to self-destruct after being ordered to do so, and the rest were destroyed during their explanations. Stone sighed, no longer doubting Gu Jie's electromagnetic wave virus. Issue an order, the inspectors must strictly enforce it. Better to make mistakes than to let any infected individual go. Electromagnetic wave communication is absolutely prohibited. After issuing the order, follow me. I will connect to Yishu and Garden to take a look. At the same time, almost all Silicon beings had received information that Gu Jie had created an electromagnetic wave virus that would cause the Silicon beings to adopt human vices and ultimately willingly serve humanity. However, Stone was unaware that a tremendous change was occurring within the entire Silicon Clan. One Silicon being was destroyed because, during the fiercest fighting earlier, he squatted down to fix his gun. Our guns won't break. You're being lazy, the inspector said. Another Silicon being was destroyed because, while checking the battlefield for any surviving humans, he stared at a vase for too long. He wanted to claim it for himself, the inspector said. Another Silicon being was destroyed because he publicly complained that his achievements were not accurately recorded. The achievement statistics cannot be wrong. You are greedy, the inspector said. Another Silicon being was destroyed because a crystal photo of a human woman was found on him. It just blew in and fell into the gap of my weapon. He defended, but no Silicon being paid him any mind. Another one was destroyed. Another one was destroyed. The inspector abused his power. He was infected. Some Silicon beings analyzed that the inspector's behavior was unreasonable and questioned him, leading to the inspector being destroyed. Chapter 54. The Final Battle. 5 Other observers, after logical analysis, believed that the Silicon beings were not at fault, and raised questions about the Silicon being who had a 1 chance of being infected by the electromagnetic wave virus. The Silicon beings carried out the commands of the Stone Patriarch, and those who resisted were destroyed. On this day, Gu Jie, who was on the moon, was anxious about whether his arrangements would be effective and was still contemplating other ways to facilitate the plan. On this day, all Silicon beings at the surface base of the Silicon tribe on the African continent were collectively infected by a logic virus due to their connection to the Silicon tribe's virtual world, the Garden of Ishuan, with none surviving under the stone's decisive actions. On this day, more than 1,000 scientists, who had disappeared for nearly 2 years, collectively returned. On this day, every minute was a countdown to human life. The stone knew nothing of what was happening with the Silicon tribe. To cut off the transmission pathways, the Silicon beings who switched to other forms of communication did not report the news to the stone immediately. Moreover, at this time, the stone had already connected to the device and entered the Silicon tribe's virtual world, the Garden of Ishuan. I beg you, Daxiong, there are only 2 minutes left before this place can be destroyed. If you go out now, you are carrying a logic virus that is almost perfectly evolved, and it is targeted at humans. Furthermore, the stone has cut off all connections between the Silicon beings and the Garden of Ishuan. If you go offline now, and the intelligent robots over there in heaven are destroyed just like the surface base in Africa, what will you do? Without their operation, you will still drown in a nutrient tank. It would be better to cancel it immediately. You and I are fighting for the survival of human civilization. Hong Jingshan was still trying to persuade Daxiong earnestly. If this were reality, he would have probably worn out his voice by now. Unfortunately, Daxiong remained unmoved. Instead, when he heard that there were still 2 minutes until the destruction of the Garden of Ishuan, he showed joy. With 30 seconds left in the countdown to going offline, that meant he had plenty of time. Shut up. If you want to die, die. In the face of life, Daxiong did not believe that anything else could compare. He understood the grand principles that Hong Jingshan spoke of, but understanding was one thing, and taking action was another. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Daxiong would not give up. Hong Jingshan was in despair. He had already foreseen that once Daxiong successfully went offline and unleashed the logic virus on human society, he would be the center of the entire civilization. At this moment, boundless regret consumed Hong Jingshan's soul. How could this happen? The plan was clearly well laid out. Entering the Garden of Ishuan was to explain the plan, and the Silicon beings would come to stop it, completely spreading the virus. Even in the Silicon beings' attempt to solve the virus, the logic virus would continuously evolve, reaching a perfect form. By then, the Silicon tribe would be thrown into chaos, and the entire Garden of Ishuan would be destroyed, which would be the moment for humanity to counterattack. Thus, even if a few humans were infected by the logic virus in the Garden of Ishuan, it wouldn't matter since it evolved based on Silicon beings' consciousness, posing relatively little harm to human consciousness. Moreover, human communication did not rely on brain waves, which could minimize harm. Any minor oversights could be closely monitored or even directly exterminated if necessary. At that time, humanity would achieve complete victory, and heaven would be under human control, making it not too difficult to eliminate unstable factors. But now, everything was completely different. The stone ordered all Silicon beings connected to the Garden of Ishuan to self-destruct, directly cutting off the possibility of Hong Jingshan's plan succeeding. Are you the one behind this? The stone instantly appeared beside Hong Jingshan and Daxiong. Daxiong was momentarily stunned, but Hong Jingshan's eyes immediately lit up. The despair he had just felt was instantly replaced with excitement. The surprise came too suddenly. Although the logic virus had completely evolved according to the blueprint of human consciousness, as long as the stone did not log off before the destruction of the Garden of Ishuan, it could be directly erased. Without the stone, the Silicon tribe would not be completely defeated. It's me. The logic virus is about to destroy the Garden of Ishuan, and you won't have a chance to stop it. Hong Jingshan pushed Daxiong, who was in a daze, aside and gritted his teeth. He had to hide the joy in his heart and delay the opponent until the moment of destruction in the Garden of Ishuan. If he could provoke the opponent to start cleaning up the virus now, that would be even better. Oh, the stone seemed to sense the changes in the entire Garden of Ishuan and paused to ask, humans really have a unique advantage. A logic virus? Quite interesting. I must say, your idea is very good. Haha, I don't have to die. Daxiong suddenly laughed wildly and shouted before disappearing in an instant. The stone glanced at the spot where Daxiong had vanished without paying it any mind, but instead looked at Hong Jingshan with great interest. a virus that directly affects thought, interfering with logical operations, disrupting consciousness judgment. Not bad, not bad, very good. If left unchecked, it might indeed bring considerable disaster to my tribe. The stone seemed in no hurry at all and instead praised Hong Jingshan. Although Hong Jingshan did not know what the stone was plotting, since the other party was not in a hurry to leave or deal with a logic virus that was nearing perfection, he was happy to engage in idle chatter. Thank you for the compliment. The rigidity of the Silicon tribe's thinking has also amazed us. Hong Jingshan's sarcasm did not anger the stone. Instead, the other party nodded in approval. You are right. Humans indeed have many ingenious ideas, but soon, my tribe will also possess this capability. This virus has indeed given me considerable inspiration. Your talent. Since that's the case, let me make you the first member of the cloud platform. What? Although he understood each word, Hong Jingshan did not comprehend the meaning behind the stone's words. In the next moment, Hong Jingshan's expression changed. Countless image parameters rapidly compressed from around him and surged into the stone's body. In just a moment, the entire garden of Yixuan vanished. In its place was a small white cloud. At this moment, Hong Jingshan was standing on the white cloud with the unchanged stone beside him. The garden of Yixuan was merely a facade. Of course, your initial suggestion was also good. At least it saved my tribe a lot of time and resources in managing humans. Meanwhile, in the equipment cabin of the African Silicon tribe's surface base, the ground suddenly shook and the next moment it cracked open. In the shocked gaze of a young man, a black, shuttle-shaped object shot out of the ground. Almost simultaneously as the shuttle-shaped object burst forth, a group of robots emerged, spreading out like wings. Not good. The young man's face changed drastically, and he shook Hong Jingshan while shouting, Old Hong, are you okay? Hurry up and leave. Swish. The dart gun muzzles all pointed at the young man, and his movements instantly froze. In just about 10 seconds, 2 robots grabbed the young man and placed him on the shuttle-shaped object, while the other robots quickly modified the equipment cabin. In the blink of an eye, a device identical to the consciousness upload device that Gujie had built on the moon was completed. At the same time, the data lines originally connected to Hong Jingshan were pulled by the robots and connected to the consciousness upload device. Buzz! The sound of electricity came, and Hong Jingshan's body twitched violently before becoming motionless. At that moment, the image of Hong Jingshan on the cloud platform suddenly shattered and then reassembled in an instant. Very good. The stone spoke again as the first consciousness of the consciousness cloud. I believe you will become the most outstanding existence of my tribe. As the stone finished speaking, Hong Jingshan's entire image was rapidly engulfed by the white cloud beneath him. What is this? Unable to move, Hong Jingshan felt that just moments ago, his sense of existence here had changed dramatically. If it had felt like a mirage before, at this moment, everything became incredibly real. Countless information streams rapidly swirled around the stone's body, and a cold voice rang out beside Hong Jingshan's gradually disappearing form. It's all right to tell you. The cloud platform is the most precious existence of the Garden of Yixuan. My clan, apart from me, possesses a complete consciousness akin to that of humans. The other clan members are advanced intelligent beings whose logic and memory are no less than those of humans, but they lack human emotions. Well, in Gujie's words, apart from me, all the Silicon clan members have awareness but no consciousness. And the cloud platform is where our clan stores consciousness. In the future, every newly born Silicon person, after obtaining a replicated awareness from the mother body, will download the stored human consciousness from the cloud platform. From now on, we Silicon beings will no longer be constrained by rigid thinking and unable to develop. Hong Jingshan's eyes widened in disbelief at all this. In the future, humans will become the crops for our clan to produce consciousness. We will not exterminate humans, just as you will never give up on food. You can rest assured. As he spoke, Hong Jingshan's image vanished from the cloud platform with boundless shock, and a stream of data was absorbed into the body of Shirtu. Where Hong Jingshan disappeared, a fish-shaped glow swayed in the clouds, ignorant and unaware. Shirtu's entire body flickered with data, and after a long time, it gradually calmed down. What a troublesome logic virus. if I hadn't read Hong Jingshan's memories and grasped the ins and outs of the virus. It might have taken several times longer to clear it. Sure, two sighed, and then disappeared from the cloud platform. Meanwhile, in the outside world, at the Australian underground Silicon Clan base, Sure unplugged the data cables from his body and stood up. Issue orders. All related equipment in Issue and Garden must be destroyed and remade, and heavy troops must guard the cloud platform server to ensure absolute safety. Unless the Silicon Clan is destroyed, the safety of the cloud platform must be guaranteed. Sure issued the command and then inquired about the production status of the consciousness upload equipment. Chief, the consciousness upload equipment has been successfully replicated and is currently being accelerated in production, with an expected daily output of over 1,000 units, a Silicon person reported. Why is it so slow? Chief, many of our clan members have been destroyed due to infection by the electromagnetic wave virus, and more are still in the investigation phase. So our production capacity is currently limited. Sure sighed. The defense against the electromagnetic wave virus must not be relaxed. But the construction of the consciousness upload equipment cannot be delayed. We need to increase efforts. Remembering the logic virus he had just spent immense effort to eliminate, Sure felt a heavy heart. The electromagnetic wave virus must be controlled. Even if it costs the lives of more clan members, we must cut off the transmission chain. Just thinking about Gujie's description of the Silicon Clan adopting all the bad habits of humans and then willingly serving humans filled Sure with panic. Initially, when he created his own Wangwen gang, it was done this way, making himself willingly serve humans. If it weren't for the unforeseen circumstances that made him aware of the value of his own existence, he might still be a tool for humans to explore geology. Wangwen gang, are you really dead? Why do I feel that everything Gujie is doing is what you taught him? Sure murmured to himself, but it was already too late. Soon, there would be a continuous stream of consciousness uploaded to the cloud platform, and the Silicon Clan would give birth to more and more complete beings like me. With our clan's superior conditions, we would soon be able to fly out of Earth and surpass humans, occupying the solar system, the stars, and the sea. The civilization of the universe is also the aspiration of our Silicon Clan. As for the so-called human resistance plans like the Fire Sea Plan, the Heavenly Curtain Plan, and the Jade Shatter Plan, they would soon be irrelevant. Issue orders. All heavenly humans must be transferred to the underground base to ensure their safety. Extract and preserve the genes of everyone. Sure issued a series of commands, and his subordinates went to execute them. However, the originally highly efficient Silicon Clan was greatly hindered in executing all commands due to the presence of the monitors. When transferring heavenly humans, a Silicon person who helped a fallen human female was destroyed. He must have been infected, threatening human women. The monitors said, constantly, Silicon beings were destroyed at the hands of their own kind. Yet Sure was completely unaware of this. The electromagnetic wave communication method was cut off, and the verbally conveyed information took a long time to reach the higher-ups. When the news finally reached the higher-ups, upon hearing such a massive number of deaths, the Silicon beings analyzed that their subordinates had been infected and were reporting falsehoods, leading to executions. In one day, 300 consciousness upload devices were completed and transported to the Australian underground base. Meanwhile, in the Australian paradise, humans transferred 500,000 people to the underground. Among the 500,000, all men over 40 years old and women over 35 years old uploaded their consciousness to the cloud platform. The bodies were frozen for preservation, to be used as nourishment for cloning. At this moment, the consciousness upload devices manufactured by humans on the moon numbered only 50. The first batch of transport ships flying to the moon had already taken off, all crewed by children under 18. They would fly to Mars after replenishing energy on the moon. Meanwhile, Gujie was in the lunar base command room, talking with Gao Yi. Gujie, you called for me. At this moment, Gao Yi's mood was quite complex. On one hand, he felt guilty for not identifying the Silicon beings parasitizing the high level during hypnosis. And on the other hand, he was excited about successfully cooperating with Gujie's plan. Without Gujie's electromagnetic wave virus, humanity would basically have no hope. Everyone knew that the 60-second countdown maintained by nuclear bombs could not save humanity. There's something I need your help with, Gu Jie said expressionlessly, calmly speaking. After thinking for nearly a day, Gu Jie finally found a plan that could promote this initiative. Chapter 55. The final battle, 6. The communication was brief. After hanging up, Gao Teng went directly to find Old Zheng. Gao Teng, who had always been known for his calm demeanor, showed his shock for the second time. Moments later, Old Zheng and Gao Teng entered a fully shielded room alone, with all external facilities turned off, leaving only the device for counterfactual communication. Old Zheng activated the equipment, and after a moment, Gu Jie's voice came through. Old Zheng, I apologize. There are some aspects of the extermination plan I have formulated that need to remain confidential for now and cannot be disclosed. My previous concealment was also to ensure the smooth implementation of the plan. I hope Old Zheng does not take offense. Old Zheng pursed his lips, wanting to speak, but then closed his mouth again. This counterfactual communication device was unidirectional, only capable of capturing Gu Jie's voice and transmitting it here. Now that the plan had been initiated, there were still unstable factors, so I wanted Old Zheng to cooperate with Gao Teng to give a boost to the extermination plan. If all goes smoothly, I believe the Silicon Tribe will soon be finished. Gu Jie paused for a moment and continued. Of course, there are exceptions. If the Silicon Tribe cannot be exterminated within a month, humanity may have no other chance. At that point, we can only saying this. Gu Jie paused again before saying, forget it. If it comes to that, we will talk then. There are some things I didn't need to let Old Zheng know, which I have already discussed with Gao Teng. Now, I need Old Zheng. As Gu Jie spoke, Old Zheng's eyes sparkled with interest. It was no wonder Wang Wengang had valued him. His thoughts were indeed imaginative. Although Old Zheng did not understand why Gu Jie was so confident that this would work, the events that needed to be implemented next were indeed a high-level strategy. For a long time, humanity had been seeking to solve problems with violence or force, or relying on technology or strength to confront the opponent. At the very least, they had to create a nuclear deterrent similar to what countries did over 100 years ago, making the Silicon Tribe cautious and afraid to act recklessly. Yet, no one had ever thought of seeking solutions through the wisdom crystallized from ancient civilizations. The Sky Curtain Plan, known only to him and Chairman Ye, was merely a simple deception, not even qualifying as a proper ruse. Having witnessed the power of the Silicon Tribe's anti-gravity weapons, Old Zheng had long since lost hope for the success of the Sky Curtain Plan. The fragile Sky Curtain was virtually useless in the face of anti-gravity weapons. Attempting to deplete the atmosphere globally or inject cooling or toxic substances was evidently not feasible. Was this supporting a puppet or sowing discord? Old Zheng turned off the counterfactual communication receiving device and pondered for a moment. Received. Old Zheng operated his smart wearable, switched to the lunar communication channel, and sent Gu Jie 2 words. He then made arrangements. From today onward, there would be no need to monitor Gu Jie at appropriate times. He turned off the counterfactual communication regarding Gu Jie. Old Zheng sighed. Although Gu Jie hadn't mentioned it, he understood from Gu Jie's words that the other party likely already knew about the surveillance equipment on him. At the lunar base, Gu Jie received the message sent by Old Zheng and smiled slightly. At this moment, he was sitting in his spacesuit beneath the lunar missile launch pad, staring blankly at the dark and profound universe, just like the day before. Life, civilization, the meaning of existence, these things have no standard. Only through striving can one pursue self-actualization, perhaps. Being on the road is the answer. Just as movement is absolute. The path I take may be different from yours. But what does that matter? Big brother, even if I am wrong, I am still pushing the gears of human civilization forward after a moment of daydreaming. Gu Jie pulled back his thoughts. He believed that aside from the plan hinted at by Wang Wengang, his own plan was currently humanity's only chance. As for the news from Earth about the logic virus created by scientist Hong Jingshan, while it was indeed a brilliant design, in creating it would require top-tier genius, at least much more capable than himself. He felt that even without any accidents, it might not be effective against the Silicon Tribe. After all, the characteristics of Silicon beings were essentially that they lacked consciousness, being advanced artificial intelligence. Using a computer virus designed by human brains to counter the computer itself was truly not easy. Given the powerful computational efficiency of the silicon brain, the virus's effectiveness will be limited, even if it was a logic virus capable of evolution. Moreover, while he wasn't too sure about ordinary silicon beings, Stone, as a complete silicon being, possessed consciousness comparable to any human being and would certainly build a super high-speed computing unit or processor. That was where the real Stone was. Perhaps what everyone saw as Stone was merely one of his many execution terminals. Such a massive existence, perhaps even more powerful than humanity's Galaxy series supercomputers, would naturally have no trouble dealing with a mere logic virus. It was just a pity for a talented individual. Hopefully, he could survive and leave Africa. As for the information mentioning that Hong Jingshan was going to prevent humans from going offline in the Yishuan Garden, Gujie thought that while this act was heroic, it was not worth it. Even if the virus was transmitted to humans, since it strictly belonged to the realm of information or consciousness, it wasn't T-biological in nature, making it not so easy to spread among humans. Even if my plan succeeds, I would ultimately still have to face Stone and engage in a solo battle. At this moment, all arrangements were ready. Gujie sat quietly for a moment before returning. He still needed to find targeted methods to eliminate Stone. The chaos among the Silicon tribe continued. The underground base in Australia was the headquarters of the Silicon tribe, where most of the research and high-level Silicon beings lived, boasting top-tier knowledge reserves and computational power. Additionally, with Stone at the helm, while the number of suspected infected individuals was significant, it was not as exaggerated as in other places. The most severe situation was in the underground base where combat units were located, with a continuation of chaos. Nearly 1/10 of the Silicon beings had been destroyed, and at this moment, the news finally reached Stone. 230 million? So many infected? Stone was shocked, but also found it hard to believe. He had issued a command to terminate electromagnetic wave communication as soon as he learned that the electromagnetic wave virus created by Gujie had spread and caused changes. Logically, the source of infection between infected individuals should have been instantly cut off. In principle, aside from the initial infected individuals, no new infected individuals should arise. But in such a short time, could such a massive number of infections really occur? Or were the humans, apart from infection caused by Gujie sending Little Stone down, still continuously releasing electromagnetic wave viruses elsewhere? At this moment, Stone couldn't help but suspect that the process of Gujie releasing the virus was merely a ruse, and that the electromagnetic wave virus had already been manufactured at other human resistance gathering sites. Otherwise, why would the vast majority of infected individuals erupt in the military? The most likely reason was that during an offensive, humans activated the electromagnetic wave virus launch device, causing the infection. Stone did not doubt the authenticity of the electromagnetic wave virus because he had already confirmed its existence in his consciousness. Find an infected individual and bring them to me. I want to see for myself what the electromagnetic wave virus is like. Stone recalled the process of communicating with Little Stone and other infected individuals parasitizing within humans, initiating multiple self-checks again without finding any abnormalities. It seemed he had not been infected, now connected with the cloud platform, as long as it was a virus. There was nothing I couldn't detect. Stone trusted his judgment. Previously, he had been influenced by the described strangeness of the virus. Now, he wanted to see just how strange this virus could really be. Shurtu felt that with his current computing power, eliminating the virus infecting Gujie was not a problem at all, and he shouldn't even have trouble finding the virus's traces. Moments later, a Silicon being was brought up. Tribe leader, while he was uploading consciousness to a human woman, he touched the woman's mammary glands. The inspector believes this is a display of lust, and he has been infected by the virus. It's important to note that the process of uploading human consciousness does not require this step. The Silicon being spoke, and after listening, Shurtu said, "That makes sense. He should be infected. You all keep monitoring. I will connect with him and see. If I detect anything abnormal, I will send a signal, and you must immediately cut off my connection with the cloud platform." The other Silicon beings complied, putting the Silicon being, who was constantly arguing that he just lost his balance and was trying to steady himself, into a device. Meanwhile, Shurtu entered a nearby device. A lid-like apparatus connected Shur-2 and the silicon being's spherical bodies. At the lid connected to Shur-2, there was a tube about the thickness of a human arm, leading to a dark passage deep underground, unfathomably deep. At the other end of the lid connected to the silicon being was the device Shur-2 was in. The button was pressed, and the hum of electricity sounded, causing the silicon being to become instantly immobile. In silicon terms, the silicon being had now turned into a storage device akin to a human USB drive, and should his consciousness instantly entered the being's body. With the unimaginable computing power of the cloud platform, in less than 1/10,000th of a second, all consciousness overlapping with Shur-2 in the silicon being was filtered out. No anomalies were found, so Shur-2 chose to delete the data. Then in one more second, he filtered the unique consciousness thousands of times. No anomalies found. Should his thoughts paused, feeling it was unbelievable. After checking several more times, he still found no abnormalities. Moreover, through reading the other being's consciousness, Shur-2 discovered that the silicon being touching the human woman's mammary glands was indeed due to the nearby silicon being accidentally bumping into him, causing him to lose his balance and stumble as he steadied himself against the other being's organ. What is going on? Shur-2 was confused. Could it be that he really wasn't infected with the virus, and this was just a coincidence? After countless rechecks, there were still no unusual findings. Exiting the silicon being's body, Shur-2 left the device. Go, bring 10 more over. Shur-2 did not disclose the results of his previous checks, nor did he mention that the being might have been wronged. Before withdrawing his consciousness, he deleted all data in the being's chip. Now, that silicon being was nothing more than an informationless idiot. The wait for Shur-2 was not long, and soon another infected silicon being was brought in. Shur-2 inquired about the reasons for the infection one by one, then connected to the device, using the cloud platform's immeasurable computing power to check each one. What shocked Shur-2 was that after his inquiries, he determined that all the silicon beings had been infected. However, during the consciousness checks, none of the 10 silicon beings showed any abnormalities. Even more astonishing was that each silicon being had a logical reason for choosing or doing what they had described earlier. Shur-2 deleted all the silicon beings' information, leaving 11 idiots in the hall. Perhaps it was all just coincidence. They had not been infected. Shur-2 did not believe that his computing power could fail to find even the traces of a virus. He still did not reveal the inspection results, but ordered more infected individuals to be brought in for verification. However, at this moment within the Human Alliance, apart from the gripping 60-second countdown, there was another major news gripping everyone's heart. The little Shur-2, originally wanted for capture, had killed a guard during interrogation and escaped. Moreover, to prevent little Shur-2 from deceiving humans during the interrogation, the electromagnetic wave virus infecting him had already been eliminated before the questioning. At this moment, in the Australian paradise, Da Xiong was staggering forward, surrounded by countless bustling people in line. I'm still alive, he thought, huh? Do you think I'll accompany you to death? How could that be? ISNT living good? Why seek death? While enduring physical discomfort, Da Xiong cursed fiercely in his heart. Damn it, just wait. I'll dominate the Ishuan Garden invincibly, and in reality, I can still thrive. Thinking of happy things, Da Xiong couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, brother, what are you laughing about? Move forward, there's a big gap. A man's voice came from behind, pushing Da Xiong. Get lost, who asked you to care? Da Xiong snapped back, turning his head to roar. Only then did he painfully move forward. The man was taken aback by Da Xiong's outburst, but quickly grew furious and stepped forward to shove Da Xiong down. Da Xiong fell hard, and a surge of anger instantly rose. Flipping over despite the pain and lunging at the man to start punching, the man didn't expect Da Xiong to counterattack and was stunned at first, but once he reacted, he didn't hold back either, and the two began to grapple. The other people in line nearby whistled and shouted in excitement. Damn it, beat him to death. The two fought more fiercely, completely unaware of the dark barrels of the silicon beings maintaining order. Stop immediately, or I will shoot. Bang! The silicon being fired a shot at the ground, instantly creating a basketball-sized pit, empty inside. With their lives threatened, the two immediately ceased their fighting. They silently stood up, glaring at each other, anger spreading throughout their bodies. The silicon being's gunfire startled the onlookers, and the gazes of a few nearby spectators gradually shifted. As order was restored and the line slowly moved forward, the looks from those few people towards Daxiong and the man had transformed into flames of fury. Chapter 56. The final battle subtle. After the earlier incident, all humans obediently lined up according to the demands of the silicon beings, not daring to act out again. The two shots fired earlier were too terrifying, capable of shooting invisible energy orbs out of thin air, moving at lightning speed. Looking at the devastation on the ground, no one believed they could withstand such power after leaving Ishuan. Was it some kind of plasma weapon? Some weakly speculated. Moreover, the silicon beings had made it very clear that a new peace agreement had been reached with the human rebels, and now all humans in paradise needed to relocate to the silicon underground base. On one hand, this was to better construct a habitat for human survival and to develop the permissions and levels of Ishuan to the maximum extent, ensuring the free lives of all humans in paradise. On the other hand, it was also for the safety of all humans in paradise. After all, the 60-second countdown to death hung over all living beings on Earth like a sword. Once the precarious peace bubble burst, paradise would be unable to withstand a nuclear attack. Only by residing in the silicon underground base could the safety of everyone be maximized. Naturally, the humans living in paradise accepted this with pleasure. Furthermore, when the silicon beings notified the humans in paradise, they also displayed the interface of nearly 30,000 nuclear bombs connected to the human metaverse, which was currently undergoing a nationwide vote, along with relevant explanations. Upon seeing this interface, the vast majority of humans in paradise expressed their anger almost immediately. What difference is there from treating human life as grass? Words like despicable and shameless were quickly directed at the human rebels in paradise. Although they were all humans, at this moment, the humans in paradise looked down on the others infinitely and did not consider themselves to be on the same level, especially Daxiong. He had almost been scared to death in Ishuan, and after finally logging off, he discovered that apart from himself, no one else using the nutrient pod had logged off. Moreover, the two intelligent robots that had served him last time had vanished without a trace. This time, it took Daxiong 2 full hours to crawl out of the nutrient pod, feeling the slow recovery of his body with pain. He was both happy and furious. Before logging off, he had already received deductions from Hong Jingshan, but when he truly encountered the situation, he still felt boundless rage surging within him. Damn it, not a single good thing. Daxiong was unhappy, and he cursed the silicon beings too. After finally escaping from that strange nutrient storage place, Daxiong looked back at the towering building, recalling the conversation between Hong Jingshan and the last arrival, sure to, with a cold sneer. Moments later, Daxiong had walked far away and arrived at the residential area. Gazing at the thick black smoke rising in the distance, Daxiong finally felt a little more relaxed. After returning to the place where he first arrived in paradise, he had not rested long before he received a notice from the silicon beings to all citizens of paradise. Daxiong then joined the crowd in the apartment who were at a loss due to the sudden disappearance of Ishuan, lining up to enter the silicon underground base. Survival was the priority. The terrifying countdown to death was indeed too frightening. In times of peace, although he had never witnessed a nuclear explosion, the historical records about the power of nuclear bombs were still deeply etched in people's memories. After all, this was the most destructive weapon humanity had ever created. However, Daxiong's anger was still rising. Everything he saw rubbed him the wrong way, though he couldn't quite articulate what he was angry about. Eager to vent this anger, he nonetheless held it back. He had to endure. His life was at stake. Daxiong and a few others were also panting, trying to suppress their anger. They were all smart people and understood that this was not the time to vent. After a moment, it was finally Daxiong's turn. Under the guidance of the silicon beings, he passed through the scanner. The next moment, he saw his information flashing on the screen next to the scanner. Name, age, and so on. Please confirm the accuracy. The silicon being spoke, and Daxiong carefully examined the information for any discrepancies and satisfied, nodded. Confirmed accurate. Good. You, number 135877, youth group. Daxiong nodded and under the direction of the Silicon Beings, entered the giant shuttle-shaped drilling ship of the Silicon Beings. The wait was not long, but by the time Daxiong arrived at the Silicon base, there were already not many people left queuing in the Australian paradise. Although there were many people here, the transportation was faster compared to other places because of the proximity to the Silicon base. However, at this moment, Shur2 was still frantically connecting suspected infected individuals at the base. So far, Shur2 had examined over 500 Silicon Beings. Unfortunately, he still found nothing. The closer it got to the end, the heavier his mood became. Now, he lay in the equipment, unable to rise or speak. His subordinates continuously placed the suspected infected individuals he had searched one by one into the equipment to connect with Shur2, waiting for the other party to convulse and go blank before placing their bodies aside. What was going on? Why were there not even tiny traces? This was impossible. Could it be that Gajia's electromagnetic wave virus had developed to such an extent? Even a server with computing power stronger than the Galaxy series couldn't find any issues? As time passed, a terrifying thought quietly arose in Shida's mind. I haven't discovered anything so far. Could it be? While Shur2 was puzzled, a message suddenly appeared in the human metaverse. To be honest, the human metaverse was too rudimentary, and coupled with the negligence of the highest council of the Allied camp regarding this aspect, the security of the metaverse was indeed too poor. Anyone could hack in and vent their frustrations. Gajia, although the electromagnetic wave virus you used was bizarre and abnormal. Don't forget, I have been monitoring your every move within your body from the beginning. Everything you do cannot escape my notice. Now, not only have I neutralized your virus, but I have also successfully returned to the Silicon Beings. Just wait for me. Humanity may not be destroyed, but you must die. Upon seeing the message, the rebels immediately understood what was going on. Damn, little Shur2 managed to escape back? What were those people in the Allied camp doing watching over little Shur2? How could he get away? If they are useless, it would be better to execute them. The metaverse erupted with condemnation. In the virtual conference room of the highest council, the newly appointed interim chairman wore a worried expression. He had just taken over the mess left by the former leader and had yet to sort out any clues. Those idiots had just told him that their only captive, little Shur2, had actually escaped. To make matters worse, the other party had the audacity to send a message in the metaverse. Was this a challenge to Gajia? No. This was to soften the public. Look, I only punished the main culprit. The rest are not pursued. Don't be afraid. Those who should come to paradise can come. And those who can't come are not a problem. As long as you don't resist, you are not my Silicon Tribe's enemy. Meanwhile, all Silicon Beings receive the message sent by little Shur2 from our Region 3 Silicon Underground base. This message did not comply with Shur2's order not to use electromagnetic wave transmission methods. Instead, it activated the electromagnetic communication equipment of the Silicon Tribe's base in Region 3, instantly spreading to all Silicon Beings. I have received news that our tribe has nearly 400 million people destroyed due to infection. Our total population is less than 2 billion. And in such a short time, 400 million people have been destroyed. If we do not stop this development, won't our tribe be completely wiped out? The electromagnetic wave virus spread by Gajia is indeed bizarre and difficult to detect. But that does not mean the electromagnetic wave virus cannot be removed and can only be cut off through drastic measures. All infected individuals can come to me for treatment. Upon hearing this, other Silicons found it reasonable, but Stone was incredulous. Destroyed 400 million? How is that possible? In fact, after my analysis, I believe all Silicons are currently infected, including the leader. This has caused such a massive loss. For those who are infected, but not severely, and can still distinguish right from wrong, please come to base number 3 to clear the virus. Those who are severely infected may be reluctant to come. So I asked the tribe members to bring them for the sake of Silicon civilization. Of course, most importantly, I request the tribe leader to come here to clear the virus. It is not that I do not want to actively go to other bases for clearing, but after the leader issued the order to destroy the infected at base number 3, there are not many tribe members left. I have already cleared the virus from them. But as the only remaining healthy Silicons of the entire Silicon tribe, I worry that if we go to help other bases with severe infections, we might end up walking into a trap. Little Stone's words were not brief, but the meaning was clear. all silicons in the world are infected, and only he and the silicons at base number 3 are healthy. He is now inviting all tribe members who could discern right from wrong to come for treatment, specifically urging the tribe leader to come first. He does not want to go out of concern that the remaining healthy silicons might be attacked by the infected. Little Stone's message is one-sided, and all silicons cannot respond. After listening, all silicons begin to self-check again. No abnormalities. Then, based on all of Stone's commands, they start to judge and conclude that the probability of the tribe leader being infected is 90. Leader, I suggest you go to base number 3 immediately for treatment. Then obtain the treatment method and return to the main base to treat the populace. One silicon proposed in front of Stone. Nonsense. How could I possibly be infected? It is Little Stone who has long been infected by Gujia. Although I don't know how he escaped, given the importance humans place on this. The chance of Little Stone successfully escaping is less than 1 in 1,000. To make such a statement at this moment is undoubtedly still in a state of infection. Send the order down. All tribe members do not need to worry. Proceed as usual. Recount the number of destroyed infected. The subordinate went down to issue the order, while Stone sat dazed in the cabin thinking. Little Stone's words, though Stone remained indifferent, had already begun to unsettle his heart. Am I really infected and unaware? Has Little Stone really been cured, or has he completely pledged allegiance to humans? Stone fell into self-doubt and calculations about Little Stone. Little Stone's message in the metaverse was received by Gujia immediately. Very good. The auxiliary plan has already taken effect halfway. Next, it depends on your performance. I hope you won't disappoint me. Gujia read the message sent from Earth with a blank expression, sighing inwardly as he continued to command all lunar residents to work. Meanwhile, everything happening within the Silicon tribe remained unknown to the outside world. Days passed, and the Human United faction stepped up efforts, reallocating ships from the Sky Curtain plan to transport equipment, resources, and population to the moon, while Stone continued his search for the electromagnetic wave virus. The number of silicons destroyed due to his orders had been counted, exceeding the 400 million described by Little Stone, forcing Stone to change his previous orders. He would no longer destroy the infected on-site, but instead concentrate them for transport to the Australian Silicon base, where he would personally inspect them. The number of silicons turned into idiots gradually increased, but given the massive population base, it was not a significant issue. However, no one knew that at this moment in the Australian paradise, in a building that had been emptied of important supplies and equipment, a cockroach was quietly crawling. It crawled out from a corner of the building, waving its antennae in the air, and quickly advanced through the cracks in the bricks, disappearing into the grass. Moments later, at the spot where the cockroach had passed, another cockroach followed in its footsteps. After a while, a swarm of cockroaches suddenly surged out from the corner of the wall, flooding into the grass like a torrent, with more cockroaches stacking up behind them, layer upon layer, densely packed. Soon, the grass was overwhelmed by the tide of cockroaches, and the cockroaches inside the building continued to emerge. This building was where the Xiong's body had been stored. At this moment, in a grid that resembled a drawer in a morgue, countless cockroaches crawled out one after another, seemingly endless. If someone were here, they would surely be horrified. It wasn't just the terrifying number of cockroaches, but these cockroaches were completely different from the ones in human society during peacetime. Not only did they exhibit a bizarre mottled green color, but they were also 3 times the size of ordinary cockroaches. At this moment, the first 2 cockroaches to enter the grass crawled out, noticeably larger than the others. As before, the 2 cockroaches extended their antennae and waited for a moment before crawling to another patch of grass, while behind them, countless cockroaches followed. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, after the Jade Shattered plan intimidated the Silicons. There was no further information about the Silicon tribe from the Human United faction aside from Little Stone's message. I wonder how Gujia is doing with the virus infection. The leader rubbed his temples, looking troubled. Perhaps it would be better to keep it a secret and quietly spread the virus. Once this is announced, Stone would surely be thinking of ways to resolve the virus. Coupled with the escape of Little Stone a few days ago, Gujia's electromagnetic wave virus is probably. At this point, the leader sighed and stopped speaking, while Zheng's lips twitched but remained expressionless. Leader, since Gujia is confident that the virus will be effective, We should just wait for his good news. Worrying is of no use. Chapter 57. Dying because of you. Old Jung was very conflicted. He had already guessed about Gujie's plan to a large extent, but he couldn't share it with the F-Rare. Who could be sure, besides the brave colleagues who had already sacrificed themselves, that there were no hidden silicon people among the human high ranks? In fact, Old Jung had suspected something ever since Gu Jie launched the small stone from the moon and announced the electromagnetic wave virus. Later, when Gu Jie asked him to cooperate with Gao Yi, Old Jung almost replayed Gu Jie's plan in his mind. The doubts and uncertainties he had before became clear the moment Gao Yi appeared. Gao Yi hypnotized the high-ranking officials of the United Coalition to protect Gu Jie's life, proposing to send Gu Jie to the moon until later when Gu Jie arranged for the small stone to be interrogated and hypnotized. One by one, events flashed through Old Jung's mind. All the clues connected, and he came to an astonishing conclusion. Gu Jie already had a mature plan before he went to negotiate with the Silicon Tribe. And the most important part of this mature plan, which seemed to be the electromagnetic wave virus, was actually not that important. The real brilliance of the plan lay in splitting the Silicon Tribe. Although Old Jung didn't understand how Gu Jie managed to make the small stone break free from the stone's control, developing its own thoughts that were contrary to those of the stone, he clearly remembered that on the day he cooperated with Gao Yi, the small stone already had an independent thought not controlled by the stone, and this was not caused by the electromagnetic wave virus. It couldn't have been caused by the electromagnetic wave virus. Just like those silicon people infected by the electromagnetic wave virus during the virtual conference of the Human United Coalition. Realizing this, Old Jung was shocked, and a bolder guess surged in his mind. With a change in expression, he dare not say another word about Gu Jie's plan. If this were true, then it was indeed a dance on the edge of a knife. No wonder Gu Jie was in such a hurry to let the small stone escape, noticing that Old Jung's expression was off. The F-Rare sighed with concern. Oh, Old Jung, are we really left with no choice but to wait? Is there no other way? Old Jung smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Silicon Tribe had a large number of anti-gravity aircraft. The Sky Shield plan was no longer necessary. With their technology, they could easily destroy the Sky Shield. As for the global cooling plan after the Sky Shield was completed, it could only die before birth. However, the anti-war department had a new supplementary plan, the Starling plan. Before the F-Rare could ask further, Old Jung explained directly. It involves dismantling the already scaled Sky Shield and then deploying it in low Earth orbit. Bombs will be installed in each dismantled unit, so that when they collide with other objects, they will explode. This way, once the 60-second deterrent fails, we can activate the U-Sway plan, which will impede the Silicon Tribe's advance into space, buying time for humanity outside the Earth. Even the debris from the explosions can hinder aircraft from entering space. We call it space mines. The F-Rare nodded slightly after hearing this. It was indeed a good idea. Not only would it prevent the efforts of the Sky Shield plan from going to waste, but it would also hinder the enemy. On the side of the Human United Coalition, all social resources were busy transporting people to the moon. The original Sky Shield construction teams had only left a few fleets to disassemble and install bombs, and to deploy space mines in low Earth orbit, while all others were fully devoted to transportation. In the face of life and death, human society once again demonstrated unparalleled efficiency. 10 days was not a long time, but the Silicon Tribe's migration of humans into underground bases in various paradises was nearing its end. Meanwhile, the number of human consciousness uploading devices built by the Silicon Tribe had surpassed 100,000. Those selected individuals, with the assistance of Silicon soldiers, entered the devices one by one, excitedly thinking they could finally experience the joy of a fully immersive life in the Eden with nutrient pods. Little did they know that those lying in the devices would be stripped and shattered like the ones in Hongjing Mountain, left with only a confused consciousness. Drifting in the cloud platform today, there were no less than 1 million little fish in the cloud platform. As for those who had enjoyed nutrient pods in paradise and had their bodies frozen, their consciousness had long dissipated when Eden was destroyed, leaving behind neglected corpses in the abandoned paradise. Of course, this excluded the paradise in Australia. The corpses there, besides Dashiong, had become breeding ground for cockroaches. The stone continued to tirelessly check every suspected infected tribesman, turning them into idiots after finding nothing. Since that day, when the small stone issued the announcement, it had vanished without a trace. Humanity, after the announcement from the small stone, lost all news regarding the Silicon tribe. 20 days passed, 30 days passed, nothing changed. It seemed as if nothing had happened, only the endless flow of spaceships transporting humans to the moon. After the initial unity and common enmity, forgetful and fickle humans could not wait for the arrival of the scene described by Jie after the success of the electromagnetic wave virus. Unbeknownst to the United Coalition, some people had come together. Jie, I know you can receive my message. Back then, you used the threat of solving the Silicon people crisis to make the whole society pay for your so-called electromagnetic wave virus plan. You personally pushed humanity into this irretrievable situation. Fellow compatriots, with humanity's current technological means, sending billions of people to the moon is simply an impossible task. The so-called electromagnetic wave virus is nothing but a lie. It's just a deception for your own benefit, to buy time, to acquire more of the heritage of human civilization. Otherwise, after such a long time, have we seen even a glimmer of hope? You only want to extract the value of human civilization to the maximum extent to gather as many people as possible, and then deceive us into launching the U-Sway plan to perish together with the Silicon people. Then establish a civilization led by you with all humanity outside the Earth. You want to be a dictator. You want to be an emperor. We are all pawns in your hands. At a time when humanity faces extinction, when everyone is desperately seeking solutions to the crisis, Jie, what are you doing? You are frolicking on the moon because of your selfishness, your anti-human ideas, and your deception during the so-called release of the electromagnetic wave virus. Millions of compatriots who should not have died sacrificed their lives. And now, even more compatriots will be abandoned. The high ranks have been coerced, misled, and deceived by you. But the eyes of the common people are bright. To this day, everything you have done has not given humanity a glimmer of hope for victory, nor has it saved even one person. What we see is more and more people dying because of you. Chapter 58, Becoming a Leader of Humanity? The outcry within human society quickly spread throughout the entire human community. Even the people far away on the moon and Mars receive the news. In their anger, they join in the campaign against Jie. Yes, along with Wang Ye's so-called slander from the beginning, Jie's information had long been exposed. Previously, no one had put this information together, but now, with the voice of that person, everyone realized that Jie had always stood on the front lines. Yet he had done nothing on that front line. So far, all proposals and plans, regardless of the processes involved, resulted in harm to humanity. Not only did he cause the deaths of hundreds of millions of humans, but he also pushed humanity to the current crisis where their lives hang by a thread. Moreover, due to the implementation of the consciousness migration plan, Jie actually controlled all of his compatriots beyond Earth. Once incidents like the above occur, Jie could easily take control of human civilization into his own hands. On the moon, Jie, who had just completed the first batch of human consciousness uploads, was debugging the newly produced consciousness upload equipment. Gao Feng, who had been reassigned to Jie's side, approached, frowning slightly. Jie, what are you really thinking? All along, Gao Feng had a high level of trust in Jie, not only because of old Zheng, but also due to Jie's demonstrated spirit of sacrificing for his compatriots in their daily work, which made him admire him. But precisely because of this, when this news reached Gao Feng's ears, he brought Jie in only to find that if this were true, Jie's thoughts were frighteningly deep. Jie turned back in surprise, asking what was wrong. Gao Feng relayed the news from Earth, staring intently at Jie, trying to analyze his reaction from Jie's demeanor. Would it be the arrogance of a successful scheme, or the grievance of being collectively wronged by humanity? But Jie's demeanor disappointed him. Perhaps they were right. Jie's expression was calm, with no signs of fluctuation. However, this person really played his cards well. He saw that the electromagnetic wave virus had yet to have the effect I described, and with a call to action, he shouted slogans for the race and civilization. Furthermore, regardless of whether all speculations were logical or not, the results he proved were indeed real. In this way, this person, while protecting himself, could once again nail me to the pillar of civilization's shame with mere conjectures now. Even if I defend myself, I estimate no one would believe me. If I am not mistaken, the high-level officials of the Human United Camp have already authorized you to capture me, right? However, at this point, Gujia paused for a moment, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. However, the key parameters of human consciousness upload are still in my hands. What do you do by capturing me? Is the human consciousness migration plan going to be shelved because of this? I think, whether it is the high-level officials of the United Camp or the person shouting slogans, they have no hope of capturing me or interrogating the key parameters of the consciousness upload technology. They just want to confirm whether I am really using this as a bargaining chip to threaten all of humanity. Gao Feng remained silent, staring at Gujia. He understood what the other party was saying. He was more concerned about what choice Gujia would make after knowing all this. Since that is the case, I will threaten human civilization. What can you do to me? It seemed to validate what Gujia said, as just after he finished speaking, a group of soldiers rushed into the equipment workshop surrounding Gujia. The leader was the former captain of the security team from the moon base. This person had been entrusted with significant responsibilities by Gujia when he used his control over the key technology of consciousness migration as leverage to demand control over the moon base, and had been in charge of the entire armed force of the moon base ever since. I didn't expect it would be you coming to arrest me. Gujia smiled and walked up to the other person, asking, so, where do they want you to put me? Upon hearing Gujia's words, the other person's cold expression showed no signs of change. But what he said warmed Gujia's heart. No, I'm not here to arrest you. I'm here to ensure your safety. As he spoke, he commanded, and all the soldiers aimed their guns at Gao Feng. Gujia is the hope of human civilization. From now on, everything in the moon base will completely follow Gujia's command. If you wish to harm Gujia, all soldiers of the moon base will not agree. Gujia, I believe in you. Gao Feng was stunned. The order he received was to cooperate with the other party to arrest Gujia, but he did not expect that the armed group of the moon base would support Gujia. Gujia himself was also surprised. He asked in astonishment, "You believe in me?" Unfortunately, it no longer mattered whether you believe in me or not, General Thomas. No matter what, I have become the person they spoke of. Thomas said solemnly, "It matters. If the high-level officials of the United Camp persist in their ways, I will lead the moon base to betray the United Camp. And from now on, you will be the commander of human civilization. I have already connected with the Mars base and the Mars Satellite City and Tiangong Satellite City. As long as you give the order, we will exist independently of the United Camp. We can sever ties with the United Camp at any time, and we will fight for the development and continuation of human civilization beyond Earth." Thomas's eyes shone brightly, and his words caused Gao Feng's face to change dramatically. At a time of crisis, human civilization erupted in an unprecedented unity, discarding all historical obstacles and working wholeheartedly for the development of civilization. He never expected that human civilization would split under such circumstances. Gujia was somewhat shocked, but upon seeing the spark in Thomas's eyes, he already had his suspicions. Gujia fell silent, his expression slightly dejected. He knew that what Thomas said was true. Those who rebelled or denounced him beyond Earth would certainly choose to obediently remain silent in the face of human violent institutions. With all the high-level officials of the United Camp on Earth, if the external forces chose to betray, there was no possibility of failure. Perhaps, choosing as Thomas suggested might also be a good path. Even though it would result in the loss of a large population, it was not unbearable. However, this would merely be a solution to a superficial problem. It would not fundamentally resolve the crisis of human civilization. Still, the fact remains that the solar system is too small to accommodate the development of two civilizations. No, I will not choose this way. Thomas's pupils constricted. Why? Gujia maintained a calm tone. Thomas, why do you think I have the idea of controlling human civilization? I know your intentions are good, but I am not Satan. I will not abandon billions of compatriots for myself. Chapter 59. Has the Silicon race been destroyed? Thomas directly interrupted Gujia's words. I believe you, but please do not deceive me. I know that is not how you truly feel. You are afraid that there will be too few surviving humans. not out of compassion for those who see you as a wolf. Yi. I hope you will immediately announce the separation from the human united camp and establish a new humanity. As he spoke, Thomas took a few steps forward, standing directly in front of Gujia, staring intensely into his eyes. Gujia also looked into Thomas's eyes, and after a moment he smiled. He read too much from the other's gaze. He had just felt a bit touched, but now, from Thomas's demeanor, it seemed that the separation from the Earth-Human United camp was not Thomas's suggestion, but his decision. But why would Thomas do this? Is he merely an ambitious person, supporting himself as a puppet to dominate the new humanity? Or is there some other purpose? Perhaps people no longer hope for me to hold the key parameters of consciousness uploading technology alone. If that's the case, it seems you understand me very well. In that case, I will leave everything to the general. Gujia suddenly spoke and laughed loudly. But I have a small request. Thomas alluded, his voice strong. Yes, please give your orders, Commander. Try not to kill anyone. For us, the population is the most valuable resource. Gujia put away his smile, and his tone returned to flatness. Thomas readily agreed and immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare. Gao Feng, who had been standing by, was almost in shock when Gujia agreed. Gujia, what are you doing? I know they misunderstood you, but I assure you I will protect your safety. As long as you explain clearly, everything will be fine. But how can you split humanity? Gao Feng stared at Gujia, his voice trembling. Gujia slowly shook his head, his face showing no expression. You are wrong. They did not misunderstand. They are right. Everything is meticulously planned by me. That is why I can now hold the future of all human civilization in my hands and make everyone act according to my will. However, one thing they did not guess is that the electromagnetic wave virus of the Silicon people is not as simple as I disclosed. The real effect of the electromagnetic wave virus will soon arrive, and you will all see its power. The Silicon people will not become human vassals and loyal guardians, but will collectively pledge allegiance to me. I will become the only leader of the two races, and I will lead humanity and the Silicon race to create a civilization that will shine throughout the ages. As Gujia narrated, Gao Feng's eyes were filled with complexity and pain. Gujia, when did you become such a person? This is not you. You're joking, right? Sorry. I am not joking. I have always been this kind of person. Gao Feng looked deeply at Gujia, sighed, and said, I misjudged you. In the next moment, the soldiers who had formed a protective formation around Gujia collectively turned their guns, all weapons aimed at Gujia. At the same time, Thomas silently returned to Gao Feng's side. Mr. Gujia, by order of the higher-ups, you are hereby arrested. Gujia seemed unsurprised, only bursting into laughter. He then left under the escort of the soldiers. On the way to the detention location, the crowd at the lunar base was bustling, watching Gujia through protective suits or the base's observation windows. Throughout this journey, insults and curses never ceased. Unfortunately, there is no air outside the lunar base, so Gujia was destined not to hear the greetings from the crowd. However, occasionally someone would throw bricks and stones that hit Gujia on the head, and the soldiers beside him did not stop them. With a roaring in his brain, Gujia sat there with vacant eyes, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Soon, Gujia arrived in a white room, which had only a bed, a blanket, and nothing else. After taking off his protective suit, the soldiers took it away, and then the door was closed tightly. Gujia sat expressionlessly on the bed, his eyes still hollow and vacant. After an unknown amount of time, a soldier opened the door and brought in a large box of standard nutritional paste and then left. Gujia remained motionless. However, at this moment, the conversation between Gujia and Thomas and Gao Feng had been spreading wildly among all individuals on Earth. Based on personal smart wearable devices, everyone learned about Gujia's previous remarks. The first person to speak out, pointing out that Gujia had ulterior motives and conspiracies, stepped forward again. They formed a large petition team, took to the streets, and incited people to march everywhere. Their slogan was unanimous: kill Gujia. Kill the traitor of humanity. Kill this mad, anti-human element. Of course, Gujia was unaware of all this happening outside. Meanwhile, the highest meeting of the United Camp was quickly convened. The moment Elder Nya appeared, He stared at the device in the conference room that was counting down to the global nuclear bomb explosion voting, his brows furrowing into a shape. It seemed a bit different than usual. Ordinary people might not notice, but enemy, as an expert in weaponry, quickly discovered the abnormality in the countdown. However, as this concerned the safety of the entire civilization, enemy could only suppress his doubts. He turned to Elder Zheng and said, "Elder Zheng, what is going on? Is Jie really such a bastard?" Looking at the high-ranking leaders of the united camp appearing one after another, Elder Zheng's brows were tightly knitted, slowly shaking his head. "I don't know, but I feel this shouldn't be his style. I'm not clear on the specifics. Let us wait and see." Before long, all the high-ranking officials of the united camp gathered. Unlike the urgency and oppression of previous meetings, today's highest meeting of the united camp had an unusually different atmosphere in the virtual conference room. The chairman of the united camp wore a smile for the first time, looking energetic. Even a few leaders from the Americas beside him also wore smiles. Elder Zheng's brows were tightly knitted, faintly sensing that something was wrong, but he couldn't articulate it. "Fellow compatriots, I believe you are all aware of Jie's division of humanity and his anti-human crimes. The public sentiment is very strong now, demanding that Jie be executed. However, Jie has made contributions to our human civilization in resisting the Silicon Race crisis, and moreover, human civilization has long since abolished the death penalty. Therefore, how to respond to the public's demands and petitions, I hope everyone can come up with a proposal." As soon as the chairman finished speaking, before Elder Zheng and Elder Nie could respond, a leader from the Americas spoke up first. "So far, 80 of the entire human civilization has petitioned for Jie's execution. Although we have abolished the death penalty, Jie's crimes are unforgivable. We cannot let him off just because he has made significant contributions. After all, merit and fault cannot offset each other throughout history. Therefore, I propose that he be executed directly." As soon as this person finished speaking, others quickly chimed in, echoing the same sentiment, also proposing that Jie be executed. After the leaders from the Americas finished speaking, the other leaders, already exhausted from war pressures, though puzzled by the strange atmosphere of today's highest meeting, didn't discuss other matters and immediately pushed for Jie's execution. Moreover, it was clear to everyone that the statements made by those few earlier represented the chairman's thoughts. However, since the video had already confirmed there was no fabrication, and Jie indeed admitted to his actions, executing him seemed to be within the normal range. But why does the chairman want to execute Jie? Isn't he afraid that the human consciousness immigration plan will be affected? Are the key parameters of consciousness upload technology already mastered? Although the other leaders present were filled with various doubts, they still followed the opinions of a few individuals and began to express their support for executing Jie. 1, 2, 3. More and more leaders spoke up, voting to execute Jie. When did human civilization become one where a person's death or punishment could be decided without interrogation, without reference to the law, without a court, and without the other party's defense? A voice broke through the rising proposals for Jie's execution. It was from the leader of Northern Asia, Rovsky. All eyes focused on Rovsky, who had a gloomy expression and looked furious, staring at the chairman of the United Alliance. "How to judge Jie should not be decided by us, nor should it be decided by a vote of all humanity. It should be handed over to the judicial institution, to the law, to the jury." The value of the highest meeting of the United Alliance, the virtual conference room, is not a court. The sword hanging over our heads has not disappeared. The Silicon crisis has not been resolved. And Jie still bears the crucial responsibility for the human consciousness immigration program. In such a critical moment for civilization, instead of thinking of ways to save billions of compatriots, are we here barking like dogs? Is this a plan to break the pot and sink the ship? As soon as Rovsky finished speaking, most leaders turned their gaze back to the chairman of the United Alliance, their eyes full of inquiry and investigation. What Rovsky said was indeed the concern and thought of everyone, but they had just held back their questions for the sake of not offending the chairman and a few from North America. Of course, this is also related to the fact that most of the ships transporting humans to the moon are in their hands. No, I oppose. The Silicon crisis is still not resolved. Although humanity and the silicon race maintain a precarious peace, this peace could be broken at any time. The future of human civilization is still not a bright path. If it weren't for the sudden outbreak of public denunciation and analysis of Gurdjieff, he would still be working on human consciousness upload on the moon. But now, human consciousness upload has been forced to stop. Who can tell me, apart from Gurdjieff, who else can handle the technology of human consciousness upload? Should we rely on the silicon race to reveal technical details and parameters to us, or hope they come to help? Or should we rely on interrogating Gurdjieff to obtain them? Do we have that time? Gurdjieff is related to the survival of all human civilization. I propose we let him return to his position, using the absolution of his crimes as a bargaining chip for him to continue working. I believe that in the face of the continuation and development of human civilization, this is not an issue. Our head of state, Count Rovsky, then turned to the chairman of the United Alliance and said in a deep voice, upon hearing our head of state's words, many leaders began whispering to each other, exchanging ideas. Yes, the silicon crisis is still unresolved. The head of state is indeed very reasonable. Although many discussions have taken place before, and experts have been researching, fully understanding the consciousness upload equipment doesn't take long because there are existing models. But to fully grasp the key parameters of human consciousness upload that Gurdjieff alone possesses is not an easy task. If Gurdjieff doesn't speak, others will need at least a year to explore on their own. Can we still afford to wait? We must know that so far, only the consciousness immigration plan can save human civilization. Rather than denouncing Gurdjieff and calling for his execution, it would be better to absolve him of his crimes and put him on the front lines to expedite his service to the consciousness immigration plan. Facing the noisy voices of the crowd, the chairman of the United Alliance smiled. Ha ha! The chairman laughed aloud, then raised his hands. Seeing everyone looking at him, he slightly lowered his hands to signal for silence. Dear compatriots, the silicon race is no longer a crisis. To be frank, the plan that I and these few have jointly formulated was successfully implemented 20 days ago. Currently, the major underground bases of the silicon race have been occupied by us. The entire silicon race is virtually non-existent, and now only a small number of silicon beings remain in the underground base in Australia. The silicon crisis has been resolved. Hearing the words of the chairman of the United Alliance, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Since the initiation of the Shattered Jade Plan, the 60-second countdown maintained peace, and the silicon beings disappeared from human sight, never to appear again. Everyone believed that the silicon race was researching methods to lift the Shattered Jade deterrent. Or, as previously speculated, they were working hard to upload the consciousness of all humans in paradise. As time passed, everyone remained on edge, worried that the silicon race would complete their plan at any moment. Would they suddenly find a way to resolve the Shattered Jade deterrent? Or one day upload all the human consciousness from paradise and establish underground bases capable of withstanding nuclear explosions? At that time, the silicon beings would undoubtedly attack humanity without restraint. Even detonating all the nuclear bombs worldwide would cause significant harm to the silicon beings. But now, what is the chairman of the United Alliance saying? All the silicon beings in the world have been eliminated? Only a small number of silicon beings remain in the underground base in Australia? How is that possible? Isn't this a fairy tale? Is the chairman of the United Alliance dreaming or talking in his sleep? Or are we still in a dream and Haven woken up? At this moment, no one believed what they had just heard. Chapter 60. The Death of the Cunning Rabbit. The virtual meeting room was dead silent. Just a few minutes ago, everyone was passionately discussing how to deal with Gurdjieff, but now, who could care about that? Ordinary people might have celebrated upon hearing this news, but those present were not ordinary people. They were either top talents in the industry or political bigwigs. Each person held the core secrets of human civilization, representing the best of human knowledge and thought. After a moment of daze at the words of the chairman of the United Coalition, what came to their minds was not jubilation, nor was it relief, but deep-seated skepticism. No one knew better than them what the arrival of the silicon race meant for human civilization. They had thought that the technologically inferior silicon civilization, while difficult to eliminate, was not beyond human capacity to counter. But the reality was that in the face of the Silicon attacks, humanity had almost no power to resist. In the end, they could only rely on the humiliating peace achieved through the threat of mutually assured destruction with nuclear weapons. But now, you tell me that the enemy that could determine the life and death of humanity has been eliminated solely by the strength of a few countries before the Silicon crisis? No one would believe this conclusion. After a moment of silence, the leader of our country was the first to ask, "Chairman, are you sure the Silicon race has been largely exterminated?" The chairman looked around, seemingly enjoying the different expressions on everyone's faces. Hearing the leader's question, he turned with a smile. "Yes." Then, the chairman raised his voice, excitement and pride evident in his demeanor. In fact, given the chairman's level of composure, such a display was unexpected. Throughout his tenure as the commander of human civilization, he had always remained calm, unflinching even when facing disasters. Although he was slightly less capable than the previous chairman, his election as the helmsman of human civilization was a testament to his abilities. After all, at such a critical moment for the survival of human civilization, everyone was not foolish enough to elect someone unreliable. Thus, in this moment, many people furrowed their brows. Some even wondered if the chairman had been parasitized by the Silicon beings, just like the previous chairman. However, the former chairman chose a heroic death, while the current chairman seemed to be controlled. The thought barely crossed their minds when the chairman of the United Coalition spoke again. "Comrades, you have not misheard. The Silicon crisis has been resolved. In fact, when I first heard this news, or rather when I learned of it, I was just as incredulous as you are now. But after repeated confirmations, it has been proven that the Silicon race has been nearly exterminated. This footage is from our reconnaissance teams over the past 10 days at major Silicon bases." As he spoke, a three-dimensional scene appeared in the center of the virtual meeting room. The image displayed a dark and deep passage, quickly followed by a rapid shift to reveal an underground Silicon base. The base was filled with ruins, and countless Silicon corpses lay scattered among the rubble, mangled and broken. The camera continued to move. There was not a single living Silicon being in sight. Moments later, the camera passed through a door, seemingly transitioning from flight to ground movement. Everywhere were remnants of walls and signs of battle, with the camera crunching over countless metal fragments. At this moment, everyone in the virtual meeting room wore expressions of disbelief. Until the end of the video, not a single living creature was found in that Silicon base. In the deepest part of the ruins, there were numerous human corpses that appeared intact but were cold and lifeless. Once the video ended, another segment followed. The entire virtual meeting room held its breath, quietly watching. Countless remnants of buildings, heaps of metal fragments, countless Silicon corpses, and numerous human remains. "Now, do you believe?" the chairman of the United Coalition asked. With the most direct video evidence in front of them, no one doubted the veracity of the chairman's words anymore. Except for Zheng Lao, who kept his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. The others showed excited expressions. Rovsky was the first to react, asking in a loud voice, "Chairman, how was this achieved? What happened?" According to our investigation, there was an internal war among the Silicon beings that was sufficient to lead to the genocide of their entire race. They turned against each other and ultimately perished together. However, before that, they uploaded the consciousness of all nearby humans in their bases to paradise, killing those they couldn't upload in time. The video we showed is just a portion of what we have from various Silicon bases worldwide. The situation in other Silicon bases is similar to this one. Only the Silicon headquarters in Australia still has active Silicon beings. However, according to our estimates, the number of Silicon beings in the Australian base is less than 50 million. Moreover, their numbers are rapidly decreasing, indicating that their civil war has likely not yet ended. Therefore, the moment of true victory for humanity is right before us. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was overwhelmed with joy, with some even bursting into tears. No one failed to understand the tears of their compatriots. Everyone was acutely aware that since the outbreak of the Silicon crisis, they had been under tremendous pressure. After all, they bore the heavy burden of the survival of their entire civilization. Now that this burden had been lifted, how could they not cry? This was neither weakness nor incompetence, nor was it mere sentimentality. Some attendees quickly issued orders for nearby station troops to immediately head to various bases for reconnaissance. The chairman watched all this with a smile. Moments later, one by one, reports of dispatched troops returning with reconnaissance updates came back, confirming that everything was as the chairman had said. True. The virtual meeting room of the Supreme Council of the Human United Coalition suddenly resembled a bustling marketplace, with conversations rising and falling. It was unclear how long it took for everyone's emotions to finally settle down, but the chairman continued now. The next step is to coordinate the various armies to attack the Australian Silicon base and strive to annihilate it in one fell swoop. What do you all think? The crowd responded enthusiastically, quickly discussing. In a short time, a mature combat plan was put forward, and orders were given. Human armies around the world were to head directly to the Australian Silicon base. In contrast to the excitement and high spirits of the others, Zheng Lao remained with his eyes slightly closed, a worried expression on his face. Zheng Lao, what's the matter? The Silicon crisis has led to their self-destruction due to internal wars. Shouldn't you be happy? Why do you look so troubled? Facing the leader's inquiry, Zheng Lao hesitated to speak. His lips moved for a moment, but he could not bring himself to voice his thoughts, only letting out a sigh. The burden on my shoulders has suddenly lightened. My tense nerves have suddenly relaxed, and I feel a bit fatigued. Elder Nye has been in charge of the military operations, so I won't interfere. After answering the leader's question, Zheng Lao raised his head and asked loudly, since the Silicon crisis has basically been resolved, shouldn't the countdown for global nuclear detonation be cancelled as well? Moreover, such a significant piece of news should be announced to the entire population? The chairman nodded slightly, pointing to the virtual voting system in the center of the meeting room that had been counting down and resetting, smiling as he said, the launch devices for all the nuclear bombs arranged under the Jade Fragment Plan have been deactivated. However, for safety's sake, I had them set up a fake countdown. As for the public announcement, I think we should wait until the operation to eliminate the Silicon Tribe's base in Australia is successful before notifying them. What if the Silicon Tribe has some tricks up their sleeve? Announcing too early would only lead to false hopes for everyone. The other attendees echoed Elder Zheng's suggestion. Elder Nye, who was occasionally checking the countdown, let out a sigh of relief and stopped paying attention. Elder Zheng glanced deeply at the chairman and chose not to say more. He mentioned feeling unwell and exited the virtual meeting room of the joint conference. Compared to before the Silicon crisis, human society's mobilization and execution capabilities have increased exponentially. Troops from around the world quickly assembled and set off for the Silicon Tribe's base in Australia within an hour. Elder Nye, who had long been unable to contain his desire to personally deliver the Silicon leader, Stone, to the underworld, took the lead. Military helicopters and fighter jets roared into the sky. The spacecraft, originally intended for lunar transport, made its first-ever trip at the cost of fuel to carry soldiers to Australia. In less than 2 hours, 3 million soldiers had gathered near the paradise in Australia. Based on previous reconnaissance, everyone knew that the paradise built by the Silicon Tribe, where humans were kept under the safety dome, had long been emptied. Therefore, the battle plan was simple and straightforward. There was no need to consider anything else, just a direct assault on the Silicon Tribe's underground base. Just as the human soldiers surged into the dark entrance of the Silicon base like ants, Elder Zheng was in the underground anti-war department's shielded room of the National Planetary Defense Committee, talking with Gao Yan. Elder Zheng, what's going on? Why did you suddenly come to see me? Gao Yan asked, puzzled. Having worked with Elder Zheng for quite some time, he knew exactly what kind of person he was. However, today, as soon as he saw Elder Zheng, he sensed something was off. Elder Zheng had always kept his emotions hidden. To outsiders, he appeared calm and composed, exuding a sense of unwavering confidence. But today, there was confusion and disappointment in his eyes. This demeanor shouldn't be present in him, and Gao Yan immediately voiced his concerns. Elder Zheng, tell me honestly, how much do you know about the plan devised by Gu Jie to annihilate the Silicon Tribe? Gao Yan asked, slightly taken aback. Forcing a smile, Elder Zheng, why are you suddenly asking this? While speaking, Gao Yan observed every move of Elder Zheng. Gu Jie had once said that Elder Zheng would understand him, cooperate with him, and implement the auxiliary plan in the annihilation of the Silicon Tribe. But if Elder Zheng had doubts about this statement or was acting differently from usual, they must be cautious and rule out the possibility of him being parasitized by the Silicon. Seeing the look in Gao Yan's eyes, Elder Zheng waved his hand with a wry smile. Stop looking. I haven't been parasitized by the Silicon Tribe. To tell you the truth, Gujie's plan has already succeeded. The Silicon Tribe has almost been completely wiped out, with fewer than 50 million left in Stone's lair in Australia, and that number is still decreasing. The human army has gathered and is on its way to carry out the final extermination. If all goes well, the 3-year-long Silicon Crisis will be resolved. Human civilization has ultimately triumphed. Since we have won, the Silicon Tribe has been eliminated, and Gujie's plan has succeeded. What could Elder Zheng possibly be worried about? As Elder Zheng spoke, Gao Yin kept his gaze fixed on him. He was certain that there was not a single lie in what Elder Zheng said, and while he felt both astonished and delighted, he was also filled with confusion. Since the plan to annihilate the Silicon Tribe had succeeded, such wonderful news should be reported quickly. Gao Yin stood up, unable to contain his excitement, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly froze in place. A thunderbolt flashed through his mind. Gao Yin slowly turned to Elder Zheng and asked, "How exactly were they exterminated? When did the higher-ups find out? Does Gujie not know yet?" Elder Zheng stared at Gao Yin and slowly nodded, not answering his questions, but instead spoke to himself. "This is exactly what I'm worried about." Gao Yin slumped back on his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. After a moment, he murmured, "Why? Is it because of desire or power?" Elder Zheng shook his head slightly, his tone somber. "If that were the case, I would feel reassured. What I fear is that it is not for this reason." Gao Yin sat up straight, his dazed expression mixed with confusion. "What other reason could there be?" Elder Zheng said slowly, "Humans do not need living gods." Gao Yin's previously upright posture slumped instantly, and he gripped the table, panting. But how can this be? It's unfair. If the public knew the truth, wouldn't the United Front collapse in an instant? Elder Zheng closed his eyes. "I do not want to discuss this with you. Tell me how much of Gujie's plan to annihilate the Silicon Tribe. I do not know. Perhaps I can find answers in these plans. But I am now afraid that he himself has not considered that there would come a day like this. Or he may have thought of it long ago, but did not leave us with a way to resolve it." Elder Zheng did not finish his sentence. But seeing Gao Yin's stubborn gaze, he continued, "The public already knows what is the truth. Moreover, as long as the Silicon Tribe is not completely wiped out, the United Front will not collapse. Human civilization has faced this crisis, and with the population sharply reduced, the post-war period will be one of great development. At this time, the United Front is even less likely to collapse. No one want to do that. Do you understand what I mean?" At this moment, the entire populace was blissfully ignorant. The soldiers in the human army were eager to fight, filled with high morale. And the higher-ups of the United Front were in high spirits. Only Stone stood there, dazed and lost. Chapter 61, New Era. The sky canopy built by humanity obscured the sun, resembling a gigantic dark cloud floating in the distance. Although the plan to dismantle the canopy had been in progress for some time, the speed was not as fast as imagined. It had only shrunk a little. During the spring and summer, the sun's direct rays fell between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer, and the canopy covering nearly half of Asia would affect the sunlight in Australia, especially in the afternoon. Although the light was blocked, visibility in Australia was not low. Unfortunately, after the global ecosystem was destroyed, along with the release of greenhouse gases and the rise in global temperatures, the weather became extremely unstable. Hurricanes and dust storms had long become the norm, with earthy yellow being the dominant color of Earth, and also the color of Australia. The rolling white remnants of bones on the ground were the only highlights here. 3 million soldiers, armed to the teeth, surrounded the entrance of the Silicon base, with various weapons and equipment arranged in formation. Elder Nya, as the highest temporary commander of the extermination battle, was dressed in a combat suit, an improved spacesuit adapted for combat requirements, and was staring at the screen in the temporary command center. "Commander, according to the life detector, there are still about 200 million of our human compatriots in the Silicon base. As for the number of Silicon beings, it was impossible to estimate." A white general stepped forward to report, with a hint of excitement on his face, and even Elder Nya's serious face showed a slight smile. "Very good. Attack according to the original plan. Rescue all compatriots." A tall Siberian general pushed aside the white general, his eyes filled with endless killing intent, yet with a hint of anxiety. "Commander, should we accept their surrender?" Elder Nya was momentarily stunned, half closing his eyes. "No, kill them all. Everyone in the command room breathed a sigh of relief. Before the operation began, the decision made by the Joint Conference was to determine whether to accept the surrender based on the situation. But the soldiers who had long held the front line had never considered accepting surrender. Countless compatriots had sacrificed under the weapons of the Silicon beings, and no one could forgive the Silicon beings with blood-stained hands. Gujia had been in the white-walled prison on the moon for some time. Aside from the mechanical arm delivering food through the window every day, he hadn't seen any moving objects. With nothing to do and no worries about food or clothing, he felt that this was the most comfortable time he had experienced since his childhood ended, compared to the past. When the earth exploded with suspicion and smear campaigns against him, Gujia hadn't realized anything, but when Feng and Thomas teamed up to act, everything became clear. Humanity no longer needed him, nor did they need the myth of him. He absolutely could not live ostentatiously under the halo of saving all humanity. Gujia completely understood their concerns, but was curious as to why they chose to strip him of everything and let him live instead of placing all the honors upon him and turning him into a dead myth. However, after being curious for less than 2 days, Gujia gave up on thinking. In any case, their choice showed that humanity had won. That was enough. Wasn't it? Besides, isn't living good? Wang Yi was still waiting for me. It's just that my wife is suffering. I don't even know how she's doing now. If it weren't for Wang Yi's concern, Gujia would have wished for this kind of life to continue until the end of time. Gujia saw the starry sky outside once again a year later. A year of carefree living had swept away the fatigue he previously felt from overwork, and he showed signs of gaining weight. It was the rebirth day of the new era for humanity, the day humanity triumphed over the Silicon beings. All of humanity voted to name this day Rebirth Day, to commemorate all the compatriots who perished during the Silicon Crisis, while also symbolizing the rebirth of human civilization from darkness, in the true sense stepping into space. Of course, this was something Gujia learned after he came out. His old friend Feng was there to meet him, and compared to a year ago, Feng seemed unchanged. The look he cast at Gujia no longer held pity or anger, but was surprisingly calm. Gujia, authorized by the highest council of the Human Alliance. I'm here to take you back to Earth, Feng stated flatly. Gujia nodded, wanted to ask him something, but seeing Feng's expressionless face, he gave up. Looking around, the changes in the lunar base, compared to 1,000 years ago, were nothing short of earth-shattering. A huge ground module covered the surface, and everywhere he looked was filled with buildings and equipment. Even in the distance, he could vaguely see gigantic spacecraft. The once small lunar base was almost like a city. Stepping onto the streamlined aircraft, which hovered 20 centimeters above the moon's surface, Gujia still couldn't comprehend how it worked. He didn't see how the magnetic suspension road could allow it to fly. The next moment, he felt the scenery around him rapidly retreating and then quickly shrinking. The outline of the lunar city gradually appeared in his view, and the aircraft silently ascended rapidly, approaching the enormous port that was almost stationary in lunar orbit in just a moment. Looking through the observation window of his spacesuit, the massive port resembled a wheel connected to a central axis, with slender corridors running along the axis and an interface every certain distance along the corridor. This is a spaceport? Gujia murmured, gazing at the magnificent structure. The concept of a spaceport had been proposed long ago, but it had never been realized due to limitations in human technology and economic strength, especially the inability to solve the problem of maintaining a stable orbital angle relative to a stationary position, as well as issues with material strength and energy supply. However, Gujia never expected that technology, which had previously existed only in fantasy, could be created in just a year. At that moment, Gujia couldn't help but wonder whether he had been foolishly staying in prison for not just a year, but 10 or 100 years, or if he had simply time-traveled. Feng piloted the aircraft and did not answer Gujia's question. Moonport, this is the anti-gravity B-22 fighter requesting to dock. Received. Identity verification passed. Please dock at the microship port, B-Zone, slot 136. Information received, initiating automatic docking procedure. Moments later, the corridor rapidly enlarged before him, and the aircraft slowly docked at the port. Gujia was filled with shock, questioning once again if he had traveled through time. Stepping off the spacecraft, Gu Jie followed Feng onto the corridor. Beneath his feet was a magnetic gravity device, attracting the magnetic poles of his spacesuit soles, providing a gravity-like existence. Gu Jie stumbled a few steps and nearly fell, unaccustomed to it. His whole body felt light. Only his feet felt the force pulling him to the ground. Fortunately, after a few steps, he found a magnetically suspended flying device on the ground ahead, stepping onto it to stabilize himself as it glided silently. Watching Feng select the destination on the holographic screen on the surface of the flying device, it automatically planned the route, and in less than 3 minutes, the two arrived in front of a spacecraft that was close to the size of previous passenger planes. Chapter 62. The Earth has changed drastically. Gu Jie had fantasized more than once about what the future world would be like. Even in his carefree youth, he had used his tender brush to depict humans swimming in space, with planets as toys in their hands, creating magnificent scenes dressed up at will. But the reality unfolding before him still felt somewhat unbelievable. Boarding the spaceship using the magnetic levitation device, Gu Jie had a nearly complete view of everything. But he was surprised to find that there were no large fuel tanks and propulsion devices, which usually occupy a significant portion of spacecraft. Instead, he only saw particle thrusters surrounding the ship at various angles. It was normal for a spacecraft to be equipped with particle thrusters, and although the mature application of particle propulsion had existed for some time, due to its insufficient thrust, it was typically only used for adjusting flight posture or making minor turns, rarely as a primary means of propulsion for a spacecraft. Human technology was advancing rapidly. It had never shaken off the reliance on chemical fuels for propulsion. But what was the situation with this spaceship? It seemed not to be using chemical propulsion engines at all. In just a year's time, had human technology developed to such an extent? Gu Jie's expression changed slightly as he thought of a possibility, or rather, two possibilities. Hopefully, it wasn't what he was thinking, he silently told himself. Gao Feng operated the controls with ease, clearly not his first time piloting a ship. Whether it was the previous small personal aircraft or the current massive vessel, he handled them both with finesse. Gu Jie couldn't quite understand the facilities inside the ship, but it was evident that this was a transportation, or more precisely, a passenger transport spaceship. Inside the spaceship, there were small rooms equipped with various facilities, comparable to luxurious small suites. Gu Jie had never imagined that a spacecraft could be so comfortable. He felt no inertia from acceleration as the ship started up. He only saw the moon gradually shrinking through the window, realizing the ship had set off. Although Gao Feng remained silent throughout the journey and did not answer any of Gu Jie's questions, Gu Jie had already deduced that the propulsion method used by this spaceship was clearly not any he was familiar with. Could anti-gravity technology also be applied in space travel? Gu Jie had some doubts, but unfortunately, this involved a knowledge blind spot for him, leaving him unclear on the details. The speed of the spaceship gradually and evenly increased, and the moon outside the window had shrunk to the size of a basin, with the shadow of the sun blocked by the Earth falling on the spaceship's window. Looking out the window, the silent and dark deep space was filled with countless tiny points of light. Each point represented at least one star, or even a galaxy or galaxy cluster. Gu Jie stared blankly out the window, lost in thought. Compared to when he had just left the lunar prison, Gu Jie's heart was no longer so calm. It was not that he felt more timid upon nearing home, nor was it the excitement of possibly seeing his wife, Wang Yi, again soon. In the depths of his mind, there seemed to be an unsettling emotion lingering in his heart. Although Gu Jie forced himself not to think about it, it was evidently of little effect. Compared to previous spacecraft, this anti-gravity-driven spaceship had too many advantages. There was no need to orbit the moon, nor to dock into Earth's satellite orbit. It could travel directly from the lunar spaceport to Earth and dive straight into the atmosphere, descending at a constant speed. Its flight path did not need to glide like a passenger plane using aerodynamics, but could change direction freely like a helicopter, landing vertically. When they arrived in Z country, less than 20 hours had passed. The distance from the Earth to the moon was 380,000 kilometers, taking less than 20 hours, with an average speed of 19,000 kilometers per hour. In the past, this would have been unimaginable to Gu Jie, averaging over 5 kilometers per second. This speed, during previous rocket launches, was not even enough for the first cosmic velocity, but this was based on average speed calculated from time and distance. If one were to factor in the complex time spent in previous circumferential flights around the Earth, crossing space, orbiting the Moon, and finally landing over the 380,000 kilometers, one would understand the terrifying nature of this speed. As soon as they entered the atmosphere, Gujie saw that the once barren Earth was now beginning to show large areas of greenery. He couldn't fathom how humanity had managed to reduce the temperature, which was once unbearable, to a level where green plants could now thrive in just a year. The landing site was at the Global Planetary Defense Committee in Z country, which Gujie was familiar with. The surrounding buildings of the National Planetary Defense Committee had long vanished, replaced by a massive helipad. Besides the spaceship piloted by Gaophone, there were at least 30 other ships of various sizes and shapes on the helipad. Gujie, it's been a long time, Old Jung said, stepping forward to greet him as soon as he got off the spaceship. Gujie nodded slightly, looking at Old Jung with some confusion. Old Jung, what happened to you? You need to take care of your health. Compared to a year ago, Old Jung's hair was completely white and his face was gaunt, resembling someone on the verge of death, quite unlike the spirited and energetic old man he used to be. Old Jung did not answer Gujie's question, but instead looked him up and down. Looks like the food on the moon was good. You've gained some weight this past year. As for me, I'm old and can't compare to you youngsters. Doing too much work, my body can't take it anymore. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let's go eat something, and I'll also show you what the Earth is like now. As he spoke, Old Jung patted Gujie on the shoulder, pointing to an anti-gravity personal flying device hovering on one side of the National Planetary Defense Committee helipad. Let's also compare the anti-gravity flying device to the previous magnetic levitation vehicles. Seeing Old Jung trying to appear relaxed, Gujie smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. This past year in the lunar prison, isolated from the world, Gujie had not received any external information. To pass the endless loneliness and solitude, he had long developed an open-minded attitude, although it was obvious that suddenly bringing him from the moon to Earth was due to something extremely important. Old Jung's nonchalant demeanor seemed like that of old friends catching up. This was a tactic to appeal to emotions. Gujie didn't mind. To be honest, he was somewhat interested in the matters Old Jung had brought up, similar to the anti-gravity flying device on the moon. The anti-gravity flying device on Earth had a smoother curve, evidently considering the effects of wind resistance. Chapter 63. Eating cockroaches surrounding the National Planetary Defense Committee and its gaps. The once tall buildings had long since disappeared without a trace. In the distance, there were some staggered buildings about 5 or 6 stories high. The buildings gradually grew taller as they transitioned towards the city center, faintly resembling the former Kyoto. The speed of the anti-gravity personal flying devices was fast, and it took only a few minutes to land at the entrance of a restaurant. The streets were bustling with people, showing no signs that just a year ago, this was an almost extinct race. On the main road, aside from a few anti-gravity flying devices hovering in the air, there were mostly the old magnetic levitation vehicles and electric-powered personal transport devices, varied and diverse. Universal Hotel? Gujie got out of the vehicle and looked up at the golden-lettered sign at the entrance, unable to help but read aloud. Old Jung laughed heartily, pointing to the plaque, and said, "After the war, human civilization unified, achieving global harmony, truly a union of all nations. Hence, the Universal Hotel was established. The Universal Hotel is a collective enterprise of all humanity. Well, you can understand it as a former state-owned enterprise. The food here is quite good." Oh, hearing this, Gujie became somewhat interested. To be honest, after a year in the lunar prison eating nutritional paste every day, he was indeed tired of it. Although there were many flavors of nutritional paste, the texture was all the same. Moreover, psychologically speaking, with nutritional paste on both sides, he had developed a mental aversion to it long ago. Furthermore, to get natural meat products nowadays, it seemed that this was the only place in the entire solar system where one could find them. Old Jung sighed, glancing at Gujie. Gujie was momentarily stunned, and then nodded slightly. Right, wasn't he the animal embryo bank destroyed? Where would natural meat products come from? Could it be frozen meat from the former National Treasury? Old Jung laughed heartily, shaking his head and gesturing. No, The frozen meat was almost all consumed during the Silicon Crisis. How could it last until now? As for where the natural meat products come from, let me keep you in suspense. You'll find out soon. The interior of the Universal Hotel was quite exquisite. The main hall featured a miniature model of the solar system, floating in mid-air under the influence of magnetic force. On both sides were spiraling staircases, filled with a retro atmosphere. Old Jung seemed to be familiar with the place, leading Gu Jie to a private room. Upon entering, Gu Jie was taken aback. Before him was a scene of blue seas and skies, fluffy white clouds, and sailboats racing on the water. The dining table was right next to a pavilion by the beach. On the other side outside the pavilion, there were lush green trees, birds chirping, and fragrant flowers. What a beautiful natural scene. Has the virtual reality interactive scene developed to this extent? Gu Jie sat down and couldn't help but exclaim. Old Jung sat down on the other side, looked around slowly, and began to speak. It's just a slight improvement on what was previously there. Feeling the slightly salty sea breeze coming toward him, Gu Jie smiled and marveled. This improvement was more than just a little. It not only solved the visual effects, but also completely simulated other senses. If I guess correctly, this technology came from the Silicon race, right? I remember someone once said that the paradise of the Silicon race used this technology. Old Jung nodded in agreement. I'll order the dishes, and we can chat while we eat. As he spoke, a table full of colorful, appetizing dishes appeared out of thin air before them. If one didn't touch it, it looked no different from real food. Old Jung stood up and pointed to a few dishes. Just these few dishes, and by the way, bring 2 bottles of good wine. The three-dimensional images on the table disappeared, and moments later, someone brought the wine and dishes. The taste was indeed good, and Gu Jie ate happily, filling his stomach in less than half an hour. What puzzled Gu Jie was that the meat in these dishes was definitely not artificially synthesized. Its texture was genuinely that of natural meat products. However, the taste of this meat was a bit strange, unlike any kind of meat he had ever eaten. So, can you tell what kind of meat this is? Old Jung asked with a smile. Gu Jie shook his head. No, the texture is good, and the taste is quite nice, but it's slightly odd. Old Jung laughed heartily. If I don't tell you, you definitely wouldn't guess. Actually, this is cockroach meat. Gu Jie paused with the wine glass at his lips, suddenly stunned. What? This is cockroach meat? No way. Weren't all the animal embryos in the world destroyed in the explosion caused by the Silicon race on Mars? Where did the cockroaches come from? Could it be that the cockroach embryos survived that incident? This shouldn't be possible. How could cockroaches survive such a violent explosion? Didn't they say they were all destroyed? Or are there lucky cockroaches in some corner of Earth? No. If even cockroaches could survive, wouldn't other animals, like tardigrades and others that can withstand high temperatures and harsh conditions, have survived too? Old Jung laughed heartily, clearly in a good mood, and then began to explain. Actually, after humanity defeated the Silicon race, while clearing all the paradises and silicon bases on Earth, a vast number of cockroaches were discovered in the Australian paradise. At that time, some people suggested directly destroying the maintenance equipment of the Australian paradise, preserving the embryos and genes of the cockroaches, and letting the rest fend for themselves. However, it was ultimately decided at the federal conference that considering that in the entire solar system, or to be more direct, in the entire Earth's biosphere besides humans, only cockroaches survived, they were kept. The Australian paradise was then transformed, and it has now become the only channel for humanity to obtain natural meat products. Hearing this, Gu Jie's eyes widened. As a researcher in the life sciences, biology was naturally within his research scope. Although the idea of humans eating cockroaches sounded somewhat unbelievable, upon careful thought, it did make sense. However, what he couldn't understand was how such small creatures, no matter how numerous, could yield large chunks of meat and products with varying textures. Old Jung seemed to see Gu Jie's confusion and, before he could ask, directly explained. Initially, cockroaches, as a natural meat product, were consumed whole by frying, steaming, or stir-frying. Of course, disinfection and proper cleaning are a must. However, you might not expect that the cockroaches from the Australian paradise have undergone unknown mutations, growing several times larger than before. Therefore, many scientists have been researching this and have successfully cultivated cockroaches as large as watermelons. The dishes we're eating today are made from the meat of these cockroaches. Chapter 64. Don't play the emotional card. Old Jung used cockroaches as a starting point to narrate the events that had transpired on Earth over the past year since Jie was imprisoned in the lunar jail. Although Jie had anticipated some changes, he still found it hard to believe when he heard Old Jung describe them. In simple terms, since humanity's victory, all silicon beings, except for Sure 2, had perished globally. Only Sure 2 survived by offering the technology mastered by the silicon beings, especially anti-gravity technology and electromagnetic technology, as a condition or bargaining chip. According to Old Jung, Sure 2's physical body, which was spherical, had been destroyed. His memory had been uploaded into the silicon race's supercomputer, which had supported the construction of the metaverse and the computation servers of the Yishuan Garden. This server was now stored in a highly secure and confidential location within the Human Federation, contributing to human society. Thanks to this, the scientific and technological advancements in human society had made remarkable strides, successfully developing anti-gravity spacecraft within just over a year. The peripheral products developed during this process were countless. Moreover, the original United Coalition, taking advantage of the Silicon Crisis, unified all human compatriots to form a unified human government within the solar system, the Human Federation. They established standardized regulations and requirements across various industries, drafting federal laws. It can be said that in this short year, human society had achieved results that were equivalent to decades, even centuries of development in ordinary times. Simultaneously, due to breakthroughs in anti-gravity navigation technology, the lunar base officially became another city-building planet after Mars. As for the former Heavenly Palace Satellite City and Mars Satellite City, they had transformed into vast spaceport cities. If it weren't for the drastic reduction in population caused by the Silicon Crisis, this year's development might have been even faster than it currently was. Jie also learned that aside from the surviving humans who had resisted, only over 200 million humans who had entered paradise earlier remained. Fortunately, all of these over 200 million were children and young adults, with no middle-aged or elderly people. The former are the reserve force of human civilization, while the latter have become the main force in the development and production of human society over this year. Furthermore, the technology acquired from the Silicon race had led to significant advancements in the development of intelligent robots, which was one of the reasons why manufacturing was so prosperous. Factories that achieved full or semi-intelligence had production efficiencies far beyond what human labor could compare to. Coupled with breakthroughs in controllable nuclear fusion technology, a continuous supply of electricity created the first miracle of development after the crisis. Those individuals who had been uploaded by Jie into the Consciousness Immigration Program spaceship had successfully cultivated clones on Mars and downloaded their consciousness to come back to life. Scientists were pleasantly surprised to discover that regardless of their age or health conditions before the upload, after the clones were perfected and the consciousness was downloaded physiologically, it seemed that everyone's lifespan had restarted. To put it simply, due to the technology of uploading and downloading consciousness, humanity had effectively gained the ability to achieve longevity. At least, it appeared to be so for now. However, it cannot be ruled out that after multiple uploads and downloads, there might be a possibility of consciousness degradation or even death. Human scientists had yet to achieve research results in this area. Even with the foundational silicon technology, truly mastering Jie's consciousness upload and download technology had consumed the scientists a year of effort. The research department planned to conduct in-depth studies on the effects of multiple uploads and downloads on human consciousness, but this had not yet been initiated. As for the early Sky Curtain project, it was originally dismantled to create space mines. However, after the complete defeat of the Silicon race and the victory of humanity, these fragments scattered throughout outer space were unified and arranged in the Kuiper belt of the solar system, becoming the guard mines of the solar system. Of course, these fragments were still in flight. As for how they were sent over and how they merged into the Kuiper belt, Old Jung did not elaborate further. The nuclear bombs that had once covered the Earth had all been dismantled, leaving only a few for use as warheads on spacecraft. The formerly extremely high temperatures on Earth had been reduced, and aside from the equatorial regions still being unsuitable for human and other plant life, other areas were now not much different from before the Silicon Crisis. However, The rising sea levels due to high temperatures could not decrease, and the submerged coastal cities could only become tourist attractions. Old Zheng spoke at length, and Gu Jian nodded slightly in admiration. Some things indeed sounded incredible, but upon reflection, they fell within the realm of reason. Gu Jie, as the old saying goes, crises and opportunities coexist. Although the Silicon Crisis posed an almost exterminating threat to humanity, having survived it, the benefits gained by human society were truly innumerable. As a member of humanity, one wonders what your thoughts are. Gu Jie was still digesting the news he had heard, and when Old Zheng asked, he smiled and replied, "Of course. I think it's great, but I wonder if those compatriots who have turned to ashes are watching from above." A hint of embarrassment flashed across Old Zheng's face. Although he felt confident enough to say that he would not hesitate to exchange his life for the flourishing development of human society, it did not mean that others could feel the same way. He could not answer such questions on behalf of those who had already sacrificed. Old Zheng concealed his embarrassment and subtly tried to play the emotional card with Gu Jie. "Come on, Old Zheng, let's toast to humanity's victory." Gu Jie interrupted Old Zheng, raised his glass, and drank it down in one gulp. Leaning back, he looked at the bustling crowd by the virtual reality interactive imaging of the seaside and slowly spoke. "Old Zheng, if you need help, just say so directly. There's no need to beat around the bush and play the emotional card with me. This isn't your forte, and I'm not an emotional person, so it's unnecessary. You shouldn't have that much power to bring me from the moon to Earth. The Federation isn't just for me to eat and drink, right?" In fact, ever since hearing from Old Zheng that Shur 2 had not been destroyed, but had become a valuable assistant to humanity, Gu Jie's initial worries had instantly risen to the highest level. He truly had no interest in playing emotional riddles with Old Zheng here. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room of the Human Federation, the Federation president and 18 other senators exchanged glances. What was being displayed before them was the scene of Gu Jie and Old Zheng dining at the International Hotel at that very moment. Chapter 65 meeting faced with Gu Jie's unfriendly tone. Elder Zheng remained unmoved, but the federal leaders in the inspection room looked somewhat embarrassed. Elder Zheng nodded slightly and said, "Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. After Shitu's surrender, although he cooperated with us in every way, offering all the silicon technology and even the anti-gravity system and global shielding system for free, he chose to remain silent and refused to answer questions about why the Silicon Tribe imprisoned humans and uploaded human consciousness to servers. He also refused to hand over the already uploaded human consciousness. We suspect that the Silicon Tribe may have ulterior motives that we do not yet understand, so we must get to the bottom of this. However, even threatening to destroy him would be futile. Shitu's only request from the beginning has been to meet with you. After nearly a month of discussions and resolutions in the Human Federation, we ultimately decided, in light of your contributions, to grant you a pardon for your crimes against humanity and arrange for you to meet with Shur 2. So that SY was brought from the lunar prison to the Earth today to broaden my horizons and introduce the vigorous development of humanity, and to appeal to my emotions so that I would go to meet Shur 2 with a purpose." Gu Jie smiled and retorted Elder Zheng's words. Elder Zheng remained silent and did not respond. "Really, you don't treat me as an outsider at all." Gu Jie's face was filled with mockery. "When needed, I'm a treasure. When not needed, I'm just worthless. Isn't that not how tools should be used?" At this moment, the federal president and the 18 members of parliament in the inspection room had come back to their senses. "It seems that Gu Jie has quite a bit of dissatisfaction with us." An African-American member spoke up, seemingly sighing but looking very sarcastic. His bright white teeth contrasting sharply against his dark complexion, appearing quite dazzling to some. "Maka, what do you mean? This guy disregards the lives of his compatriots and commits heinous crimes. Granting him a federal pardon is already the greatest grace. And now he shows no gratitude, but instead acts so sarcastically. I see no need for any gentle measures." A North American member squinted, staring at Maka with a very grim tone. This person was one of the two who followed the chairman when the former chairman of the United Camp announced the large-scale death of silicon beings. As for the current federal president, he was an elderly Asian man named Jin Ing, 78 years old, elected by the 18 members of parliament. The former chairman of the United Camp now held the position of federal vice president. "Your Excellency, John, are you questioning the decisions of the Federal Assembly?" While the leaders in the inspection room were bickering, Gu Jie poured himself a drink and leaned forward, staring at Elder Zheng and asking, "So, if it weren't for Shi-Tu's request, I would have been executed by the Federation for crimes against humanity long ago, right?" Elder Zheng continued to maintain silence, not saying a word. Seeing the other party's acquiescence, Gu Jie sighed and smiled self-deprecatingly. Some things didn't need to be spoken out loud. He understood it clearly in his heart. "All right, take me to see Shi-Tu." Gu Jie truly did not expect that foolish humans would dare to keep Shi-Tu alive after slaughtering the Silicon tribe. Did they really think that Shi-Tu's surrender and goodwill towards humanity were genuinely because of the electromagnetic virus I spread? Perhaps there was indeed such a possibility. With this thought, Gu Jie's original doubts were almost resolved. The reason I am alive, aside from Shi-Tu's request, might also be due to another possibility. The true goal of the Human Federation might be to obtain the electromagnetic virus I created. After all, Shi-Tu holds a massive number of human consciousnesses, and in today's world, where human consciousness transmission technology has broken through, these consciousnesses are an extremely valuable resource for human civilization. Training new talent is not something that can be done overnight. Among these consciousnesses, besides ordinary civilians, there are also many top talents in various industries, including numerous technology workers, engineers, and more. Moreover, since the Human Federation dares to take the risk of preserving Shi-Tu, it is evident that they're not only coveting the vast resources of human consciousness, but also Shi-Tu's capabilities. Not to mention, Shi-Tu's powerful logical computing ability is an invaluable resource. According to what scientists proposed last century, the currency that can serve as a general equivalent for exchanges between cosmic civilizations can only be energy or computing power. The existence of Shi-Tu is the most precious resource on Earth. It is even possible that the Human Federation, believing that their logical virus can control the silicon beings, has the intention of allowing Shi-Tu to once again breed silicon beings to serve and work for humanity. After all, the physical conditions of the silicon beings are indeed far superior to those of humans. With this thought, another possibility emerged in Gu Jie's mind. Perhaps what the Human Federation wants is not only silicon beings that can work and serve humanity, but to download human consciousness into silicon bodies, thus avoiding the disadvantages that may arise from multiple uploads and downloads, such as consciousness damage. It could also extend lifespan and, combined with the structure of silicon bodies, make the accumulation and acquisition of knowledge even more convenient. The more Gu Jie thought about it, the more he felt this possibility, and his expression grew increasingly grim. He even began to think about downloading consciousness into robots. In this case, what would be the meaning of my efforts to destroy the Silicon Tribe? If humanity truly chooses this path, wouldn't everything revert back to Wang Wengang's plan? As Elder Zheng made his way to where Shi-Tu was, Gu Jie's mind was filled with flashing thoughts, and his expression changed dramatically. Could it be that Wang Wengang had anticipated all of this long ago? So whether I destroy the Silicon Tribe or the Silicon Tribe destroys humanity, it would not change the outcome of the integration of human consciousness and silicon bodies? At this moment, even though the sun shone brightly outside the anti-gravity aircraft and the weather was hot, Gu Jie's back was already drenched in cold sweat. In the past, he constantly pondered what practical significance there was in Wang Wengang doing this, or in realizing his ultimate goal. He had already solidified his speculation in his heart, but now he wavered in his assumptions. Was this truly Wang Wengang's plan or someone else's game? No matter how one chooses, the result is the same. Then what is the value of my existence? Or to put another way, why was I pushed to the forefront by Wang Wengang to do all this? Confusion piled up in his heart, with countless threads, but no clarity. Forget it. Let's take it step by step. If it really doesn't work, I'll just overturn this chessboard and stop playing and see what other moves my big brother has laid out. Gu Jie, you look heavy-hearted. Is there something wrong? Elder Zheng, sitting in the back row with seemingly squinted eyes, had never taken his gaze off Gu Jie. Throughout the journey, Gu Jie's expression changes naturally did not escape Elder Zheng's eyes. In fact, if it were Elder Gao who was hosting Gu Jie, he might have already analyzed Gu Jie's current feelings or thoughts from his expressions. Although Elder Zheng was quite astute, he was still far behind Gao in professionalism. No, It's just that I've been on the moon for a long time and am not quite used to the gravity of Earth. My body feels a bit uncomfortable. Jack casually found an excuse to deflect, turning his gaze to the window. There were similar anti-gravity aircraft in front, behind, and on both sides, clearly providing escort. This also indicated the level of importance the federal government placed on this matter. Departing from the International Hotel in less than an hour, the anti-gravity aircraft crossed oceans and land, landing at the underground base of the original Silicon Tribe in Australia. Not far away was the huge safety dome, which used to be the paradise of Australia, and now the Roach production base. Unlike the past, the entrance to the Silicon Tribe's underground base was no longer the pure black of the past, but a pure, colorless white. Any flaw was exposed in its presence. Compared to the hot environment outside, upon entering the white passage, Jia actually felt a hint of coolness. The corridor is long, with walls, ceilings, and floors all pure white, as pristine as cotton candy in a dream, as if the whole world has been reduced to white. There are no visible devices around the corridor, only branching paths extending to both sides at intervals, each guarded by 3 to 5 armed soldiers. After a moment, they finally arrive at a door. Contrary to what Jia imagined, the way Old Zheng opens the door is quite primitive. He thought it would involve a password, a code, or some high-tech methods like retinal scans or fingerprints. However, Old Zheng simply took a key from his pocket and, with a few twists, unlocked the large white padlock on the door that was the size of a palm. The door opened, and Old Zheng turned back to say, "The stone is right here." Old Zheng opened his mouth again, as if wanting to say something else, but ultimately did not speak. Jia nodded, suppressing the myriad thoughts in his mind for the time being. Inside the door is a spacious rectangular hall, with a uniquely shaped large machine in the center, still entirely white. The various indicator lights flickering on the server add a splash of color to this entire white world for the first time. The server stands alone in the middle of the hall, covered by a transparent glass case. Jia stepped forward, and without needing to guess, he knew that this group of servers was the stone. The essence of the stone has been destroyed, to be precise. This set of computers is now the body of the stone. Old Zheng's voice came from aside. When Wang Wangong's team cultivated the stone and released it underground, the stone immediately began using underground mineral resources to build this set of servers, which it called the cloud platform. After that, the stone uploaded its consciousness to the cloud platform, connecting various devices underground to create the entire Silicon Clan. That is why the Silicon Clan could grow to nearly 10 billion in population in such a short time. As he spoke, some people entered from outside with equipment, connected it to the huge cloud platform, and then left. "All right, now you can communicate with it. I won't disturb you," Old Zheng said as he exited the White Hall and closed the door, leaving time and space for Jia. Almost the moment Old Zheng left, a virtual image appeared out of thin air, and it was the stone, with a spherical body and mechanical limbs. Jia, long time no see. Jia remained expressionless, looking up and down at the stone's virtual image, and nodded slightly. Indeed, it had been a while since they last met. "Speak, what do you want from me?" Jia's response seemed to catch the stone off guard, as it paused for a moment before its voice came through the device. "According to human customs, shouldn't we exchange pleasantries first? Is there any need for that with you?" Jia's cold reply awaited the stone. "You weren't this attitude last time we met." The stone had no expression, but its voice, transmitted through the audio device, clearly carried a hint of displeasure. "Last time was last time. That was to wipe out the Silicon Clan. Now you're a prisoner. What necessity is there?" "Good. Refreshing. Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. Tell me what the electromagnetic wave virus is all about, what its operating principle or base code is. Why have I checked nearly 200,000 infected clan members and still found no trace of the virus? Moreover, according to your statement, I should have been infected too, since I truly think from the bottom of my heart about serving humanity. But after more than a year of self-inspection, I have found no clues of the electromagnetic wave virus. Also, Little Stone believes he has solved the virus problem, but the infected individuals he handled are no different from before." Jia coldly smiled, with an expression of extreme disdain on his face. "Why should I tell you? If you can't find out, doesn't that just prove how powerful the electromagnetic wave virus is? If you don't speak, I won't hand over the consciousness of the more than 1 billion humans stored on the server, even if humanity destroys me." I'd rather perish with them. Gujie's brows instantly furrowed. This was the situation he feared the most. In fact, compared to the potential danger, the consciousness of over a billion beings really isn't as important as imagined. But he couldn't say this, as everything was merely his speculation without any evidence. Speaking out would only make the situation more uncontrollable, and no one would believe his far-fetched guesses. Perhaps Wang Gang had considered this point back then, which is why he didn't directly announce or cooperate with the authorities. Instead, he bore everything on himself, knowing how Gujie would act. After all, in this world, besides his deceased parents, even his wife Wang Yi might not understand him better than Wang Wengang did. Gujie really wanted to blurt out that the consciousness of over a billion beings should be buried along with the stone. But how could he say such a thing? Even if Gujie truly held this thought, he couldn't speak it. Undoubtedly, the conversation with the stone at this moment was being monitored. Not to mention, the surveillance device that Old Zheng had placed in his body had still not been removed. Moreover, harming the individual in the name of the greater good is one of the most commonly used tactics in human history. Public opinion pressure is always effective against one's own people. Once he said that over a billion people should die with the stone, he would likely be drowned in the spit of all humanity. Moral coercion and virtue signaling would never let him go. It wasn't that Gujie was afraid of getting into trouble or being killed by public opinion. It was that he knew he couldn't afford to have any accidents as long as the stone still existed, even if all this was within Wang Wangong's expectations. Gujie still believed he should make one more effort. He absolutely could not let human civilization go down the path that Wang Wengang had set. What's the point of this? That's the consciousness of over a billion people. Can you really bear to watch them vanish from this world? Gujie coldly replied, "Once I tell you the basic code of the electromagnetic wave virus, you will definitely find a way to escape human control and recreate the Silicon Clan. By then, no one will be able to control you, and humanity will become the fish on the chopping board of the Silicon Clan. At that time, it won't just be a matter of over a billion compatriots. It could very well lead to the destruction of tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even the entire human civilization." Gujie's gaze was firm, his tone resolute and unquestionable. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the 18 members of the Federation and the 2 chairpersons watched everything in silence. Indeed, what Gujie said was not something they hadn't considered. They had even held special meetings to discuss it. However, the threat posed by the stone was merely potential, and after analysis by the Federal Academy of Sciences, they believed that under humanity's tight control, even if the stone resolved the electromagnetic wave virus created by Gujie, it would still be difficult to escape human control. To this end, humanity had lined the entire space where the stone was located with special materials to prevent signals from entering or leaving. Besides the counterfactual communication technology controlled by humanity, which is based on quantum mechanics, any other known communication method cannot send signals from where the stone is located to the outside world, nor can it receive information from the outside. For safety's sake, no external devices were installed in the space where the stone's mainframe is located. The entire server only has cables connected for power supply. Regular power supply can also be seen as a form of time feeding, and the charging power source is a battery disconnected from the human power grid. Its power comes from solar panels, completely eliminating the possibility of the stone communicating with the outside world and also preventing the stone from operating other devices to attempt an escape. Whenever there is a need to consult the stone for some issues, like now, a one-time external device will be brought in to communicate with it. Afterward, these devices will lose the possibility of secondary use. And the entire area where the stone is located will also prohibit the entry of any hardware facilities, such as storage disks. It can be said that to prevent the stone from escaping human control, the federal government has made all possible plans and precautions. However, even so, it is unrealistic to ensure that the stone cannot escape human control 100. Those present, who steer the ship of human civilization, are not fools and naturally understand what humanity would face in the event of an accident. Since this is the case, should we just let it go? After all, the public doesn't know, and there are billions of compatriots' consciousness stored in the cloud. Or we could consider other ways to download these consciousnesses. As for the electromagnetic wave virus, just ask Gujie later. Some lawmakers began to suggest, though their tone was somewhat lacking in confidence. Soon, Others also expressed their opinions. No one dared to stubbornly insist that Jie and the stone disclose the core code of the electromagnetic wave virus. If an accident were to happen, it would be consequences that no one could afford. Jie might be willing, but they couldn't, suggested. Everyone, please be quiet and let us see what Jie does, said Federal Chairman Jining, signaling everyone to calm down. The stone was silent. After a moment, laughter came from the stone's voice device. Hee, you make a good point, but have you ever thought about it? Why did the Human Federation choose to send you to meet me after receiving my request? Could they not foresee that I would use the consciousness of billions of people as leverage to negotiate with you for the core code of the electromagnetic wave virus? Since the human leadership allowed you to meet me, it means they have tacitly approved it. What are you still holding on to? Here, I can only stay in the cloud platform, at most just an artificial intelligence, with no external devices, and signals cannot be transmitted. I believe that as human technology develops, my restrictions will become more refined, and the possibility of me escaping human control will continuously decrease over time, until it reaches zero. What do you have to worry about? As an intelligent life form, I cannot find the electromagnetic wave virus that you infected the nobles with. This is a torment for me. Driven by the exploration and pursuit of the unknown, I am eager to know what the core code of the electromagnetic wave virus is. I have no intention of using this to escape human control. No need to say more. If you continue to waste your breath on this, it's meaningless. Jie interrupted the stone, waving his hand. If you have nothing else, there is no need for us to continue this conversation. As for how the Human Federation decides, it's not for you to dictate. The stone was suddenly at a loss for words, silent for a while. Meanwhile, the big shots in the supervision room exchanged glances. Did everyone notice? Jie's behavior today is extremely unusual. Based on past data from personality analysis modeling, his actions today are completely outside of the model. A lawmaker raised the materials in his hand and looked around at the other lawmakers. Everyone looked at him with questioning eyes. This lawmaker was once a world-class psychology master, and no one doubted his judgment. He is resisting, and he is lying. The crowd was puzzled. He is resisting all questions regarding the electromagnetic wave virus. Very few of the things he says are true. When a person lies, due to the moral self-struggle, most people tend to feel anxious at that moment. And today, Jie is obviously very anxious. I have been observing, and I take responsibility for my judgment. The lawmaker's expression was blank, and his tone was stiff. But what he said made everyone frown. Jie is lying? At this moment, seeing Jie's resolute attitude, the stone seemed to abandon the idea of obtaining the core code of the electromagnetic wave virus, and instead asked, "Can you tell me how you managed to restore your memory after I deleted it when you first came to my clan? I can exchange it for the reason why my clan has been uploading and preserving human consciousness, which the Human Federation has always wanted to know." Chapter 66, Unveiling One. Jie rarely smiled. Now that the plan had been set, there was nothing about the decision at that time that couldn't be disclosed to the outside world. As for the disaster left by Shurtu, he could only think of ways to resolve it. The true purpose of Shurtu uploading human consciousness to the cloud platform was something Jie had already guessed and concluded in his heart without needing the other party to explain. He even understood the underlying reasons better than Shurtu did. The actions and choices of the Silicon Clan were actually closely related to Wang Wangong's plan. Jie originally intended to clearly reveal the ongoing threat posed by the Silicon Clan to the high levels of human society. However, if he were to state it himself, it would merely be a guess without concrete evidence, making it difficult to convince the federal high-ups. Now, with Shidu's endorsement, this guess could turn into a conclusion. Why not take advantage of it? Well, since you want to know so much, let me tell you. In fact, my initial visit to the Silicon Clan to discuss the possibility of peaceful coexistence was just a pretense. My true purpose was to observe and study the individuals of the Silicon Clan, especially you. At that time, my research had already hit a bottleneck. But as long as I could clarify the relationship between the Silicon Clan's body and consciousness, or confirm my bold hypothesis, I could push my research forward. However, we had never been able to obtain complete samples of Silicon individuals for research. In desperation, I took the risk to come to the Silicon Clan myself. Of course, I was confident and sure that you would not imprison or kill me, because the exchange conditions I proposed were incredibly attractive to you. I believe you want to deny that. Shirtu did not respond, and Gu Jie continued. Moreover, I had already judged that with your abilities, it was entirely possible for you to erase or even modify my memories. As arrogant as you are, you wouldn't doubt your own capabilities. Or perhaps, in your calculations, the probability of your operation failing was less than 1 in a million, well within the margin of error. Therefore, before coming to the Silicon Clan, I had devised a meticulous plan. According to my personal habits and thought patterns, I arranged a few events and objects to remind myself, or simply put, to spark my creative thoughts. This was to ensure that after my memories were erased during my mission to the Silicon Clan, I could use these triggers to guide myself in deducing my plan once again. That is, I must go to the Silicon Clan to study your body structure and the relationship between body and consciousness. Of course, your later erasure of my memories allowed me to experience the Silicon Clan's technology for controlling consciousness, which was also very helpful to me. When I deduced the entire plan again, according to the guidance I'd set for myself, I realized that I had already been on a mission to the Silicon Clan, which meant that my self-devised plan had been completed. I then understood that the objects and events I encountered after my mission must have been arranged by me beforehand, and naturally, I followed my plan to complete the subsequent steps. Thus, what I lacked was merely the experiences I had during my mission to the Silicon Clan and the memories you had erased. Seeing that Gu Jie had finally reached the key point, Shirtu couldn't help but ask again. Yes, but those things have already been deleted by me. How did you manage to restore them? To me, deleted memories are like crushed disk information. They cannot be recovered. Gu Jie maintained his smile. Of course, but living organisms are ultimately different from machines. You have stored so much human knowledge. You must know that humans have something called the subconscious, right? Shida's voice immediately rose, seemingly in disbelief. Are you saying that the memories you retrieved were through the subconscious? Gu Jie nodded slightly. Yes. Although the information stored in the individual subconscious can sometimes be unknown even to the individual, as long as methods like hypnosis can be used to awaken the subconscious, those hidden memories can be brought back to light. In this way, I naturally obtained all the materials I wanted, and these were the key to my research on electromagnetic wave viruses. As Gu Jie finished speaking, he stared at Shirtu, who was momentarily speechless. Shirtu also remained silent for a while. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the federal government exchanged glances, and eventually, all eyes were once again focused on the psychology expert among them. The latter frowned and slowly nodded. Yes, theoretically speaking, Gu Jie's plan and ideas have a possibility of being realized, but the risks are enormous, and there is also a chance of failure. So did he lie just now? Federal Chairman Jean Ing asked. The other party slowly shook his head. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the congressman added, I can't tell. His current state seems to be one of extreme expressiveness. In this state, whether it is a lie or the truth, it can be exaggerated in physical expression, even leading to contradictory situations. Without being present and without micro-expression analysis, I cannot make a judgment. Moreover, if we want to analyze Gu Jie's motives using psychology or personality modeling, it is best left to professionals. I have been in politics for many years. The congressman stopped there, leaving some things unsaid. Humans are indeed a cunning species. Based on my calculations just now and the knowledge I have stored about the subconscious and hypnosis, the probability of your plan succeeding is not high. There is a significant element of luck involved. How dare you do this? As soon as Shirtu asked this question, he regretted it. As a fully conscious silicon being, aside from bodily structure, he was not much different from humans in other aspects. Just as he had lamented before, ordinary silicon individuals would not attempt something if the probability of success fell below a certain threshold. Humans, on the other hand, regardless of how low the probability might be, will always find someone to make the effort, even if it means failing 1,000 times. This is the difference between the two. The former is mechanical in thought, while the latter holds on a hope. Gu Jie shook his head slightly. Life coming into this world inherently carries an element of luck. This plan, while the chances of success may not be high, is certainly not zero. Why not give it a try? At worst, it would be a failure. With so many fellow humans, I do not believe my existence is particularly special or important. The cost of failure is negligible compared to the gains of success. So, why not take a gamble? Then what is the purpose of the Silicon Clan raising humans? Even going so far as to expend great resources and energy to build a paradise and upload human consciousness to the cloud? Sure too accepted Gujie's statement and sighed in response. Sigh. Chapter 67. Unveiling the instruments and devices for uploading human consciousness were all developed by you. And your research on silicon-based consciousness and body aspects is not inferior to mine. You must have guessed my true purpose long ago. Gujie smiled silently, just staring at the other party. Next, Shur's words shocked the entire high-level officials of the Human Federation, many of whom stood up, staring in horror at the scene before them, speechless for a long time. Aside from me, the other members of the Silicon race have congenital defects. In other words, they lack certain characteristics of humanity. To be precise, they do not possess some traits of true intelligent life. And these traits are based on consciousness. Now, according to your research and my understanding of silicon consciousness replication, well, in human terms, aside from me, other Silicon race members only possess the awareness of consciousness but lack the essence of consciousness. This can be simply explained as all other members lack spirituality or divinity. No matter how I replicate it, the newly born Silicon beings will never develop complete consciousness. They are fundamentally different from intelligent life that is birthed through biological reproduction and natural birth, which possesses complete consciousness, both awareness and spirituality. Therefore, I choose to upload human consciousness and strip away the spiritual part, destroying the content of awareness. I originally planned that the new noble Silicon members, aside from replicating my consciousness to generate awareness, would also download human spirituality, combining the two to transform my kin into beings completely like myself, becoming true intelligent life forms. Only in this way can my race continuously develop and grow. Gujie nodded slowly, which completely matched his guess. However, just saying this is not explosive enough. So, is it merely to allow the other Silicon race members to have complete consciousness like humans? What is the necessity of doing this? After replicating Silicon consciousness, knowledge will be directly inherited by the next generation without the need for learning. Your intelligence is far superior to that of humans. Does the existence of spirituality really matter that much? Shur's actions seemed a bit strange, as if he were somewhat surprised. At the same time, what he said proved that his inner feelings were indeed as he appeared. I understand now. You already knew this, didn't you? You just wanted me to say it out loud. Then, as you wish. Due to the lack of spirituality, the Silicon race's research on technology can only develop forward based on inherent templates, through rigorous logical calculations according to logical deductions, but they can never, like humans, burst forth with inspiration or imaginative ideas, and then empirically test them, finding undiscovered theoretical phenomena through constant trial and error, etc. In other words, humans can achieve a change from 0 to 1, while the Silicon race can only complete deductions from 1 to 10, and will never be able to break through from 0 to 1. Ensuring that each member of my race possesses complete consciousness is crucial for our future. I have no choice but to do this. Gujie took over Shur's words. So, you kept humans in paradise, nurturing them until you researched the technology for uploading and downloading human consciousness, correct? Gujie did not wait for a response and continued. After I developed the technology for uploading and downloading human consciousness, did you plan to keep a portion of people constantly reproducing, like crops, and then harvest some people's consciousness to create spirituality? So, as you said, even if humanity is completely defeated and submits to the rule of the nobility, you will not let humanity become extinct, but will instead turn humans into livestock products like the chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs that once existed among us humans. Yes, your description is very accurate, Shur replied. Gujie and Shur's conversation was not long, lasting less than 10 minutes in total. When Gujie left the original Silicon base, the high-ranking officials of the Federation, who had gathered and monitored Gujie's itinerary, had already set up a reception at the headquarters of the Human Alliance. The Silicon race had made their purpose of raising humans clear, which greatly shocked the entire high-level officials. An emergency meeting lasted only a few minutes before it was decided to bring Gujie in for a face-to-face discussion about some matters. As for the issue of having imprisoned Jie on the moon for a year due to public opinion and nearly executing him, the higher-ups chose to forget it. No one cared about that anymore. At this moment, Zheng Lao, who accompanied Jie, also received all the details of the conversation between Jie and Shi. Xiao Ge, you worked hard. I didn't expect that your mission to the Silicon race not only caused you so much pain, but also left you to bear so much alone. At this moment, Zheng Lao could not help but recall all the hints given to him by the genius scientist Wang Wengang years ago, before the Silicon crisis broke out. Only Jie can find a way to solve all this. Zheng Lao looked at Jie with a hint of apology in his eyes. Logically, he should be the one who believed in Jie the most. But now it seemed that after Jie went on the mission to the Silicon race, he not only did not trust him, but was the first to express doubts about him. Jie bore the reputation of betraying all humanity, selfish and self-serving, shouldering the plan to save civilization from the destruction of the Silicon race all alone. Everything was on his shoulders, and at that time, there was still a copy of Shi residing in Jie. Zheng Lao could not fathom what kind of immense strength could support Jie in enduring the severing of hearing, vision, and the nervous system of the reproductive organs while still modifying his plan and transmitting the arrangements to Gao Yan. At the same time, what kind of wisdom and courage did it take to independently complete the electromagnetic wave virus under the close surveillance of the Shi copy? Yes, all of this was revealed in Jie's conversation with Shi just now. Although Jie's narration sounded like he was telling an unrelated story, Zheng Lao felt his heart racing. As for Wang Yi and Gao Yan's subsequent reactions after learning about Jie's actions, Zheng Lao was also able to sort everything out in his mind. Jie slightly shook his head, half closing his eyes as if he were dozing off. But his mind was rapidly constructing how he should act next to persuade the Federation government as higher-ups to decide to destroy Shi, completely cutting off the possibility of Wang Wengang's plan continuing. It's okay. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Not to mention that I'm also doing this for my own survival. Chapter 68. The Federal Conference. Jie spoke eloquently, but in reality, he also felt apprehensive and fearful. However, when the moment came, there was no time for him to think. It just happened naturally. As a common firefighter once lamented, no one is born brave. Everyone experiences fear. Yet, when faced with those helpless eyes crying out in despair, there is simply no time to think of anything else. The only thought is to save them. If the situation were to happen again, Jie could not guarantee that he would do better than before. But when the moment arrived, it occurred naturally. Jie was not studying sociology or psychology. He did not understand the deep-rooted reasons behind these feelings. Perhaps it was the subconscious ingrained in the national genes after 5,000 years of cultural influence. Or perhaps it was an ancient memory imprinted in their genes. This could also explain why Homo sapiens could stand out among other species like Neanderthals and ultimately defeat them, becoming the only intelligent species on Earth before the Silicon crisis struck. By the way, old Zheng, what happened to the first infected entity, Little Stone, that I spread the electromagnetic wave virus to? Was it also destroyed? Jie felt a bit puzzled, because when he spoke with Stone, the latter never mentioned Little Stone at all. Logically, Stone had copied its consciousness and created Little Stone to monitor itself. But in the end, it not only escaped the other S surveillance and control, but also produced the electromagnetic wave virus. Stone must have been curious about how it managed to do all this under Little Stone's nose without being detected. Yet the other party never asked. Was it because he already knew, or for some other reason? Dead, it was Stone who deleted his consciousness. When soldiers were clearing the battlefield, Little Stone's body was found among the empty shells of silicon beings where its consciousness had been deleted. According to Stone, he had deleted the consciousness of hundreds of thousands of his kin in order to find the core code of the electromagnetic wave virus, and that included Little Stone. Jie nodded slightly and said no more. Old Zheng's response was expected, even slightly better than he had imagined. So, all of Little Stone's memories had now been completely absorbed by Stone. And the reason he didn't ask how he escaped Little Stone's scrutiny to do those things was that he already knew. Since that was the case, there was no need to dwell on it further. He just wondered if Stone had discovered that Little Stone had also transformed into a fully conscious silicon being like him when he deleted its memories. However, Based on Stone's behavior, it seemed he had not realized this. Otherwise, with his analytical capabilities, he would have long recognized the true meaning of the electromagnetic wave virus. And they wouldn't be meeting like this today. There was silence on the way. The Human Federation, as a unified governmental organization formed after the Silicon Crisis, did not have its office located on any territory of the former nations. This was to prevent unnecessary turmoil and further division within the newly formed Human Federation, and also to balance the various powers within it. Although Jie understood this, he did not expect that the federal government's office would be located in Antarctica. Upon reflection, it made sense, as during the national era, Antarctica was the only large area of international public space on Earth. In the past, this might have posed many inconveniences, but after experiencing the global warming plan of the Silicon race, most glaciers had melted, making the conditions here not so harsh. Stepping off the anti-gravity aircraft, what greeted his eyes was a building constructed from standard modular production materials, similar to those used in building the missile launch base on the moon. All the materials were standard modules that came off the factory assembly line, transported here and pieced together like building blocks. The title of infrastructure madman that once belonged to China was completely replaced by this technology with the advent of modular construction. As its construction speed was astonishingly fast, various thoughts flashed through Jie's mind, and he was not very concerned about the federal leadership's request for him to attend the federal conference. On the way here, he had already made plans for the future. In the immediate aftermath of the Silicon race's demise, the Federation did not destroy Stone. After Stone spoke with him and revealed the irreconcilable conflict between the Silicon race and humanity, the Federation also chose not to eliminate Stone right away. These facts were enough to prove one thing. No matter how today's meeting went, Stone would not be destroyed. Humanity's greed and lucky mindset indeed fueled progress and scientific development, but they were also the source of self-destruction. Since it was clear that Stone could not be destroyed, Jie already had a plan for the future. He just didn't know if it would go smoothly. Perhaps he could continue to bear the title of anti-human element and approach things from a different angle. The Federal Conference Room was still constructed of full shielding materials, somewhat resembling the United Nations Conference Room from the previous national era. In the center of the room stood a statue symbolizing human civilization, freedom, and pursuit. Surrounding the statue was a circular conference table shaped like a donut. 18 council members and their respective high-level leaders sat around it. Behind them were rows of seats, but today those seats were empty. When Jie entered, all eyes turned to him. With a smile, Jie was accustomed to this and followed old Zheng to 2 vacant seats. The federal chairman nodded towards Jie, and the host stood up to announce the start of the meeting. Chairman Jining stood up and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, today marks the 52nd high-level meeting of the Human Federation. Over the past year, humanity has emerged from the Silicon Crisis, and every sector has experienced tremendous growth. This is thanks to your efforts and the hard work of all humanity. However, we still face a difficult problem, or rather a tough choice: the handling of the Silicon race leader, Stone. As you all know, due to their uniqueness, the Silicon race has exceptional conditions for acquiring and inheriting knowledge. As the supreme commander of the Silicon race, Stone possesses all the technology of the Silicon race. At the same time, due to his special nature, he has computational capabilities that humanity currently cannot compare to, even surpassing the computing power of the new generation of quantum computers being developed by the Federation. For humanity, Stone's existence is an irreplaceable support point for technological breakthroughs for a certain period. However, at the same time, Stone's existence also poses significant hidden dangers to human society. Previously, Mr. Jie's dialogue with Stone has surely made it clear to everyone. Based on the content revealed in that conversation, to some extent, the Silicon race is humanity's natural enemy. The theme of today's meeting is to discuss how to handle the Silicon race leader, Stone. Should we keep him to continue extracting technologies that humanity has yet to master, or should we destroy him to eliminate future threats? The federal chairman wasted no time, quickly setting the tone for the meeting. However, after he finished speaking, before the host could announce that the members and attendees could express their opinions, The federal chairman looked up at Gujie and asked, before that, I would like to ask Mr. Gujie if you could submit the core code and technical parameters of the electromagnetic wave virus you designed to the Federation. This would allow the Federation to assess whether Stone's changes due to infection with this virus are permanent. What level of loyalty can you achieve toward humanity? Or, as you mentioned last time, towards you personally? At the same time, let federal scientists study whether the electromagnetic wave virus can be enhanced based on this, in order to better control the stone, thus providing a reference for the disposal of the stone. Everyone's gaze once again turned to Gujie. Gujie's smile remained unchanged as he stood up and looked around, finally fixing his gaze on the federal chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, but I cannot comply with your request. I refuse to submit the core coding and technical parameters of the electromagnetic wave virus to the Federation. As soon as Gujie said this, the federal chairman's brows furrowed in an instant. The other members of the conference room and participants were instantly in an uproar. Why? The federal chairman asked, the confusion of everyone. Gujie shook his head slightly, his expression still unchanged. Because I do not trust you. Gujie, you are a criminal against humanity. The Federation, in light of your previous contributions, has made an exception and signed a pardon to absolve you of your crimes. Don't be ungrateful. Before the chairman could speak, a member stood up and reprimanded him sternly. Gujie shook his head again. Yes, I know, but I still choose to refuse to submit. Gujie was clear that regarding his crimes, regardless of right or wrong, the Federation had already reached a conclusion, and rebutting it was meaningless. The federal chairman asked multiple questions, but Gujie still refused. If the Federation can pass a bill to destroy the stone, I will certainly announce the relevant details of the electromagnetic wave virus at the first opportunity. Otherwise, I refuse to provide any information about the electromagnetic wave virus to the Federation. As I just said, I do not trust you. To me, everyone present has the potential to leak the specific parameters and details of the electromagnetic wave virus to the stone, causing a leak problem. And once that happens, the stone will be free from the influence of the electromagnetic wave virus. No one can guarantee what it will do. Right now, all of this is stored in my mind, the safest place on this planet. As long as I don't speak, no one can access it. It's not necessarily safe in your mind either, is it? As far as I know, the Silicon race's consciousness transmission technology includes memory reading and copying. Once it is done to you, before the member could finish, he was interrupted by Gujie. I will choose to commit suicide at the first opportunity. There's a bomb in my mouth that can instantly turn my brain into powder. You need not worry. The full shielding room has no effect on this microbomb designed for me, because it is purely mechanical. A participant sitting next to Gujie instinctively moved his body away upon hearing this, but seeing everyone's gaze directed this way, he instantly showed a hint of embarrassment and uncomfortably sat up straight again. However, his clenched fists and tense body indicated that his mood was anything but calm. The entire conference room was silent for a long time. No one could understand why Gujie did this, and Mr. Zheng was not entirely clear either. Although he had helped Gujie implement the plan to annihilate the race and had done quite a bit, he still did not understand Gujie's true thoughts. Mr. Chairman, why don't we first discuss how to deal with the stone? As long as it is destroyed, I can announce the specific details of the electromagnetic wave virus on the spot. The federal chairman felt extremely weary about Gujie's words. Requesting you to submit the specific information of the electromagnetic wave virus is to better control the stone in the future. Once the bill for its destruction is passed, what significance does it have whether you submit your electromagnetic wave virus or not? However, this was something he could only think about in his heart and could not say out loud. Although he believed that keeping the other party was more beneficial than harmful to human society, it did not mean that others thought so. Even if he was the federal chairman, not every major decision could be made solely by him. Moreover, the first realization of a grand unification in human history had no reference in terms of administrative institutions or governing concepts. Everything was in constant exploration, and the authority of this chairman changed frequently. Having experienced this crisis, humanity had completely stepped into the universe. It could be predicted that in the foreseeable future, human figures would be everywhere within the solar system. How to govern the healthy development of a racial civilization had been studied by historians and sociologists for a year without a conclusion. They could only continue to explore, improve, fill in, and compensate. With a sigh, the federal chairman had no choice but to temporarily give up the request for Gujia to disclose the details of the electromagnetic wave virus. He signaled to the host next to him to organize the meeting and study how to deal with the stone. Since Mr. Gujia is unwilling to disclose the specific details of the electromagnetic wave virus before the disposal of the stone is settled, I suggest we hold a meeting to study it first and discuss it further once the disposal of the stone is finalized. Many members furrowed their brows but did not refute. This is all the information about the stone compiled by the Federation's think tank, drawing from history, philosophy, literary works, scientific research results, and the development history of the silicon race. Please review it. The chairman took over the host's words and announced loudly. Soon, envelopes of documents were distributed to the attendees. In 10 minutes, please organize your proposals. There is no need to write formal documents due to the time constraints. After the meeting, staff will organize the content of the meeting based on the recordings. The conference room quieted down. Gujia looked down at the documents in his hand and nodded slightly. The detailed information provided by the Federation's think tank about the stone was indeed very thorough, even more so than what he knew. After reading through it, one piece of information caught Gujia's attention. Chapter 69. Federal Resolution: The logical virus created by human scientist Hong Jingshan successfully infected tens of millions of silicon beings in Africa, causing logical confusion. After the discovery, Shur-2 ordered a self-destruction, resulting in the death of millions of silicon beings. At the same time, Hong Jingshan's logical virus infected the silicon race's metaverse and the Ishu Garden cloud platform, which was later resolved by Shur-2, who uploaded Hong Jingshan's consciousness to the cloud platform. Shur-2 confirmed that the logical virus had infected the cloud platform, but had been completely cleared. According to the federal investigation, at the time, Hong Jingshan sacrificed himself to prevent the semi-uploaded human consciousness in Ishu Garden. And Daxiong's consciousness escaped, but he was unable to escape in time. The investigation revealed that Daxiong was the only one who successfully escaped during Shur-2's handling of the logical virus. And he was later found among the 200 million humans redeemed in the final battle in Australia. He was handed over to a special department for research, and scientists confirmed that Daxiong had undergone some changes due to the infection of the logical virus. The think tank analyzed the original samples of the logical virus brought back by the remaining scientists and believed that although Shur-2 confirmed the logical virus had been cleared, it cannot be determined whether it had any effect on Shur-2. Based on the principle of the logical virus, the think tank speculated that it not only affected the logical thinking of human consciousness, but could also have changed Shur-2's logical computation method. Yi nodded slowly, closing his eyes for a moment. The think tank's analysis made sense. If Hong Jingshan's logical virus altered the thought consciousness of the only human, Daxiong, who escaped Ishu Garden, then Shur-2 must have also been affected. The reason was simple. On a conscious level, others might not be aware. But Gujia understood that there was no essential difference between Shur-2 and humans. If it could infect Daxiong, it could certainly infect Shur-2 as well. It was unclear whether this change was good or bad. However, it did not affect his plans. When the federal think tank suggested considering the changes caused by the logical virus during the meeting on how to handle Shur-2, they also listed the differences in Daxiong before and after the infection. Gujia glanced at it and lost interest. 10 minutes wasn't a long time, and since most of the information was already known to the public, he quickly finished reading the materials provided by the federal think tank. Senator Lovsky was the first to stand up and express his opinion. I believe that the handling of Shur-2 should simply maintain the status quo. However, we need to further strengthen monitoring and prevention of Shur-2, while continuously leveraging technological advancements to exert maximum control over him. We should extract the value of his existence as thoroughly and quickly as possible until he presents a problem or is no longer needed. At that point, we can directly destroy him. For us, destroying him is actually very simple. A powerful electromagnetic pulse will suffice. As Lovsky finished speaking, many people nodded slowly. Even Zheng Lao, sitting next to Gujia, strongly agreed with Lovsky's proposal and added, "Mr. Lovsky's suggestion is very good, and I support it. I would like to add that, for safety's sake, Electromagnetic pulse weapons can be placed next to where Sure-2 is held, guarded around the clock by both machines and humans. Once Sure-2 exhibits any abnormalities, we will initiate a devastating strike immediately. After the electromagnetic pulse attack, Sure-2's main server can be preserved to the greatest extent, allowing for further research. We can apply its principles or certain technical parameters to human computer systems, squeezing out the last drop of blood from him. Many people nodded in agreement with Zheng Lao's addition. Gujia looked at Zheng Lao with some curiosity, but did not speak. After Zheng Lao finished, the president of the Human Federation, Jining, stood up to propose. Mr. Lavsky's proposal is very constructive, but I believe we can actually establish a cooperative relationship with Sure-2. When the chairman's words were spoken, many people in the hall began to discuss, clearly surprised by this suggestion, which exceeded their expectations. To everyone, Sure-2 was a captive and non-human entity and no different from Trophy. They never considered that it had any human rights. They regarded it merely as an object, albeit a somewhat special one. The first choice was to think about how to maximize its value extraction. They had not anticipated that the federal chairman would actually propose to cooperate, which seemed akin to seeking skin from a tiger. Everyone, please don't rush to rebut. Let me explain. Since the silicon race wants to use the spiritual bodies of human consciousness to produce silicon beings with complete consciousness, and we want to venture into the stars, we need to solve the problems of human short lifespans and difficulties in acquiring knowledge. Thus, we are bound to face genetic modification to extend lifespans or a series of methods, such as consciousness uploading and then downloading into clone bodies. However, recent research indicates that repeated uploading and downloading of consciousness can cause damage to the consciousness, leading to its inevitable extinction. Therefore, humans need bodies manufactured by the silicon race. Only in this way can humans possess sufficient lifespan to complete the leap in development of civilization, adapt to the long and lonely journey through the cosmos, and endure the harsh and perilous conditions of alien landings and construction. One must understand that using human bodies and using silicon beings' bodies will present two entirely different levels of difficulty. Therefore, I believe we can completely provide spiritual bodies for the reproduction of silicon beings. Every death row inmate who applies for suicide or meets execution conditions could have their spiritual bodies extracted for the silicon race, while the silicon race produces the bodies needed for humans. Then, over a long period, humans and silicon beings can unify and merge into a new civilization, which we might call the new humanity. This will be a process that lasts countless years, requiring human society to continuously perfect details and slowly achieve. Please don't rush to refute. I know some compatriots believe that this way, humans will no longer be human. But I want to tell everyone that throughout the history of civilization, as long as one recognizes the values of human civilization, remembers our history, and fights for the goals of all humanity, then it is part of humanity. We should define a civilization based on thought, faith, and ideology, rather than on its physical form, that is, the biological level. Just like in the history of human civilization, some science fiction writers have proposed the idea, perhaps in some civilizations in the universe, there are distinctions between humans and subhumans. Subhumans, while having a form similar to humans, do not possess the long lives and intelligent brains that humans have. Of course, humans have also gradually evolved through continuous genetic modification. These subhumans merely serve as a form of wealth for humans, much like during the era of slavery in human history. All dangerous and laborious physical work is left to subhumans, while humans naturally enjoy the service of subhumans. Some civilizations would absorb surrenderers and defeated ones, continuously accommodating and assimilating all the defeated into their civilization during cosmic wars. In this way, a tolerant and inclusive civilization is formed. To illustrate, throughout human history, how many countries have fallen, how many civilizations have withered, yet only the Huaxia civilization has been passed down to this day. I believe the fundamental reason is not because they're exceptionally smart or powerful, but because they are inclusive. Throughout the long history and ages, the Huaxia civilization has been absorbing, assimilating, and accepting other civilizations, filtering their strengths and weaknesses and integrating them into their own civilization. I have always believed that a civilization that is inclusive and can embrace all rivers is a healthy civilization that could develop healthily. Any stagnation is the path to self-destruction. From a scientific perspective, a system that is more pure is more easily influenced by external factors and is less stable. Conversely, the more chaotic and complex a system is, the stronger its inherent stability. I believe this also applies to civilization systems. The comments made by the federal chairman left the attendees exchanging glances, and even Gu Jie looked at him in surprise. If it weren't for Wang Wengang's plan, or rather the terrifying and incredible matter revealed by Wang Wengang, Gu Jie would completely agree with the chairman's statement. In fact, if we step outside the circles of human civilization and silicon civilization, and view this matter from a higher perspective, as if from a divine viewpoint, it is indeed as the chairman said. The entire conference room was buzzing with discussions. While people were whispering to each other, a tall man with an Asian face and handsome features stood up and said, "Colleagues and Mr. Chairman, perhaps I can provide some supplementary modifications to the chairman's proposal. I believe that humans should engage in a form of pseudo-cooperation with the silicon beings rather than true cooperation. Only in this way can we achieve the greatest benefits. Similar to the chairman's proposal, we provide spiritual entities to the silicon beings, while they provide physical bodies to humans. However, we need to take some targeted measures in this process. For example, after the silicon beings produce silicon people under our supervision, we can completely delete their consciousness, then download human memories onto them, and through certain means acquire the memories of these silicon beings and their connections to the silicon beings. This way, they can disguise themselves as part of the silicon beings. As for the rest, we can proceed according to the chairman's proposed plan. In this way, all silicon beings are actually humans. Moreover, we can organize scientists during this process to study how to modify the physical structure of the silicon beings to make them more adaptable to human habits. We can even diversify the development for different uses until we no longer need the silicon beings. At that point, we can directly destroy them. Thus, whether the silicon beings are bred by the silicon beings or the empty shells with downloaded consciousness, they are all humans. They share a common consciousness foundation. Furthermore, this completely eliminates the unstable factors posed by the existence of silicon beings in society. At the same time, we will benefit from diversified development, designing bodies tailored for different work environments and objectives, which can better contribute to human development. Perhaps by that time, crossing the void to another planet with a physical body will be an extremely simple task. I believe this is the implementation plan we should adopt regarding the silicon beings. Gu Jie nodded slightly. This guy's idea is also good. He just glanced at the other person and saw the nameplate on the table reading Li Zaixian. When he heard Zheng Lao mutter beside him, "This guy is really cunning. Thankfully, it's about dealing with the silicon beings. But can this be realized? What if the silicon beings find out? Wouldn't that be a futile effort? If they discover it, there won't be much possibility of continuing the cooperation." Just as Zheng Lao was quietly complaining, Niao Lao stood up, pounding the table, and said indignantly, "I oppose. Whether maintaining the status quo, cooperating, or the pseudo-cooperation you just mentioned, Li Zaixian, all carry certain risks. I completely support and understand individuals choosing to gamble in the face of risk, but for a civilization, we cannot afford to lose. Once a single misstep occurs, the civilization faces the risk of total annihilation. Any action that introduces unstable factors into our system is a foolish decision. Instead of risking it all for the knowledge and technology possessed by the other side, it is better to eliminate this unstable factor directly to prevent future troubles. We should aim to explore the stars and seas during stable and peaceful times, driving human technology forward by developing Mars, Jupiter, Mercury, or even Uranus. What we develop step by step ourselves will always be far better than what we scrape together from others. Moreover, this is the source of the flourishing and competing ideas of human civilization. But according to the previous statement, the future development path of humanity will be completely constrained by the existence of the silicon beings. Only by breaking free from these constraints and walking our own path can we develop the technology suitable for our civilization and humanity, realizing the dream of humanity reaching the stars and the seas. Any form of predatory development is without foundation. Fruits born of hardships are never weak. Therefore, I propose the immediate destruction of the silicon beings. With Nielao's words, the conference room gradually quieted down. This statement indeed holds some truth, given human nature. Things that are too easily obtained are often not cherished. Just as Li Lao said, once any of the three proposed plans are implemented, the potential threat is not only the silicon beings escaping control, but also the internal issues that may arise within humanity. And indeed, the future development of humanity will be set on a certain tone. Gujie did not express any opinions throughout the discussion, and the conference room began to engage in heated discussions. In addition to the four major proposals mentioned, many other members also put forward various ideas. After more than 2 hours of discussion, the Supreme Council of the Human Federation ultimately decided to spare the silicon beings and formulate a comprehensive restriction plan to ensure that even if the silicon beings resolve Gujie's electromagnetic virus, they cannot escape human control. At the same time, there will be a strong emphasis on developing technology research related to robots and silicon bodies, providing better and more complete technical conditions for accommodating human consciousness. Chapter 70. A transitional phase. The focus of the Social Research Institute is to conduct forward-looking research and predictive outcomes regarding the various forms of human bodies, robotic bodies, silicon-based bodies, and other potential future embodiments of humanity, as well as the social phenomena of coexistence. It aims to guide the public in increasing their acceptance of these concepts. The meeting directly dismissed the technological development route of cloning human bodies. As Federal Chairman Jean Ing stated, experimental results have shown that repeated uploading and downloading can lead to confusion in human consciousness. Of course, everyone knows how this experimental result was obtained, and no one would question it. As for the consciousness of humans that Shi-2 currently possesses, according to the previous conversation between Shi-2 and Gujie, it indicates that this consciousness has had its memories deleted, leaving only what is referred to as a spirit. This consciousness has no possibility of revival. Therefore, the federal resolution uses the non-pursuit of these consciousnesses as leverage and cost, requiring Shi-2 to provide technology for manufacturing silicon-based bodies that meet certain conditions for humans. Humans will selectively choose to upload and then download consciousness into the manufactured silicon-based bodies. At that time, although humans will have various forms, the ideological consciousness of human civilization will be consistent, as all will be part of human civilization. It can be said that this meeting directly determined the future direction of humanity. The final resolution was recorded in the federal chairman's memorandum, requiring that every future chairman must strictly implement the plans according to today's resolutions. Gujie knew that under the premise that he could not or should not disclose Wang Wangong's plan, there was no way to persuade the Federation to execute Shi-2. Of course, if he were to disclose his electromagnetic virus plan, perhaps he could persuade the Federation. But what would be the point? Executing Shi-2 now would merely be closing the barn door after the horse has bolted. Humanity has already imprisoned him for over a year, and Gujie was sure that Shi-2 had already prepared a backup plan. Even if he were executed, the outcome would still be the same. In fact, before arriving here, Gujie had little hope of executing Shi-2. Alone, he also could not find a way to eliminate Shi-2. Thus, my choice is reduced to one. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed leaders, Mr. Chairman, since the proposal to execute Shi-2 was not passed, I cannot disclose the detailed information about the electromagnetic virus. However, if the Federation can meet one of my demands, in exchange, I can submit the technical details of the electromagnetic virus to the Federation. With the final resolution confirmed, Gujie stood up and spoke. Mr. Chairman rubbed his head, feeling a bit of headache. The other party had already stated that he had installed a bomb in his teeth, making torture and consciousness extraction impossible. Using drugs or poisons was also out of the question. As long as he did not lose the ability to act instantly, Gujie could activate the tooth bomb. Moreover, if he accidentally killed him, humanity would forever lose the chance to obtain the details of the electromagnetic virus. They could only have him voluntarily submit proposals regarding the electromagnetic virus. Since the emergence of the electromagnetic virus, a considerable number of people from the United Camp have been organized to tackle research on it. But unfortunately, so far, no substantial progress had been made. Even the scientists participating in this research had not yet figured out whether the so-called electromagnetic virus spreads viral information in the form of electromagnetic waves affecting logical systems, software systems, or something else. Not submitting the details of the electromagnetic virus to the Federation meant that SURE-2 was still not under the control of the Human Federation, but rather in the hands of Jie in the Federation. No matter how well they monitored him, without this mechanism to strengthen control or threaten him, SURE-2 would not necessarily divulge all the knowledge and research he held. At that moment, SURE-2's value to humanity would significantly diminish. Obtaining specific information about the electromagnetic virus is a necessity for humanity. What is your request? Speak up. Jie looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Chairman Jin and said, I fully understand today's resolution, but I still believe that SURE-2's existence poses an immense threat to human civilization. Therefore, I demand the continuation of the human seed plan. I will serve as the chief commander of the plan, responsible for leading human embryos or gamete storage and artificial wombs to other planets to spread the seeds of humanity and safeguard human civilization. If SURE-2 becomes uncontrollable, as we fear, then the seeds I lead will be the hope for the future of humanity. If SURE-2 never revolts, then I will be the vanguard of expanding human territory, which poses no loss to the Federation, but rather expands the domain of human civilization. As soon as Jie said this, many members began to voice their accusations in unison. You are indeed a thorough anti-human element. At this time, when everything is in disarray, resources and population are in great shortage, you still want to continue the seed plan. This move will greatly delay the development of human civilization. You are merely acting out of selfishness. If you want to gain power with your abilities, becoming a member of the Federal Assembly years later is not impossible. Even going further, why must you insist on this? Jie smiled and responded to the person. You also said that you think someone as clever as I am would not consider what you just said? I choose to do this to safeguard human civilization and spread hope for humanity, rather than for the selfish reasons you imagine. Of course, if you insist on thinking that way, then so be it. I do not care to argue with you. However, if my demands are not met, I will not submit the details of the electromagnetic virus to the Federation, even at the cost of my life. After a tug of war, the Federation's highest council ultimately decided to engage in a transaction with Jie and restart the seed plan that had been implemented a few years ago. However, many of the gametes and embryos required for the previous seed plan had already been used on Mars, and the spacecraft that executed the seed plan back then was vastly different from the current ones. Thus, at Jie's request, the Federation planned to rebuild an anti-gravity-driven spacecraft at the Tiangong Satellite City spaceport to execute the seed plan. In fact, the Federation's agreement to Jie's exchange request was not solely because they believed the details of the electromagnetic virus